to stand still. If I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine.
They're dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us.
If time were to stand still,
with Poppy of Team Secret. Poppy, thanks so much for joining me here at Riyadh Masters. Appreciate it. I was hoping to take a little trip down memory lane, as many people are considering this to be the 10-year anniversary of Dota, which you may not necessarily subscribe to, because officially the game was released in 2013, but informally...
I don't subscribe to their OnlyFans.
Nor should you.
Nope.
Even the Battle Pass, maybe you do.
That's true. But it goes away.
Yes, I've heard. We saw. Which I guess gives us as good an opportunity as any to look back at Dota Esports as a whole, because if it hasn't been 10 years of the game being released, it's at least been 12 years of the esport, 13 years of the esport.
Yeah.
So
the number DOS one, yeah.
If we had to look at the entire lifespan of Dota 2 esports, is there any way that you could segment it into eras of different either balance patches, dominance of teams, styles of metas, or anything? Starting back from, let's take it back to what I would consider, and many people to consider, the Na'Vi era at the beginning of Dota 2 esports.
I mean, I would segment it into playstyles.
Okay.
If, let's say like the first playstyle was the ganking playstyle, I would say, Na'Vi playstyle. And then came the split push, era, where Alliance is just split pushing and Fnatic are split pushing, and there's nothing to do with it because there's smokes and they get countered by sentry wards because sentry wards can reveal smokes. So unbeatable strategy practically at that point until...
How much of it was a product of... Was it purely the heroes that were strong at the time, like Lone Druid and Nature's Prophet?
Yes and no, but it's hard to say because I think the playstyle always existed, just, meta started shifting that way, but I guess the buffs did always... It is the product of the split push, like the buffs of some items, the nerfs of some items, it just gets to the point where, ooh, we've done too much, and this is the playstyle that beats everything now. So after that came like an experimental time, I feel, where none of the other was kind of working because the nerfs started hitting. So you had like the EG Wings era, who won TI, and it was kind of like, if your experiments work, they're good. And it was kind of more of a stable Dota, I would say, until I think TI7 hit. I think split push came back to the formula.
In the EG era, what would you say was their experimentation? Because I know for Wings, everyone associates it with hero versatility. They would just pick whatever they wanted.
Yeah,
it would work.
What I'm saying by experiment is that it wasn't clear which playstyle is best. Like, we're not in no split push era, we're not in no pushing era. I mean, to be fair, we're definitely in split push, if anything. Because the thing is, like, what happened after Alliance was actually the death ball.
Yes, that's right.
Sorry,
that
like
TF4 newbie.
I missed that one instantly because obviously the split push nerfs had to come in, and they overdid it, and death ball happened. So, thanks. But the worst TI for that one. But like, it happens.
Sure.
You make mistakes. But in that sense, yeah, that's it. Kind of like circulates at some point after TI6. I think. Yeah, split push came back with Liquid, but then OG came back with the hyper ganking strategies, which were the only team that kind of pushed it in a way. But mostly it is only one team that kind of pushes the tempo of the playstyle of the meta.
So is that how you would, maybe that's how you would encapsulate OG's TI, but I know during their major runs, Illusion meta was one of their things that many people considered a signature, I feel.
Well, Illusion meta was, I feel, during the Wings time. Because if you would consider like the Shadow Demon Luna like abuses, that happened at TI6. So, but I still feel like that's kind of like an experimental area. Like, it works. Like, that's not the reason for the patch, like, oh, illusions or something like that. It wasn't enough to justify it. I still feel like it was kind of experimental, like whatever. Like, a lot of strategies worked.
Illusions were just a small part of the piece.
Yeah, I've never thought they're that big of a part of the piece. I mean, right now, there was a time where basically they gave like 0 gold and stuff like that, which was pretty annoying to deal with, and illusions were pretty strong. And I think it even like started with basically RTZ starting to play like Naga Siren with Radiance, which was already like after TI3, but that's split push meta. But yeah, I mean, that's how I would discuss like at least Dota for me
Okay. And then
over the times.
following that initial one, how much do you put stock into a damage reduction meta? Because I know some people attribute
Yeah.
TI9 OG to like Spectre, IO, Centaur, and then items like Pipe, Crimson, things like that. How
Yeah.
much stock do you put into that being a era?
Not really.
Okay.
It's just that's just auras. You know how like I think auras come and go. I feel like they last very little, and yeah, I think after seeing Deathball, I don't think I care about auras. You know what I'm saying? Like
That's like as low as the bar
yeah,
can go for
that's
Dota.
like yeah, that's push. You know, it's push material. I get it, or like it's a winning team fight somewhere here and there, but it's not Deathball, so I don't care.
Okay.
Like it's okay.
Do you have? I would assume that, given your fondness for a ganking meta, that's the one that you favor the most personally.
In a way, yes, because that would mean that the game is flowy, like anything can happen type of thing. To be fair, I kind of don't enjoy chores in Dota. There's a lot of chores that have been happening in Dota where you can't really figure out your own playstyle or figure out some new playstyle or change the meta of what's going on, because you kind of have to pick up wisdom runes. You kind of have to support these runes that are coming up, and you kind of have to like. Before there was the outpost that you constantly had to take for experience and blah blah, and like you kind of have to sit there and pray for like 6 seconds so nobody kills you when you're taking it, because it gave vision also. But like overall, there's a lot of things that you have to do with manufactured for you to play a Dota the way that they want you to play. So it's kind of hard to. If you don't pick up the wisdom rune, you might as well just GG out at that point, So and I think it's the reason why you probably have a lot of similar playstyles every game.
So then, if you don't like chores, I would have considered support to be the role that has the most chores.
Yeah.
And you have probably, as a rarity, you've never swapped roles throughout your career for the most part. You've always been a support.
Yeah.
And so, have you ever flirted with the idea of being a carry because it has less chores to do theoretically, or maybe offlane?
No, not really. I feel like I got my place as I understood instantly that in order for me to be a person that focuses on the gameplay of the whole team, I would need to be a position 5, because it's much more easier. It's just much more easier, and I realized it right away. And now everybody knows it, obviously, but that's just what I stick with, because obviously I started getting good at it, and therefore I just kept going with it.
Well, okay, so then in terms of chores, how about outside of the game? Because as a captain, you also have a lot of chores. You are likely involved in like much of the drafting, replay analysis, looking at all that kind of stuff.
All the chores.
Are you okay with that aspect of it, or?
I mean, to be honest, I think the whole team needs to be involved at this point of stage of in Dota. I don't think it's like a captain thing. I used to be frustrated, but now I do seem to realize that if the team doesn't help, you're kind of screwed. And because everybody's such an expert on their one individual types of heroes, that you can't just outdraft the enemy. If the enemy team has some kind of thing like 9 plays some Winter Wyvern mid all the time, and he will screw up this one hero if you pick it, that's expertise that is not in your head. Players need to be encouraged to pitch into draft.
Is there a moment that you noticed that transition, that responsibilities were starting to be more unified amongst the team as opposed to just the coach, just the captain?
It started happening somewhere after TI 7-8, where I think coaches started becoming much more used for every team. And because I feel like coaches are mostly people that are encouraging their teammates to kind of talk about what heroes do you really want to play, and therefore it starts kind of like the ball starts rolling, and at least in the beginning. And nowadays it's pretty obvious that everybody does this thing, but before, coaches just go to every player, they ask what he likes to play, and then he gets all this information, and the information gathering starts already then from talking about the heroes, and then everybody starts talking about it, and it just gets bigger,
Right.
in that sense.
And on Secret, I feel like your team, and I guess you specifically, have always been fairly early on to the trend of embracing a coach. I think other teams were a little bit more reluctant to it, but you seemed quite keen on having a right-hand man.
Yeah, quite keen having
Very
keen having the heen.
Okay.
We had Sunbi before, which is another Korean. Korean coaches are the best.
Part of the reason why I am surprised that you were so amenable to coaches is that you do have a reputation for being quite the powerful leader, and I would have assumed that maybe diluting that power with a coach would have been against your ideals, but has that not been the case?
No, I mean, the stories of powerful leader are a meme anyway.
Sure.
Because a Dota team functions when everybody's happy and like they try to like feel comfortable doing whatever the hell they want to do. And yeah, I feel like most of the times, I mean, I'm not gonna name teams that feel unhappy and stuff like that. Like with a very strict environment. Strict environment is bullshit. Like you can't have that. So I feel like you can be strict about some things, like draft and like very important things like pushing high grounds and stuff like that. There needs to be like some kind of strict environment during those times, but most of the time when you play Dota, it needs to flow, it needs to feel good. It just I think a lot of players are not respectable with you know, discipline anyway.
Right.
And but it's not a bad thing. It just they just need to realize that some things only need discipline.
So then, in terms of implementing discipline, you've had a storied history of taking players who are relatively new in their professional career and then shaping them in a certain way. Have you ever found that you needed to change your approach on how you implement discipline depending on player personalities or their experience? Or have you always kind of taken the same approach and either they get it or they don't?
Yeah, it's hard because I feel like I've done different ways a lot. I've experimented, and I feel like obviously some things have backfired, some things have gone really well, but I don't know really which ones are they to be at this point, because I feel like I don't do anything anymore. Like as in I don't think about it anymore. Like so what I do is just basically I don't even think about it. I don't even know how to answer this question because I don't even think about it anymore. Maybe before I was like thinking, okay, maybe I should try this approach or whatever. But now I'm just kind of like, dude, we're just playing Dota.
But at the minimum, you must have an eye for the players who at least see
Yeah.
Dota similarly to you.
I mean, everybody sees this picture pretty much similarly,
Okay.
I would say. And it's just, it's kind of the shape you're in that matters.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, like, everybody's good at Dota.
Yeah.
Like, all these teams here are good at Dota. All these players are good at Dota. And some guy sometimes ends up ranked 10. Some guy, that same guy might end up ranked 200 in the next, I don't know, half a year. And what does, is it because his skill went lower, or is it what happened? It's shape. It's like what shape you're in, what things you understand right now, and how do you keep like collecting more or keeping in shape. I think mostly every Dota player is capable of becoming the best Dota player. Obviously, doing it alone is impossible. So you need to have a whole team of people that realize all these things at the same time, and just kind of like putting layers and layers on top of a draft and like understanding where to move and all that stuff. So yeah, I think it's mostly related to shape anyway.
I think the doing it by yourself being impossible is, I guess, another era that I remember in Dota, because the Sumails and the Miracles, who, yes, obviously they had a team behind them, but there was such a large gap between what they were able to contribute to the team to get to victories, and that doesn't seem possible anymore. It needs to be more of a team effort.
Yeah, I would say so too, because there's a lot of chores.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that you just need to do as a team together, or else you fail. You fail uncontrollably. And I think that's why you really truly do need a team that, because you can't do Tormentors solo. You can't do Roshan solo anymore either.
Yeah.
Roshan is very strong. Back in the day, you could just solo kill Roshan sometimes, even with Invoker. Sumail could just walk in there, and Miracle could walk in there with Invoker and just solo it and stuff like that. Can't do that. You can't do the Roshans anymore solo. You can't kill towers that easily. You can't. You have to take these Tormentors. People are going to run into Wisdom Rooms with 3 heroes and try to snatch it from you and stuff like that. You have to do all these team moves in order to succeed in Dota. And it's because of the chores.
Well, Puppy, I appreciate you doing this chore with me of doing an interview.
Yes, no problem.
That's it for us, and I hope you guys enjoy Riyadh Masters.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا جيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave 'em with nothing.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
You're mine! What?
Frost flight.
No!
Silence seal you.
Oh,
We're continuing things here at Riyadh Masters for right now. Had to say goodbye to 4 more teams as the group stage wrapped up. Unfortunately, OG, Extreme Gaming, TSM, and Shopify Rebellion are no longer with us. It was a nail-biter tiebreaker, especially for the North Americans, but we gotta move on. We gotta get ready for the last 12 teams in this tournament to make their impression and be crowned as legends. So it's time for playoffs to get started.
It means a lot to me to compete here.
It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
That's gonna give me the rampage! God collapse!
Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Good morning and welcome to Riyadh Masters, the pinnacle of ESL's Pro Tour. We're here live from Gamers 8 and today is Super Tuesday. That's right, we got so many Dota series to go through today. We got 4 best of 3s. We have a lot to talk about with that, so I'm joined by my favorite panelist, Faith Bian. How are you doing this morning?
Good. I'm very excited today. We can finally enter in playoffs. Every team looks amazing in this tournament.
Yeah, we got the best left.
Yeah.
Fee, how are you doing?
I'm really good. I'm just excited for the really good Dota we're about to see. We unfortunately said goodbye to some teams yesterday, but all the teams left are contenders, and hopefully we can see some upsets.
Some upsets potentially. So far, Purge, there's not been that many upsets.
I mean, other than all of the NA teams getting eliminated yesterday.
Was that really an upset, though?
Well, I mean, yeah, it was a little disappointing. TSM kind of having their 25th tournament in a row where they just they just kind of have a disappointing performance. Shopify Rebellion dropping the ball despite having some good tournament wins earlier this year. So, I don't know, there's some things to be said about OG also getting eliminated, and OG hasn't looked really hot in about a year. So, there's some longer standing things that are a bit disappointing, but with that, you also get to see new teams come up and take the Legend title. So there's good stuff that happens as a result of it as well.
There very much is. A lot of good stuff happens, and a lot of good stuff happens here right here at the Savvy Games Group pre-show. We'll keep you up to date with everything to do with the Riyadh Masters and beyond, because this is not the only tournament that's running at this time. There is so much more to look at when you're looking at Gamers 8, but there is one competition, and the only competition that is running over 8 straight weeks, and it's the Club Awards.
This year, esports will reach new heights. Welcome to the Gamers 8 Club Awards, an unprecedented initiative that will determine the best overall esports club in the world, and also support the entire global community. During Gamers 8 2023, the world's best clubs will compete on 2 levels. First, in each individual tournament, and second, in the overall standings. High placements in every title will earn them ranking points, initiating the race to the top. After 8 weeks of intense competition, the winners of the Gamers 8 Club Awards will be honoured as the best and most successful multi-gaming club in the world. Competitors will fight for the lion's share of $5 million. However, it's not just about the money. On August 30th to 31st, the first annual awards ceremony will take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The land of heroes awaits its new conquerors.
A big motivation for every organization to get in all the different titles that are featured here at Gamers 8. On the side of Dota, though, only G.Gladiators represented in the top 8 as of yet, but we're only halfway through the Club Awards, so a lot can still happen. And we don't even know yet if G.Gladiators can get some points out of this one, because it depends a lot on their results, especially on their results today, because today you will be put in the top 6 if you win here, because we're in the upper brackets. And when we're focusing on Riyadh Masters, I mean, we already talked about we had a play-in, we had a group stage. We are at the point where we have the top 12 teams in the world in the bracket, and they're playing for honor and glory, yes, for the chance to become legends, yes. But I want to focus, I mean, we all know by now, $15 million is a lot of money and it's a big prize pool. But I want people to be aware of exactly what that means for our series today. We have 12 teams left in the competition, Effie. That means that everybody already guaranteed $300,000, but that also means that if you win in the upper bracket, you get top 6. That means we have best of 3s, meaning $500,000 per best of 3.
That is absolutely wild.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of the more generous prize pool distributions where it's not as top heavy as we're normally used to seeing. So I feel like that's just such a good motivator for teams in the first place to perform as well as they have been doing.
And it's even better for Gladiators because if they win this, they get into top 8, which gives them points for their club awards, which is more prize money. So yeah, it's good for a lot of teams to win this year.
It's good for a lot of teams. We have our 12 teams listed here. Faith Beyond, we got upper brackets today. What is your most favorite match that you look forward to in the upper bracket that we are about to witness today?
Actually, I feel every match is very excited. Like Quest, they are very strong right now, and Talon, the only teams from C, and also Liquid and Gaming. It looks like a grand final, right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It is filled with exciting matchups. We got Spirit versus Aster as well, and there's been amazing games already. So we have a lot of results and a lot of data to go off of, and a lot of plays that were so good that we are expecting more of them, such as our ALJ play of the day, the play of yesterday, actually in this case, where in Talon versus Liquid we had this fantastic. I mean, it's frame specific, that one in particular, where Monkey King gets the stun off at a Tiny that just jumps in, and there's the silence, and that was the chance potentially for Talon to come back, but just that frame second, I don't even know if it was intentional or not, the stun from Monkey King was insane.
Yeah, the fact that it caught him just basically makes Tiny's whole jump bad, and Tiny is a hero that needs to jump successfully for himself to have value as a position for. He usually dies afterwards, or has to spend a lot of items and neutral items escaping after. So the fact that he got stunned means that this big teamfight lineup had to use their teamfight ultimates in weird ways to try to go even afterwards. So it's another way that Team Liquid was able to beat Talon in a fight.
Yeah, and that series was of course very important because that meant the difference between Team Liquid facing Quest and Team Liquid facing Gaming Gladiators. And now we got them facing Gaming Gladiators. We can take a look at the proper schedule for today. 4 series, each and every series, each and every best of 3, $500,000 on the line. I'm gonna keep saying this a lot today because it is so surreal that we've got 4 series, each meaning $500,000. That's $2 million. Like just on the line today. It's madness. But that is the reality of Riyadh Masters, and we're gonna end the day with a regional matchup. BB Team versus 9 Pandas. Team Spirit versus Aster is later today as well. And of course we start the day off with Quest versus Talon. But we have to choose one match. We have to choose one match for our LG match of the day. It has to be the team these 2 teams have faced each other the most times. The most times in 2023. Faith Beyond, you want to take a guess at how many singular games, not series, but singular games, these 2 teams have played against each other? It's a guess.
And what's the time period?
Just 2023.
Okay.
6 or 7 series, I guess. Like both BO3 and BO5.
Okay, 6 or 7 series. What do you think, Effie?
Series or matches?
Up to you. You can choose.
Okay, so we've had 5 grand finals, 3 total DPC series from the tours, 2 Dream Leagues. So I'd imagine we subtract the finals from the Dream Leagues, but they had to face each other in group stages at least once for both. So that's like 10 series.
They have played 11 series.
Okay.
And because some of those obviously were best of 5s, 31 games total.
What's the +1 series that I missed?
I don't know exactly, but they did not face in the finals of Dream League Season 20 because Team Liquid was really bad at that time. So that was one they didn't have, but they did meet in group stages and in brackets and in finals, and they have, well, it's our match to watch. We're going to talk a lot about this series. Obviously, when it happens, it's our second series of the day, and there's a lot to talk about because there's a lot of data, but that's our LG match to watch. And today, of course, we get teams that go one step closer to becoming legends at Riyadh Masters. That's the goal, that only the winning teams can call themselves legends, and we got a legend amongst us here as well. And that means, Faith Beyond, you are in possession of something very coveted this event. Potentially something that needs to be given away at the end of this event. And I do believe that you are required elsewhere to do this ceremonious task. So could I ask you to depart from our lovely pre-show panel?
Yeah.
And would love to welcome you back again in a little bit. But yeah, you can take your leave, and we're going to focus on the game. We'll see you in a little bit on the screens, and good luck.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
I'm busy.
All right, we're going to focus on our game because we have got Quest versus Talon coming our way, and that is a series that is unique in its own right because these two teams never, ever in the history of Dota 2 have these two teams even been at the same event, let alone played against each other, Purge.
It's not Talon's fault. They've been hitting up a lot of events this year. Obviously, they missed the volley major, but it's okay. One little thing. Talon's been showing up a lot in 2023. Quest Esports is now showing up in 2023, just finally hitting their mega stride. So this is the first time they get to play, and I think they're going to be pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, I'm not sure how evenly matched they're going to be actually, because while I think Talon is a very strong team, I feel that Talon in particular struggles very heavily versus these super high tempo, lane dominating type of European teams. Like these are historically their risk matchups, so I'm curious to see how they're going to approach it. Like if they're going to adjust lane wise or they're still going to play their special Talon style.
Yeah, let's focus our attention first on Quest Esports. They come on top of their group. This is a squad, I mean, heard you said it. This 2023 is when they showed up. The Bali Major, the only one that Talon missed, is the only one that Quest showed up for because it took them that long to ramp up. They were in Division 2 at the start of this season, and they have just never really stopped with their growth, Effie, and that is very unheard of.
I mean, they're honestly one of the best products of the Division 2 DPC system. The other team that we can think of, which we stopped thinking of as a Division 2 team actually, is G.Gladiators. Yeah. They started off in Division 2. They were Team Tickles before they got picked up by their sponsor. They had a slightly different roster because Boom was their mid player instead of the current Quinn. But we can see that this system actually works, and grinding from the bottom makes you just very solid, very resilient, very persistent players.
Yeah.
I think it's really cool too because their players have been around the scene for a bit, but it's just kind of, there's a lot of tier 2 players where you're just kind of like, they're eternally tier 2, but it's been very clear on this main stage like how good Kaori is and how good Omar has been, and TA2000 has looked so good, and Noob has been looking like one of the best mids here. It's just really fun to see them perform so well.
It is amazing to see them perform so well. It's great to see their growth and their trajectory. And for people that are still a little bit unfamiliar with Quest Esports, we got you covered.
A year ago, I wouldn't have been able to tell you anything about the Quest players, and so these guys kind of came out of nowhere. This is, I think, the strongest product of the Division 2 system in the Dota Pro circuit, and so now, looking at them, I would still consider them to be underdogs, obviously, but they're very capable players, ones that haven't been in the scene for very long, but are quickly making a name for themselves.
I don't think I'm different. Feels like a lot of carries same. So some of them just dying less, killing more.
Which one are you? Killing more?
Yeah,
okay.
Both.
With Bali being their first opportunity to play against international opponents, you'd think that they would just fall to pieces, but they were consistently making it through opponents, and they joined the very illustrious Western European top 4 at that tournament. But unfortunately, their journey ended there, and they weren't able to directly make it to TI. And as for this tournament, they pretty much dominated the MENA qualifier. Their only real trouble would have been Team Secret Middle East or Enigma Galaxy, but they plowed through them, no issue.
It's always exciting to play against Liquid and GG. It's like best team from our region, and we just lose to them on last major, and I want a revenge. Yeah, it changed a lot, especially I was thinking like we can easily win this tournament. I was very upset when we lost to GG.
How about the Liquid series? How did you feel about that one?
Yeah, it was really bad too. We lost to Liquid, but we was leading like 7 or 8k. I was already thinking we can really win this easily, and something goes wrong. We wasn't feel confident because we didn't play a lot. I don't think we even played. We just came. We don't know what to draft. We don't know how to play. Kinda. We had Nigma in quals and Secret is like most favorite teams. I was thinking like we can beat them easily, but I wasn't like confident.
How much time have you had to practice with? Is it Malik?
Malik. It was a surprise for him. He was on holidays in Spain, and I called him like, bro, we need stand-in, come here. And we're from same country, we from Kazakhstan, we're playing both like national tournaments. We know each other like a long time ago, so it wasn't hard.
This will be the longest tournament they've ever played if they hope to make it to the main stage and onwards. So having the energy to go through play-ins, then group stage, then playoffs, and then hopefully a finals weekend is going to be exhausting for them. These are players that have not had very many opportunities to not only be on LAN, but to face opponents of this caliber before. Yeah, they did it at Bali, but that was almost only like a week and a half ago. Are they able to recover that quickly? Well, we're going to find out.
Quest has had a long road to get here for sure. A lot of ties here as well. And when playing in the longest tournament, as Tsunami mentioned, that they've ever played in, Purge, how much impact do you feel like that has on a team? Because we sometimes see teams that play in these long tournaments like it works wonders because it's a trial by fire. It's a little bit of a hit and miss situation here, but so far it's a hit.
Yeah, it's working good for Quest. Team Secret's another example of a team that played through play-ins and got here. And they went to lower bracket. They're kind of close to getting upper bracket, despite the rough start. So it can definitely help. I think for Quest it's working. If you play a ton of games and you start faltering, that's where your morale goes down. Your strategies start being dwindling away, and teams can start countering you. But the fact that they're still getting a lot of wins, I think, is only good for the team, especially because they have a stand in this tournament. More time to practice in a competitive setting.
Now, I do believe that, was it TA2000 that has played with Malik before? Because they're both from the same region. And having that camaraderie already existing with the stand-in probably helps them deal with some of the losses, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like they're playing with a stand-in anymore at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes a permanent addition to the roster after this tournament, but we've seen time and time again these pre-established friendships, or bubbyships, as Jenkins would say, in Dota they elevate teams in the last moment. We saw it last year at this tournament, actually. Was it with Rezo and Zayats, or did Zayats join after Riyadh?
No, I think right before.
Okay, so either way, when these two friends who are used to communicating and playing with each other unite, it just makes the team stronger.
And it's been working for Quest. Now, Talon has been together for a little while as well. How has Talon fared here? Because the reason they're up against Quest, who was #1 in Group A, is because Talon was #4 in Group B, which, you know, on paper is worse. We have seen Talon, they missed from the Bali Major, but Talon is the best product coming out of Southeast Asia, Purge.
They're really good, but the problem is that they're just losing to the teams that are just slightly better than them. I think they drew against Aster and then lost against Liquid and BB Team. So the rest of their matches were solid. I mean, they 2-0'd Secret, they 2-0'd TSM. They're beating these teams. They won Tundra, maybe their weakest showing considering the Tundra situation, going 4-10. But like, they've had good games. It's just they're struggling a little bit against those best teams of the tournament, which is kind of their MO in the last few tournaments.
Talon are a typical Southeast Asian team in that they excel in these mid to late game fights. They excel at team fighting and button pressing and playing the game on a macro level, but like I mentioned before, these lane-dominating, high-tempo type of teams like Liquid, like Gaimin, like BetBoom, who are the strongest laning team at the moment, Talon struggle against because their greedier style of Dota, their tendency to pick 2 cores in one lineup, comes back to bite them in situations like that.
Yeah, they are a team that has a lot of pressure on them to perform because the expectations are high from a team that they came third, I believe, at Dream League Season 20. They were looking on top of the world. Now, I will say that was a Morphling patch, and 23-7 is, according to a lot of people, the best Morphling, and that got a little nerfed. But we are going to see if they can deliver here. When we're talking about difference in play styles, though, yes, Talon is the late game team. They got that part secured, generally maybe a little bit greedy indeed, but I kind of also feel like that might be a big mismatch, Purge, when going up against Quest.
You think they're, I'm sorry, which lane?
I think
skill level,
Talon, late game, greedy, not good against Quest, early aggression.
Yeah, that's definitely reminiscent of what Effie's points were.
Yeah.
That the early pressure, what that gets them behind, is a big problem. When they played against Team Liquid, that was the same thing. We saw Nisha smash one of the games in the mid lane, and that put Makoto way behind for the majority of the game on his TA. That was really hard for them to catch up in. The other match was the same thing. Team Liquid playing a very aggressive style, and despite Talon having a better team fight, they use that net worth advantage to pick them apart, basically. So if it's a more conventional game and they get into similar net worth territories where their playstyle is not predetermined but like more straightforward, then yeah, I think they'll do fine. But if they get pushed on the back foot a little bit in a weird position and the enemy team like Quest uses very good teamwork to push that advantage, then yeah, they might not be able to actually win those fights and come back in a game.
Yeah, I feel like with that, Effie, there seems to be a lot of pressure on Makoto.
There's always a lot of pressure on Makoto, but I feel like in terms of lane mechanics, he's top 3 mids in this tournament. But recently they've been playing a lot of TA mid, which is very good against certain popular heroes in the meta, like Snapfire, like Primal Beast, but it can be greedier and it can be easily punished. So I really would like to see Makoto on some tempo setting mid. I want to see his Storm Spirits and his Embers and his Pucks, and not his TAs today.
Well, we need something to start this match. We need, well, players, I think, is a great first start to start this match. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, it is the first day of the playoffs. And because of that, we want to start this playoffs of Riyadh Masters in style. So let's head over to the stage to get this show on the road.
Thank you very much, Faith Beyond, a legend of Riyadh Masters. And now, ready to crown the next set of legends here in 2023. We have wrapped up the group stage, and now we're getting ready for playoffs.
نشكر فيث على تواجده معنا في المسرح، أحد أبطال رياض ماسترز في السنة الماضية. واليوم أعزائي المشاهدين راح نبدأ معكم في البلاي أوفس، وجاهزين أننا نعرف مين أبطال رياض ماسترز في هذه السنة.
We started off with 20 teams here, Fancy, and now we're down to 12. But there's no reason to be too afraid, no reason to be too sad, because at the minimum, these teams that are still in the tournament have secured a minimum of $300,000 in prize winnings.
اللي ما يدري أعزائي المشاهدين، بس عشان وصلنا إلى البلاي أوفس الآن 12 فريق متواجد معنا. اليوم راح نشوفهم إن شاء الله يلعبون معنا أول مرحلة من الأبر براكت. حط ببالك إنه فقط أنت بوجودك في هذه المرحلة معناته قدرت إنك تجمع $300,000 من البرايس بول المكونة من $15 مليون. شيء مو طبيعي. مجرد ما إنك تفوز مباراة واحدة هذه $200,000 زيادة.
And there's no eliminations today either. But as a result, we got 4 best of 3s today, Fancy. You ready?
I'm so ready ترامي. أعزائي المشاهدين اليوم بيكون عندنا 4 مباريات كلها راح تكون بست اوف 3، كلها راح تكون بلاي اوفس، وكلها بتكون في الابر براكت. فمجرد ما اننا نعرف مين الفريق الفائز على طول يتأهل الى الربع النهائي. الحماس وصل حده صراحة.
And for this first matchup, it's 2 teams that are probably looking the strongest that they've been all year, and 2 teams that have never faced off yet in the entire Dota Pro circuit. So let's get started. Quest Esports! The momentum keeps mounting for this team. New offlaner, new coach, it doesn't matter. Securing themselves in this upper bracket is just a sign of more good things to come out of these boys.
فريق كويست اي سبورت متواجد معنا في المسرح. هذا الفريق اللي حرفيا خالف كل التوقعات، الفريق اللي صدم جميع العالم في أدائه في هذه البطولة. حط ببالك انه حتى الروستر هذا يعتبر روستر جديد، معهم لاعب ما كان معهم اول، والان في اول ظهور لهم في البطولة في هذا الروستر في هذه الحلة قدروا انهم يوصلون الى البلاي اوفز، يكونون اول فريق متأهل. لكن جاء الوقت اللي رحب فيه بخصمهم، كلكم تعرفون منهم، خلينا نشوف منهم مرة ثانية. رحبوا معنا بفريق تالون. تالون تواجد معنا من بداية البطولة، قدروا يتأهلون إلى البلاي أوفز، جايين من جنوب شرق آسيا وأدائهم حتى الآن كان مثالي جدا. بعض المباريات اللي ممكن انهم كانوا يفوزونها ما حلفهم الحظ، لكن ما يستهان فيهم الفريق، وابدا ما قد شفنا المباراه اللي راح نشهدها الان في تاريخ دوتا بالعالم. كويست ضد تالون لاول مره نشوفها.
Southeast Asia as a region can be a little bit known for inconsistency, but Talon, whenever they show up to an event, they make it look damn good. Last time they were in the upper bracket was the Lima Major, and they finished that off with a 3rd place finish.
اللي ما يتذكر ايضا ما هم فقط كانوا متواجدين في الليما ميجر وقدروا انهم يجون المركز الثالث، قدروا ايضا انهم ياخذون فتره راحه طويله الفتره الاخيره عقب انهم ما تاهلوا للبالي ميجر، والشيء هذا اعطاهم فرصه انهم يطلعون بحله قويه جدا في هذه البطوله.
Well, like I said, this is a matchup that we've never seen before, and I'm eager to make it happen. So gentlemen, take your seats, and let's get ready for game number 1.
خلونا على طول نروح أعزائي المشاهدين في الجيم الأول من البلاي أوفز ونفتتح البطولة بأفضل طريقة ممكنة.
For Quest and Talon, this series will be the benchmark for every time from now here on out that they will play each other. They have not faced before, so it's time to see who sets the tone. We did already establish that Quest Esports has got a tempo to their gameplay that Talon might be ill-equipped to deal with, but hey, if we know this, if we can predict the speed and the playstyle that Quest is playing, surely Sunby and Talon can come up with the solution to the puzzle that Quest proposes. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and once again, legend Faith Vian on the panel. And Faith Vian, I wanna go to you first because we talked about this conundrum that Talon has. They know Quest is gonna be hard to take down. What kind of plan would they have? What would work?
You mean for Talon?
Yep.
I think they have to ready for the Rubik and the team fight. I think maybe Talon could take the Rubik off, steal the Rubik, or just ban the Rubik off. And I think they can pick some Storm or Silencer to counter the team fight.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that Talon are in a little bit of a pickle in that they haven't really run Snapfire that much, if at all. I think Jabs did play it once on the offline.
Yesterday. It wasn't amazing.
Yeah, but in this meta, if you can't play for Snapfire, if you can't pick her and incorporate her into your drafts, then you are on the back foot. We saw that with Shopify and their constant forcing of Snapfire into their draft. I feel like Quest are very good with this hero, and Talon should have a plan for it today.
I feel like their match against Team Liquid yesterday really should give them some understanding of what's going to happen, because I mean, ending up with like a Medusa TA Doom tricore like they did yesterday, I think fundamentally causes some problems, and they can't get pushed into that trap for themselves like they did yesterday. So I think that will be helpful. That Team Liquid series could really help open their eyes and make them aware that like lanes are still very important.
Yeah, I don't think you can get away with tricore in this meta.
And do we think that, because we know that Talon, if it does go late game, that's where Talon shines, right? Do we think that Quest should have an insurance policy just in case that happens?
I feel like they do, because they play around TA 2000 so nicely, and as far as carry players go, he ticks every box so well. He's a strong laner, he joins team fights early, he always keeps up in net worth, and he scales into the late game very well. So I feel like they're not too worried about taking it to the late game. Late game is usually more about team fight execution, but it's just going to be an exciting matchup regardless. I hope Talon have prepared some strategies for us today.
I hope so too. Speaking of TA 2000, I want to know, Faith Bian, you have, correct me if I'm wrong, have you ever changed your name? Changed your nickname? Have you always been Faith Bian?
Yeah.
Believe yes, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that rebranding can be a good tool for a player? Because if you, let's say, you're called a person like Naive, and you have only moderate success, and everybody thinks, oh, Naive, he played on Navi that one time and it didn't really do great. Do you think it's power to just turn, or you know what, I'm gonna rename myself. People that don't know me very well will think that I'm a new player altogether in TA 2000. Do you think that could help you get get noticed more, to change your name?
You mean he called TA 2000 so everybody ban his TA?
Yeah, you know.
Probably.
Rebranding, I mean, for TA 2000 Purge, it has worked. I feel like as Naive, he was never really considered to be on the top, and now he is.
Yeah, we have some other correlation here, is that it's been years or whatever since the last time he played there, so he's just gotten better over time.
That might have been an
we see rebrands all the time.
Do we?
SVG.
Yeah, look how
with
that
the
ended
LOA.
up.
Kyle.
It's been done. Kyle.
Look how that ended up.
We had some Somnus into maybe into Somnus.
Yeah.
Into he stayed, but then we had a Paparazzi into Eurus into Paparazzi.
That's true.
Yeah.
Reverse rebrand.
Yeah. I think they both realized they ruined a good thing. Maybe and Paparazzi were excellent names.
Well, I was gonna say both SVG and Kyle, they kind of changed their name and then they didn't work out and they turned Talent. So you know, for TA 2000, it definitely has worked. I do think that's, I don't know. For me, it took a while to realize that they were the same player. Personally.
There's probably a psychological effect to rebranding, right? I don't think it's that significant in TA 2000's performance because I feel like he's just gradually improved as a player. He's still very young and he's managed to find a team that he fits well with. He's managed to rack up the experience. But there's this whole effect that comes with starting new and having a clean slate and maybe approaching yourself in a different way. That can help a lot of people, so I'm not surprised.
A lot of professional sports players are also superstitious. It's and we even saw it at TI10 with Team Spirit. Team Spirit, he shaved his head and everyone's like, oh, well, we got to shave our head now. A lot of players did it, didn't work.
That's true. Gotta sacrifice something to the Dota gods and potentially, maybe TA 2000, you know, he sacrificed his former personality of naive, turning himself into the power that is now TA 2000, who single-handedly won my fantasy league in Tour 2. Let's focus on the draft because we got one on the screen. We are into game number 1 here. Quest Esports versus Talon, and we got the draft. Quest is on Radiant side, Talon on Dire side. First pick goes the way of Quest. They ban out the Enigma so that they can first pick the Storm. And Talon, they can't first pick the Undying. Talon, they can't ban the Undying because they had to ban out that Rubik, like Faith Beyond said. They open up with the Batrider instead. Naga, Siren, and Storm also banned out. And I believe Batrider is one of the most successful higher picked heroes of the tournament so far.
Yeah.
So Talon is opening strong with that Snapfire as well.
Yeah, that's correct. 54 picks and a 59% win rate. Quite a good win rate for the third most picked. And yeah, the Snapfire response against Undying, I was wondering if they're going to do it because they don't pick the hero as often, but it's great against Tomb.
No, I'm glad to see them do it, honestly. I feel like you cannot get away with not playing these meta heroes at this stage of the tournament, and the ban on Rubik when they have first pick indicates that they just prefer their Batrider over Rubik, even though they have excellent Rubik players. And it's also very telling that they are preparing for Timbersaw, right? When Timbersaw is left in the draft, you need these high magic damage supports like Batrider.
I think both teams is very well prepared for this match. We can see Quest ban Storm and Talon ban Rubik. I think these two bans are very good. And also Talon's pick, I very like it because Batrider is their most picked hero. And also I think Snapfire is very strong against Quest.
Yeah, and it also opens up a potential Faceless Void that Talon have loved to run, which would not at all be a bad hero versus both Undying and Darkseer.
You mentioned you mentioned them being prepared before, and I just want to reiterate that the winner of this makes $500,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
which, by the way, for both teams, life-changing.
Yeah, and if you go to lower bracket, the run is much longer, which means that every match you win a smaller amount of prize money. It's like $100,000, $200,000 territory. So getting a win here is massive for prize pool differences.
As a player, Faith Beyond, when you're in a match that has just a lot of money at stake, do you think about that? Or is that like maybe only on the day before and then you're in the zone, you're on the Dota?
I think for most players, you better not think about that when you play the game because it will just distract you. But you can, like, when you prepare, like the day before, you can talk about it and everybody will be excited. Yeah.
The question is, who did the better $500,000 draft prep?
Yes. I mean, that does put stuff in perspective. It's like, no saving strats, right?
Definitely not.
Pull it all out. Show us what you got. Well, they don't have Morphling, and they don't have Faceless Void. So those are banned out by Quest, and those are some of the strongest hero for 23 Savage.
And they're good at laning against Darkseer as a whole. They both are relatively survivable against the harass and the dive that'll eventually come with the Ion Shells. So that's my understanding of why they got banned.
But also just they fit into the draft nicely, right? Faceless Void would have been excellent with both of these heroes, and Morphling is a good hero regardless of its nerfs for 23 Savage, simply because he plays it so well, but there are no stuns in the first two openers of Quest's lineup.
I think this Darkseer pick is pretty good because they usually will choose from Darkseer, Primal Beast, and Timbersaw. And for this draft, Darkseer is the best option. But
can you explain why?
Because Primal Beast and Timbersaw are kind of countered by Batrider and Snapfire. you can get some easy kill.
Is it scary to play Primal against Bat if it's Bat support, or is it more backcourt?
It's a little bit annoying because he can cancel your charge.
That's very true. And the Surge as a tool versus Batrider is really convenient in the early game, especially when Batrider is being run as a support. He's just dependent on using Fireflies as his main tool for damage, and if you can just Surge away from it, it takes away a lot of the kill threat on the side of Talon.
Now Quest banned out a lot of carry, but I won't mention, before Talon they picked Pudge against Darkseer once, and they won that game.
Oh. How long ago was that game? Earlier in the groups or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want them to pick that again? Like,
I think they definitely want to make some setup. They can pick it at 18th.
Potentially we could see a Pudge here. I mean, we know Omar's Rubik is banned out, so we're most likely going to see for him either his Lion or Mirana. So if they go the Mirana route, they'd probably be better off not going the Pudge, simply because both of these two heroes are unreliable, but it'll depend on what Talon pick here.
The TB ban very clear because Quest is not going to ban it themselves. It's a counter, or Darkseer counters it so hard, so if they're not going to pick it themselves, they got to ban it.
Yeah.
Enchantress is a great hero here. I like it a lot. This says that Talon are not only investing in their early game and their tempo with their Bat and their Snapfire, but they also have a means to play against the Darkseer in lane. Enchant is one of the best tools against Darkseer because she dispels his Surge, so you actually have kill threat on him with this Batrider. Where we discussed earlier, there might be some issues. And you have the future mid-rotations, which Enchantress always telegraphs.
They have played Enchantress like once 3 days ago, but that was like the only time. So this feels like a we need to win lanes better update to their strategy here.
And that game, Enchantress is post 4. I think this game they had to put it on post 5. Yeah, it's a new try.
So the mid-Primal Beast for Noob comes out here. It's no surprise because most teams, when they see an Enchantress, will often default to a Primal Beast pick simply because he's so good at getting on top of her and killing her in the early game.
Yeah, that's very true.
He eats wild animals all the time, I'm sure. I mean, look how strong he is. He's got a lot of protein.
What I like about this Lion pick over the Mirana is that this Lion pick addresses the potential snap flex to the offlane and counters Mikoto's hero pool. It'll counter his Ember Spirit, his Storm Spirit, and his Puck. Storm Spirit is banned out, but heroes that fit that kind of archetype, Lion is traditionally very good against because of his instant disable.
And Omar's played it twice already with 100% win rate, so they'll be comfortable.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine that Talon is going to wait with their Mikoto hero until their overall last pick. Because that way because at the moment we are, or do they want to pick it because we already know Primal Beast is going to be there for Noob? No, they want to wait for it. Lifestealer is the first one out there for 23 Savage.
We saw Lifestealer against Primal Beast yesterday as well, I believe, in one of the matches. And obviously you can get pulverized during rage, which isn't really ideal, but at other than that interaction, you hitting Primal Beast is pretty easy. You get a huge amount of health from it. You're doing a big chunk of damage too, so it works out pretty nicely.
They have no damage on Quest Esports for this Lifestealer. There's no way to kill this Lifestealer right now. This is a big problem. They need to pick something like a Wind Ranger or something with very heavy physical damage that can kill it. But I'm not sure if Wind Ranger carry puts them in the best position here, but I can see that being an option. Because once he presses Rage, the Lion, Darkseer, and Primal Beast are all going to be useless and dealing damage on this carry Lifestealer.
Yeah. And also yesterday we saw Lifestealer winning the lane against Primal Beast. So it's a good choice here.
I mean, I would have liked something like TB. TA is a possibility, but once he gets like Halberd, it's kind of a bummer. They banned so many carries themselves, it's kind of putting them into a bad slot at this point, considering that their damage is kind of one-dimensional, like you pointed out.
They need very heavy, very fast physical burst for a Quest right now. I still think Wind Ranger is an option. I'm not sure if they played at this tournament. It looks like they haven't. They could potentially go for TA. They could go for Luna.
Slark, maybe?
Slark
TA, you say?
TA, indeed.
TA for TA 2000?
Yes.
Wow.
What's in a name? We'll see if it's banned, though. That's the downside of having one of your signature heroes in your name. People will never have it off the radar. But they'll ban out Slark instead.
It's got to be ranged physical damage like TA Draw Luna. That's all I can think of right now.
Oh, but actually, the snipe fire for Talon, they can still flex it. They played it before both post 3 and post 2. So I think for Talon, now the draft is very comfortable.
What about Ursa? Sorry.
Ursa again.
I mean, on paper, it's good versus Talon's heroes, but overall in this meta, it feels too hard to play him, right? We've talked about how prominent Nullifier is and how slow his timings are this patch.
And the lane. They have last pick. You have to against last pick.
That's true.
Well, they got a full minute to think about that, but they won't need that. They'll go for an illusion hero in the Phantom Lancer. It doesn't really tick the ranged carry part that you said. Mira, what do you think about it?
I mean, it's a good PL game, right? It's a strong win condition. Like none of the heroes on Talon are excellent at dealing with illusions heroes, with the exception of Bat and Snap's spells, but I feel like they're easy to itemize against. But it's a bit too slow, right? Talon's draft is very fast right now, and PL will take a lot of time to hit his timings here.
But I think I like it better than Naga in some ways because I feel like it does more kill potential in the late game. So rather than like pick something that's going to beat Talon lineup, it's like they pick something that the Talon lineup isn't very good against. It's kind of what it feels like to me.
Yeah, I suppose so, but I feel like it's too exploitable with this last pick that came out. The Beastmaster Drums of Slam are a really good tool at playing versus this PL, and I still think Lifestealer top should have a free lane.
Yeah, but I'm kind of worried about the Beastmaster lane because they have he have to face Undying, and also Primal Beast will rotate it to bottom, obviously.
Normally, I'm not that worried about Beastmasters, simply because of how effective these ancient stacks have been for Beast and how he's always been able to come back. But that is a good point that Primal Beast rotations make him very susceptible to early deaths.
Yeah.
I think overall I do favor Talon simply because I like to see them play this early aggression. I think that's a really good response to playing versus Quest. But in the overall late game, obviously PL is one of the strongest heroes in Dodo.
It's funny, I feel like we have both teams preparing for the other team's playstyle, yeah. So we are now in the reverse here, Purge, where Talon plays fast and Quest is here going for late.
Yeah, I mean, Quest's first 4 heroes can definitely fight in the early mid game. That part is good, but yeah, the PL later is not ideal. I mean, Beastmaster in pubs is his worst matchup. It's like an 8.6% disadvantage, which is huge. Most heroes are like 3 to 5%, so
that's
that
because
could
of
be
the Drums of Slum, right?
Probably. And in pubs, people are going to be worse against Drums of Slum. But if Beastmaster has a good game, this could really be him just following PL around the map and pressuring or killing him.
But it's not even the Drums of Slum, it's also just the Beastmaster map pressure. When you have Beast and Ench, they're going to be taking all of your towers and they're going to be taking over PL's side of the jungle, and it's going to make his timing slower. And when your timings are slower in a PL game where you are the main source of damage versus the enemy carry, who also has a free lane, it's a pickle. It's a difficult situation.
Final words on this draft, Faith Beyond?
I think it's pretty even for me. I think this game very depends on player how to play this game. I will just sit and watch.
Sit and watch. Isn't that all we all like to do, especially when, I don't know, there's just extra pressure on this match, $500,000 to play for, and we're going to find out who gets the head start in this best of 3 series together with our wonderful commentators. It's Cap at SVG.
A head start is exactly what Talon is looking for here at the Riyadh Masters, a head start that they've never had before this season. After all, when they made their long run at the Lima Major, Avery, they went through the lower bracket. When they went to ESL 1 Berlin, they lost to the Western European teams in their group and ended up starting in the lower bracket. This team has not had a whole lot of success against 1, Western European teams, and 2, 0 success in the upper bracket.
Well, I guess it's good they're playing up against a MENA region team in a
True.
unknown bracket. I mean, technically they probably know they're in the upper bracket, but maybe they don't. Maybe Sunby tricked them. Said, all right, guys, this is an elimination match. Time to play like it. You never know.
They're playing a style that feels like, I don't know, they're ready for the pressure, I think. they're playing a fast-ish lineup. It doesn't feel like they're going to be defaulting into the late game, which I think, I mean, you would know more about this than I would, but like, I feel like in the pressure of the playoff match, I would default to late game, right? Isn't it more natural to let the enemy make the mistakes and just say, guys, we have the better late game no matter what?
It does generally happen over high pressure lands. The later the lands goes, the longer the games get on average, the more teams default to big team fight and scale because it's harder to mess that up. That's just the honest truth. These lane dominant lineups that rely on snowballing, they're very easy to go wrong, especially when you're not executing at 100% like you normally would in an online environment. I think that tends to be the biggest difference here. So yeah, I would not be surprised to see more of these heavy team fight lineups come out as the tournament progresses, particularly for these teams like Talon or some of the European teams that are not afraid to go late. As some of that lane skill falls off a little, we'll see where that bounce lies. For Talon, this is probably one of the faster drafts we've seen from them. However, what's interesting is it does end up putting jabs on the last pick with kind of their true carry, right? Okay, yeah, you have Lifestealer and Snap who are going to provide a lot of scale and a lot of damage, but it's this Beastmaster who ultimately is going to have to deal with the Phantom Lancer in the fight and kind of provide the extra oomph of damage to get you into those late game scenarios and feel content. And that is a situation that I feel like Jabs likes being in. Now, maybe the team doesn't like him being there, but he himself loves putting himself in a position where he has to carry the game with last pick.
Well, this is a game where he is going to want to build Aghanim Scepter so he can be greedy. He's not only in part, like a big part of the win condition, as you said, it's the counter to the Phantom Lancer, but the counter to the Phantom Lancer is not building aura items, it's building to scale up and build that Aghanim Scepter and go from there. So, yeah, I think there's multiple ways that Talon have got themselves into a decent position. I feel relatively confident about them in this game one because I went into this series not feeling very confident about their chances against Quest. Again, they've struggled against the Western European teams, and I thought just based off of play, Quest was a step ahead of Talon, but we'll have to see how that plays out in the game one of this match. So, alrighty, able to get the first blood. Omar, looks like they managed to catch Ollie somehow out of position, probably trying to interfere with the pull and such.
Just nice level 2 timing abuse. They have Impale plus the Vacuum finishes them off. Ollie not able to get much done with this level 1 heal as well. That is a rough kill to give away because when you go this Nature's Attendance to trade with the Lion, this is a matchup you should be winning very hard in the early phases of the game with the Enchantress. This was a pick designed to win that Dark Seer lane as well with some of the Purge capabilities off Enchant. It's going to be a little bit of a setback.
Oh, Makoto barely got that cookie stun into the nicely placed deny in the water rune. Noob tries to position himself to go for the other, but no.
And this might be where a lot of this series comes down to, Makoto versus Noob. I think Makoto really struggled yesterday in that series versus Liquid. He just couldn't get the ball rolling quite literally. And then you put him in a matchup here, I think Noob is probably a bit less pressure on the lane for Makoto, but maybe more pressure in some of the earlier game rotations, because I think Noob tends to move a lot more than Nisha in the very, very early game.
Yes.
I mean, obviously these things vary, but on an average, I think that's true. However, I think Makoto should probably have a better lane phase versus Noob than he did versus Nisha, where he just got immediately abused before the lane even started in some of those games. And it really set Talon back, because Makoto is their biggest playmaker. Like, especially when you put jabs on this last pick, that's going to build the scale, build the carry. You know he's going to be hitting a lot of neutral creeps here. 23 Savage also likes to hit a lot of neutral creeps. Where does the playmaking come down to? I always go back to it's got to be Q and Makoto. And if Q is not on one of these melee heroes that can start fights reliably, I mean, Bat Rider is maybe a good substitute for that. So that's also an encouraging factor for Talon here. It comes down to Makoto.
I like what you're saying about the mid-player
really
matchup just because it also, like, it's reflected in the hero matchup as well, right? We've seen this Primal Beast get super aggressive, a lot of early rotation, sometimes pre-level 6. You saw it from Nothing to Say. He was oftentimes leading PSG LGD around by that Primal Beast. And you've got a Snapfire who's typically pretty good at being able to win against those melee heroes. So both the player and the hero combination says Makoto should walk away with the laning phase win, but Noob is going to make faster rotations around the map.
And Makoto is walking away with that win. He is almost doubling up the CS here on Noob, and he got a D-ward on top of extra water runes here. So he is living the life, and this is exactly what Talon want. Even if the side lanes are going a little worse for them, I don't think they care too much as long as Makoto has a good game, because he's just going to carry him into the mid game. This guy is really damn good at playing from ahead. Do not want to give him a start like this. Little vacuum action just to send a message to 23 here. I don't know what the message was, but it got sent.
Message is he's going to get those range creeps. can't stop him. Ooh, Noob is gonna get blasted down. Makoto. Noob has been playing it, I think, how you're supposed to, which is cutting waves and such, but as soon as he shows up in the middle of the river, that is where Makoto is able to pounce and gets an early kill on the 1 versus 1.
That's so much XP going Makoto's way. He's already level 6 before the 5-minute mark here. Just ridiculous. If Talon can make another rotation here, kill the Beast when he comes back, that's going to feel amazing.
But the Primal Beast is going to rotate early. Going to TP to a side lane here with level 5.
This is not the lane to gank, though.
I think ganking the Lifestealer lane? Okay, he wants the stacks, I see.
This is pretty greedy. If you're going to TP and gank a side lane, it's got to be this Beastmaster, right? That's the hero you want to shut down here with the rotation, not this top lane for a lifesteal. Even if you somehow get the lifestealer kill, I don't think it feels that impactful on the game overall. He'll leave some Skelly boys to think about where their family went, as he's still looking for his own ultimate into Makoto, and this threat is still alive mid with the kisses. It could also be a fast TP to one of the side lanes for Makoto if he can shove the wave in. And these side lanes
going to take a lot of damage here with this combination. Flame break back.
Potential here.
Axe's long range. Not quite enough to get the kill, but Ollie's going to sneak in from behind. Gets the tombstone out, but Kiori's already dead. They're going to go for the tombstone kill too. Ollie actually really wants that one. And he'll have it, but maybe giving up his life for it. We'll see. The TP's going to come in. TA2000's a little bit too low to go for that moment. Turn around, go for Q. Axe is coming in. TA2000's a little bit low, and Ollie's heal has now run out. It's going to be a close call between them, but the kisses. Oh, the kisses coming in, and they're going to nail both of them just enough. It's Jabs who claims both, though, with the axes.
That was very close to getting turned around for Quest with the Lion Teleport. Makoto in the right place at the right time, putting that ultimate to use, gets a double kill for Jabs, who gladly cleans up all of that gold. And now they're continuing to press the tower. Kiori just comes back in.
Yeah, I mean, he TP'd in towards the end of that engagement, which means he's not going to have a TP back out. Talon, early pressure going very well for them. A 2,000 net worth lead and a lot of damage on this tower now. And on the other side, you've got a Lifestealer who is a hard hero to gank and not a hero that Malik is going to be able to beat in a 1v1 either.
This is the downside of picking the Darkseer early. They banned 3 carries for it too in the Faceless Void, the Morphling, and the Bloodseeker. And you're still going to get a hero that can stand its ground versus the Darkseer. That feels really good from a draft perspective for Talon here. And it is the downside of first phasing his hero. You're going to get really powerful spells. You're not going to get a lot of momentum unless you have a very strong lane that you get out of it. I think only like the Spear Breaker comes to mind, and of course that got banned out as well. So Talon taking advantage of the fact that they have better heroes to rotate to down here on the bottom. Just getting numbers advantage straight up in this early game. Q will...
Flame break, and Firefly gets him over the cliff barely, and the Impale misses. Wow, just a very fortunate series of events there for Q. Keeps him alive.
And it continues to shut down Noob here, who has found nothing in the first 8 minutes. 0, 1, and 0. Very quiet, muted game for him so far. Down to Makoto's laning and Talon making the first moves. That tower just died bottom. They got like 4 kills of it and a tier 1 off a single Enchantress rotation, plus a Snapfire ult. That's just insane value right now. And now you can think about potentially invading more of Quest's map off the next round of Mortimer here, which is up in 4 seconds. For Makoto. Level 5 already on Ollie as well. Well, this is a nice way to use a double damage rune. If you can't kill heroes, just go kill ancient creeps.
So we've got an interesting matchup. I haven't seen this one too much. Lifestealer versus Primal Beast. There is a little bit of back and forth there, right? The Lifestealer is very good against tanky heroes, but the Primal Beast does have a BKB Rage Piercing disable. How do you feel that matchup goes, if you had to guess? Like, do you feel it's more favorable for one or the other?
I think stats-wise it's probably favorable for Lifestealer. However, I think in competitive games it's probably a whatever matchup.
Yeah.
I think if anything, maybe infesting the target that Primal goes on is the real use for Lifestealer in this matchup.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting. You are totally right, though. The pub stats do back up that Lifestealer's a pretty happy boy against Primal Beast. But as you said, when it comes to the highest level of play, we'll see whether or not that Pulverize is able to limit the effectiveness of Rage in these team fights.
Yeah, I just don't really believe in pub stats 100%, you know? Yeah, like, even this matchup, we're talking about the Beastmaster versus the Phantom Lancer. I get why that pub stat is so skewed because, yeah, in just an average game, these Drums of Slum are going to prohibit Phantom Lancer from playing the fight, but the heroes function very differently in competitive, especially Phantom Lancer, right? Like people, the way people play Phantom Lancer in pubs, they just doppel in and charge and hope that they win the fight.
Yeah.
That is not what happens as hero competitive. So I mean, not to flame
you could get built
everybody
like
out there, but I am
Axe
flaming
diffuser
everybody
build,
out there.
right? And just like
Yeah, you can play the
poke at 'em
outskirts. You can
constantly.
poke with the lances. It's a significant amount of damage. It's something that Beastmaster isn't that good against, because he can get kited out in that scenario. So I believe in that matchup a little bit more. Kisses coming off the Centaur stomp.
Going for the kill onto the Snapfire. They really need this one. Omar's going to put him down. Gets the finger off, and that gets the kill. And they can't really turn around on a Primal Beast. They're out of damage, and the Axes failed to get the kill on Kiori. They're making a break for the Power Rune. Jabs does get it ahead of him. Meanwhile, Malik is in a bit of trouble. No, he's not. He TPs away after a vacuum down the cliff on the Lifestealer. Very smart play.
And they're back in again. This is where the Primal's heating up. Man, those recovery stacks for Noob were huge. It got him so many levels off that DD with the smoke. I was about to rant about how much Ancients give you in this meta, but the I guess we're seeing it right now as he is now ahead of Makoto. So much for winning the lane and making a good rotation.
Yeah, seriously, they were up 2,000 net worth, and then all of a sudden it's Quest actually leading.
I don't know. Ancient camps just give so much if you get away with it. Now, the thing is, you in theory should have been able to punish that if you're Talon. Like, you should be thinking about some of these Ancients or invading the area. I mean, that's theoretical optimal gameplay, but it's easier said than done. Jabs will have a stack of his own here that he wants to clear through, so that'll also bounce it out a bit here.
What if Ancients could see through smoke? So you wouldn't be able to do these like Tinker and what he did with the Primal Beast there, of just like killing the Ancients without any sort of fight back?
No.
Okay. I thought it was a good idea.
Good try.
Rotation from Makoto and Ollie. They don't want to let this Primal Beast set the tempo of the game.
I mean, he's been setting it.
Unfortunately.
Slow start for Noob. He has definitely picked it up, and the gold and levels reflect that. If he gets to a fast BKB here, there's not much to combat him charging in. This is kind of a race to the two offlaner items here, and which team is going to be able to utilize it first. And I feel like this Primal is going to have first say. Like, this BKB should come out before the Ags on Jabs, and it should be more straightforward to use for Quest. A simple smoke into a team fight where he gets on top of any of these cores. I don't really know what your counterplay is outside of if you have a Roar or Lasso ready on that spot.
12-minute Power Rune, they're going to go for the kill on Kiori, but it's not a fast kill, and the Primal Beast will have his say, trying to trample all over Ollie. They'll have enough damage for it. Kiori, he might just die with the axes. Raindrop, the kids are going to start raiding in. Maybe Omar's in trouble as well. One or two, a third shot needed? No, the takeout burn damage is what kills him.
That's a naked Brown Boots Blink Lion. I was about to say, damn, he already has a Blink. The downside is he doesn't have Tranquil Boots or anything, so can't run off these spells. He will pay the iron price as Tier 1's going to take some damage here. Ato's done for Makoto, helps him with some setup. Doesn't help him with this type of scenario, though.
Slowing him down, Rod of Atos. Oh, the final swing isn't quite enough, and the wall miss. Q sneaking away with his life intact ever so barely.
Man, Quest do not want to give up Ancient control. They are really protecting their triangle early in this game. And it's given their cores pretty good defensive position on the map. They really want this Tier 1 alive mid as well. Just stall this game out, get to like second, third tier of items for all their cores.
Oh, he gets a cookie up the high ground. Oh.
That is a dangerous play to go for.
Yeah, I really thought he was going to gun for it. I think he maybe might have wanted to, but he misclicked on the cliff.
Still, this is just so much space for the Quest cores. You already have the Fusel done on the Phantom Lancer on top of the point booster working towards Sags. That is going to be tough to teamfight here for Talon. Even if you have this Drums of Slum, it's not guaranteed you get that interaction against TA2000 here.
Yeah, they're going to slow down that Drums of Slum. Welcome, Jabs. It's a Blink Dagger Diffusal Blade combo coming your way.
There's no TP.
Oh, the Infest! No! The Decay finished him off. They will be able to get the support kill and the Tombstone and chase away these heroes, so TA2000 won't be able to take the time to farm here. No kisses, so unlikely to be able to chase him down.
It's an
but
expensive
if they got
TP.
that Infest, it would have been a big save.
Yes, that's what 23 is looking for, because you're going to give up top tower during this move.
Oh, he's got Lasso. They'll get another one.
At least 23 gets a little more off of this rotation, as Malik will probably just punch the Tier 1 to death up here. Very slow and painful one for the Tier 1. Tier 1 mid also going to get pushed in by Noob. So Quest making the most out of this heavy core rotation bottom by Talon, showing all three on one lane. You got to get something somewhere, and this will be heavy objective damage for little downside. Another Haste Rune picked up by Noob as well. He is getting some good primal power runes this game. Somebody killed this lizard, my god.
Well, they won't be able to anymore. He's got a BKB. And Malik has a pipe complete because he broke apart his Vanguard.
No, I meant the ancient Thunderhide lizard that is blocking up one of your ancient cannons.
Oh.
Kill that lizard too, sure. Very fast BKB timing for Noob here. You just got ancient priority and it shows. It's a question of what can you do with it. You combine the Lion plus this Primal with the Ion Shell Surge on him. That's also a nice little combo here, right? Max the move speed out with the Trample.
Yeah, I think you automatically lose any fights that Primal Beast is a part of.
It looks tough. That said, these cores on Talon are pretty tanky, right? You have Lifestealer with 2000 HP and an Infest. You have Snapfire with the early Atos bots. Probably not going to be the first target gone on, and he's fairly tanky as well. And then that Vanguard Beastmaster closing in on Ags here for jabs. He has it in 100 gold. These are not the easiest cores to just all in with the burst. You pretty much have to commit a finger plus all of the primal damage, plus if you can get the Flesh Golem hit on him, then you're going to be really happy with the single target burst. If that here lives off an Infest, I think Talon's chances of turning that fight are very high. And an interesting itemization here for 23 is you will look for the Radiance, probably to help deal with the Phantom Lancer. I think it does buy you some time in the fight. It's not a direct answer, but every little bit helps. If you add up these tools between the Beastmaster drums, the Crimson the jabs could get later, plus a Radiance, plus maybe you get a Shiva somewhere in there, that sounds like enough to kind of slow the Phantom Lancer down enough in the fights. Again, he can play off the Lance spam with Ags. That is always the route with this hero.
Talon do successfully dodge this power spike that they had reached. Oh, I mean, they even got a mech now, but Quest were looking super, super strong. But now Talon have finished some of their items. They've got an Aghanim Scepter complete for jabs. They have the Blink Dagger done for Q.
They're ready to strike, especially if they can find the initiation first with the Bat Rider. That is going to be a key factor for a lot of these fights. How much can Q start for his team here? There isn't really a direct response to the Blink Lasso.
Oh, successful scan there. Great, great read. TA2000 got to be able to dodge away. Might be able to get to
too good.
An Axe before he gets ganked.
Omar looking to start this
off.
Oh yeah,
right. He spotted right away. He realizes a bit too late.
Yeah, you got to respect some of the Boar and Hawk vision on this map right now. Do Quest want to commit for this fight?
Yeah, the TA2000 in pretty deep. They do manage to get the roar on the real one with the kisses following up, but they know the Primal Beast is coming, and he is dangerous. Ollie's already victim of that one. Pull back in with the vacuum. Jabs, let's see, he's going to fight around this. They have the Infest as well, a little bit of extra HP. Their drums are going out, and he's staying alive. They can't quite burst him through, and he's going to live through this one. Take down Quest. They lose 2 off of that one, and now they're going to lose TA2000 as well, as he can't get away far enough. The Rod of Atos will help hunt him down. A 1-for-3 exchange, 4 really, actually, because they killed the Lion at the very start.
Quest not respecting the amount of HP that they can pump into this Beastmaster with that Infest, with some end shields that stall up a lot of the BKB duration for the Primal. I think it's just an overcommittal on Ollie at the start. I mean, I understand wanting to burst down this Enchantress. I think it just costs you too much, and this TP from Omar is, it's just way too optimistic here, as you got to respect the summons vision coming out from the Beast and the Ench, as well as maybe something else from, you know, you get your trees cut by axes or some kisses come through. Very ambitious. And here, you used a lot on your Primal to go for this Enchantress. Now you don't have enough burst in the tank. That's what I'm talking about. The EHP already from Talon is something you're going to have to worry about.
They thought they were going to get the burst, but it's Makoto who strikes immediately afterwards. The cookie on 2 lets the rest of Talon just swarm in, take him out, go for the mid tower next.
This is a lot of momentum you're giving Talon's way. That's your Radiance done for Lifestealer. 23 has had a perfect game so far, and all of a sudden, all 3 cores from Talon pulling out ahead. That BKB timing for the Primal backfired very hard here against Quest as they lose him. I mean, they don't lose him in the first fight, but they basically lose 2 fights off of this Primal BKB. An audio problem, no.
Yeah, they all in on that timing, right? They invested so many resources for Noob. Didn't get a successful fight out of it. Now his next team fights, he's going to be probably playing into a pipe onto the Beastmaster, so
and again,
a lot of his damage burst is limited.
It's just getting baited on this Enchantress. It's not an important target to take down. Like, you have 0 impetus points. I don't think the Ench is a threat right now. The slow is good in the fights for the shells, the charge, whatever, but you got to be looking at some big cores and committing heavy for them. Because like you said, all of that investment went into the Primal here. If Noob does not pay it back right now, this lineup has a decent chance of just falling flat in the next few minutes. And then you're falling back on the Phantom Lancer scale, which is not guaranteed.
Yes.
Like, this hero is not the end-all, be-all this game into the Radiance Lifestealer, into some AoE from Snapfire. Even in the ultra late, Snapfire actually gives you some decent tools versus the Phantom Lancer with the split shot on the Shredder. Sometimes you just find him in the fight with late game damage and he just gets chunked. You
Yeah,
also
we
have
casted
vision.
that, what was it, GPK versus Snapfire versus Phantom Lancer late game.
Yes, and that was not a one-sided affair, right?
Nope.
I also want to point that because you have the vision advantage on Talon with this Beastmaster and some Enchantress summons, you should, in theory, get more reliable jumps in these late-game scenarios with the Batrider. You have a chance that you maybe just find Phantom Lancer or find a Primal Beast at the start of the fight, and then where's the damage coming out in this quest lineup? You need a big vacuum combo on an Impale, or you're going to need these Lances to start going to work very fast. Talon definitely have some tools as they're looking to solve some audio tools. They do not have the capability for that yet. I think Talon were confused because they were hearing all of their cores getting gold, and
That's not
it's just
normal.
an uncommon sight.
I mean, this is really important. We talked about the the story of Talon and like not really succeeding in upper bracket matches. The only successful run they've had a major has been the very first one where they made a big lower bracket run. But it's concerning that the later majors, Talon has done worse and worse. But they didn't even make it to Bali. Couldn't even make it out of their own regional DPC. So the fact that they show up here at Riyadh Masters, manage to get into the upper bracket, and start off this game one against a Quest that has been cruising through teams. I mean, Quest and BBT look like the very two clear dominant teams of the group stage. They are the teams to beat right now, I think. Momentum is certainly on their side. The fact that Talon has taken to them pretty damn well in game one is a good show of growth, perhaps, for Talon. Right when they need it most, right? Riyadh Masters, TI, big tournaments. You want to be in your best form right now.
It is a very confusing team. I feel like they should have been better for a lot of the year than they were.
Yeah.
I felt that they have been stronger on paper than some of those recent results have shown, and the potential's been there. So, as you said, maybe fulfilling some prophecy here, putting the region on their back, no easy task. I mean, we saw what it did to NA yesterday. That back got snapped by AUI. so sometimes...
AUI 2000 is Bane.
I'm sorry, I had to throw some
breaking
shade.
backs out here.
But it's not an easy task when there's all this pressure on you, and we know after working in C this year that those fans are
ruthless,
passionate. They're very, very passionate.
Very
fans.
critical.
Yes, a lot
discerning
of
fans.
There's a lot of CEOs. Jabs is definitely one of them, and of course, when you are the CEO, you attract a lot of hate. There's some CEOs in the world right now attracting a lot of hate. Jabs is up there, as sometimes I think he gets too much hate. Like, you gotta understand.
He's a unique player, and I think that
yes,
if you just did standard things all day long, you could go by unnoticed all the time.
But
Jabs is unique, and he stands out, and that will draw some.
I think people underestimate how much of a leader he is, though, in a region in C that has historically lacked dominant shot callers and leaders.
Yes,
like
the skill, the player skill has always been there.
Yes.
It's just
He
leadership.
drafts, he captains,
Mm-hmm.
he's played every role in Dota. Okay, all of that is going to detract from your gameplay a little bit. I ask you, what captain has done all of that for a team and also been their star player? Exactly.
The closest name I could come up with is Zeb or No-Tail. Zeb and No-Tail both play different roles, both have had leading roles in teams.
Okay, that was a pretty good example. But, I mean, outside of that, you know?
I mean, two-time TI winners.
Yeah, that's an unfair
and
comparison
Jabs.
here. All I'm saying is I think Jabs does a lot for this team, both in and out of the game in terms of beyond just the individual gameplay. And I think it's a reason that they have succeeded where other C teams have failed, because that region desperately needs some of the decisive leadership to give you a direction. And here, it's a pretty good direction. All three cores on top for Talon. They are all scaling in this game, and they've been finding a decent amount of farm on their two supports as well, which can start to output some damage and give them a team fight setup. Jabs also went back for that pipe over the Crimson Guard here, so respecting the Primal and the Darkseer damage more than what the Phantom Lancer is going to do, at least in this portion of the game. I can kind of agree with that.
He got that pipe half off because it was used from his
Exactly,
last
yeah.
game.
He picked it back up out of the trash can and got thrown in previously, so, you know, a little efficiency use from Jabs there. They'll go back for the utility.
Meanwhile, Quest, this is a chance to see a little bit of versatility out of them, as I feel like in most of their matches, just because they seem to be so damn good, individually skilled, that they just get momentum early on these games and run away with it. This is going to be one of the rare times we're going to see Quest down at 20 minutes and see how they're able to recover, with TA2000 being an integral part of that. Star carry player on the Phantom Lancer, who's going to be trying to pick up an Aghanim Scepter, which will, I mean, he has it now, it'll make pushing high ground really annoying for Talon.
That is one concern. Is the high ground that easy for you? Maybe with Aegis it's a bit easier. You can let 23 siege. I think the BKB timings are also going to be vital for Talon. This is a pretty early push, honestly, considering they have a lineup that is going for, you know, 2 BKBs plus the Rage here. I kind of like it, though. If you can bring Quest back, I don't know if this is a push where you're thinking you're going to get a Rax, but if you get everybody back from the other side of the map, I think you're happy with that nonetheless. Just got to be careful on these exits, because you will get low during the siege to the Phantom Lancer spam, and then there's a chance you just get blink hexed and all in, and then you're in a weird spot, right?
I think Talon have just picked up their all-in items, right? They've got Aegis for 2 minutes and BKB done.
Yeah, they did go for the BKB on the Lifestealer, so things are aligning a bit here with that pipe and double BKB timing.
Yeah, if you'd gone an AC like Basher type build, or, you know, go back for a Maelstrom or something like that, like, you would have a little bit more longevity against this Phantom Lancer matchup, but this is a peak right here.
I just don't know how good this team fight is. Like, this Rack siege is very slow, and I think if you actually get sucked into the fight, I don't know if this is the fight you want. It's a very dangerous fight. That's how I'll phrase it, because there's back turnaround, there's a tombstone that might be very deep.
Grab him during the rage.
For Quest is pretty
Lifestealer,
good.
is he going to lose his Aegis here? He's going to try and get out.
Oh, the creep! It's the creep that got lassoed.
Q failing his initiation. Ollie trying to go in and help out the Lifestealer. Now he comes back in his second life, immediately pop the BKB. This is that big item usage,
not good
but he
for
has
Talon.
to just run away with it.
Yeah, you need to get the hell out. There is still BKBs up for Quest.
They're going to use the Primal Roar, turn around on Noob. Big burst damage. They almost have it, but no, the cookie. It was a little bit shy. He gets off the BKB, and now he charges right on through back to his base.
I guess sustain and HP for Talon's going to get him out of this predicament, but that was starting to look sketch, right? Like, you wasted lasso on a creep. This tombstone's ticking the whole time. That's that high ground fight that could just go horribly wrong. Talon, they don't get the tier 3. They get everybody back from Quest. A little net worth gain. Not the worst case scenario, and you did end up getting the BKB out of the Primal, which you're going to be pretty happy with, because if you can push that down to the 6-second mark, then it does limit what Noob can do at the start of these fights, at least.
See where Q messed up here.
I can tell you where he messed up.
Well,
see, right there.
Tried to go for.
In his defense, that creep was like literally inside the Darkseer.
Yeah, how did he not get Malik there? That was insane.
I'm glad we're actually going to watch this again, because that did look kind of suspicious. Okay, we're not going to watch it again, but it did look. Well, that one actually looked reasonable. Like
it did. I'm not gonna blame Q for that one. That looked.
I thought at first he grabbed the creep that was behind the Darkseer, but he actually just grabbed a creep I couldn't even see because it was so in the Darkseer.
Yeah, weird. Well, it wasn't the worst for Talon, but it also wasn't the best either. That was Aegis and the 9-second BKB timer. So you didn't get what you wanted to get done, I think, with this big item timing. Now, you still have plenty more timings to go. After all, level 20 is closing in for Makoto. You still have a lot of growth, but you did invest into going high ground, I think, during that time, during that window.
Again, I think expectation, it was within the expectations. I think assuming you're going to get a fight or a Rax there is pretty hard because the high ground defense and spam for Quest is solid. This go attempt I like a little bit more because you have the BKB on Batrider, and you have that Gleipnir finish for Makoto with a double damage, so a lot more AoE, a lot more follow-up, and the initiation for Q is pretty much guaranteed with that BKB. This type of push is more reliable because your initiation is significantly stronger here, especially if it doesn't go on a creep.
They got a siege wagon. They're going to go for it. Got the lasso on a TA2000, but he got picked up with the grab ally. They got the vacuum. 3-man vacuum back into the wall. A great setup with Noob getting the pulverize and jamming that damage straight into Talon. Ollie's limping away. 23 still good to go with this BKB, though, when he lays into the Darkseer. He's now dead. They're going to have to use more buybacks potentially, as the initiation was great for Quest, but again, the health and sustain allows Talon to push through anyway.
And they just sit in the middle of all of that with no cares at all. Drum, pipe, Gleipnir is locking everybody down. Everybody's just healing. The Lifestealer has BKB and Rage, so you're not getting much magical damage through into 23 during that period. Of course, Infest can boost these heroes up as well, and now you're just ready to go again. Sure, you counteracted that lasso initiation with a grab ally. That is pretty obnoxious here, but now you don't have BKB on the Primal. And Talon.
Pulverize go.
They don't need much mana on
They
these
can't
heroes.
do any damage to Jabs, not with these illusions around.
This is one of the issues in the matchup, is the mana burn on the Beast doesn't really matter since that drum is a passive.
That's true.
Still, Talon will respect Darkseer respawn. They get a tier 3, they get everybody back from Quest, and they got a lot of gold out of that exchange. More than last time, 4 or 5k extracted here.
Yeah, this was a much better go from them.
And now you're pushing towards that Mjolnir onto the Lifestealer, which is going to be able to throw the charge on the Beastmaster, make him an even more annoying target to go on.
Oh my god, you're right. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, this is going to be obnoxious, because like I said, you can mana burn the Beast, but if he just has Mjolnir active on him plus the drum, does Jabs care? I don't think he does. You just put him up there. What's the answer for Quest? I would normally say it's the magic damage going to the Beast between the Darkseer and the Primal, but you have BKBs, you have Pipe. You have a lot of sustain. It's not that easy. I like Talon's itemization in this game, and I feel like that is where they strike hardest, is when they're all on the same page about when they want to hit and what that hit looks like. And here it's just aligned pretty damn well.
Yeah, it has. Shiva is soon to be picked up alongside that Paladin sword that's giving the spell lifesteal. Ooh,
Even
Jabs
more.
Jabs is massive.
He is a big boy.
And just in time, too, for second Roshan. Talon want to keep this momentum up. Quest trying to deter it by getting into this position first, but they're going to get caught. Omar defends himself. No BKB. You're right. The Batrider Q may be paying for it. The Finger of Death finishes him off. They do get the Primal Roar onto the Primal Beast, and Omar's going to die to the Lifestealer's damage. Oh, he's going to be chased down by Noob. It's having a hard time being able to burst these heroes down. There goes the Infest. Again, the sustain is just out of control. They quickly deal with the Tombstone and focus down the dead Zombie Man.
There's just no long-term fight in the tank for Quest. This Phantom Lancer's not doing enough. Your Tombstone can never live versus the Shredder and the Inner Beast attack speed. Even with a botched initiation from Q where he has to buy back, doesn't get anything off, doesn't get BKB off, they still can't find anything else in that fight. Infest saves your other support, and then what are you doing here? You're just getting Radiance burn. These are jumps that Q is going to have to BKB early on because there is Blink instant Hex from line. It does not get any faster than that. So you kind of have to play conservative here, or you are going to get abused in the fact that their spell's just a little bit faster. Still, it's a great fight for Talon. Pretty much what you want. They get some sort of vision. You go in with the Batrider, and it just frees up space for your cores to truck in together, form an invincible wall. As Quest do not have answers for the aura and the ball that Talon are proposing in this game one. You're gonna have to find it soon, because this Aegis push, this is one that can convert it into racks, and they did get that Shivas eventually on the Beastmaster, so that's kind of the full circle in terms of items you're looking at to help deal with the Phantom Lancer in the fight. You're gonna have your Mjolnir, you're gonna have your Gleipnir, you're gonna have your Snapfire Talons coming soon, and now you have a Shivas, Pipe. I guess the only thing that's missing is Crimson, right?
Yeah, Jabs opted not to make the Vanguard go to Crimson for the greedier Shiva.
This is a stronger item than the Crimson at this point in the game.
For sure.
Especially just for him as well. The extra mana, not too bad either.
Yeah, he's got a cheese to be able to get him the mana when he needs, and he just delivered himself 3 mangoes. So
mangoes.
He knows mana's a bit of a problem for him.
I mean, he doesn't need the mana in the fight. He just wants to be able to mango or heal up so he can get a roar off later on, right? But he's happy to sit there and just tank it up. And level 20 is online for Makoto here with the quiver, as you always get here. So that Shredder burst gonna make some heroes disappear. Jabs taking the front line. Says, come at me, bro. TA2000 does indeed come at him. Went back for the Mage Slayer, by the way, trying to tank up on this Phantom Lancer with that plus an Elven Tunic, looking for any sort of HP he can get to last longer in this fight versus some of the magic AoE burn that Talon are just bringing out now. All of a sudden, that static charge going to work on Jabs. That is a hard hero to just burst through, especially when you don't have any displacement on Quest. If you had a Tiny Toss or a Lasso of your own, you could drag this Beastmaster deep. Maybe it looks more profitable. In this type of situation, I don't know what you do to this guy. And your wall has been thrown out, by the way, that yielded nothing here.
Yep, absolutely nothing. They're think very likely just going to have to give up this lane. It's hard enough to fight. Doing it without the wall seems madness. I mean, just getting a Lifestealer illusion, getting Radiance for yourself.
Talon just don't
pretty
care.
good.
And they found the Phantom
Oh,
Lancer.
TA2000 gets caught. Could it be changed then with the cookie? The Pulverize jump in, but immediately the Primal Beast managed to get the roar off. Phantom Lancer's in deep and just has to commit at this point in time. Oh, but the AoE damage is going to start raining in with the kisses. TA2000 is going to be first one down. Noob trying to stop the kisses, but cannot save his carry or himself. Another cookie. Put the Undying down. 3 dead on the side of Quest. They do have buybacks, but Talon are just going to take everything from Quest right here, right now.
I mean, they're missing some ults, but I don't think they care. They feed a cheese to 23 to get him back to full. And man, the itemization here paying off in spades as Talon just jam that timing straight into Quest base. Sure, you have a Phantom Lancer to defend your high ground. There's not going to be much high ground left by the time you can get in here.
Look at Jabs putting himself on the front line. Malik desperately trying to catch some heroes here. Managed to get a 2-man vacuum. They do manage to blow up Makoto. Good kill. Now the Pulverize on a Lifestealer who's at half health.
Look at this Beastmaster.
A static charm, a charge. This man is a one-man electronic dance festival. He's just jamming it straight to Quest, and they can't stop him. Meanwhile, 23 still has that second life. These two cores just seem to be unkillable. Lasso pullback, but once again, the Undying able to counter that with a grab ally. But what about Jabs? TA2000 just keeps on running into this brick wall. Can't stop him.
Why? Why is he still trying to run into it is the bigger question. You gotta kite this hero out. He's back in on top. Finally, the Hex comes through. Can they bail him out? Infest.
Oh, the commit, the invest. It's going to give him a little bit of heal, but it's not quite enough. But it does put 23 in a position to maybe finish off Malik. Go for more. Omar's a little bit low. Fortunately, a force down gets him out 23. Now going to have to call it quits.
There's no
with
Hex.
The kiting coming out from Quest.
He might have been able to get 23 on that TP out. Still, the damage that this Lifestealer is outputting over the course of the fight is extreme.
Like, how many times did TA2000 go, I'm going on the Beastmaster, guys?
I mean, yeah, what do the comms look like? Hey, I'm focusing on the Beastmaster, guys. 2 minutes later, yo, still focusing on the Beastmaster, guys. Could use a little help here.
Jab's just sitting there playing the drums. He's got the static charge on him.
This is one of those fights where both teams know what's happening. It's just a question of can you get to the back line, and finally Quest find Makoto. That's the big opening that really eventually wins them this base defense, right? Because the Beastmaster is always going to sit there. I'm still surprised at how much TA2000 is trying to focus him. Because once you burn his mana, I feel like you just leave him.
Yeah.
Like, what's he doing, right? He's sitting there thinking about his life.
If anything, I think you want to get away from him so he stops getting those drone charges.
If anything,
right?
you're
like,
powering
leave
him up.
him with nothing to hit.
Now, in this type of scenario, towards the end of the fight, when Omar can hex him up and allow you to burst him down, okay, then you start to go on him here. I guess it is a successful base defense for Quest as they hold on to a ranged Rax, lose 3. Pretty decent Aegis period for Talon. They got a lot of net worth out of that, up to 20K now. It's going to be another set of items for them as, I guess if you're Quest, you're just trying to get to this Phantom Lancer late game. Stall it out. An Ags on Noob would help here with some break a little bit.
Dire are scanning.
Talon, they're not going to wait. They're going to instantly smoke up and run back across this side of the map. That allowed them to finish the Lincolns on 23 here, so this Lifestealer is very hard to initiate on, which means he can almost always guarantee bail out his other cores. Will not find anything here from Talon, however, as they wait for the next Roshan. And Quest do have some time before the ultra late game Talons come online here. So you should have another 2 fights at least before you're really worried about Snapfire just overwhelming you with the damage. If you can find Makoto first, that's your best case scenario. Or if you can land a counter initiation on the Batrider like you've been doing with either a Hex or a grab ally to counteract the lasso, that is also a big component shutting down the displacement that Q normally should be able to offer here. He's not been able to find the drag back, so pretty much just putting jabs in front and hoping he's tanky enough. So far, he has indeed been tanky.
Another 1,000 gold, and Quest might have the answer to it, though. They get that Aghanim Scepter, they get the break on the Beastmaster. Jabs is going to regret not going for a BKB. His drums is going to get countered. He'll still have the charges, but I don't think he'll get more charges when he's broken.
No, if he leads with a roar, though.
Yeah.
You know, then you just immediately get the stacks. Bloodstone is a very interesting pickup for him. I Spell Lifesteal is not bad here. He just wants to be even tankier from a passive perspective when his mana gets burned. That plus Paladin Sword, you're up to almost, what, 40% Spell Lifesteal here?
It's pretty crazy. Oh god, they're just trying to stall this out. They're like, Noob, hurry up, man. He's like, I need another 500 gold, guys. He's gonna come back, and I think he's gonna sell.
The thing is, you already have the drum stacks on him.
All right, he sold his model, sold the Windlace. He's got the axe now.
This break could matter. It could also not matter, depending on who gets their ult off first. Jump means everything right now. Kiss is gonna zone to allow a boar to hit the racks. I don't know if this is the most efficient use of it here. TA2000 finish.
Trying to beat themselves out, managed to get the Hex onto the Beastmaster. Do they follow that up? Do they dive for him? The lasso on the real TA2000. The pulverize going onto the Beastmaster. They're going to focus him down. Jabs is dead. He goes down, and now Noob, he starts putting out some serious AoE damage. There's still 23 to deal with. Good 4-step up to the high ground. Beautiful stuff from Omar. 23 is left with nothing to hit while TA2000 is going to town.
They're in trouble.
He chases after Makoto. They know they have to get out of here. BKB, Glimmer Cape, Silver Edge, all to disengage. And ultimately, Quest they hold, but all they got was the Beastmaster.
What do you mean all they got? They got the Beastmaster. Thank God. The Beastmaster has been a god in this game.
Yeah.
That is not an easy hero to bring down, and it is worth a lot of time here, right? That's what they win out of that fight. You only lose the range racks. You defeat the Aegis here for Talon, which means it's time for Phantom Lancer to farm up, continuing to push ahead, and I guess that break was enough here because you didn't get the stacks on jabs, right? The Hex prevents any sort of roar coming out to build it up.
I mean, even then, the break, did they really do anything? I think they just chain stunned him.
Yeah, actually, it didn't even matter, right? He just never got the stacks built up in the first place. That is something Jabs is going to have to think about as these fights go forward. You really need to start landing this roar before they initiate on you. It's a really big deal having this drum up for the heal, especially with this sort of build with Shiva's Bloodstone. Like you said, no BKB, no Aeon Disc.
You might have just given the Roshan over, but at the same time, Talon might just take your Mega Creeps. Oh no, they focused on an objective, but it might be the wrong one. The Glyph is going to go out, a TP back from Malin.
I mean, you have
Can
range
he
BKB.
hold this alone?
You definitely commit here if you're Talon. This should be Megas for sure.
Wall goes out, he can't stop it. That is going to be Megas and a TP away from Talon. Have the Aegis, have the Refresher, have the cheese, have everything you want. We're going to get a much bigger prize out of this one. We're still going to fight a little bit as it is going to be Quest kind of delayed as they get back. Talon not able to get a pick off that they're hoping for, but still disengaging, nobody lost.
And that's just not worth it for Quest. I think if you ask Talon, would you take Megas to give up an Aegis? I think they'll say yes every time because basically they were getting that Aegis so they could commit for the Megas.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you have to wait out maybe a little bit, but I don't think Quest can do anything with this period because the wave shove is going to be deadly versus their lineup that has to take the fights in the 5-on-5. I was about to say that was
for some growth. I mean, Malik can get his Aghanim Scepter.
You can continue to grow here for Quest. This game just looks very difficult now that you're going to have to commit Shells and Phantom Lancer Illusions to push out waves. In theory, Talon should eventually be able to find an opening with a Bat Rider jump, right? Yeah. That's my issue right now. However, you did get that Aegis cheese, and Aegis on the Phantom Lancer is pretty damn strong if Talon throw into you. And Refresher Shard for Malik. Yeah, double wall, double vac, double Shivas, Greaves. That is a very strong single team fight there off that shard.
It's going to be caught. Lasso with the Life Stealer. A Nullifier on him means Noob can't even jump away, even if he wanted to. The Onslaught
does have buyback. This might bait Talon into a very aggressive fight where you can clear them off with that Aegis and Refresher Shard.
TA2000 might be able to find the real one. They've done a great job before. Mostly Q with the lasso. Time and time again has found the real PL.
Honestly, if I'm Jabs, I might just like roar an illusion or something to get the stacks. I don't know if I care about anything else.
You get silenced.
He's going to build him up here.
Wall's going to be put on top of him. He activates the Bloodstone. Great vacuum. Putting some heroes together. The stun is put onto the real PL with a buyback now from Noob. He's going to pop. Nice vacuum with a second wall with a beautiful combination followed up by Noob. And all of Talon get wiped out. They really underestimated the power that Quest is able to put out with that Refresher and with the combo of the Primal Beast to follow it up.
Man, they didn't get BKBs off. That back into the onslaught just ruined them. In 2 seconds, your heroes are gone. Snapfire, Lifestealer, you have spell immunity. Can't use it in the grave here.
And all of a sudden, there's room for Quest to get something here. They get a double damage in the river. They're going to be able to go high ground here. 60 seconds left on the Lifestealer.
This is a chance. This is a way more of a chance than Quest deserved in this game. And you have to beg the question from Talon. Why push into this Aegis when your lasso's on cooldown, right? You found that big pick on the Primal. He gets the buyback here. You have to be thinking about this buyback and getting out. You just can't get out in time off the TP Rage. You could also have just waited for another lasso and start a fight off the lasso where it's more reliable.
100% Q. He's desperately trying to kill the creep wave.
What is happening
single
right
range
now?
creep is still going to be alive.
He has buy, but that's a 100-second death. TA2000, he still has a minute and a half on this Aegis. He has cheese in his backpack, and you're giving him a level 25 talent almost. Waves are being cut by the Primal as, sure, you have a Centaur hitting tier 3, tier 4s for Quest. I don't think it's threatening them too much as it goes down. And Malik getting in top wave. Quest are going to have really good map control. Can they do anything with it as Talon are respawning?
Yeah, the weird thing is they had a tier 1 tower down at the bottom lane. It's not like Quest is going to be able to go straight for Throne because you had Jabs who's going to be able to stand in front of them.
Still, they got a melee Rax. This is way more than I thought they'd get off this Aegis period, which I think was going to be 100% defensive. Talon throwing a little bit away. I should say a little. It was actually quite a bit of gold. They threw away their entire lead here. We're down to a 3K game. I mean, one could argue that the gold here for Quest isn't as valuable considering they have to deal with lanes. Still, that is concerning.
It is concerning. Talon.
A little concerning.
Don't want to be choking this early on into the series. Again, I think it's so important. Just chill out. Let Jabs get his BKB, man. Like, he has been a big factor against this PL. Just let him get a BKB so he's not bursted by magic damage as easily, that the break isn't as effective against him.
Let him cook.
Let him cook. And they still have other items that they can get. The Lifestealer isn't quite maxed out. It seems he, I mean, he's still going to Moonshard, Aghanim Scepter, and swallow that one, but it also looks like he wants an Abyssal Blade, replace one of his current items.
You have a refresher on Malik, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, that was a refresher shard, but he has an actual refresher now. So that double vacuum, double wall that really just crushed Talon in that last fight, it's going to be up every time now. And you have to think about these vacuums because you have an onslaught that you can pour through, and you have an Earth Spike that can go into it.
Yeah,
so if you get caught with multiple heroes, you might not get those BKBs off. Same as what happened last time. Even if you do, you're not guaranteed to get out. The single target physical burst from the Phantom Lancer is significant now, and that is heart finish for TA2000. This Phantom Lancer, he is tanky as hell now between the Heart, the Scotty, and the Mage Slayer pickup. He's almost level 25. The high ground defense is formidable now on the side of Quest as they got some big items to help them fight around these tier 4s. They will find Omar with a lasso.
Yeah,
this is what you want to do.
The part that's going to be, I think, the hardest part for Quest here is they've shown they can win the team fights, but they are going to be constantly under assault from these lasso picks.
It's up again in 40 seconds, right? This is how I think you want to play the fights for Talon. You have Ninja Gear on the bat, you have BKB. Okay, there is a grab ally counterplay that can come out, but your lasso is lower cooldown than Tombstone.
And
so,
frankly, the Undying just can't be everywhere.
Yes, the chances that Kaori can counteract every lasso every 50 seconds with a Tombstone is just not reliable enough. So that's how I would play this game if I'm Talon. I'm just telling Q, find every little pick and continue to do it until you have creeps push in, you get a big core pick off, maybe a hero without a buyback, and then you take the fight. No reason to give Quest a straight 5-on-5 here. Only hero without buyback for Quest is that Primal Beast that was used earlier. Still 3 minutes left on the cooldown for Noob. So you also have to consider that if you're Talon, when you go for this final base throne push, it's a 5-on-9, 5-on-10. You don't have a lot of heroes that can get back into that fight. It's only the Snapfire bots here. Another quick lasso play. They'll send some creeps in, maybe get some vision.
Some big boosts coming in soon. Level 25 Primal Beast, which is usually the pulverized duration. We have level 25 coming in for the PL, which I think you should be going critical strike. I mean, I think you got to just focus on your burst damage.
This does feel like a critical strike game. think that ends up being the more common talent anyway.
There's level 25 for the Lifestealer soon. Rage Duration or the Feast's Lifesteal. And then level 25, of course, for the Snapfire, which we've seen plenty of times at this point. Little Shredder plus the multi-shot.
Yeah, Makoto's talent is definitely probably the most influential in this game. However, that Primal Beast 25 is also pretty game-winning. Like, this extra pulverized duration.
Yeah, hold the Lifestealer during his entire rage.
It's nice this game.
Amazing.
It's really nice this game. Even just extra duration on the Beast or the Snap if you manage to catch them, right? And especially since you have 2 of them with a Refresher, plus a Timeless Relic for extra debuff duration.
And they're vacuumed together, so the AoE damage from Pulverize is also doing some decent work.
If you get caught in this mosh pit, I think you're gone. Like, I don't think you're coming out of there alive. The survivability you had earlier in this game is not going to keep you alive anymore. And I kind of go back to this Bloodstone build on Jabs. Look, I like these Bloodstone spell lifesteal builds. I try them a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of times I also feel like they fall flat more often than they work, outside of maybe Leshrac. And I think this item is not doing much for Jabs at this point. This is where he wish he'd had that BKB or even just something else like Refresher for double roar or, I don't know, Hex. Then you'd have like
with the Hex.
You'd have a Hex follow-up after the lasso, right? That is something that has caused Talon some issues. Q's found a couple of good lassos on TA2000 this game. You have to reward those, and the problem is he's dragging this lassoed Phantom Lancer into what, right? There's like a cookie stun, and then he just doppels. Hex would have been pretty nice here. Nonetheless, they will claim some extra gold off of Roshan, as this is another dire side Roche for another Refresher Shard. So who wants this one? Is it Makoto for double Shredder? Or double Roar? It'll be double Roar for Jabs, it looks like.
Who has already had some mana problems, but double Bloodstone usage, double Shiva's BKB.
The thing is, I don't think he wants to play these fights by just frontline anymore.
Yeah.
I think you're just dying. So I think this is more of, okay, you have BKB, so now you have double BKB, double Roar. This is where if you find the last one, a big core target, you pull him in, you roar him, then you have a second round for either some buybacks or another big core that goes in. Maybe the Primal when he goes in and wants to pulverize because Noob assumes, oh, Roar was used, time to go in. Well, just kidding, I have another one. That might be something that can really turn these fights because you have to keep that spell in mind if you're Noob, right? When you go in, you want this super long duration pulverize off the level 25 Talon. You want that to last the whole time. Talon have some interrupts here. In the lasso, in the roar. You have to keep track of those, make sure you come out on top.
I do think Jabs can still frontline, but I think it does require the initiation. He primal roars, and then he pops BKB and just runs in, right? As long as he's got the magic immunity going and he already has the drum charges, I think he's still kind of good to frontline.
I don't know, man. You just get like jump hexed all in. I don't know if you're living through that. Maybe
Rage
you get forced and
was the
glimmer.
choice for the Lifestealer.
It's spooky. Yeah, I mean, can't blame him here. Spell immunity is pretty damn nice as we push into this ultra late game. 50 minutes on the clock. Position, as we've said, Talon are very familiar with. This will be another long game for them. Long game to start out the day, and they're looking for the lasso jump off a smoke. Infest Bomb. What is Q gonna find? Illusions.
Smoke starts breaking. Sequest. Not pushing past those tier 4s.
He kind of sees TA2000 here. You just have to keep in mind where this Undying is as well. Does he want the Phantom Lancer? That's another question.
Also, is he faster? Oh, the Hex goes off first.
That's
They
so
go for the
aggressive.
initiation. What a beautiful vacuum. Now the outside. No, the Primal War comes in from Jabs. He refreshes. He's got a second one to go through. Who's he going to use it on? Looks like the Primal War a second time, but it gets put inside the Tombstone. Meanwhile, on the side, Malik, who after that initiation gets a second wall vacuum in a tight little corridor. And now the monster jumps in. It's a monster mash. Noob jumps in and cleaves through 2. 23 still working for this one. He's got an Aegis, and he's going to rely upon it. He needs it, a second line to work with, as Jabs is going to try and help him out here, but Jabs, his second BKB, may not be able to stand up to this physical damage. They go for the Hex, on to 23, gets the rage off, nullifier. Omar's going to die, turns around, pushes back TA2000, trying to get the focus, trying to get the life steal going, but TA2000 may be too strong. They've got the
going all in.
coming in, a little bit control. That's going to be enough for life stealer. Makoto comes back, tier 4s are all gone. Jabs is fighting against all of these heroes with 23 and Ollie on
on the side. TA2000, it's a non-stop sustained battle that cannot seem to be won, but Makoto doesn't have that sustain. They see the option to go on him, but no! They lose the Primal Beast, and TA2000 has to buy back as well. Talon, they're gonna try and push through, see if they can get these tiebacks out, but it's TA2000 who's full health now. Malik fighting with the wall, needs another vacuum, needs to be able to stop 23 Savage. A vacuum goes out, but 23, he finishes off the darks here. 2 members left on the side of Quest, a throne that is low, now making 1 member left. TA2000 against 4, he cannot do it. There is not enough lances, not enough illusions to be able to put a stop to Talon, who will take game 1.
Oh, TA2000 versus the world at the end, but the world crushes him beneath the weight of this triple core lineup that is enough to eventually clear through the illusions and push through to this throne. That looked extremely volatile, though.
Yeah.
You were committing aggressive buybacks that kind of got delayed from Talon. The late game shot calling ends up panning out, but damn, that was close to being thrown, right? Because you were delaying this Makoto buyback. They were questioning it. Do we want to all in this fight? How good is it looking? By the time you get your heroes back in there with the bots, 23 has to buy his own to get back there. If you die, that's game.
It was a risky call, but it paid off. And it paid off in the big stage. It paid off in the upper bracket. Talon now have a 1-game lead. This, I think, was a big game for them. I feel like in a lot of ways this broke something open a little bit psychologically wise. I mean, I feel like they're a bit of a stronger team that we've seen throughout the year.
Maybe just a big sequence in the last few minutes here too. Like that's one of those sequences where with the shot calling and everything, if it goes bad, all of a sudden you start to doubt everything you're doing. But when it works, hey guys, listen to the calls, we believe in each other, and look, if we listen to jabs, we're gonna win these games.
52-minute game, Talon take victory in game 1.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. The first game goes the way of Talon, 1 step closer to top 6 here at Riyadh Masters, and of course 1 step closer with that to getting an extra $500,000 on top of their prize pool. Crazy game for sure. We, at the start of this draft, at the end of the draft, the start of this game, said Faith Beyond that late game, Quest was going to have maybe a little bit of an upper hand. This game went pretty late, but Talon non-stop had Quest's number. How was that possible?
Yeah, I think Talon, they did really good at the early stage. They have a great rotation at bottom tower, T1 tower. They secure the Beast Master game, and I think that's the main reason they can win the team fight in the mid game. Because as we can see in the late game, if they can burst some hero, some Quest, if Quest can burst some Talon's hero, they can still win the team fight. But they can't do that because Talon have a huge lead at the early stage. Yeah.
Yeah, of course also here with Purge and Effie. Effie, this game, it was a brilliant show from Talon. They definitely did their homework.
They really did, and I just love to see the adjustment from their series yesterday versus Liquid to what we saw in this game 1 today. Because yesterday they just went for this like triple core, super greedy lineup. And like we mentioned before, that is going to be very difficult to do against these high-paced European teams. But today, they just did a complete pivot. It feels like they learned so many lessons yesterday, and they played such a high-tempo lineup that everything about it was just perfectly executed, except towards the end. But in late-game situations, things get a little bit crazy, but their rotations were on point. The Enchantress coming in bot and securing that tower very early on was pivotal in this game. The draft was beautiful. I thought the Lifestealer was such a good pick, and they just had no damage for this Lifestealer. And Quest go for the very late option in this PL, but by the time this PL is super online, you've lost your entire map, right? You're playing against Mega Creeps. You're playing with the disadvantage of only being able to sit in your base and wait for mistakes. So yeah, hats off to Talon.
Yeah, I think Quest could have definitely had an easier game if the Beastmaster wasn't so far ahead. In that tier 2 fight bottom, where the Beastmaster almost got bursted but got saved by the Infest, I feel like if they kill Beast right there, they get 1 or 2 more kills, and then they go on to like have a net worth advantage, and then you don't see that like PL can't possibly damage Beastmaster thing. If they're ahead a little bit, I think the game's very different, and it doesn't become this like playing from really far behind for the majority of the game.
Yeah, you talk about a very crucial moment in that game, and that is why we chose that particular fight where that Beastmaster gets saved for the STC play analysis. And it was the bottom 5, Faithbeyond, you mentioned it as well. It was the fight that, whoa, this is, well actually, okay, this is the fight we selected if Quest won, which they didn't. But let's highlight that one instead, because there was still, I guess, a way. They had to have everything fall into place. It was the double vacuum wall coming out, Faithbeyond. This is where maybe we thought Quest had a little bit of time.
Yeah, I think this is the first time they have a really big comeback in team fight. And yeah, they burst some heroes and they can win this fight, and they have Refresher, Shard on Darkseer. So I think as this fight, so we can know if they can burst some heroes, then it's an easy win for them.
Yep, and they obviously didn't have Refresher Shard in every fight, and they also did not really get any fights like this before this. I mean, at this point, Effie, they are mega creeps. It's an uphill battle. They should have done better before that fight in particular.
I mean, I think they did as best as they could, because Primal Beast making a comeback through the stacks was great. The line had an early Blink Dagger. They played where they could, but they put themselves in a position where they are conceding their map, because you're playing into Enchantress and Beastmaster and a Lifestealer. This is an early game, high aggression kind of lineup, and you go for a last pick PL when you had the option to go for TA. So this is something that you do expect when you pick a lineup like this, but maybe they thought that Talon wouldn't play as cleanly as they did those first 30 minutes, because it felt like they made every move correctly, right? Mikoto had a great lane. He hit his timings correctly. He got so many kisses with those early Mortimers. The infest onto the Beastmaster was so pivotal over and over again. It felt like there was just no damage at all from Quest early on.
Maybe a little bit of underestimating of opponents, Purge, because we talked about this. We said, you know, Talon so far, every game we've seen about them has been not the cleanest and mostly tailored towards doing well in the late game, oftentimes, and especially in their last series they played yesterday, a very greedy draft. And maybe Quest just wasn't anticipating Talon to adapt.
I think the issue was the Beastmaster, basically. So it was a little bit out of their hands. I mean, they picked the PL. The Beast was still in the pool. Maybe they should have foreseen that. But I think the drafts were relatively fine up until that point. So whether they needed to ban Beastmaster and pick PL or pick a different carry, I think that was maybe the crucial problem. Or they just needed to execute slightly better this game. They committed to the Beastmaster in that one fight. It got turned on them. That got them really far behind.
Very unfortunate for Quest, but this is interesting for us because these two teams have not faced before. We have seen Quest do well at a LAN before, of course, in Bali. But as we heard earlier today, this is the longest tournament they've ever been a part of, and it is really interesting to see a relatively young team, Faithbeyond, adapt mid-tournament, mid-series, more importantly. This could be potentially a moment for them that could be defining for their journey forward, would you say?
You mean for Talon?
Yeah, for Quest as well. For Quest, losing a game here, it's high pressure.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's upper bracket. It's a big step. Everybody won't take it. But I think both teams, they perform very well in this game. So I don't think they should worry so much. They just, like, we can just try to be better at next game. Both strategy and play, I think they are both very, very good.
I agree. I didn't see any mistakes in Quest's lineup, not lineup, but in Quest's gameplay that game. They did everything that they could to get back into the game, and they pressed their spells correctly. It's just that they were at a disadvantage in terms of when their lineup would come online. And that's just, I think, them being caught off guard by Talon, because Talon, who hasn't run Snap more than once, and not once through the mid lane this tournament, did it. And not only that, they played Beastmaster Enchantress, which they haven't done before together. So maybe they got caught off guard and they'll adjust in game 2.
Yeah, we saw just now Sunby having a lot of words for his team and probably talking about how to strategize game number 2. And Sunby is, of course, a very experienced coach. Especially for Talon, who's been with them for a little while. On the other side, Quest Esports, they've got Guess Who? And I'm not asking you to guess, that is actually his name. He's a very unknown coach. He also only joined the team a couple of weeks ago, if that.
You're right, Shiva. I know absolutely nothing about him as well.
Yeah.
It's not just you guys. Yeah.
No, I mean, it takes a while for a coach normally to click with the team, regardless of how experienced they are.
That's true. And sometimes it can be helpful just because you have new ideas. It's a sixth person to spend effort on replays, on team knowledge, on going over your own team's mistakes. Just someone having an extra set of eyes that didn't have to be focused on playing the game is immediately helpful. So even if they don't have time to gel strategy-wise necessarily, having a sixth person is always going to be helpful.
Yep, so he's got his work cut out for him, and we're going to see both Sunbees and Guess Who's work put in action in the draft of game number 2. But for that, we are going to take a quick break, but when we're back, it's more Dota 2 here at Riyadh Masters. Welcome back. We are ready for game number 2. Quest Esports, Talon, head-to-head in a best-of-3. We're in the upper bracket of the playoffs. It's the first day of playoffs, and it's Super Tuesday. We got a lot of series to go through, and Talon and Quest up first and have the honor to play for an extra $500,000 to their name here of the prize pool. And first game won by Talon in a fashion that, well, they played a little bit different from what we expected them to play. Normally they're slightly on the greedy side, slightly oriented for the late game, but they really stepped it up to try and match Quest, who normally are the ones with the fast-paced lineup, and this time around they weren't, so they were a little bit mismatched. We're gonna find out what's happening in game number 2 and who has the upper hand. A lot of it was decided on draft, so we're looking forward to see here what has changed. Draft will be on our screens in a second as you see the countdown. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and Faith Beyond. Faith Beyond, game number 2 coming our way. First of all, we want to see some changes, probably in the opening of the draft. Where would you like to see it go?
I think Quest maybe make some change, because for Talon they win the game and they win the early game. So they maybe think, okay, we can keep pick it. But for Quest, maybe they want have some change. Maybe don't take Undying on first pick, but they can still go for it if they want. Because honestly, last game is just a little bit mistake in bottom tower. If Quest can rotate first, maybe they can win the game. So I think both games' strategy is fine.
All right, so you don't want them to over-adjust, to adjust too much.
I think maybe from their perspective, they will think, I don't need to over-adjust.
Okay. Well, let's see. We got Talon on the Dire side. They first ban Rubik like they did last time. The big difference, of course, is here that Talon has first pick and Quest has second pick. We got the Darks here now banned out as well. That means that Naga Siren makes it through, which was the hero that Talon banned in the opening bans previously. And now Batrider removed as well. So that means that Enigma is also still left in the pool, which was banned previously, Effie.
Yeah, but Snapfire is still in the pool.
Yeah.
Snapfire has proven to be an issue for Quest in playing versus Talon because they didn't do prep for it, right? Because up until now, Talon hadn't really been playing Snapfire. Yesterday they ran it on the offlane, but they showed a really impressive mid performance. And yeah, Talon go for that first pick Snapfire. Quest maybe make a mistake here in prioritizing Bat over Snap, but at this point, it's pick your poison.
So Quest goes a little bit back towards their bread and butter. They haven't drafted it nearly as much recently, but that is Kaori's most played hero, the Shadow Demon. And they pick Primal right off the bat to maybe discourage the Enchantress from being picked. It was very good against Enchant for the vast majority of the game. He was eating him alive when he was level 6 and Enchant was only 3. And the responding, you can't really pick Undying either because they've already got Snapfire. That was like one issue, I think, in the Quest draft that felt a little bit inadequate, was that Tombstone just did not feel like a good spell for a vast majority of the game until he got the Shard.
This Primal Beast coming this early into the draft request is something they're very comfortable with because for the most part, I think they will choose to run it on the offlane unless some really bad matchup comes up. Because we saw in Game 1 that the Primal had to come back through Ancient stacks to match and pace with the Snapfire, and they couldn't really have the rotations that they needed to counter Talon's push in the bottom lane because Primal Beast was busy recovering. So I would like to see this being relegated to offlane potentially. Talon go for the Primal Beast counter in the Clockwork.
We can see both teams are pretty confident about their core, same as last game. They have a little adjustment on support.
So where do you think this Primal Beast should go based on the first 2 picks of Talon, Faithian?
I think maybe should go mid because Clockwork is a counter pick to Primal Beast. Maybe you will have trouble on offlane.
Do you think there is an issue in how slowly the Primal Beast came online because he had to come back through farming, or do you think that they're okay to do the same thing this time?
If you put Primal on mid, you can farm very fast and you can get your BKB very fast and you can you can get away from Clockwork. It's very annoying.
I agree, but we did see Makoto solo kill him mid in the previous game as well and get ahead, so it's maybe better to avoid the Clockwork, but I'm worried that it's going to happen again to Noob.
I think that was a Makoto outplay though, because I don't remember the kill very clearly, but I think the cookie disrupted the onslaught. So it was just very well timed and well played by Makoto, where I feel like Noob maybe won't die in the same fashion this game.
All the teamfight heroes being banned by Quest Esports, the Enigma and the Silencer. And on the other side, the 2 Snake Ladies getting banned, Naga Siren and Dusa. Are there any more Snake Ladies in the draft that I'm missing?
There's Snake Men. I don't know if you can call, Viper, Slardar maybe a Fishman. I don't know.
Very good TA ban, because if they had taken the TA and put it on the safe lane, this is just a really solid hero in terms of playing versus both Clock and Snapfire. And it could honestly be a potential mid-flex, even though we haven't seen Noob play it. And that hero does very well versus Snap. I feel like potentially for Talon, they could be looking at Monkey King, right? Something that can lane into this Primal Beast early on.
Well, we know that Quest likes Mirana and Omar a lot, and this time they have the Shadow Demon to get nice setups.
They also have the arrow into Pulverize, which is a really great combination for finding picks in the early game.
I mean, if you can find where the body flying in the air is, sometimes it's like 500 units in the... Fix that
True.
bug, please.
Can be confusing. I will also say it's nice to catch a Snapfire in the back line because she's standing still with the Mortimers, even though you won't stop her damage, but at least you can find her afterwards. And Clockwork is often to be found inside its cogs, which also take a little bit of time to escape, so it's another kind of arrow-friendly setup from the enemy team.
And she can leap out as well if she gets caught. So, yeah, definitely a really solid pick there. That's actually Omar's second most played hero of the tournament with 4 games and 4 wins.
Nice.
So, definitely happy with Quest's lineup to start.
Yeah, it gives some Talon some pause as well. It's kind of interesting to see that so far on the side of Quest Esports, you can see their remaining bonus time is 2 minutes 10, which is the exact bonus time that teams start the game with. So they have not needed to think extra hard on any of their selections or bans on picks so far. There will be an Undying this game. It is on the side of Talon. I will say Mirana is a little bit of a counter towards the Tombstone. Is that still the case, or is that a little bit outdated?
I mean, I think the leap attack speed is definitely nice for killing things like Tombstone and Egg, but it doesn't feel that hard of a counter the way that Little Shredder does.
Yeah.
But for the most part, she's a ranged hero, so she can do some nice right-clicking on lane. Like, that's pretty cool. But with this Undying and Clock dual support being picked up, if Primal Beast gets put on either side lane, he's going to struggle. Like, both of the supports on Talon can be flexed around and will make it hard, so I wouldn't be surprised if this Primal just is their mid hero now.
Yeah. For Talon, they pick 2 melee support. I kind of worry about their lane, and because also they are first pick, their carry and off lane first come out.
So yeah, more counter pick opportunities for Quest Esports.
Yeah.
I kind of like the Wolves and the Summons though. They can help disjoint some like arrow setups. That's one good thing. I think the zombies block arrows too, right? So there's going to be a lot of crap on the board that makes it harder for Mirana to get some monster arrow setups. But in a lot of other circumstances where they're just fishing for kills, they should be successful at finding pickoffs with this.
Is there any hero that Quest could go for? Ooh, never mind.
Okay.
Fairblade.
It's a typical counter pick to Lycan.
Yeah, you reflect him, you get Feral Impulse, which increases your base damage, and you have a lot of base damage on TB already, so he's going to be able to do tons of extra DPS, especially if Lycan picks up an AC or some other aura item. So I like the TB pick, and right now the damage is pretty physical focus. I mean, there's some magic from Snap and Clock too, but I feel like TB's pretty happy playing against most of these heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. Like, TB is going to be like a strong hero to take Quest into the late game like they always do with TA 2000, but I feel like this Lycan pick on the side of Talon looks really effective in killing these Quest supports. Like, this Mirana and Shadow Demon should struggle playing versus this Lycan unless Quest are the ones smoking and finding the fight. So it goes both ways in that, yeah, Lycan got counterpicked. Lycan got counterpicked on lane, but he also provides a lot by way of team fight for Talon later on.
Yeah, I feel like Lycan's good against the Quest supports, but he's not going to be good against any of the cores on Quest.
Yeah, true.
And that's why it's a double-edged sword, right? So I just mentioned the positives.
Oh, okay.
Faceless Void removed as well. It's still a little bit unclear of who's going where, but with the Faceless Void ban, potentially they're expecting that Snap to be mid again, like an offlane.
I mean, Timbers are still in the pool. Talon must ban it out. You have so many strength heroes here.
Maybe they want to pick it up themselves. We saw Mikoto play Timbersaw yesterday. Or is that not good anymore at the moment? Up against the Primal in the mid lane might be good.
I think versus this Terrorblade, who's going to have a good lane and an early Scotty timing, picking Timbersaw may be very difficult for Talon.
Yeah, but it's a good choice for Quest, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
They have no such damage to kill the Timbersaw.
And oftentimes we actually see Timbersaw in the first phase bans against Quest, because Malik definitely knows how to handle that. They'll end up banning out Underlord, however. A little bit worried for that one. Let's see what Quest will remove. It will also give us a clearer idea of where they think everybody is going to go.
I think Talon need to pick a ranged carry, the same way Quest needed one last game but didn't do it, because you have 3 bodies being like thrown at your enemies, right? You've got the Clockwork, Undying, and Lycan who are going to be balling in, and you have Snap on the backline. You need another range carry who can take advantage of the strengths that your melee heroes have to offer, and also just have a solid lane, because you're going to be playing into a Mirana and Shadow Demon. If you pick another melee hero, you're kind of screwed laning-wise.
Oh, interesting. They banned Timbersaw by themselves.
Yeah, and there still will be the Tidehunter. Oh, time for a tiebreaker there. 14-14 on the record so far.
Well, that ups the tempo of Talon's draft a lot, because now with Lycan carry and a possible Meteor Hammer Tide, they're just going to shred towers, and then they're going to move around with like Clock plus Snapfire, just hunting this TB.
I don't like it so much, to be honest. Like, what it does is it gives you team fight, but it doesn't really, I don't see Talon's super strong win condition or timing. Like, they just have to hope that they win their lanes and that their Snapfire gets really farmed, and they just keep getting these skirmishes and kills over and over again. But like, it doesn't stand out to me as an exceptionally strong draft that can fight into Quest. I feel like this Terrorblade is still unaddressed, and their lanes are not as strong as they should be to pull off a draft like this. So I like Quest's draft more here. And yeah, this Mars pick is going to give a lot to this Terrorblade. It's a tried and true combination. You have Arena, you have a meta Terrorblade hitting you. You have a bunch of melee heroes. You have Arena versus Lycan. Like, they have a lot going for them on Quest.
Yeah, you can put Lycan in the dog pen or whatever. You can't get in or out. It'll make it easier for them to defend their supports this way. So definitely some upsides.
All right, Beyond, you agree Quest having the upper hand here?
Yeah, I definitely prefer Quest draft, because Talon, they put Lycan on carry, and it seems they put so much things on this Lycan, but Lycan is a countered hero in this game. So, and also they have Mars to block the Snapfire damage. So I think Quest draft is just too solid.
And Purge, you said earlier that Tidehunter does up the tempo a little bit for Talon. Is that the way that they can still win this game?
Yeah, I think so. They need to take the safe lane tower, the mid tower, and then spend a lot of time farming the enemy side of the map, which should restrict the amount of farm that Terrorblade gets. And if they can get pickoffs with their ultimates occasionally and you know, take early racks kind of thing, that would be a way for them to win the game.
I still think the Tidehunter doesn't give them enough. Like, it's a very underwhelming last pick. They kind of reacted to, okay, let's have a decent lane versus this TB and maybe have a Meteor Hammer buyer so we can take towers, and yeah, maybe we'll get a Crimson Guard or something, but it doesn't feel like enough at all. I can't reiterate how much I feel like it's lacking.
Well, we heard previously when we had Jabs on the Beastmaster that he could build Greedy. Does he have to build auras here on his Tidehunter, Faithian? What do you want to see out of that build?
I think it's just a normal build like Meteor Hammer and Blink Dagger. I think they want a good lane, and they want to keep, like last game, they can win the lane and they can make good rotation. Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to find out. Will Talon get this uphill battle versus Quest in the second game and get a 2-0, or will Quest tie the score and we'll go to a third game? We're finding out together with Caps and SVG.
There was doubt in Talon's lineup in Game 1, and in Game 2, they seem to have gone for a lineup that requires even faster timings. Meanwhile, Quest have held the faith. They're going to keep it going with the Primal Beast and just say Game 1 was a fluke, and we've got better late game for sure this time around, right, Avery?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a carry like it. That can't go on forever.
I like the record scratch right on cue. I do feel like Quest will win this late game. The Terrorblade getting the reflection on the Lycan just seems way too damn good here, especially when you have an Arena that can cause problems for the Snapfire and the Lycan carry. On top of that, you have a Primal who, when he gets to Ags, is just going to go in and break the Tide, and you can just all in him. You have a Shadow Demon who might also provide you a break mechanic in this game. A lot of things seem favorable for Quest if they get the gold going into that late game.
Getting first blood would be nice. The blood grenade is not quite enough, but Omar does manage to snatch that first blood ever so barely. They trade out kills, but the bigger bounty going to Quest.
Kono's not too sad about that, though. He actually got some some decent gold off that exchange, whereas the first blood went to Omar.
Well, it is going to be 3 bounty runes, I think, for Quest as well.
That is pretty damn
Oh,
nice.
never mind.
No,
the Wolf is
they
going to
traded.
get there. I thought, oh, I guess that was Noob in position.
Yeah.
He's not going to go that deep. For
So overall, Makoto and Omar winning out in that exchange. I know I'd rather have Makoto than the gold on the bottom here. So honestly, if you're going to give up first blood, that's the way to do it. And it cost him a couple blood grenades as well, which, you know, those things are not cheap. If only we knew exactly how much gold was spent on them in any given game, it'd probably
That's
be very
impossible
interesting.
to know, Avery. I'm sorry.
Yeah, some things are just not capable here.
Some things are better left to mystery, you know?
Maybe, yeah. We'll see if this matchup mid goes better for Noob, because that first game was pretty rough for him.
Yeah, it was.
He got solo killed in the end. That's about as bad as it's going to get. Makoto had a very good start. It's one of the reasons that all those ancients that got put into Noob were a catch-up mechanic rather than an acceleration one, which is not really what Quest were looking for there. And then the BKB timing for him also didn't yield too much off the first 2 usages. That felt like a lot of the momentum that Quest were, if they were going to come back in this game and build it, it was around that and just didn't happen. That starts in the lane here. So you had a practice round. Now you get a second attempt. Didn't get the
Oh,
career.
tried to get him with the cookie mid-onslaught. That would have been cute. Doesn't work out, though.
Honestly, this doesn't look like it's going much better for Noob early on, as Makoto's winning the CS battle and the region trade, with 4 creeps coming into him here. Should get all 4 if he's a Chad.
And he'll keep the creep wave on his side of the river as well, which will make things even more annoying for Noob, who has less room to work with the
This is really
onslaught.
nice. So Makoto's going to pull ahead mid again, which might limit the rotations Noob can do. However, I guess Quest have a lot solid. They have a lot more solid of a lineup that can scale in this late game from the mid game than last time, where it was
nice body
waiting
block
for
there.
Banal answer. Yeah, and double melee off lane for Talon is not going to be fun down here, right?
Yeah.
2 melee against 2 range. One of them is a Terrorblade, who is just going to force you off these waves during the meta. It's a tough lane for Jabs. On top of that, Q on this clock likely isn't going to get a huge amount of ancient stacks going for him, compared to something like a Mirana or a Shadow Demon would be able to do for the Tidehunter. So it's kind of just whatever Jabs is going to get off this lane is what he's going to get. You hope he gets to a fast Meteor Hammer and can create some tower pressure to gain some gold back here.
Yeah, I think that part is particularly important for their lineup, right? Maybe Jabs isn't as important in this game as he was in game 1, but I do think a fast Meteor Hammer, taking some early towers, and then just the fights that they choose to take are all very critical for Talon.
Here's a theory, though.
Uh-huh.
I know you like your theories.
I think you like your theories, but go on.
It's very true.
Is under attack.
The carry Lycan versus the Terrorblade. You buy Manta on this hero, right?
Are scanning.
Okay.
You dispel the reflection.
Yeah. Is that
Terrorblade no longer gets your barrel impulse?
Is that magically going to make this matchup winnable later on?
Yes.
Okay. That's cool.
I don't
Simple
know.
Manta.
I mean, who's ever seen this matchup, right? This is like one of the first times I feel like I've seen it played out from the universal change. It is interesting, though. Like, if you get to Echo, Manta, BKB, Abyssal or something, I could see Lycan maybe just going in and chomping down the TB in some of those fights. Okay, 5 or 6 slots, like if TB has Satanic, Butterfly, Scotty, whatever nonsense, yeah, you're probably not doing much, right? But for a lot of this game, the window for 23 to have large impact in the carry-on-carry interaction, or just running in and taking the fights for some of these cores, might be larger than we're giving it credit for.
Yeah, I mean, this Lycan, you should not underestimate how much power and scale this hero has, especially since it got turned into Universal. So it is scary. It's just unlikely that it's going to be as strong. Once again, they did this last game. The Beastmaster ran the board down the river to deny one of the water runes, and they claimed the other one. Nice combo here. Spear into arrow is going to claim the life. Volley gets off the tombstone, which will be farmed unless 23 can deny it. He does. Twice now he's managed to get a big last hit underneath the pressure of 2 heroes trying to outdo him.
He also blocked the previous wave with a wolf, so it ended up pushing under the tower faster, which is some very interesting tech if that was intentional. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Will end up resulting in a faster equilibrium exchange for him and get this lane back, which is what Talon want. Again, they have 4 melee heroes on the side lane, so whenever these lanes push up, it can be a bit dangerous to just sit up here. However, they're doing quite well. All 3 cores are finding farm in this early stage, better than I thought it was going to go for them, considering, you know, just how many melees they have against the ranges.
Oh, that is going to be so bad if he gets caught by Q here. Fortunately, Q is... did Noob forget that you can't pull the creep wave early on here? It seems like it. He's going to get a courier kill. And TP back to base. Oh my god, it's going to be so rough for him.
This is not much. This is a slower game than last time. He's basically just giving up on the lane. This is just giving Makoto a free game. I mean, it's so free he was looking for the D ward, but there's no obs here because Noob has been off the lane so much. He does have an obs on him, so he might give it away on top of everything else. And right now, Talon, they can pull 3 heroes top because the Tidehunter and the Snap are basically free farming. No pressure going into them. Decent chance for them to use this double melee support duo to maybe find some cheeky kills or just run it towards mid with this catapult wave on Makoto. That sounds like the better option here.
Gonna get behind him here. Will the Talon supports get here in time? Arrow lands, try and burst him, looks like they got him. And they're gonna be able to pump the damage into Q as well, who with the cogs may not be able to protect himself against the ranged heroes. Omar strikes and gets a killing spree.
Very nice gank for Quest at the perfect time. You deny the 6-minute rune and the catapult push from Makoto, who was having a free lane, and both those supports from Talon rotated, got nothing, and even Q dies. That is how you get this Primal Beast back into fighting shape. And it's also interesting that we've seen more of this early disseminate on the Shadow Demon over extra stacks in like illusion or poison. We've even seen the 1-1-1 build a couple times.
Yep.
It did about 110 damage there off of the total gank. It's not too bad for a level 1 spell.
Yeah, honestly, it's not an insignificant amount of extra damage you get out of Disseminate, even when it's not bouncing damage to other heroes.
Yeah, it's definitely more burst in a situation like that than the extra poison. Because you're only going to get up to maybe 3 poison there before you have to trigger it.
Oh, he's going to get the Wisdom Rune away. Q has to steal this one because otherwise Ollie, he's going to have his stolen away by Kaori. He's going to die for it, but Q did manage to snatch away that Wisdom Rune, so they'll get the kill on the support who stole their Wisdom Rune, and their own support, he ends up dying as well. So, same situation on both sides here.
I guess that favors Quest a bit, as they had more cores on lane. Noob is getting some free space to pull this wave and cut now, and yeah, like last game, he's catching up pretty fast on his Primal. That's the upside of this hero. Even if the lane matchup's bad, it's pretty hard to stop the hero pulling, finding farm onto these neutral camps, and he can always make the quick rotations, which it's going to be bottom here. The hammer is going to work. There's another hammer coming for you, Jabs. It's about to crash into your skull.
Yeah. Okay, Ravage immediately going to be put to use here. Jabs values that, but if he loses his life still, no, he's going to be fine. The Anchor Smash level 2. Now the rotation from behind, this is what I was looking for. 23 trying to make his first shapeshift go to work here, but Malik is already counter-rotated and can protect heroes with the arena if need be.
20's going to commit.
He's going to go for it. Kaori gets off the disruption. Bounce back by the Cogs. Body blocked by his own illusion. Oh, the arena barely catches him. Kaori playing along the edges here, and 23 can't get out. Stuck in this arena for a while. Will finally get away, but the shapeshift is now run out. He's going to be caught up by Noob. Kisses raining in. Jabs trying to stop these heroes. They need to land the kisses. The bump back there of another round of Cogs, but the kisses don't land enough. Tombstone's going to be placed inside of the pit here. They fight for it. They go inside the pit to clear out the tombstone, but a cookie lands onto 2 of them with the meteor hammer denied by the arrow immediately. Jabs trying to stay alive. Asunder last second from here. TA2000. Oh, the spear plus damage from Omar. It's going to come out. They get that kill. Quest, they win this little skirmish in a big way.
That has to be one of the stranger 8-minute fights I've seen in Dota in recent memory, as Talon bring 5 heroes bottom, but they used the Ravage defensively early on, which I think really hurt him in the long run. Imagine you had Ravage at a later portion of this fight when your other cores are there, so you can commit in together. Just a little disjointed from Talon, and they pay a big price for it. That is a lot of levels to throw into Quest. I mean, look at this Mirana, man, level 6 off that. Omar just got the world given to him. His earn charges on top of almost the Vit booster going into this Vessel. He's so damn rich off that fight. 6-0 start for the Mirana here. I feel like this has been his best hero of anything.
Yes.
He's been popping off on the Rubik and some of these other spellcasters, but damn, is his Mirana extremely solid. I don't think I've ever seen him out of a bad game on this hero, even in some of the lineups where they lack some of the setup. Putting it to work here, and now Quest are off to the races, as that was your big Lycan rotation in the early game. just resulted in nothing for 23. He's going to have to catch up now. And this is not the position you want the carry Lycan to be versus the Terrorblade. Because the Terrorblade, he's going to pull ahead a bit faster on the map with these illusions, being able to out-farm you. And then he's going to use your strength against you, which means you need more Dispel items faster to reflect the reflection. Power Rune's also going into Noob's hands as a result of that fight. Arcane, not a bad one to pick up here. And they'll get a free tier 1 mid on top of it all.
Would I think that bottom fight is so bad because would you agree with me when I say that Talon, it's bad for them if, like it's pretty bad for them if they're using Ravage and Shapeshift and not giving anything for it? Like it's pretty bad, right? Because they're a tempo-based lineup. If they use those spells and lose the fight, it's pretty debilitating.
It's very rough. This is not the position they want to be in with this lineup, particularly in a fight that I think could have gone their way if it was a bit more of a jointed effort. Like, people were just spaced all over the place. Like I said, the Ravage didn't hit with anybody. No other cores were there yet. The Kisses were trying to hit stuff that wasn't stunned. You had a Tombstone go down at the end of the fight. They just cleaned it up instantly. Everything about that fight was just off for Talon, and that could have been a very game-deciding fight here as we go into the mid-game. Because now you're in a position where you're not even defending this tier 1 safe lane, and you have Ravage and Lycan form up. So this feels really bad that this is not a fight you're confident enough to take right now on Talon, because your spells are really good around these tier 1s, both offensively and defensively.
Mars running into Lycan here. Malik is just going to go for a simple TP away, not a problem.
Another Wolf form down that is not going to yield a huge amount for 23 here. Gonna have to fall back on some good old ancient farming, I guess. Jabs once again has been given the priority. Ato's done for Makoto. This is probably your best playmaking item for a long time. If you can see the heroes, as Moonlight Shadow is going to get Noob in very deep with this Arcane Rune.
Ollie's going to be spotted. Oh! Miscast on the disruption here. Ollie is still dead.
Yeah, a little warm-up disruption. You know, sometimes you got to make sure the spell's working. Nothing wrong with that. That was also the Arcane Pulverize, so it's up again in 10 if Noob
They want this kill. I think they have to Ravage for it, and even then, I don't think they communicated what they wanted out of that.
This game is just off for Talon right now. They need to resync it up, get a solid team fight going. They still have a lot of strength in their spells if they can line them all up. Right now, it is not lining up, and it looks pretty disoriented, as Quest cores are going to pull ahead if you're not fighting the team fights. Like, Terrorblade is massively out-farming your Lycan right now, and the other two cores from Quest are not far behind, as they can clear waves pretty damn fast, and they're both just rushing a BKB. So right now, your ults are good for finding the 5-on-5. If those BKBs come out for Quest, you're going to be in trouble, because then a lot of your damage just goes out the window. And these are the two of the highest strength gain cores in the game on the Primal and the Mars.
Yeah.
That is a lot of HP to fight through. I think only Tiny is in the top 3 with them, right?
Centaur's got to be higher than Mars, right?
Yeah, well, I don't count Centaur as a hero.
That, right. Fake hero, of course.
I mean, Centaur's not a hero.
I mean, look at Noob. He is pulling creeps in front of their tier 2 and farming their neutral camp that is very deep on Talon's side, and he has no fear of retaliation.
The only low cooldown threat is the Clockwork hook shot into Kisses. So if Kisses are on cooldown, then a lot of the Clockwork's aggressive potential also goes the wayside here. And it's been an extremely quiet game from Q. He's not found anything. He'll find a bottom that you can't hook here because leaps are up. He's 0-2-0, man. This is where Talon struggle, when their two playmakers having a rough game.
I mean, they're really going to try for this one. They have to chain up the Cookie and the Rod of Atos, and even then it's just barely enough. But they do manage to get it. A little bit of a, that's a practice kill to sync up together your abilities.
They
still got that synergy.
They also denied the Wisdom Rune with the Wolf.
Yeah.
Very heads-up play by 23.
Nice.
These are the little things that can get you back in the game here. And it's going to be some space for the Wolf to farm up. But you need more of this if you're Talon. It's not enough. You need to keep finding these kills off the hookshot cooldown with the Atos. Snapfire and Clockwork continue to combine to create some action while your two other cores pick up some scale, and maybe you go in for an earlier Roche than Quest are ready for. I think that would be your ticket really back in this game, because right now those BKBs are coming out fast, man. They are just cruising to them.
Yeah, you kind of have to take that Roshan before the BKBs are up. Otherwise, I think Quest is going to have too big of a window to work with. Sure, maybe like Talon have some sort of like super late game where, you know, Snapfire is a crazy hero at that point. But we saw from last game as well, Makoto didn't have that big farm priority, and we're seeing, you know, Jabs is taking the Ancients and stuff. I'm not convinced that Makoto's going to get to the GPK levels of late game Snapfire where he's carrying through a lot of the game. Okay, that's awkward.
I mean, wouldn't be a Talon game without a little jankiness. That's for sure.
Gotta go for the gank on Malik. They have him under vision right now. Should be able to land this hook shot and get the kill. BKB is done. Is he gonna get the kill on Q and get out?
Cage, son.
He is.
That is perfect timing on the delivery there for Malik. His BKB just turns that gank around and suddenly you're locked in his cage instead of him in yours. A lot of time wasted on that smoke move for Talon. I almost think they're at a point where you just gotta go into Roche or something. Force Quest into you where your big teamfight ults can maybe win you that engagement.
Yeah, especially with the BKB on cooldown for the Mars.
Okay. Another decent pick off on Omar. Normally I don't think these would be worth that much, but remember he had a really good early game. He has Vessel done already. So that's a nice target to take off the map. And these Wolves continue to secure runes.
Not bad.
It's got to be a Roche soon for Talon. It just feels like how the game is going. It's not that slow. When you have some Gush, maybe you can get a Shredder point up here soon. Go in there with the Lycan, maybe a Flesh Golem. He'll die pretty fast, so I don't think it costs you too much. I guess there's a question of like, does this first Aegis do anything for you? What are you gonna do with it if you're Talon? Maybe not much, so maybe delaying it here makes more sense. Bots up for Makoto. Again, I like the bots combination with the Lycan here. I think it's something we've seen with the Snapfire Lycan a bunch. I think there's a reason Liquid are opening first two with both of these heroes. There's some nice little synergies with the Howl reducing some armor. Then you put in these Shredders in the late game. On top of the Wave Shove becomes significant with Lycan Shard and the Snapfire running around the map, clearing waves very fast and then being able to bots to the fight.
Yeah, I mean, like with a hero that has such a high base attack damage, Malik gonna be forced to use another BKB, and once again, a gank turns around. He's gonna get a kill on a support and then try and get out. Now Q is here, so this time around they can punish him perhaps. Rav's gonna be put to use here with the kisses, and they will get that kill on Malik eventually. He's gonna be saved by the disruption for a little bit, but eventually run down. Noob, okay, hook shot goes out onto Cowrie. See if they can burst him down with the cookie arrow coming through. Doesn't land on anything. Pulverized though, grab the wolf and beats him to death. TA2000 as a free fight.
23 just gets pummeled here on the commitment. Maybe if he doesn't get grabbed in that pulverized, that fight looks a little better for Talon. They're still able to find the Mars. Suddenly their spells are connecting and it looks a lot more fluid for them. However, big TA2000 shows up and puts an end to the fun here. As Terrorblade has been farming, he's been a little quiet. Now he shows up, he had Mantha for that fight, and now he's already halfway to Scotty. That is not the hero you wanted to be giving these big kills away to. I can guarantee you that, as he gets the clock and the Lycan here. So much gold into the Terrorblade. It's going to ramp him really fast into this second item, which means Quest have a very, very solid chance of not only contesting the Roche, maybe just winning that outright, which would be huge to take it away from Talon here. This is kind of a team fight push lineup that's going to rely on those Aegises to propel them into the later portions of this game. You steal it away from the Lycan, steal it away from the Snapfire, you're going to feel really good on Quest.
23 going to be ganked with his shapeshift on cooldown. This is not good. They're going to TP in Jabs, but this damage comes way too quick and clean for Quest.
I mean, Jabs is just TPing to take his creeps. That's about all he's doing.
Doesn't look like that's your farm anymore, buddy. Don't worry.
Like, don't worry, 23. I'll make sure these creeps don't go to waste. Oh, thanks, man.
And immediately move to the other side of the map. Quest, even though they got to be feeling comfortable with the pace of the game, they're still trying to shut out Talon from different areas of the map.
Correct play. They're way stronger in these small fights, especially with the two BKB cores that pretty much guarantee you a turnaround at the worst.
Yeah.
So you can just spread the map here. There's not much threat on you. They have decent wards to look in the areas where they want to be killing, which is, you know, these two wards on the dire side on the upper of the map and in their jungle, and they have one at the bottom. So if you push out deep, with this Lycan or Snap, they're going to smoke and kill you. And these types of pickoffs are just food.
Yep. Blink Dagger pickup immediately turns into a freebie on Ollie. Pulverizing Arrow is a guaranteed kill for most of this game.
Ravage back up, so time
the Rod of
Talon
Atos,
right
another
back.
cookie usage. Oh, that is a little bit off the mark. 23.
Yeah.
Sent his Wolf too far forward.
At least he'll block both camps here.
Yeah, that's nice. Oh, a DD.
That is another very nice rune for Noob on this Primal Beast.
Scary.
And I really like how Quest are playing this map. Like, you look at where the kill squad is for them, it's in the jungle, invading Talon's areas, threatening individual supports, and then TA2000, he just shoves bottom in, gets to farm all of this jungle back, the lane on top of it, and make a hero show from Talon bottom. The second that Tide shows bottom, all of a sudden Makoto's left alone mid.
The hook shot, a little bit off the mark because in part of the Rod of Atos. Maybe for the best, though. They probably both would have died otherwise.
This is just really good map play from Quest. It's one of the things that sets these European teams apart. They pick and pry you. They make you show your cores in different areas, and then they instantly pounce. And the second that happens, your entire map collapses. Suddenly, it is a free-for-all to hunt whoever you want. Moonlight Shadow going to give you some extra catch capability here.
Ooh, that would have been a sick spear.
God damn.
Malik made a pretty good read. There was somebody hiding in this area. A spear lands there, would have not even pinning against a tree, just would have stopped the TP.
I mean, Ollie can't even get his own Wisdom Rune here. The scan's going to save his life, but will not earn him that XP as Omar takes it away.
Yeah, deny the other Wisdom Rune, but you know.
I mean, that's just a blind go. That's pretty damn close. Yeah, another deny. So, okay, you're taking XP away from Quest, but you're not gaining it on your own heroes.
No, they're still taking yours constantly.
And the support levels show the difference here. These are good supports to have the levels on for Quest. They have very impactful spells going into these late game fights.
Yeah, I think that's the scary part, the Shadow Demon. Quest have played it quite a lot, and the impact that comes from Kaori late game is pretty immense.
It's good. This is a good game for break targets as well if you ever get to that Ags. Quick smoke for Talon. They have all their good ultis up. Want to use them here, either for a tier 1 or Roshan. It's got to be what's on the menu. Manta done for 23 will also help him commit in the fight, get rid of the reflection.
They somehow get past the Primal Beast.
And look at these wolves. These things do so much damage.
Yeah, they do.
Dead to wolves Atos.
He's literally just going to die to that. He's going to try and delay it. Disruption's going to go out. Noob trying to blink forward to catch up to the Snapfire. Slowed down by the Scotty, but an interception by Q. Good hook shot, but the supports are giving up their lives in order to make sure their cores can just get away from a fight. This is a high ground tombstone, and they still can't take it.
Don't feel like they have enough damage to punch through this Bulwark, BKB Mars, and the Scotty finished Terrorblade, man.
Malik is going to make sure the Q disruption, it'll be there.
That little self-dodge on the arrow.
Oh yeah, and they win a fight next to the Roshan pit. So yeah, that Roshan that we were kind of imploring Talon to take for themselves.
They're killing Makoto.
Makoto has Cookie to play with, though. A little bit off the mark.
Quest are really just... They're just all over the map taking everything they want right now. There's no way to find numbers advantage for Talon. It's something they're struggling with. Even in that fight where it starts on their terms, they have to back off, even with the high ground tombstone you mentioned. And now it's going to be a Roshan going into TA2000's pockets. Scotty was completed for that last fight. He's already level 15, so 300 HP Talon online. Suddenly, this Terrorblade is 2,700 HP with 2 lives. High ground is open for Quest if they really want to push this game. I don't know how fast it's necessary for them. You know, if I'm playing this game, I don't feel like I have to go high ground with this first Aegis, but hey, if you lose a fight near your base as Talon, it's going to disappear. So there's some extra pressure on you right now. You try and find any net worth on this map as Makoto almost dies. My God.
Jetpack immediately put to use by Q, but what is going to change about this game? I mean, Q is getting an impressively fast Aghanim Scepter for a game that they're down 10,000 net worth.
It's pretty nice. It is a lot of extra damage in the fight. It just has to be Snap. It has to be Makoto, right? You just have to scale into this game off the back of the Snapfire, punching people down with Gush and Hal minus armor.
Yeah.
You can make these supports disappear very quickly. Wolves start hitting them. You blink in, shredder somebody off the minus armor, they're just gone. I think that's what Talon have to start playing for a bit. Of course, the game is going to get rough for Japs here, as he found a lot of farming. He is their most farmed core, which is pretty impressive. Pulls out a halberd here, very nice. The issue is once these breaks start coming through, all of a sudden, are you frontlining with this Tide? Are you surviving in the fight? Ags is not a long way away for Noob here. And they'll just start in on it.
Curious high ground push, turn around Ravage with the kisses. Unfortunately, the meteor doesn't land. It would have been nice. Grab Ally's going to be able to pick up that Tide Hunter, save him from the aggression of Malik. Q, hook shot barely off in time, and he's going to jetpack away. But the Snapfire is left behind. The Pulverize goes to work from Noob. Malik is somehow still alive in this mess. He's not going to get out for sure, but it is concerning that Talon couldn't do the damage fast enough.
I guess they didn't lose that fight, technically.
I mean, they did trade an offlaner for a mid laner. The mid laner who, I mean, you just pointed out that Talon has to scale.
Yeah, but that was your Aegis high ground. Scotty meta push, right?
Yeah.
He defended it. I feel like that's a pretty good outcome for Talon. That cog ended up being very strange, but it ended up working kind of for Talon, because I think otherwise Makoto just dies faster.
It's not cog shame here.
Okay.
Well, 23 barely getting away. No, maybe not getting away. I thought he was going to run down. Oh, gets hit by the onslaught just in time. Disruption into arrow. Oh, the arrow didn't land. He's got a Manta up in 2 seconds, but I think the Purge has sealed his fate.
Little demonic Purge with a vessel on top. Omar has charges for days. As the objectives continue to fall to this T2000 Terrorblade.
Man, look at Malik. He was so tanky in that last fight, and he's built damage. He has a Desolator.
I like the Deso. It's pretty nice here. I don't know if he needs much more utility. The fight's kind of going to be won or lost in the arena and the Ravage here.
Blink for blink for blink. Jabs, they'll catch him eventually here.
Little Sunder to heal himself up too. Why not? And they'll collect Ollie on the side as Malik is just 1v3.
So he's going to have to kill Q to get out because the hook shot is up. So he's not going to be able to get away from this one. Hook shot stalls him long enough for the kisses to land. He's going to need every single one of them to hit. And it's not going to all land.
He got stuck on the arena. Yeah, that feels pretty bad. That's a kill that you needed if you're Talon. I mean, that's a BKB Mars committing into 3 of your heroes, killing one and just walking it off. Getting away with murder quite literally here as he gets a Deso charge on top of it. Man, these BKBs have caused Talon problems this game. And it's just a function of that they were behind in the early game. Didn't have enough damage to punish these overextensions from Quest. If I dare even call them overextensions. And you're back into your base with the 4 heroes, only 23 out on the map right now, looking for a BKB so we can actually commit into these fights and start providing some of the damage that Talon desperately need right now. Scary lineup to scale into right now with all 3 of these cores. Ags is done for Noob, so the break also online to deal with the Tide Hunter here.
Oh, they're going to go for Malik while his BKB is on cooldown. This is a nice move. With the shapeshift activated, they're going to try and pump in the damage. Can they get there faster? Oh, the Rod of Atos was still up. Okay, Makoto held on to that one. Smart idea.
That's that Boss to the Wolf play that is very nice for Talon. They haven't been able to use it because they've kind of been constricted on their map.
Yeah.
Finally, when you get out, provides you an opportunity, and they saw...
Oh no, the hook shot! He went just dead center through the portal, thinking it was going to be fine. Omar does have 3 leaps and a 4-staff, so as soon as he's rid of that Rod of Atos and snare, he's away.
I'm actually kind of surprised he survived there, but yeah, I guess mobility too much for Talon to handle. Noob with a shield rune, that is why he is playing so aggressively right now. He'll take another wisdom rune away. Man, the XP difference in this game, 13 levels. They are getting these BKBs down. Also, that TP was longer than his duration.
He TP'd to the outpost.
Okay, a little dangerous there. I don't know whose token that is either.
Yeah, that was dropped by Bleed by the Primal Beast earlier.
Okay, so
in that camp.
I don't know if this move really worked out for Noob too well.
$16,000 net worth lead, 21-9. Quest cruising to a comeback in this series. looking very likely that they can make it a 1-1 series, which will be very interesting what Talon does in response to that. I'm already imagining that they're going to go for the better late game in Game 3, because it's natural talent, and you're in a Game 3 playoff series, and you've lost this Game 2, which, you know, they tried to play a much more aggressive lineup and immediately got shut out of it, right? Like, there really wasn't a window of time that they had to operate with.
Sounds like a likely outcome should they lose this game. However, that is a big should. This game is not over yet.
Yeah, Talon, they've been known for some crazy late games, and we, again, do want to highlight that Lycan is a pretty crazy hero. Like, he does scale very well going late game. If we get to the point where we can get some, like, 25 talents for both him and the Snapfire, then
they're good ones.
Maybe they could beat out a Terrorblade.
God, that is a lot of wolves.
I think it's unlikely, but possible. I almost feel like he needs to pick up the shard just to, like, make more space on the map, you know? You don't want to buy it as a carry like it. But
yeah, he just can't afford it right now. You need the dispel items to be able to commit in the fight. Maelstrom finished for Mikoto as he pushes towards this Gleipnir. Does have an Arcane Rune. Like you said, biggest thing here for Talon is just getting XP out of this game to get to the talents. That is what gives them a chance in this late game. Right now, this fight looks very difficult.
Yeah, it's part of the game that they're probably farthest behind in. They're down lots of net worth, but they may be down even more in experience.
Jabs has a BKB to try and deal with some of these breaks and stuff, survive a bit longer. There's a Silver Edge on the Terrorblade as well here. So you have that and the Primal Ags to break this tide. You get stunned first and broken. Then you're going to have to rely on the Tombstone Grab Ally here to bail you out, which Ollie does have.
Oh, I think that spotted the Moonlight Shadow from Omar going off. So Talent, or maybe not, Jab seems to be unaware. They're going to be able to break.
Got the BKB.
Immediately pops BKB. Maybe he's okay. Hits a Ravage on 3. Meteor Hammer trying to chain the lockdown, but it doesn't quite work. And they have jumped into the arena. They jump into a Tombstone to try and stay alive, but Jabs, he walks through, but it's going to be run down.
Still alive.
Cookie actually able to keep him alive. Somehow this is kind of going okay for Talon. All they lost was the Undying. But then again, at the same time, they used a lot of spells and didn't get anything for themselves.
It's also another fight. 23 just has no impact.
Yeah.
What is this Lycan doing in this game, man? It just hasn't been able to commit at any point for a kill in these fights. And that is what feels bad for Talon. Because like you said, that didn't even go that bad. Jabs with super fast reaction, gets his BKB Ravage off, kind of salvages that initiation. Unfortunately, there's no follow-up stun there.
It is going to be a later Roshan, so Quest, who are all hot and bothered to be able to take it, are finding, okay, our timing is off here. We got a little bit unlucky, guys. We won a team fight with meta, but we're not going to be able to immediately... Oh, the break already out on Jabs. Quest still want to take this fight without the meta. That's a curious play. Oh, the arrow somehow landed onto the Lycan in the back lines. But again, without meta, Quest are not super confident they can take this one. Jabs are going to jump forward, make sure they can't chase after the Lycan, who was perched up there and had a bunch of illusions on him.
I mean, both teams are missing so much of their team fight right here. It's almost like neither one wants to commit as they both posture for this Roshan. Full form is back up as well as Kisses, so the cooldowns are coming back for Talon a little faster than they are for Quest here. Meta's still gone for 60. So your BKBs will be back up on your 2 bruisers. I'm surprised TA2000 is not committed for this Roshan right now. They think the fight is still coming. They want to look for a big kill. Going in for the break
use
again.
TA2000 with his Silver Edge. Once again in melee form, gonna try and make the work. BKB goes off just in time from 23. Dodging the spear, but again, another shapeshift, another BKB that doesn't allow him to do anything offensively.
These rockets are wearing him down. Actually doing a significant amount of damage over time.
Yeah, it's working on it. Cowrie's the one who's actually half health from all this.
He's just dying to these. You're having to spend vessel charges to heal up against these rocket flares. And you did pick up the Lycan shard.
And the mid lane is always being pushed in by these wolves.
Yes, that's the one thing Talon have going for them. They are creating some lane pressure. The Lycan is theoretically farming some of these creeps on the other side of the map. And you've huddled Quest up in a position where they have not committed for Roshan until now. They will
he did buy the shard for himself.
Yep. This is TA2000 saying my meta's back up and I've had enough.
All right, they're going to make a move without the Lycan. I think they're just going for an Aegis steal. I have to imagine that's the only idea here.
It's got to be a steal. It's Jabs going in with Ravage trying to steal this Aegis away.
Oh, his timing might be right here.
It's very close.
Ravage goes out. Oh, right to dies, but TA2000 very smart.
Close.
He popped the BKB to stop the stun of the Ravage, immediately sundered Jab, so he instantly died. And so they will collect everything from the pit, I believe, and they get 2 kills out of it.
That was so close to being clutch there for Talon. A crazy good angle from Jabs. It's not easy to get in that pit while you're still smoked. And the timing was pretty much perfect. There's just not much else you can do, right? I don't think he could have got closer there.
Yeah, because Kaori was smartly positioned to break smokes on the other side.
Wasn't ready for that play. You got to be with the rocket flares coming in. You pretty much have to just BKB there for TA2000. So all the small things done correctly will yield an Aegis onto this Terrorblade, who is absolutely massive right now. And wants to end this game almost level 20 on top of it.
They're having a hard time fighting through these illusions, let alone the actual Terrorblade. Kaori trying to go for the Demonic Purge on the shielded up Makoto. Disruption illusions, Terrorblade illusions. A lot of ways to quickly chip away at this tier 3 tower, and it's going to force a response from Talon. It could be a closing team fight. Immediately a BKB goes out, Pulverize trying to grab him. The onslaught through the cogs here. Noob, he's going to get some decent damage out from the Aghanim Scepter. Not enough to kill anybody. Oh, Malik actually jumping back into that one with TA2000 using the Thunder on Jabs, ringing him low. The BKB goes off. Q jetpacking himself into a wall. Makoto tried to stay alive off the tombstone, but couldn't make it out. 23, meanwhile, is the only healthy member. He's going for Noob right now, but the onslaught is going to start charging him away, and 23 cannot pursue. They are just hoping that they can keep this tier 3 alive, but with Makoto gone, I believe TA2000 is just going to keep this pressure on.
He's just claiming souls right now. Even the Shadow Demon disrupted.
Oh, and they're going to catch 23 as well.
Doing work.
Disruption, arrow, spear.
No save in sight if your Undying's not there with a tombstone. Even then, I don't know if you're bailing him out into a situation he wants to be in, as Satanics are online for Quest. One on the Terrorblade, one on the Mars. This might just be a throne push right here. They got a lot out of that high ground fight before all the spells were online for Talon. They're still waiting for Ravage cooldown here. 10 seconds for Jabs. Got one last hurrah, it feels like. Top wave is pushing in with double catapult, double wolf for Talon. So if they manage to stall this fight or defend, they might actually trade racks.
Oh, another Sunder that kills Jabs.
That is absolutely brutal here. TA2000 has had his number in these fights. It'll prompt the Jabs buyback. Still has Ravage up, no BKB, and your Lycan still out for 20.
Okay, hook shot. They're going to go for it. Cogs pushing in. TA2000, seeing if they can kill him, take away his Aegis.
I think he wants to die at this point.
Yep.
And he'll take another
Malik is
two-man
going to be
arena.
able to get a nice arena on 2 as the Terrorblade revives here. Really going to be disarmed, though. Noob blinking in, grabbing Makoto. Makoto can't afford another death. Ravage going out. Tombstone save. Does manage to bail him out, but bailing out is a constant theme here for Talon. They may be able to survive through some of these engagements, but they've yet to be able to do any damage.
Big echo hit.
A Gleipnir on a Mirana. They are desperate for anything at this point. Meanwhile, the damage is always there. Malik, TA2000, they're both putting out in spades. 23 goes for a BKB TP out. A desperate call, a desperate time for Talon, but they have lost this game too. We are going to a 3rd game in this series as Quest, they prove what all that group stage hype was about. They bounced back beautifully in game 2.
Very solid draft from them. I think there were definitely some advantages there. This last pick, Mars, is just a beautiful pick. It pretty much prevents the Wolf from getting anything done in these fights. And almost this game just felt over off that bottom fight. Like, that fight being so disjointed and costing Talon so much momentum in this game because they committed 3 cores and all of their ults to lose heroes. It's just way too big a swing for this type of lineup to recover from, especially when you don't have the carry matchup. Your Tidehunter is going to have to play into breaks that were messing with him later, as we saw. He's just getting broken and massively sundered off the start of the fight. Using that clockwork flare damage against the Tidehunter in this situation. Okay, grab allies are there. I like the Ags on the clock. There's just no little kill threat in this game to slow these 3 cores down, and the 3 cores are outscaling.
Yeah, there's a cute idea there of Howl and Anchor Smash limiting the damage of the very high base attack damage of the Terrorblade.
Right.
But
you can limit that damage all you want. You have to be able to put damage back out.
Yes,
and that is something that 23 Savage struggled the entire game.
I don't think this Talon lineup kills heroes unless they're very far ahead.
Yeah.
That's the downside of the Tidehunter pick. It was not that Timbersaw that got banned. It was not the Darkseer that could use the Terrorblade against him. They just struggled.
Struggle indeed, and that means we're going to go to a game 3. But first, we go back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. We are going the distance to a third game. Quest was unstoppable in this game 2 of the series. We knew it was going to be an uphill battle for Talon after the draft completed, but I mean, Quest basically showed that they did not like losing that first game. They came back with a vengeance. I'm here with Faith Bian, with Effie, and with Purge. Purge, this game was so dominant.
Yeah, it was really dominant. They got a really nice advantage. Omar had such a good early game. And then they kind of just transitioned this into the lineup that was supposed to be, I mean, they're playing against a lineup that was supposed to be strong early and fall off. So if they got a gold advantage, it just made it a lot simpler.
Yeah, Effie, I don't want to throw you under the bus completely, but you were giggling at times a little bit at the Lycan.
Don't do me like that, Cheever. I just think that this is one of the very bad draft by Talon. I said it already. The Tidehunter last pick really sucked. It well and truly sucked, and shifting this Lycan to carry made no sense. And the best bet that they have was to last pick some ranged carry. And yeah, they probably would have gotten Mars regardless because they had a Lycan, but it would have looked better than what they came up with. Like the first 2 shapeshift ganks did nothing at all because it's a carry Lycan. He doesn't have an enchanted creep running at supports under tower. You kind of just go in. He got disrupted. Mars TP'd in, arena'd him. He shapeshifted again. Mars TP'd out. I mean, I mentioned this already, but I didn't see any point during this draft that Talon would have been strong. There just wasn't any, so back to the drawing board for game 3.
Yeah, a lot to think about. This game 2 was not it for Talon, Faith. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this result is no surprise. We all can see from draft. I think Lycan is too hard to against Terrorblade. And actually they played well, like Lycan destroyed the ruins, and they try to play well, but the draft is so hard. Also, I think this Undying and Tide's pick is a little bit confused. Yeah.
Yeah, it was not great for Talon, but it's okay because when we can blame something on the draft, it's very easy to recover from that. So we'll see what they come up with in game number 3. And they have already shown that they can do in that first game, but this game, it was Quest that stepped it up. Purge, they definitely adapted and they went for a way more comfortable draft compared to game number 1.
They did. I think they pretty consistently ensure that they have lots of stuns and lots of ways to get kills, which is one thing that's pretty consistent about them. You don't really see them like open like 3 heroes and you're like, oh, they've got no stuns. They're always ready to get kills somewhere, which is one thing that I really like about them.
Yeah, in particular with Omar's Marana, he has, of course, what is it, 100% win rate on that at the moment?
Yeah, out of 5 games, I think.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
I mean, that's why you chose him to be part of your STC play analysis for
That's
this
right,
one.
Cheever.
Yeah.
I would like to materialize this iPad. Omar played amazing. He didn't really stun that much the first couple of moments, but watch how many right clicks he gets for free. He's leaning against a melee hero. Melee heroes, they have to be faster to offset this, and Omar's just beating him up. They took 2 heroes to secure the Lotus here, and he's just constantly right clicking the Undying. Yeah, constantly. I mean, this has got to be, it's got to be like 15 right clicks or something for free that he gets. And all he has to do is buy a couple Ironwood branches to really up that damage. Even check this out. Ollie's like, okay, I'm a little damaged. I'm going to pop a salve. Omar spots it. He's like, nope. Cancels like 75% of a healing salve. Really just onto, oops, sorry, clip did not autoplay. There we go. And now, rather than, he almost kills that wolf. 23 Savage has to resummon it. He gets it low enough that allows Malik to even kill it. So 23 Savage is forced to lane without even having like 2 wolves the whole time. Just getting so much value. And here's Ollie breaking the clarity potion. Omar's baiting a little bit. Look at this. He's playing in melee range so Ollie gets these attacks in. But in reality, he was setting up for this kill. So that was another good thing Omar did. They didn't get the last hit on the cat or the tombstone, but still awesome. And then finally he leaves the lane, does an easy disruption arrow setup, which kills Snapfire. Noob was behind in level. Snapfire was 6 there. Noob is level 5, so this rotation is super, super important. And watch how efficient Omar is here. After getting that kill, he grabs the bounty rune. He TPs for the wisdom runes, contesting clock on in. Look at this. He does a stack to set this up. He doesn't get the wisdom rune, but who cares? He just got a bounty rune. Then he got a stack. Then he gets this kill. I don't even think I'm upset that he doesn't get it. And then there's that big fight bottom. His TP's coming off cooldown just now, so he TP's bottom, and he's basically just here for all of the important moments. He moves over, he secures the kill on the Lycan with the Starstorm. In a moment here, we're going to see Jabs re-engage, trying to protect the Undying, and watch what happens with the Meteor Hammer. That should be hitting. He interrupts that with his arrow, so no Meteor Hammer damage comes. And then his Urn just gets so much value. He finishes right before this fight. He used 2 Urn charges there, just got another 2 sets, which he kills Ollie with as well. So he had an immaculate early game. Really just super well played by Omar.
I mean, that's insane. I love watching that because there's all these moments that with the Mirana you can leap to make up for, you know, potential misstep, but the extra movement speed with the leap makes you get there in time, and with all these timings that you need to hit, I mean, you see the bounce rune, you see the experience rune, the stack, Mirana just gets there just at the right time, and he basically won all 3 lanes for his team almost. I mean, bottom lane maybe the least amount so, but...
He showed up for the fight.
He did show up for the fight.
Good.
That's the most important thing. I know, Faith Behind, you've been really enjoying Purge's segments like this. What do you feel about Omar's Mirana? I mean, you knew it was top tier already. He already has won all of his games on it. Does this impress you even more with Omar's Mirana?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, during the live show, I didn't notice that much because we can't focus all the screen on him. One person.
Yeah.
So yeah, now I learned so much from Purge Weatherman report.
Yeah. I think people are gonna try to intercept Omar from trying to do this, because that's, I mean, you can recreate that with other heroes as well, though Mirana obviously the easiest one because you can use that leap to your advantage that way. But yeah, we're gonna find out if he even gets his hand on his Mirana in the next game. Next game is around the corner, and there is a person in our broadcast that you haven't heard from all day. You can't hear from him now either, so that's unfortunate for you, but maybe we'll get some words in later. Of course, I'm talking about Purge. We've had so many player lounge, not Purge, sorry, Jenkins. Close enough.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Very different characteristic.
We've had so many player lounge, you know, introductions and things that I don't know where he's at, and I'm worried about him. Where has he gotten up to? But here you see, of course, Quest Esports preparing for game number 3, and they already showed in the game just now that they are able to come back from a loss in a high-pressure situation. There's $500,000 on the line, which is something that the players are not thinking about. But if you actively try to not think about something, sometimes you just end up thinking about that very thing, Effie. So it requires some mental fortitude there.
It does, for sure. But I think both teams played well today.
Yeah.
Game 1 was very close, and the Talon draft was really beautiful, and the Talon players feel very awake today. So I hope Talon isn't discouraged by this game too, and Quest should be feeling good after it too. Honestly, they should be feeling good after their game 1 performance as well. As far as Talon go, that draft did them 0 favors, but if they can draft solidly in game 3, then either team could take it, honestly.
And one of the big difference between drafts of game 1 and 2 was who had the overall last pick Purge. That's of course what set them up for the Beastmaster in the first game, which crushed it if you missed it. This game around, they were not the one with the overall last pick. How much did that hinder them, or did they already go wrong in the draft before that part? I
mean, the game 2 draft was certainly worse. And in both games, the team that got to pick last was in the upper hand. But I think what's been clear over the 2 games is that on average, Quest has just been playing better in both games, and Quest's draft on average has been better as well. So it's a big mountain to play against when you have both things offset like that, but all Talon needs is 1 more win. So if they just draft better or play better in this last game, they can pull out the win.
All they need is 1 more win for Talon. Same thing goes for Quest. So good draft goes a very long way in that 3rd and deciding game, which will come your way very soon. We'll take a quick break, but when we're back, deciding match between Talon and Quest. Stay tuned.
What player do I admire before I became Dota player myself? Okay, I mean, that answer is easy. I think I've done it every time. It's just Dendi from Navi. Like, he always used to be like my idol. Like, I've always looked up to him. He's been a mid player, of course. I had like one of the most outstanding personalities ever. So I think super good player, super nice personality, participates in everything and all the fun stuff and everything. There was like this Oppa Gangnam Style TI2, if you remember, or TI3 against Puppy, you know, like easily. Daniel, what is it? Daniel is shooting, I think? Yeah, that easily. Playing against Dandy for the first time was really special. It was actually on one of my first LANs. It was WESG, so this national tournament where you have to play 4 people from your nationality. And we played as Team Germany in the first round against Team Ukraine. That was like super, super fun. And I remember I wanted to just play Invoker against him. He played Juggernaut mid, like freaking random, and they just pushed high ground minute 12 and that's just ended it. But it was really, really fun. And then those guys came over for a handshake and I was like, holy shit, what just happened, you know? Like, we got smashed. They just went high ground, but it was super, super fun.
When I start playing Dota, I think the EG Sumail, when they win the TI5, I like watching him when he plays Storm. His Storm is so OP that time in the international.
When I was starting my career, I was watching like every Miracle game, my favorite player, so it's only Miracle. I started like in 2014, I guess. Then I saw how Sumail won tournament, international, and I got excited. And I wanted to play it too, professionally. Yeah, I guess it's Miracle, Shadow Fiend, Invoker, Storm. And Miracle was playing a lot of carries. It was really good. He playing the roles, like super good. Yeah, we're playing against Miracle in last major, but long time ago. It was my first major, Epicenter, something like this, and we played against them. But it was our first game in playoffs, and everyone was a bit scared, and so it was a bit hard to play against Aster, first game.
Quest versus Talon, game number 3 coming your way here at Riyadh Masters, and we're ready to break it all down, break the draft down that's coming your way in just a couple of seconds. We've seen both teams win a game. Game 1 was very competitive, back and forth, but Talon at the end was able to take it with a superior draft. In game number 2, there was a very little hope for Talon as Quest had the way better draft, and we were looking to see if we can have a decider, back and forth, epic matchup this third game. Hopes are high, and we got Shadow Demon first phase banned by Talon, which is a change-up, because that means they're more worried about the Shadow Demon, potentially with the Mirana combination, than for the Rubik. And Faith Beyond, you've been saying that they've been so good about banning out the Rubik, but they do have first pick. Perhaps they want to pick it up themselves? But then they have to give the Snapfire. Oh, problems all around.
Maybe they have choice. And from previous games, we feel like who have last pick, who will be more comfortable in this draft.
Yeah.
So maybe Quest will have a good game again. Let's see.
Yeah, and maybe they're thinking of trading this Rubik for a Batrider plus Snapfire on Talon because they didn't ban either. Like they could be comfortable giving it away in this situation. We'll see.
Yeah, that's also a good strategy.
All right. With strategy, sorry, go for it.
With Rubik not banned, which I assume it'll make it through, does that open Enigma up as a possible pick? It's been kind of ignored. I mean, it got banned first phase, first game, second phase, second game, so maybe it'll make it through too and played.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's especially interesting that Quest is taking a long time to think about that, because they seem to be under the impression that it was going to be a similar story for Talon with banning out the Rubik, and they have to make the choice. Which do we ban out? Which two do they want? And which combination would they not be happy with giving away? They end up still banning out the Batrider, so Snap Bat for Talon is no longer achievable. But they could pick up the Rubik themselves, still go for the Snapfire. There's a lot of options coming out here for Talon. I would not be surprised if they also take their time to think about it, though this is of course something that they can brainstorm time and time again. Which hero do they give priority to here in the first week? I love best of threes for this, because in the 2-game series that we saw during the group stages, we didn't have any of these mini evolving metas, but here we do the third game always the most exciting draft-wise, and it's Snapfire. Effie, are you happy with their choice?
Yeah, I think they should have just traded the Snap for Rubik, which is what looks like is going to be happening, because if they take the Rubik themselves, they haven't been as efficient of a Rubik team as Quest has, and Mikoto has performed well in both games on the Snapfire from the mid lane.
That he has. Well, no surprise. They have to give up the Rubik. And where did they want to go with it? What are the other ones still in the pool? Did you mention Purge? You don't want to pick up 2 supports, so you don't want to go for Undying. Enigma is still in the pool.
Yeah, some teams would do Rubik Enigma just to kind of protect, well, or you leave Enigma and you could pick it second phase or force your opponents to ban it. That's probably more strategically useful, I feel like, even though the flex is there. They need some substitute flex hero, though, would be nice, because Primal's already been their pick, and that kind of does it, to be honest.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't pick Darkseer here, because it's also their most pick combo.
That's true.
And Timbersaw also, you maybe get killed by Kiss in early game, so... But it does flex. It offers more opportunity to their draft.
I think so. I think they're prioritizing the flex potential of the Timbersaw here over Darkseer because Enchantress is still in the pool too. So I think that if they had gone for Rubik plus Darkseer, they would have just picked Enchant 8 here from Talon. So this is probably the most comfortable route, even though there is magic damage already coming out of Talon. Still looks solid for Quest.
Faceless Void.
I mean, it's a great combo. It would have been banned second phase if they didn't pick it here. So this is generally what you want to do with first pick, if you can, is open with a strong core and then follow it up with a carry that's kind of counterable, or another core that's counterable, and then protect it with bans. So with the fact that they also combo together is really, really effective. So this opening just feels so much better for Talon for me.
Yeah. I think both teams are very happy with their opening.
I would say so. But I think Time Dilation owns both of Quest's heroes right now, especially the Timbersaw. It'll make it very frustrating for Quest to play the tempo that they want to. But even if they decide to put this Timbersaw in the offlane, I feel like it still has a good lane versus Void. Even though Time Dilation is a nuisance of a spell, there are very few matchups that Timbersaw does poorly in now that he's been changed to Universal.
Is he maybe worse as a hero, though, because they did nerf reactive armor? That was like one of his few nerfs he got in the last patch. So hypothetically, if you're in a dangerous lane, you could be more exploited. I haven't played it, though. Do you guys know?
I just feel like you just need a few points in reactive armor and you're still pretty OP. Also, the Timber Chain and the Whirling Death are easier than ever to spam, especially now with the range support meta. You have a lot of damage and CC backing you up.
There's some respect going into the Enigma ban. Some would say that, first of all, Rubik is a great counter to Enigma. Also, we saw Talon with the Faceless Void and Enigma yesterday, and to be honest, that did not look good, and their synergy was not there. But still, they want to remove it from the pool. Maybe also considering Undying is still in, or maybe wanting to force Talon to ban Undying with that in mind. But they'll end up banning out Templar Assassin instead, regardless.
I feel like 5 Enigma would really do well against the Rubik plus Timbersaw lane. Like, yeah, later on, obviously you can steal Black Hole, but in terms of the harass potential, I feel like they could bully that lane otherwise.
I like the Midnight Pulse a lot versus Timbersaw in general. I think Talon just have to expend the most annoying carry matchups as bans right now for the Faceless Void, and they're pretty comfortable. Whereas Quest have to consider whether or not they want the Phoenix or the Undying, because both of the 5 supports that they default to are countered by this first pick Snapfire. I still think they'll go the comfort route, though. For Kaori, just go for one of his specialty heroes in either.
So maybe Phoenix, then, or...?
Phoenix or Undying, like I mentioned.
Coming out of this phase, it's Talon that has to react to Quest with their pick. As Quest got the first chance to pick something out of it, so if they want to still remove one of the core matchups that does well against Faceless Void from the pool, this is their final chance to do so.
They're really thinking a lot about this one.
The Morphling, in the end.
Quest ban out all the team fight support, and I think both ET and Enigma is very fit for Talon.
Also synergizes very nicely with the Chronosphere.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, Faithian, how do you think is the best way to punish a Faceless Void that comes out this early?
First on lane, maybe you can pick some Venomancer, something you can really punish him on lane. And you pick a quick tempo. You play a quick tempo, yeah.
So you think Quest has to play for early aggression lineups and not try to scale into late game?
Yeah, I mean, okay, Undying is the lane security. I mean, Faceless Void come this early, you have to do something on lane, otherwise, because Faceless Void always have a good game at late game.
So would you prefer that the Timbersaw is played mid versus a Snapfire and a different offlaner is picked?
I think maybe Timber go mid is better. For Talon, they need pick 2 supports here, I think.
Yeah, they'll go for the Silencer for one of them. Am I correct to be a little bit worried for Quest in the sense that when we saw them in game number 1, having an Undying versus the Snapfire, Undying felt like such a... I don't know, his Tombstone just died every time. Is that a worry, or...?
Not really. Like, it's still very nice to have a counter to the Tombstone in your draft, but Undying is always going to have value because he's just so strong on lane that Tombstone becomes more of a second thought later when it's of a save or some kind of high ground vision or something like that, but it's not the crux of your team fight.
And he is kind of nice in that sense, because depending on where you put your Tomb, like if your team gets Chronosphere and you put Tomb on the other side of the Chrono, it's not always easy for Snap to get there, so that's kind of an upside. And he's just a very tanky support too, so he's less likely to be easily killed in these like Chrono Kisses combo compared to other 5s.
Okay. This Terrorblade pick removes the flex potential from the Tiny, so this is almost 99% a position for a Tiny. The Silencer is kind of cool, I suppose, in that it's a team fighting 5 that they secure with their other 2 big team fight ultis, but I don't necessarily seeing it disrupting too many of Quest's heroes, right? Because Timbersaw tends to buy a Lotus Orb. There is no big cooldown that they're playing for. Maybe use the Global to stop Asunder, but nothing that really stands out as a wow Silencer pick.
Yeah, I think Talon, they want pick a... They also know they need to pick a team fight position 5, but I think they don't know, they don't think too much hero they can pick. So Silencer is the most picked hero, so maybe they just go for it. But I think maybe if they can pick Phoenix there, it will be better.
Phoenix would have been really cool, yeah. The Sunray versus Timbersaw and Undying heals is awesome. Like the percentage-based damage plus the potential Vessel Buyer. I would have liked that more also.
Did they pick Silencer before Undying? They did, correct?
No, Undying came out and then it was Silencer plus Tiny support duo.
Yeah, because if it was the other way around, it would have been... I feel like Silencer against Phoenix could have then protected their team fight a little bit, but yeah, guess not.
Talon Esports.
The kind of anti-synergy though, Arcane Curse and Time Dilation. You want their spells to come off cooldown so you can get more Arcane Curse procs, obviously.
I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like, I think the biggest deal is the Global not really being too much of a hindrance for Quest. I guess for Talon, you could pick some kind of, like, offlane hero that just goes in first, right? Like, initiates and gets covered by the Global Silence, as opposed to it being a shutdown spell. It's more of a defensive ability. So I'm going to cover you. You're going to go in and go nuts. And I got your back, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I guess against the first 3 heroes of Quest, they're all pretty spammable, you know, Spell Steal, whatever he gets, Timbersaw, Undying. Curse and Silence against all those guys is quite good.
I mean, Phoenix is really good here. If they can pick a post 3 Phoenix, it's still a good choice.
Post 3 Phoenix. It's been a while since we saw that, though.
I mean, if someone's going to play an unusual hero on the offlane, it is Jabs.
Played it before.
Yeah, it is a Jabs thing to do.
Yeah.
Well, we got quite a couple of offlaners banned by themselves as well with the Tidehunter. There is, of course, still the flex potential to put
no Phoenix.
Mid. But yeah, it looks like Quest read your mind. They removed that Phoenix. They were on the same page as you were.
Talon's lineup kind of reminds me of one of the ones they did against Team Liquid yesterday, where they had like all team fight heroes. So the Quest side could play up tempo maybe with their last pick. Maybe that could change things for him.
Well, at least they get to pick after seeing the locations of where people are going to go for. Unless they keep it super flex on the side of Talon, we'll know for sure whether that snap goes mid, which they have done, of course, for the rest of the series. But we've also seen Jabs play on the off lane, so potentially they just want to have something else in that mid lane. Potential galore. There's a lot of them.
I feel now for Talon the lack of damage at early mid game, and they kind of lack team fight to deal with Terrorblade. I feel.
Well, just doom him, I guess.
It's a little bit of greed, but can they get away with that, Effie? Because they have got a lineup that can buy a little bit more time for that Doom, or?
I don't know, because Quest still have Mars or Beastmaster open to them, or even an Underlord, and they could just play on the early Undying plus TV timing. So I'm not really sure if Talon can take it to the late game. Like, obviously Doom as a hero does address the Terrorblade later on, or the Timbersaw. But it's gonna take a lot of time, like we saw in their match versus Liquid yesterday. But their Doom got punished really hard.
With that said, though, even though it is a greedy lineup, the upside is that compared to that, like, TA, Doom, what was the third one? It was like...
Enigma.
They had another hard... The game where they picked too many carries. At least you can, like, Chronosphere. That's something from a carry position.
Yeah.
You know, at least Snapfire is better. So it's a little greedy, but I think it'll be fine.
I don't know, I really like Quest's lineup more, honestly, because this Pangolier, we thought that the Timbersaw would go mid simply because it looked like an easier game for a Timbersaw mid, but the last pick Pango is a very disruptive hero. Like, it's going to take these tiny little skirmishes for Quests, and it's something that's also not afraid of the global silence coming out of Silencer. I feel like the supports on the side of Talon might just feed at later stages of the game. It's scary, so I favor Quest's lineup here.
Yeah, I agree with that. The Pango has the ability to dive. They don't have very good dive heroes prior to that. So without a dive mid, Silencer is like never threatened. So Pango both can like dive, pressure one ahead, and team fight, which was something they were lacking. So it was a really cool pick.
Yeah, I agree, both of you, and I also prefer Quest's draft. I think Talon, at late game, they don't know how to kill Terrorblade in a team fight. They don't have enough damage, and you can only rely on Void, on Faceless Void. Yeah.
With that in mind, we haven't seen too many successful mid Pangos face beyond. Why does this one work?
I think maybe mid Pango always a good choice, but for this team, before they have better choice. So, but in this game, it works again, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Talon are not outdrafted here. It just feels like Quest's lineup is stronger, but they have a means to win. Like, their team fight with the Faceless Void plus Snapfire could get them a few key kills early on, and we know Snap is going to farm very quickly, so Makoto in this game is the responsibility god of Talon. We'll see how he takes it.
We're back to where we started. It's like, okay, these two playstyles, it's all going to come down to Makoto. Can he set a tempo? Can he go toe-to-toe to Quest? We're finding out the deciding game. $500,000 on the line. Cap and SPG, take us through it.
Man, it is crazy to think about the amount of money for a single win and a matchup that isn't even close to the grand finals. This is just the upper bracket, round one. And Talon and Quest have a one game to play for $500,000. It's going to be high pressure for two teams that, well, both of them have had to deal with pressure before. Both of them did have long runs at a major this year. Of course, Talon being able to achieve third at the Lima Major. Quest more recently having a fourth place finish at the Bali Major. But those weren't TI level events, and I feel like Riyadh Masters is one of those, right?
30 seconds to battle.
Pressure is building. Will it be a $500,000 Chronosphere? Will it be a $500,000 Swashbuckle? Will it be a $500,000
Sunder?
GG mid, I kill my items. Anything is possible.
I don't think that's possible.
You never know. I mean,
can you imagine if somebody did that? You would instantly become the most hated player in all of Dota.
Well, Quinn's playing later, so we'll find out. For now, we have some honest Dota players who are going to try their best in this Game 3 to clinch it out. As bounties get split, there's no first bloods, though TA2000's getting tossed around a little bit.
Yeah, they toss him over to Jabs. Q's like, get this guy away from me. He's got boots, so once the reflection goes away, he will have the movement speed to not give away first blood. He'll be fine.
This is not how you want to start a double melee strength lane versus Undying Terribly, though, right? I think we've seen Undying Terribly win almost every lane I've seen this lane play.
Yeah.
Predominantly from the CIS teams. Here, you have Undying Terribly versus Doom Tiny. This sounds absolutely miserable if you are Jabs, and it already looks absolutely miserable.
Yeah, I have to imagine part of the boots first build for Q is you got to go pull waves.
Yeah,
There's no
you're
other way to play this
absolutely pulling waves here. He's going to get a courier, actually. Nope, he forsakes the courier for the wave pull. That tells you how much he prioritizes it right now, and I kind of agree. If you don't get this wave pull off, you're absolutely screwed on this lane. So
it does mean he couldn't, like, because of the counter pull that's happening there, he didn't want to pull it into the easy camp.
Wait,
so that does spawn. And then he lost track of it, so this is going to be really weird.
This is not good.
No.
This is really bad for Jabs. As now you're going to have this wave get split. It's going to
Jabs
die.
like, you, buddy, you were supposed to pull the wave. What happened?
Then he missed the next one. What is going on up here? This is just bizarre. They're even going to... Well, I've seen a lot of lanes in my time. This is one of them, and I think it's not going to end very well for Jabs. I think weird, creepy equilibrium. Maybe it'll end up favoring them if they can get it shoved in, but for now, it's just going to be getting beat up on. And remember, this is all reflection decay level 1. This is not the meta Tombstone time.
Yeah, which you have now hit with Tombstone up, but I feel like Jabs with the Scorched Earth active is perhaps a little bit too much. Okay, they're actually going to use the easy camp pull and try and
killed the Harpy
together. What? No, okay, he got it. He got it.
Woo. Oh my, dude, Talon are like the #1 team at giving me
Oh my god, he's gonna TP out. Is he gonna make it? Oh, it's so close, but he lives.
Why must their games be so stressful like that? I don't understand. Like, how is this game already so stressful in 2 minutes? I don't want to watch the top.
You know what is not stressful? Makoto playing Snapfire against a melee hero.
Yeah,
that is a sure win. As he's going to do it the 3rd time in a row in this series.
I'm already more relaxed now that I'm not watching his top lane anymore, as my heart rate has dropped considerably. Just let me listen to the soothing sounds of 23 Savage right-click some creeps in a lane where I know nothing crazy is going to happen that might immediately cost you the entire $500,000 off a neutral camp. Look at how chill and relaxed this is. You know, you throw out some time dilation, you hit a map with a little whirling death. It's a nice little exchange. Both heroes a little even, though Malik is pulling ahead, actually. 15 and 6 on this Timber, putting that big right click to work.
Yeah, doing a good job.
Okay, we'll check back in on top. I really don't want to watch this lane. It's too scary, dude. I can't watch Jabs anymore.
You're the kind of guy who watches a scary movie and it covers your eyes, aren't you?
Yeah, but this is too stressful for me. I'm not even in the game. But we'll look at the lanes, and it is Makoto out on top overall. And that is where they want the Snapper to be. In fact, he is demolishing Noob. Dear Lord, what happened in this lane?
I mean, frankly, isn't this matchup even worse than the Primal Beast one? Because the Primal Beast can at least pull the wave around. Pango is even worse in this situation and is squishier, more susceptible to the magic damage that Makoto pumps out.
Honestly, I know I'm a Pango mid-hater at this tournament. Yeah. I will continue to hate on it. I just don't feel the impact of this hero as the games go late. I think the build, there's something weird about the build-up and when he hits it. You need a really, really smooth Pango game to feel this hero's power. This is a last pick Pango, no losing lane. Makoto's taking advantage of it. I still think Makoto's maybe a little slightly stronger laner than Noob, so you kind of have to know that going in. Like, those Primal matchups work for Quest because it's a hero that just gets around it, like you said. There isn't really a way around it for Pango. The early Pango rotations aren't as good. Like, you can go to a side lane and Rolling Thunder on somebody. Maybe you get the kill, but it costs you a lot more on the map. Makoto's taking full advantage of it right now and opened up a gap.
Kyrie's doing a good job. Look at him. Pulling the ranged easy camp creep wave.
Damn.
Getting the aggro up the hill like that, pulling it down.
I mean, in theory, you can always guarantee this by aggroing them. That one is a little cheeky, though. You do have this Chain Lightning to pour into the Doom. It's going to help this lane a lot, though.
Yeah,
double melee doesn't help it too much. And Jab's just not finding the early gold for an Arcane Boots, which is where this really snowballs. In fact, I'm really surprised they didn't drop the Tombstone for that.
Yeah, that felt like one of those situations where even if you don't get a kill, pretty big harassment damage, maybe even some economic damage out of it.
If it wasn't First Blood, I think it's fine. Since First Blood's still in the menu, though.
Oh yeah, it is. 5 minutes in.
Yeah, that's where you take that Tombstone meta kill.
Well, as looking right now, it seems like Makoto, well, a panel talked about it. We're back to Makoto needing to carry a big part of Talon's game because these side lanes are suffering pretty heavily.
Yeah, both side lanes going in the favor quest. Even this Faceless Void lane. Man, Malik is just putting on a CS clinic down here. 32 and 14 on this Timber Saw. This is one of the reasons this hero became more popular. Suddenly you can just outright click people on the lane. You have more base damage than an Agi carry.
He got that last hit that there's no way 23 could have gotten. That was just a base attack damage advantage there that Makoto is going to have to TP away. Power Rune is going to be secured.
You almost got lifted.
Yeah, Omar showed up on the other side of things. Yeah, when you have a Timbersaw doing this well, you don't need to worry about the lane. Unfortunately, the gank doesn't work in mid, and it does work for Talon at top to get the kill on TA2000, and finally, First Blood is claimed.
Absolutely huge find for them. I was sure this First Blood is going to go against Talon here. They've managed to eke away multiple times. Even Makoto living mid in that lift that almost comes in and ends up going their way top. It went on to Ollie, did not go on to Jabs here, so Jabs a little sad about that one as he would have really liked that recovery goal. But now he's in an okay position and got a lot of levels back. And more importantly, you didn't lose anything on the other side of the map. 23 going to get pushed off this wave. This is a catapult wave. Level 5 Timber.
He does manage to pull the creeps off of it, though, so we'll see whether or not Malik is going to sacrifice his HP to try and keep the Siege Wagon alive.
Not worth it, I think. They'll fight for the Wisdom Runes. Q should secure this guaranteed.
Yeah, you just avalanche or toss. Guaranteed.
Valiant attempt by Kaori, though. And yeah, they survived that catapult wave bottom. So as rough as these side lanes were going for Talon early on, this is where they can start to come back a bit as long as you don't give up some cheeky kills or anything.
This was the first rotation of Makoto that doesn't get anything, though.
This is a weird rotation. I don't think you go to this lane unless you have Chrono.
Yeah.
Because the Timber is just max HP down here. It's not really an opening. They will look top again, though, as 3 converge on TA2000 again. There's a lot of nuke damage with
see if they can get the toss back into Jabs, but they do have the Pango here. They're going to call in to see if they can kill the TB and trade out the Doom. They do not, and they lose 2 people for it. And Ollie is going to have to TP to mid, help out Makoto and pressure that mid tower, I guess.
In hindsight, that was an ambitious gank.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, and he'll give a bit of gold back to TA2000, who is now level 6, so that option is probably out the window. He's just going to save the Sunder point.
He's level 6, Jeff's level 4.
He's level 5. Well, he's level 5.
Okay.
Calm down there. This is also supposed to be the hardest lane for Talon, right? This is the losing lane on paper. So you kind of expect it to go this bad, and you're just going to make it up off of the mid lane win and maybe some Chrono kill that gets 23
Man, they are really taunting Makoto, but Malik is finally going to pay the price for it.
That's exactly what Talon
gives him back to him. Jabs, he's going to be chased underneath the tier 2. Snapfire's going to make the rotation here, see if he can give him the cookie to get out. It does. And now, with the Scatterblast landing on so many heroes, might be able to get another one here. Kaori's going to TP out. He's fine.
Give him a zap for the
Pango. He runs away too.
Well, Makoto making his presence felt in this game on both lanes. An offensive and a defensive play. They might find
Noob being so low. This is perfect. He got the toss onto him, and they're going to be able to catch the Rubik. What a turn for Talon.
And a teleport. And that is +2 off of both those heroes as the glaives are already up for Ollie. His brain grows, whereas Quest's momentum gets slowed down tremendously in the last minute, just off some really good double support rotations and bringing Makoto into both those side lanes. Those are the types of ganks that Talon are looking for, and their lineup is very capable of. It's this melee roamer for Q that has worked wonders for them in the past. Well, they're bringing it back in a very clutch and important game. He's already almost level 6.
To keep the pace going. Smoke up on 3.
Every
Head to that bottom lane. See if they can get this kill without the kisses.
You have Chrono, though.
You do have Chrono, but you don't necessarily have the magic damage to pump into it.
Yeah, Quest's going to read that move as well. Still, I don't mind them going bottom ever in this game because it keeps your tower alive versus the Timber, and it keeps 23 on the lane. And that just feels good for Talon overall, right? You're seeing this Faceless Void slowly creep back up the net worth. You leave him in the one-on-one versus the Timber, he gets abused. when you have some roam potential, it makes Malik play a little scared. He's going to miss some waves. You're getting some net worth back off the smoke. I actually don't mind that play as big a committal as it was, just because you're not losing too much out on the map.
I'll agree with that because he's also going Hannah minus, right? So if you can secure that Hannah minus for him while he's still on the lane, it will mean a pretty big difference in its net worth.
And now you can just TP Mikoto back here when the Chrono's up and lay in the damage.
Okay, we do have Mikoto's going to be here with some magic damage, and it'll be just enough.
2 more int as well.
Yeah. These heroes do not like losing intelligence. I think Pango is probably the one who hates it the most.
This game is flowing pretty decently for Talon, all things considered. Especially the fact that that double melee offlane, you got through it right. You push this Pango down to the bottom, which again, I personally just don't like Pango in this position. I think it's very rough.
Atos, Avalanche, not enough damage. Kaori's gonna live. He's got his level 6. Mikoto, okay, he does manage to get the kill on Kaori. He's obviously dead. Does mean he got a killing spree before he died. So Quest will pick up a little bit of extra golden experience off of that one. They'll also pressure the mid tower. The supports are here to try and stop it, but they just can't do anything. And the cores aren't willing to rotate. Not that they would do much.
It's a nice read by TA2000 here. Because one of the downsides of Talon with their slow lineup right now is it's really hard for them to defend towers if this Terrorblade decides to commit in with the early meta pushes. It's not something that he had to do in this game, but something that he made the read for, and is going to pay dividends for the team.
Especially when they use Chronosphere and Kisses, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
That is actually the way they maybe could defend the tower, but if that's on cooldown, then there's nothing.
That's why the read's really good here. You make that push when Chrono Kisses are up, yeah, you have a decent chance to just kill the TB on that push.
So Talon getting that that feedback loop, maybe they're going to be a little bit more conservative with that spell usage, because if they do it again, then they know TA2000 is just going to take another tower off of them. Malik, he has died a lot so far, and he's going to be caught again by another Talon rotation. They are not letting this Timbersaw get away with the game.
And continue to steal int away from him. This silencer has really worked out for Talon. They've used this melee tiny to enable it. A lot of nuke and spell damage. Silencer's one of the best answers to Timbersaw before the dispels come out. His spells are just debilitating. Can't really get away. You can't use your spells. You get chunked. Ollie making it shine here. 3-0 and 4. A dream silencer start. He has 100% kill involvement. These are the type of silencer games you feel really good in. You just run around, skirmish with your high-level nukes. Really impactful in the fights. It doesn't feel that slow, and that's when this hero feels the best.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me, do you remember Solo's old impact with Disruptor? He played an aggressive rotating Disruptor that was, I think, pretty unique for its time. I kind of feel this way about...
He's still here playing Disruptor.
Sure. I'm just saying it was very unique at the time. It really stood out among the playing field. And I feel like Ollie's getting a similar impact out of Silencer, another hero that I wouldn't necessarily think about as being a big rotating, ganking hero, but as you said, having big impact anyway.
I will say that team, playing Disruptor on a team with arguably the best 1 and 2 in the world at the time for like a year, who were winning every single lane they went into and put you in an ahead position.
What happened? You went from defending Solo to now taking away his accomplishments.
That's true.
You give and you take as a commentator.
I mean, he was by far the greatest Disruptor in the world. I'm not taking away from that.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I'm just saying,
attack.
you play that hero on a team where you're losing lanes. Might have looked a little different, you know.
Yeah, maybe,
There's only so much skill that can go into Glimpse.
4-man smoke up from Talon, another move from them. They are using a lot of their smokes here early. Now Quest do have Kaori, who's going to be sitting here tanking the gank. Very clearly dying for it. Another bit of intelligence for Ollie. He's up to 14.
He's gotten a lot. It adds up. Especially on these cores who are using the mana directly into damage. Noob has been sitting top recovering while TA2000's taking up the brunt of pushing into these skirmishes and fighting the fights. But at the same time, Jabs is also recovering, and I mean, Doom is always going to outpace you here with Max, Devour, Midas already online. So his game is not that rough anymore.
They've got much scarier late game, right? They've got 3
yeah.
cores that all scale, and they've got 2 Hannah Midases.
It looks pretty solid for them. There's some weird instances where like the grab ally save from some of these ults could be pretty nasty, right? You have a Rubik Shard lift as well for like some random target you try and jump with Doom. You might be able to lift Q off of a jump as well. This is one of those heroes that can really counteract those Blink Dagger 4s. And then the Tombstone, if you don't kill it with the Shredder, or you have to use the Shredder, then maybe you can win the long fight here on Quest with some disarms from the Pangolier. Of course, you can also just hit a really strong timing with this Terrorblade, who's having a beast of a game so far. This Manta and Scotty timings for TA2000 are going to be something you can play around as Quest, particularly with the Undying to back it up and force those objectives. So we could see like some earlier fighting and objective taking from Quest here that maybe prevents Talon from getting to the ultra late game in the way they want to.
Yeah.
And I think that's not a bad way to go about this game, especially when you have a Pango who's a little behind and would like some catch-up fights to really put this defusal to work and get some gold out of the kills. He's going to TP top and look exactly for that. Start on jabs.
On to jabs. Tombstone's going to be laid up with the immediate doom. Hurricane back into the avalanche. Very nice setup. If he gets the toss back, surely they've got this kill. And maybe even trade off though. Jump in, run 23, gets hit by the telekinesis toss back, but it doesn't matter. With the pickup on the Pango, having the numbers advantage and the delayed effect of these TPs, Quest are going to give away this ground. TA2000 moves to another lane.
Just a misstep by Noob. Maybe he just didn't expect jabs to be as fast as he was on the Doom trigger, but let me tell you something. If you were playing in that last game, what he was, and you saw how fast jabs pulled out that Ravage every time he got jumped.
Yeah.
If there's one player in this game I would expect to immediately throw out an ultimate no matter what, it is probably jabs. So it should not have been too much of a surprise. They just turn around with the global. Also something we haven't seen that much this game, but is fully online for Ollie and is very nice in these early fights.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. It is actually a really tough Pango game in a lot of regards. Bad lane, bad team fight matchups.
That's why I was not sold on this pick. I get it in terms of how it works with their heroes and it can set a lot up, but Faceless Void dunks on this hero. If you land the Doom before he goes in, it's pretty awkward. You can shred him late game with the Snapfire talents. Global Silence, pretty annoying for this hero, as well as some of the other silencer spells, unless you want to build a Dispel, which sometimes you don't. There's a lot of things that don't make this the easiest Pango game to go in, unless you can start with the Rolling Thunder from like a bit farther away and kind of gradually take that fight.
Yeah, which is awkward because you want to go to Fuse a Blade first, but I find in these kind of games, the faster Blink Dagger enables my game like a lot more, right? As you said, you want to get the Rolling Thunder off farther away.
And that's what this Blink's designed to do, right? He's already eyeing Blink BKB. I think this is kind of the build you're forced into here. That said, once he has that, if you can just Rolling Thunder Blink onto the backline and go on the silencer, that's where the pick will shine.
Sure, yeah.
And that's kind of what Quest have envisioned here. So if you're Talon, getting some defensive utility might also be the answer to that. Like if you can get some Climbers and some Force Staves, protect your supports when this Pango wants to go in deep, wear out that ultimate, and then turn the fight with some Chrono and Doom. Suddenly you put Noob in a position where even if he finds that backline, he might not feel great about it if his other heroes can't follow up with him. Kaori doing some ancient blocking here. In fact, they're going to steal it with some illusions. This is insult to injury right now. The shortest match record, 16 minutes. Well, in case you were wondering, Cap, this will not be the shortest game of the tournament.
Thank you, Avery.
I knew we were all expecting it to end here in the next 30 seconds.
Of course, Talon, well known for their slow games, or fast games, rather.
It could be the longest match, though. This definitely could be the longest match.
Yeah.
This game has potential to go to distance for sure. 70 minutes is the ticket.
Level 2 Kisses and Chronosphere. Talon have a really, really big power spike right now.
And this game is quieted
do they
down.
want to use it?
I don't know if they feel pressured to. I think they're okay farming for BKBs here. Like,
because you have your Hand of Midas is going, and as soon as you use that spell cooldown, we saw what TA2000 did with the meta last time.
Also, their counter initiation, if Quest force a fight into them, is pretty solid, as long as the silencer isn't the one getting gone on, which shouldn't be that easy. You don't have great vision mechanisms on Quest. I feel like the onus is on TA2000 right now. Like, how much do you want to push this game? Are you confident just going late with a Terrorblade, or do you want to use your advantage? And the flank coming through from Talon, this is...
Oh, they could sandwich them hardcore, and they could take Roshan afterwards. This could be very bad for Quest.
I don't think Quest know they're back here. T2000 is just going to run into Q.
They spot each other. Whoa, Q, reaction, a little bit late. They go for the Undying instead. Quest are now going to TP in. Global Sound's going to be used. 23 bouncing around there. Glimmer Cape trying to stall. He's actually going to be okay. And 23 is the one in trouble. Oh, we got off the time walk. Just barely in time. Noob is now going to chase after. See if he can get the Rolling Thunder, burst down jabs, gives him a cookie, turns around, tries to go for the Doom, misses. Now Chronosphere. Where's the Kisses? It's lined up to be able to go for the Rubik, maybe the kill on the Undying as well with the toss up in the air. They will just barely finish him off with the damage over time. Now the Terrorblade is also caught, but
They can't commit. They don't have the mana, first of all, on Makoto, and the fear of the Sunder will keep him at bay. Talon still have some supports hanging around here, though. They're not careful. Sunder, nice catch. TA2000 will make a fast kill out of that one. And Talon, that was a very important fight for them to win. Losing it means Quest have opportunities now.
You could think about this Roshan when there's supports to revive. Makoto did find a regen rune, though, so that's going to keep him out on the map. Pretty nice post-fight pickoff. It's just all the Timbersaw going in on that Tombstone, and the tiny jump on the Undying is not really who you were looking for here if you're a Talon. It's very close to being a huge chrono here for 23. He's just trying not to get bursted. This is one of those jumps where, like, you try and jump in, maybe the extra turn time kills you. And of course, no BKB for jabs just really hurts him in this fight. You don't get anything off. Basically, just have to take the supports.
They jumped the Terrorblade, gotten that opportunity.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It would have been.
That fight is a game of seconds there. If Talon are there a little faster, you find the tiny jump. You might just kill TA2000 before anything comes out. Nonetheless, he will survive. He will sunder off the silencer to full HP and go straight into the Roche Pit. Cooldowns for Talon will prevent them contesting.
And Tombstone and Swashbuckle makes it pretty easy for them to do Roshan.
And now the question of how fast you want to push this is really open to the Terrorblade here, because you're going to have Aegis into a Scotty here in the next 3 minutes. You have high ground potential. Like, it's there. It's scary. I don't know how much you believe in it, but maybe if you have the shards on these supports, double Glimmer's already up. This is a tanky Terrorblade. Not easy to punch through if you're Talon. You kind of have to just throw your ultimates on him, and that's where that Aegis is very difficult to fight through. This is not a good game to give away the Aegis here if you're Talon, because it counteracts your Chrono all in, it counteracts your Doom all in, something you don't want to put these ults on the Terrorblade. If you don't, then he's just hitting you the whole time. It gets very weird very fast. This might be a game where we see some good old rat action to stall it out. Don't let Quest get to your base in a good position. Find some pickoffs on the map if you can get them.
Talon unsure about going for that kill. Kaori is clearly setting up. Malik is going to chase and is just out of vision of Makoto, I believe.
Now, Talon did finish their BKB, so that next fight is also going to be a bit different in terms of the Doom and the Snapfire can stand their ground, not take as much damage from this Timbersaw. Maybe you can man up for a Tombstone kill.
Oh! An Infamous Rune. He ran through a Ward Sentry. That is so unfortunate for Noob. Double Sentry, in fact, around this one Ward. So they saw him the entire way. He was trying to set up an aggressive move.
Vision wins games. That's a big pick, shutting down this Pango's BKB progression with another good global silence that he does not have a Dispel to answer for. Those initiations on Noob are just free until he has BKB. You're gonna global that every time. There's no counterplay. Talon continuing to find some openings in this game, and it's looking pretty solid for them, all things considered, right? You're finding a lot of farm on the Faceless Void here. And he is gonna be a late game problem. We're talking about the damage into the Terrorblade. How well can Talon deal with him? I can throw the same question back. Do Quest have damage to burst this Faceless Void if he gets to, like, that Scotty late game timing with 3,000 HP? Perhaps even a level 25 talent with Backtrack?
They do have a lack of disables, right?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you have the lockdown. You might need, like, hexes, some extra Timbersaw damage, some basher on the Pango into lift chain. It gets a little weird too, especially when Global can disjoint that. You even can have a toss back save. I don't think this Faceless Void is going to be easy for Quest to answer this game. And he has found a lot of farm, and this game is probably going to go late. So you better be thinking about how you're going to deal with these later fights and gearing up for it. Lincoln Spheres, Force Stabs, Glimmer Cape, Blink Daggers, Wind Wakers, I don't know what it is. Anything that helps you deal with these big ultimates is going to be nice. Alternatively, like we have raised, you can just push and not go there at all. You risk throwing the game going high ground.
The best counter to late game is never letting it go late game.
It's very true. Wise words.
They're going to trade tier 1 mid for tier 2 bottom. Quest will keep this push going. They've got a pretty decent ward near the high ground here.
And Scotty flying in off the courier. That courier flying over Radiant Outpost right now is a huge chunk of net worth for TA2000.
Tombstone dead, though. Tombstone already. That is a big team fight spell. Quest immediately going to have to back away, and they did not manage to pull all of the Talon heroes back.
That feels a little awkward. I think you could have gotten a little more out of that. Maybe you're not committing for the tier 3. That is your Scotty timing, though. So I think you were kind of happy to take that fight with a Tombstone up if you could. And right now, 23, he just doesn't have to come back. He gets to farm out the map with Midas. Mjolnir finished here, going into his own BKB.
That BKB is going to be coming in fast unless they can find a way to catch him.
And he's basically invincible in that BKB unless he tries to mana burst the Terror Blade outside of a Chrono and just gets chunked down.
Yeah, it would have to be a pretty big misread.
Tower is under attack.
Holding on to a double damage for a rainy day. Makoto ready to fight if he has to, but Talon are fine with passive play. Big rotations coming out. Big move from Quest up to this top lane. They wanted to be able to catch either Jabs or 23, who they know are farming up here, particularly 23, who showed himself in the creep wave, but are left with nothing to hold on to.
This game is also different than last one because Quest built a huge XP advantage in that last game. They were up like 25–30% in levels advantage. The XP difference right now, 20.
It's literally 20 experience difference?
Wow. They are literally within 20 or 30 XP. I don't know if I've ever seen that. That's literally as close as you can get here. So the talents and the levels that Talon really were looking for last game that they similarly want this time around whenever you have these Snapfire Faceless Void lineups.
Yep,
they're rolling in.
Both of them are super important.
Yes, and they're not going to be behind in that regard, which is a nice place to be in. It means while you're split pushing, farming out this map, you're not falling behind. Talon have done a good job keeping up with how much gold and XP TA2000 has been finding as that Aegis expires. They're getting aggressive, looking for the fight. Remember, you can still start the fight on this Pangolier at any point with the global. And there's not much to stop it unless there's the utility behind him.
Break on Omar. Gets out the Glimmer, but they have the dust for him. He will be killed. So, Talons push out to the other side of the river. Does catch a support Quest. Not the biggest deal for them. They'll be able to chill out for a bit. They're working towards their big BKB timings, which was very important for them in Game 2. They're going to try and lead off here. Noob going for the Blink Rolling Thunder. Hits Makoto once, bounces a second time, but the BKB goes on. Jabs actually went in, goes for the Doom, hits him with the stun after the Manta. Now he still has the vision to be able to keep up with the Terror Blade, but he gives up on that kill. He's kicked the Terror Blade out of the fight. They want to go for Noob now, who with his Shield Rune was doing okay, but now he's been Chronosphere on disarm. But it doesn't matter. They've got the kisses. Malik with his own BKB doesn't worry about the kisses, but he is worried about the physical damage put out. Jump back in from Q, but they're resetting. They don't want to keep this fight going. Now that the Doom has expired on TA2000, they call the fight quits. And that is big cooldowns that they put. Quest have an opportunity when their Pango is back up to perhaps get a lot out of this.
Oh, they're going to run the map for sure. They didn't have to use meta. I mean, they couldn't use meta because he got doomed.
Yeah.
Which means Quest technically have everything they want up, including Tombstone in 20 seconds, where you're missing all your big ults of your Talon. This could be that high ground push bottom if they really want to force it here. Potentially an opening. I mean, Noob can't get back here, and once again, he's getting abused on the fact that he cannot get to this BKB versatile lineup with a lot of disables for him.
You know what's kind of interesting about that timing, though? Talon used a lot of their big spells, but it was like 90 seconds before Roshan could spawn. So it puts Quest kind of in an awkward position. Do you push for the high ground? Because if you push for the high ground and lose that fight, you could be giving up control of Roshan. Very likely you're giving up control of Roshan. It's something you're dependent on.
It was a very good time to fight in this game for Talon. Like, you want to be using these ults where the objective's not up, and then Quest just can't take advantage of it, win or lose the fight. I like that aspect of it. Yeah. I think that jump from Jabs was a little ambitious.
A bit.
Because the Faceless Void TP'd back to the tier 2 to deal with Terror Blade illusions. So 23 wasn't even there at the start of that.
Right.
There's just no follow-up on the Doom. So maybe the idea was like, I'm just going to go in and Doom and we're going to bait some other heroes in, and then we'll get a good toss, say, toss back or a big chrono on somebody, which kind of did end up happening, right? And then they instantly got out. That's the part I like. Like, they're not overcommitting to this fight. They know what they're getting out of their cooldowns. They know what their ults are supposed to do, and if they're not there,
Big pick off. They can get it. Noob does have a BKB, though. So, bit of an overestimation there of their abilities. Forced to have TP out. Oh, is he away? No, good. Omar does TP in just in time. That would be so painful to let them both get away with that. But Q does die thanks to the telekinesis.
And they got a bunch of teleports up top, which means you can aggressively push bottom. You can get mid in versus these illusions that 23 is struggling against. My God. Actually just straight killing him there.
That's concerning. Needs a butterfly real bad. Needs that 20 talent too. Need 20 talents all around. Jabs could use his as well to never have that Doom on cooldown.
Talents are the name of the game here, and you got to get to them through the team fights. Wisdom Runes will not get you there alone. Elven Tunic for TA2000 on top of that BKB. He is a monster right now.
I think Makoto, I think he was maybe setting up to see if like West were going to try and take their Tormentor or something.
That would have been a very bold move.
Because I think he was in range of getting hit by the Tormentor, so we would know when they were doing it.
This looks like it'll be Roche for Quest, though. Nothing happens in like the next minute. You also have
his Radiant side, though.
Then they're going to go through. Yeah, this is interesting, actually. I mean, Talon are smoking down here. They have all their holds up.
Do they have their buybacks up as well? They do.
This
so
is
they
a
could
decent
heavily
fight.
commit for this if they want to. Faceless Void is the one with buyback. 2 other supports are very close to it as well.
And saves-wise, I've been talking about these saves versus the big ults. You have Stolen Toss on Omar.
Okay.
Potentially a big save. You also have Double Glimmer. You have a Lotus on Kari. But you don't have that Tombstone Grab Ally, and you don't have the Rubik Shard yet. So the 2 big saves are not there for Quest at this exact point in time. You're just going to have to rely on how tanky TA2000 is. He's pretty damn tanky.
Going to do a good job of getting information, pushing the creep wave out. Not Quest are able to smoke their way up to the high ground here and have control of the Roshan pit. Start doing it now with Noob. Very aggressively positioned out there to be able to intercept. This team's going to smoke behind him. Q just blindly jumping into that high ground is going to be bursted almost immediately, but he gets a force back down, and he cuts the tree that Malik was looking to Timber Chain to. They're not able to pursue, while Noob had already used the Rolling Thunder. If he gets doomed here, could be trouble, but they're going to hold off on it. 23, not too worried. He's going to pop his BKB, try and keep up. The Doom is going to be put to use here with Global Silence as well, and it looks like he's going to fall. The Undying can't get anything off because the Global Silence is covering him. They finish him off with the toss. Malik still chasing, immediate buyback from the Pangolier on a second life with no Doom, but still a Chronosphere and still a Kisses.
So you traded a Pango life for 2 big ults out from Talon. They still have 2 of their others, and they're healing up. Can you get anything out of this time period? This is a very expensive buy from Noob. Extremely sacrificial, and I think Talon can still take this fight. If they can get 23 back here, he also just picked up his level 20 Talon.
They got to get back here fast, though. They started pushing in the mid lane. They're a ways away on their Faceless Void.
That was a risky show. You just let Quest walk back in the pit. Okay, they're going to Kisses to stall this out.
Yeah, now it means you don't have Chronosphere Kisses. That's a combo. Gleipnir going to be used on Malik, and he doesn't have BKB, remember. Oh, no.
Another sacrificial buy.
Pushed out 2 deep,
This is
and
so
now
expensive.
the Faceless Void is here. He can get inside this pit if he wants to. He sees the Roshan's low. They're going to play for time here. See if they can catch it as the Roshan is going down. TA2000 still inside. They jump in. Gleipnir gets a little bit more vision. 23 says this.
He got bounced.
Guys by the Rolling Thunder.
He's dead.
He's stunned up and he's dead. Now the Tiny's going to fall as well. Oh, what a disaster for Talon. It could have been the game-winning move, but it turns into ash in their mouth as they thought they had the victory shout.
BKB on cooldown for 23 Savage for 5 seconds there, and that buyback from Noob punishes the hell out of it as he just pre-rolls for the pit. Absolute thing of beauty here. That is a decimation of a team fight if he gets Chrono off, because he gets the Roche for sure. That is such a ballsy play by Quest to commit 2 core buybacks that don't have BKB for this fight.
Oh, just perfect timing.
And then
Literally
the lift chain
jumps in as the time walk lands.
Yeah, this is about as good as it's going to get here for Quest execution-wise, and now they're going to go straight into the high ground with Aegis Cheese. They are rewarded for their boldness in these buybacks.
A picture-perfect play. They're going to try and catch more. Beautiful stolen avalanche. Lets Omar get a free pick onto the silencer. And now Jabs is in a curious position.
And Glyph already forced out. You got to remember, there's still Chrono up here, and I think you have to respect it a bit if you're Quest. Now, you can sacrifice Aegis.
Please, somebody's please deal with the Tombstone, guys. I'm stuck.
I mean, that's Shredder's duty right there. But that means Makoto has to walk up
And it's Garrett Q trying to go for the toss back. Oh, the Chronosphere!
the back
Comes
line.
in on the side. The back line is going to get dissipated here. Can the Terrorblade push through anyway? Looks like they only managed to kill the one support here. TA2000 gets off the Sunder. Perfect timing from him while Noob jumps in, looking to finish off Q. And he should be able to get it too, but it does mean he's in committed deep. Pops BKB. He immediately fights the Faceless Void while Jabs is still going for it. Gallery and TA2000 are low. They start backing up with the buybacks being used. Q's going to make sure they can't get away. A toss up in the air will help finish off the Pangolier. Will Cowrie TP away successfully. If all they give up is Noob,
Will they find
that's
TA2000?
not so bad. Only force that. Oh, he's good. I thought he was going to die to just an illusion.
He does not have to force if he doesn't want to. Still, they did not find the Terrorblade at the end of that fight, which is what they were really looking for. And it's going to cost you 2 support buybacks here. I guess it's not the worst trade for Talon, considering it cost 2 buybacks from Quest to get to that point in the first place, right? A successful high ground defense and a sick chrono by 23. He just TP'd up front, jumped behind them, found everybody on the back line. Jabs did a crap ton of damage in that fight, just off of multiple burns.
I think you could say it's worth it for Talon if they did something during this timing of the dieback of the Pango. But instead of getting something done, they're the ones who get picked off. Jabs gets caught by TA2000's bold move as he uses his Silver Edge and meta to be able to get a pick off. Now a pick off on mid as Kiari's going to die there.
Might prevent Quest just running down the bottom lane as TA2000 wants to look for something else on the map. He is so fast right now during this nighttime, almost 500 MS.
And it's only
He's just
halfway
running
through.
the hell in.
He's going to get in range of somebody here, surely. Q, right on top of him. Only has a 4 staff to play with here. That surely is not going to be enough.
Another big pick off on the back.
Oh, double damage
that
with level
damage.
20 talent. Makoto almost just one-shot Malik, but it wasn't enough. Now he needs to try and get away. Malik, confident they can catch up. BKB goes off, another little shredder. That's danger.
Yeah, he's TPing out.
Look at both, yeah.
Everybody's
Makoto
TPing
and
out.
Malik both gonna TP away from each other there, scared for their lives in this very, very close precipice of Game 3. Either team could fall off this cliff.
Hide your tombstone. Hide your timber. The Snapfire's coming for them all. Level 20 at the perfect time for that DD and Daedalus to be finished on top of the... It's always a quiver, man. It is always a quiver. He is doing some serious deeps right now.
Lucians will come in to try and clean up the range barracks. The damage was already done earlier. They did take that melee barracks for the push. 1 minute left on the Aegis.
And this game is still a 300 XP difference. They just haven't been able to extract anything beyond the 50-50 here as this game has been even for 40.
That's crazy. You know what's funny? How 300 experience results in a 3 levels advantage for Quest. Just levels on
some of those thresholds.
the right
I mean,
heroes.
they also got over their level 20 thresholds on 3 of their heroes. It's just not as impactful talents-wise, right? Like, you're looking at some magic resistance, some stats. I mean, 10 stats for Terrorblade. Congratulations, right?
Yeah.
Snapfire just became a carry.
Well,
balancing all things. Thank you, Mr. Icefrog.
Ollie got the shard. He already has 26 intelligence stolen from all of these engagements he's been in. Now he's going to be stealing 4 every death. An extra +10 to all stats.
Yeah, this is also the unconventional talent. I think it's just for extra tankiness because TA2000 knows at some point in this game he's getting doomed, he's getting chronoed.
Yeah.
And it's a question of can you survive that, and if you can buy a bit more time for your saves to come through, which are starting to get there for Quest, right? That Rubik Shard is online now.
That's
the Undying Shard is going to get picked up next here if you can get the gold for it.
Oh, look at that. He's got MKB. Butterfly was just being completed by 23. So they think they probably have an advantage in this carry-to-carry matchup, but it is already gone away.
That's rough. You're not even going to get a single fight out of this Butterfly timing because T2000 is a mind reader and already knows what you want to build before you build it.
Yeah, a 2,000 net worth lead for Quest, but it's a 4,000 net worth lead between the Terrorblade and the Faceless Void. That puts him just 1 item ahead.
I want to see this Blink on Makoto. I think Blink for the Snapfire completes a lot of Talon's teamfight here because it allows him to position around the Chronosphere when 23 goes in, and then you have a decent chance of chroning this Terrorblade and killing him inside of it with the Shredder procs. Right now, you kind of have to chrono and throw in kisses, depending on where Makoto is, because he doesn't want to go up that far, and that is just not nearly as impactful.
Question
still
for you,
working
Avery, though.
towards the
How
link.
important is it? Is it important enough to forsake your buyback for this next Roshan fight? Because that could be what's posed.
If you can execute it, yes. The conservative play is you save the buyback since you're a Boots of Travel hero.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I mean, bold moves win lands. You're on land. You're playing for $500,000 here. I think you buy it out, man. I think you buy it. It's pretty impactful. It is really. It's the difference between maybe you kill TA2000 and maybe you don't.
Yeah, and we've seen how important that is in these fights, because 23 can't really stand toe-to-toe against him yet. The Butterfly was supposed to allow that. That advantage is now gone. Maybe the 25 Talon can make the difference. The backtrack cooldown, increasing his effective HP by 20%, basically.
You can give up this Aegis of your Talon. Just play for high ground defense. It's not the worst option. I think it's pretty terrifying, but it's not the worst option. And you also don't know where the buybacks are for quests. Like, you saw this MKB come out on T2000, but you don't know where his buyback is exactly, right? So buying out yourself and committing that fight without some of your own is probably too risky for Makoto to take the chance. As that Terrorblade buyback comes up off of that Warpine kill, it's going to cost him 3,000 gold, but he has it. Also, the lockdown for quests that we mentioned at the start of this game has started to pick up as well. You have that Hex finished on Moloch. That's a huge item for going in and perhaps turning around these jumps from Talon. If you don't BKB first, you're going to get turned into a sheep, and you might just get bashed by the Pangolier, who also has an Aeon disc and a cheese in the backpack. So if this Aeon goes off during a chrono and you get cheese off on the Pango...
Oh, they got to be careful with this. They do not have their faces void here yet, but the Rolling Thunder has been used, and they're not getting anything for it. Kisses are also going to be used, trying to get information here. See what Quest is up to. Perhaps give an opportunity for Jabs to get the initiation, and he's doing the long wraparound.
Yeah, look at this flank from the Doom, looking for anybody who's struggling in the wrong area at the wrong time.
Who's he looking for? What would the best target be?
I mean, he'll take any big core, I think, if it's not Lotus or, you know, forced away instantly. Ideally, if you're Talon, though, you want to lead with a toss back, because then you're displacing the fight. It just feels way better for you when you pop this global and you make them chase into you instead of you chasing into the Tombstone.
That'll
which
lead
can
to an
still
easier
cause you problems.
Chronosphere for 23.
Exactly. It's all about who clumps who here. And MKB finished for the Faceless Void.
This is either a winning position. Oh no, he blinks into the pit immediately. Double bash by Roshan. Jabs.
Oh.
He's going to try and get out, but Telekinesis is going to catch him. Q is going to run in, try and cause some chaos to let Jabs get out, and it works. Quest were not willing to break down their team fight positioning there. They held the high ground and didn't want to leave it.
And Jabs is just going straight back in. Ninja Gear going to let him re-smoke. They got the Tombstone out of that. That's a huge spell to have on cooldown here. It's your save gone, your prolonged team fight gone. Talon, they want to make something of this right now.
The non-stop ring around the Rosie, around the pit. The smoke moves. Talon.
Who's flanking who
Are
now?
they going to expect this? Quest have left their high ground
Makoto.
and are doing the wrap
This
around.
is
Makoto
so
is a big
dangerous.
target. They tried to grab him. A blink telekinesis goes awry. Q now intercepts. Big avalanche hits on 2. They're going to chase after Makoto. He uses BKB. Rolling
they
Thunder.
found
A lot of
23.
initiations. Global sounds being used. Uh-oh. 23. Time Walk gets off. Now we got the Chronosphere onto 2 with the kisses
Where's
going
the
in. They're
damage?
not in range of being able to get the Doom.
Where's the damage?
2000, he has a chance. Oh, Lotus Orbit's not going to be enough. A stolen Doom goes out, but they lost TA2000. He buys back immediately. He's going to try and get to this fight as quick as he can. They don't want to let Makoto leave. They cannot let him get out alive. And they've got him, I think. Aside the Vice, he turns around, throws
one with him.
finishes off Omar before he falls.
23 TP'd out, and meanwhile, Jabs is doomed himself as the
Stolen
Terrorblade
Doom.
returns.
Oh, Q! Oh, the reflection finishes him off. Q, he tried to save Jabs' life, but he might have just given up his own life. TA2000, a TPN. Jabs boxing in. Q getting a little bit too
Talon
close.
just paused
He
for
almost
this.
getting caught. Aside, he's in trouble. He
They
gets
wanna
burst
fight.
down. 23 trying to fight without his Chronosphere here. This is heavy commitment for Talon, and they
Makoto
don't
in
have their
trouble.
big team fight spells, and
He
they
needs help.
overestimated themselves in this fight. Kaori trying to chase after him. Talon desperate to be able to keep these heroes at bay. Malik and Kaori just looking for the little bit of slow that allows them to catch up. But are they going to be able to get there? Kaori, he gets that one hit. A
He
toss
jumped
away.
in.
But no, he tossed him into 23. And 23 time walked into the enemy. So it just means he got pushed into Quest. Now a dieback. 100 seconds Quest. Who gives a damn about Roshan? Because you might just be able to go something bigger here.
Meta on cooldown, however, yeah, it's going to dissuade him from going in. And refresher for
Oh,
Jabs.
no.
He has another Doom.
Doom,
In fact, he
up
has
in a
2.
second. One more second. He needs the vision. He needs the detection. He gets it off now. But he might be too far away because
23
TA2000's
back.
here. He pops a reflection.
Second
a second
Doom.
Doom going to be put to use. Maybe a toss back could be crucial here. Q, a toss straight up in the air. 23's just trying to get on top of him. A stun comes out with that Centaur. They get on top of him with the Doom and the Global Sound. They make sure there is no saves from this Undying. Now Noob rolling Thunder in. He's going to try and get what kills, but no, they'll blink away just in time. They can't. They have to get something out of this, otherwise their carry is dead. Nothing on the return, and Noob now trying to roll out. Malik's back into play. BKB side the Vice trying to burst him, and he got him.
No buy available.
Now dead, trading out carries, and Malik looking for more.
No Terrorblade for 90, but they're 40 gold off buyback for the Faceless Void. However, Quest cannot make anything of this as their objective taker went down in the end, and Jabs picking up the bounties.
He's desperate for it. He goes for the bounty runes. That now gives buyback to the Faceless Void.
He's going to use
buy back. Talon are going for Roshan here. The 70 seconds that the Terrorblade's dead. This is a bold move, Avery.
Bold moves win games, and they're going to try and cinch it here as they abuse 60 seconds on the clock for the Demon. Level 25 procured for 23 Savage as well in that fight. Still looking for the Snapfire one, but that backtrack has got to be a boon. The biggest issue, though, is he's getting mana burnt. He's getting bashed. And of course, if Double Doom does not come out there for Jabs, you don't even get that turnaround. Very aggressive buybacks from Talon. Might end up winning them this Roshan fight as TA2000 is trying to put the game on his back, and this game is snapping it right now. It's just too much weight to carry. The man needs help. He needs more lockdown. He needs more lives. He needed that Aegis in this game to deal with the ultimates. This is going to be a solid position for Talon when all things are said and done, as they're going to put an Aegis on 23. Refresher Shard from the dire side. Roche means double chrono, double
Here's
BKB.
the toss.
And this is just
so sad.
a betrayal if I've ever seen one. I mean, 23 says Makoto.
Why?
Watch and learn from the grave.
I mean, imagine if he time walks backwards. That Snapfire is so far gone, there's no way that
he's
Quest
out of
could
there.
keep up.
What really salvages this fight is the Refresher or buyout from Jabs. He uses buyback and still has gold for that, plus a Refresher. It's just a ridiculous amount of net worth. I guess that is the benefit of the Doombringer, the money printer.
Yep.
It's going to hurt his economy a little, but it pays off at the right point. This is not an ideal inventory, but it is one that has worked very well in the last few minutes.
In a crisis, the Federal Reserve comes through, and Talon now have an advantage with an Aegis, but it also is double-edged sword here, because you do have this aspect of if he gets over aggressive, he dives back, that's it.
Yeah, there's only one buyback in this game off cooldown, and it is Malik right now. So he can frontline some of these ults if a fight happens in the next 3 to 4 minutes. Do you want to force that fight if you're Talon? It's a very ballsy fight to force. However, you have Refresher Shard on Faceless Void, and this is where that hero is just absolutely terrifying. That dire side Roche, the fight lasted so long, it ended up being better for Talon as double chrono.
2 chronospheres for 1 life on the Terrorblade.
What do you, I mean, you have to save him, right? You have to grab ally him or lift him out in a clutch moment. Maybe you need a blink on the Terrorblade. It will not be the blink, though. It'll be a Lincoln Sphere. Plus that Silver Edge and Trickster Cloak to try and abuse the vision advantage. And maybe it's just about your other heroes going in and setting the fight up for you now. You have double Hex, one on Omar, one on Malik. And the Malik has the single buyback in this game. You've got to make these tools work for you.
Malik, he did a great job evening out the odds earlier by being able to kill the Faceless Void with his Scythe of Ice, carry for carry. But he's not the same kind of damage threat that now the Snapfire is. Level 20 was important. Level 25 is overwhelming.
It's online. These talents have come through, and this is where this lineup becomes absolutely devastating. You cannot get caught in these ults and shredders anymore, which if you're Quest, I feel like it means you have to start on them. You have to find the hexes. Yeah. You have to combine it with the Terrorblade damage. The thing
he's
is,
going Divine too.
I mean, what else?
Oh, never mind. He changed it up.
We'll see. I think Divine is actually the correct choice right now.
He already bought off the helm, so I think he's committed.
Well, that extra armor might save you. You never know. I mean, Nullifier is never bad versus all these Glimmers and Lotus Orbs that have been causing them huge problems here.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be the biggest thing is Snoop, right? He's got the Eon Disc. I think that's the biggest thing that they can nullify here.
Yeah, that's huge. It was buying him a lot of time in these chronos.
That and Glimmer Cape. I mean, they have to be able to throw Noob or Malik in there.
My question for Quest is, TA2000, he did not go for the Swift Blink build. He has the Silver Edge here. You need to get this Terrorblade in while the Hexes go out. That's a tough ask. Like, you're basically just asking him to run in blind and find a good angle. It's so much weight on the initial setup for the fight here on Quest.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
That nullifier will be bought out here.
Another
Remember, there's no
important one.
buybacks.
Q has his level 20, though he hasn't picked up the Talon yet, but surely you're going for the toss. Oh, he didn't! He's trying to pump out damage because he wants to go an Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, this is so I mean, I want to say it's greedy. It's also some scaling, but if you get there, if you get the Ags, it's a lot of extra damage in the Chrono.
23 going to be found on the low ground here.
This is Aegis.
Sight the buys, Force Staff gets him away. They're going to use the Global Silence. They're trying to go. They spotted TA2000. A second Sight the buys put to work to stall up 23, but he's going to jump after them. Almost spotting the heroes, but their first Chrono goes bad. No heroes caught in the first one. And 50 seconds left on the Aegis. That might have just spoiled their Aegis timing.
You do not want to have to pop this refresher shard for a single Chrono fight, as TA2000 needs a breather here.
I mean, this is crucial. This is time to talk strategy right here. Whatever problems they're having, both teams are undoubtedly going to be talking about what do we do with this timer. Because BKBs are on cooldown, but so is Chrono.
Pretty heads-up kiting by Quest. A little slow on the Chrono jump from 23 here. A little ambitious. I don't even know if he had to force it there, because that engagement was not going well for Quest. They committed double Hex on 23, but you can see that TA2000 does not want to run in. It's just way too scary, especially with that Aegis.
Level 25 almost here for Jabs, and he's working towards an Aghanim Scepter. Double AoE Dooms.
There's a lot of ults to fight through if you're Quest. Double Doom. If there could be two Shredders in the fight because you have a Spell Prism here reducing your cooldowns a bit. There's a Global Silence, there's double Chrono. This Tiny is likely not going to die on the jump because you don't have any Dispel for his Ghost Scepter. So you're likely dealing with double Tiny combo as well, which is potentially two heroes getting tossed back. You really have to anchor the fight around your Tombstone to make your hexes count. So when that single punch hits from the Terrorblade, it punches straight through and you claim a lot out of it. However, the buybacks are coming back in this game for both teams here. So that is something else that will help Quest a little. Is I think the buybacks are a bit stronger for them in wearing through these ults, assuming TA2000 is still strong enough to come back in the fight and clean people up.
In some ways I agree, but also the general game state, which I feel favors Talon because I think it's easier for them to get team fights. I feel like it's one of those situations where you want to win that fight, even if you lose it 9 times out of 10, you win that 1 out of 10. And I feel like buybacks make those numbers worse for Quest.
Doesn't make it that much easier, yeah. I just don't know how else you're wearing through these ultimates. At some point, they're going to land. At some point, these Chronos and Dooms are going to land, right? You might even get to the point where you have this Ags on the Doombringer as Jabs is catching up on some net worth here that he cost in that buyback. That's going to help you as well, because then you don't have to try and blink Doom this Terrorblade, which has been very annoying from the entire game, as the Mantas have been instant from TA2000. Now you're just going with the AoE, and all of a sudden you're in a scenario where can you save the Terrorblade from that jump? That's a very different situation. Quest continuing to look for answers versus the late game team fight, even though they're up gold. I don't know if they are feeling like they're up here. And of course, you still have that refresher shard sitting on the Faceless Void. Double Chrono waiting to go. I don't know why Jabs has a seed shot at this point in the game. However, it might be a $500,000 seed shot.
Is there any way that works with Infernal Blade?
I mean, it's for the Linken's pop, I think. The spell does pop.
Oh,
Linken's.
yeah. You're right.
So maybe that's just really what he's prioritizing here. I guess it's an alternative until you get to this Ags. Like, there's a Linken's on TA2000, and you do have to deal with it. There's not much from Talon that deals it. So maybe this seed shot is honestly 10-head right here. You manage to pop that Linken's going to do on the Terrorblade. It might just win you a fight. Unconventional pickup at this point in the game. Might just pay off. As all the buybacks are coming up in 20 seconds here. We're about to have 10 very soon. As this game pushes past the 50-minute mark.
Another 7 minutes to 60-minute items. Another minute until another Roshan. Level 20, Tombstone on Death. We now have the Swashbuckle cooldown on the Pangolier. That amps up his damage considerably when he's not in that Rolling Thunder.
He's a big threat if he's not getting focused, and I don't know if Talon want to be focusing him anymore. A lot of the attention has gone to this Timber and the Terrorblade here because they're the big damage sources. Pangolier might just wreck your backline, take your supports out of the fight, get a couple clutch bashes or disarms. Another shard will go to Makoto here for some extra cookie.
A little bit of extra save. That extra distance could be crucial. So we've seen Quest have struggled to be able to hold on to heroes. So one of their biggest disables right now is the disables that they bought, the Sight Devices on multiple heroes, but the cookie still remains pretty effective. There goes that seed shot.
Ninja gears are also so damn valuable at this point. I mean, all these games just feel like they come down to ninja gears and trickster cloaks. I mean, you look at this item scoreboard.
Yeah, it's ninja gears.
This might be changed at a certain
5
point.
of them.
But for now, this is the meta because Vision in these late game fights, who sees who first, is just so valuable. Everybody wants to be jumping the other target.
Yeah, frankly, I'm actually surprised that 23 went for the Mindbreaker.
Yeah, he's behind the meta. What are you doing, son?
I kind of feel like he doesn't need more damage. It's just, do you land the chrono or do you not?
Well, you are asking that as if maybe he had a choice, and maybe he did not.
Maybe he didn't, yeah. Maybe he didn't have the
X on him, can he
Scythe is going to
burst?
be used. 4 stabs, Cookie, all getting
He goes
away.
back in.
Noob, oh, the Chronosphere. It catches a lot of heroes. Is this enough?
Tombstone save.
2000, they got him inside the Undying Tombstone, but a second Chronosphere. They heal up with the
Pop him
Tombstone.
out.
They
Take
break
him
him out.
down.
They're killing him, he's dead. He's going to buy back immediately. They're going to turn on to Malik, who's now going to be doomed up as well. If they get 2 cores out of this, 2 buybacks out of this, it's going to feel very, very good. They've got him killed. Omar as well as Cowrie are both backing away. Talon know they need to reset, though. The buybacks have been used. Do not overextend yourself. You blew double Chronosphere. You went through one of your dooms. You went through your global silence. You may not have enough anymore to contest this Roshan.
I don't think you do. You're going to have to give it up. Still, you should be happy with that fight. This Aegis is not going to last the entire buyback period for Terrorblade, and you have a win condition there. It's also a question of what can Quest use this Aegis for. Do you want to push high ground with no Terrorblade buyback? It's just a sick disjoint here from Talon. They force Cookie their Void out, and then 23 goes straight back in, and double Chrono. Sure, you have a grab ally, but he's grabbing him straight back out here and into a world of pain as you even toss the Undying into this Chrono. Very nice heads-up play by Q as he was looking on that back line.
Oh, that's cute.
That's something else Talon can think about, right? This grab ally is pivotal. Not if Kiori gets thrown into the Chrono by Q.
Yeah. And
that's a big factor.
He needs the second Tombstone. He's got it with Tombstone on death. Oh, Talon. I figured they would just naturally be chilling out right now.
50
Lit
seconds
Quest
to Chrono.
push into you.
You need to wait for this spell. You did get the Ags on the Doombringer, however, so that is going to be a double AoE Doom. It means you don't necessarily need to try and break this Linken's anymore. It's going to be randomly doing a bunch of people throughout the fight. Annoying for the Pangolier.
Meta gonna be popped.
I guess you don't have a choice here if you're TA2000, right? You can't just wait this Aegis out even though you don't have buyback.
They really want to stall this without having to jump in for a team fight without Chronosphere. Quest, 1 creep wave down, another one pushing forward, another round of illusions. They know they kind of have to force this, but Q's going to be tossed into the AoE Doom. Can they bail him out?
Oh,
Where's
damage.
the Tombstone? They can't. The damage is too fast. Now the meta's going to be on cooldown when he comes back into the second life. They have to bail him out. They have to get in there and save their Terrorblade. Force Staff trying to get him away.
He's got to
Still, though,
fight.
the Doom is a problem. A second one coming out, and the
save.
Terrorblade put into the Tombstone. Tombstone, they got to focus it, but they don't have the low shredder. The Tombstone's going to keep him alive. Talon trying to walk away.
He got the
he
Sunder.
went back in. He went
Is it
for the
enough?
Chronosphere. I think popped out of the Doom. And a second Doom now for Jazz, but it did not even need it. The damage is overwhelming from the little shredder. Shotgun blast at the face of Quest, and they are knocking him out as another round going into Malik. He's gonna die as well. 2 heroes dead with no buybacks. Quest, their hold. It's got to be one of a lifetime from here. I don't know how they do it without 2 of their cores because Talon are finally coming for your base. They're finally gonna go on the offense.
9,000 damage done by Makoto and double little shredder there, and those Chronos were on point. Extremely clutch plays by Quest to try and turn that around. The grab ally at the end buys time for the first Doom to wear off, which means he gets out, gets a Sunder on Undying before the Chrono. Almost survives all of it there. You just don't have a Satanic to heal back up on this Terrorblade.
Look at him trying to get the courier plays. Anything to stall it out.
And now you're just going to run it down mid. No ults up between the Doom and the Face's Void. However, for Talon, I don't think they care as there is no Terrorblade on the map. And you have a stolen seed shot on Omar, not the spell he was looking for, as that's all he found from the Doom.
They need Noob to kill this creep wave because Omar's catching the next one. Talon may be playing against time here. The backdoor protection can go back up.
Creeps are gone.
They are gone. Talon working their way through a second tier 4.
Crit.
Tier 4's down.
I don't
now
think
through
backdoor
the throne.
matters.
Backdoor protection, it won't even protect against this kind of damage. Talon will get their first upper bracket victory of the tournament and of the year.
God damn, does that feel good for them, man. This is a tough series to come back in after that game 2, in a game that goes very late to almost the 60-minute mark, and you got to push those late game fights to the edge against maybe one of the most impressive carry players this year in TA 2000, who almost clutches that game out on top of some sick grab allies from Kaori. Even so, the ults are just way too powerful to fight through for this Terrorblade lineup, and it goes back to double chrono off that one Roshan. Maybe if you don't have that, you can clinch this game. But double chrono, double Doom, double AoE Doom as well in that last fight did so much work, and all Omar found was a silly seed shot. As Jab says, you can steal a spell from me, but it won't be a good one, my friend. And they cannot turn those spells back around against Talon as the late game Talons kick in. 25 Snapfire and 25 Void. I don't know if there's much else scarier in the game of Dota 2 right now.
Oh, absolutely.
This game shows you why.
Talon, we said at the start of the series, this Southeast Asian team, they are a fierce late game team. They surprised us in game 1 by going for the more aggressive moves, and it pans out in a victory. But when they need it the most, they fall back on their experience and confidence going late.
With some signature heroes as well. If you're going to look at this Talon lineup and go, what if their heroes have been the most successful for them this year? Jab's Doom has been up there for a lot of the early portions of the year, and the Q Tiny has been their go-to in the clutch situations.
Yep.
Not to mention 23 Savage's Faceless Void. It is perhaps up there with his Morphling in terms of if you're going to pick me a hero to win a game that we need to win, I want the Faceless Void, I want the Morphling, and maybe his Spectre in there. I mean, Spectre's not in the meta, and the Morphling fell off, so you'll take the next best thing here, and damn did he do work on it. The scoreline does not reflect it, but he had very good chronos in his game. Even that fight, I mean, he did the most damage on his team, or he took the most damage on his team, sorry. Makoto, I was about to say, almost got confused here, but he took the most damage on his team,
And once a bounce back from Talon, not being able to make Bali, but make it here into top 6 at the Riyadh Masters.
And with that top 6 finish, they guarantee themselves a $500,000 prize pool and a lot of pride as well. Jabs, congratulations on what I imagine to be a very stressful series. That last fight, who made the call to, like, as soon as we get the defense, just run down mid as fast as possible?
I think it's just everyone. We know that they don't have buyback, and I think Tree said they're going to use Korea to, like, try to cut the wave, so we try to protect it.
زي ما شفنا أعزائي المشاهدين موجود معنا جابز بعد فوز كان جدا جدا عظيم في البست اوف 3 هذه كامله 2-1 لصالحهم اضمنوا المركز السادس حتى الان في البطوله واضمنوا $500,000 جائزه من ال 15 مليون اللي معنا. لكن كان السؤال الاول نتكلم عن وش اللي صار في الفايت الاخير، على اي اساس انتم مين اللي منكم قرر انه تروحون على طول تسوون رن الميد تروحون على الانشنت على طول تخلون كل شيء ثاني؟ كان يقولوا انه احنا عارفين انه ما عندهم باي باك اصلا، وبكل الحالتين احنا كان هذا القرار حقنا، فمجرد ما استوعبنا الشيء هذا ركضنا الميد رحنا الانشنت خلصنا الجيم.
And then how about the heroes that were trying to cut the wave? Were you laser focused on just taking down the towers in the Ancient, or were you kind of worried that backdoor protection might kick in?
I think I kind of worry about the backdoor protection, and Tree said go Throne, and Mikoto was like killing Panko, so I don't know, I just kill Undying. It's like everything is happen at once.
كان يقول لنا انه كل شيء قاعد يصير بنفس اللحظه، لانه سالناه السؤال اللي نتكلم فيه عن هل انت كنت خايف اصلا من التاورز اللي موجوده في الميد؟ هل ممكن ان الباك دور ديفنس حقهم او البروتكشن يقدر انه يعني يوقفهم انهم يخلصون الجيم؟ قال لا صراحه في اشياء كثيره كانت تصير بنفس اللحظه، بس كنا خايفين من الشيء هذا، بس الحمد لله عدت على خير يعني.
You are the last Southeast Asian representative now in this tournament, but this is a situation that you guys have been in before. At this point, does it add more stress or more pride to be the last team representing your region?
For me, I don't really care about that much. Like, I just want to do well and win this tournament, like take down everyone.
سألنا السؤال الأخير معنا في هذه المقابلة الجابس، كنا نتكلم عن موضوع أنه هم الآن الفريق الوحيد اللي من جنوب شرق آسيا هو المتبقين في البطولة، البقية كلهم تم استبعادهم. فهل الشيء هذا يحط عليهم ستريس كثير، ينضغطون كثير منه، ولا أنه لا بالعكس الشيء هذا ما يفرق معاهم؟ كان جوابه أنه يقول صراحة ما يهمنا النقطة هذه ولا نفكر فيها كثير، بس تركيزنا أننا نحاول أننا نسوي أفضل شيء عندنا.
Well, you're on a great start right now, Jabs. Congratulations on this victory, and best of luck on your journey to take down everyone.
Thank you so much for the supporting from the fans and everyone. Like, thank you.
زي ما شفنا أعزائنا المشاهدين، هنا وصلنا لنهاية المقابلة، وكان بس جابز يشكر كل الناس اللي يدعمونهم لما وصلوا للحظة هذه، لكن خلينا نشوف ايش اللي ممكن يصير بعد ما نروح للاستديو نتكلم أكثر عن هذا الجيم العظيم.
That wraps up our first best of 3. Let's get on with the day and send it back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Fancy and Jabs and Tsunami. What a game 3 here. Deciding game between Quest and Talon. It had everything we could have hoped for and then some. This was definitely a main stage $500,000 game that we saw played out here. And we're gonna do our best to try and break the madness down. I'm joined by Faith Beyond, Effie and Purge. For this game, where do you want to start it? Because at this point, it doesn't feel right to start in the laning stage.
Yeah, I mean, this fight here felt like the pivotal moment of the game where we're going to think back like, oh, this was the one big moment that mattered. It did matter then, but 10-15 minutes later, there were so many other plays that were worth highlighting instead.
Yeah, it was madness. It was madness, and okay, I'm gonna decide where to start because we have seen this Talon team go with Snap and Faceless Void for the late game Faith Beyond so many times. How is this team able to make it to the late game every single time with this combination of heroes and look so dominant?
Yeah, this game, as I thought before, I think Quest maybe can end it earlier, but Talon make it through the very late game. And I think this very related on Mikoto's play. He played on Snapfire very well every game. He win mid lane and he rotated so well, and I think that's the main reason why they can make it to the late game.
Yeah, this is truly an incredible showing by Mikoto, who we hadn't seen play Snapfire this entire tournament until today. And then in a spectacular fashion, he plays 3 Snapfires in a row, wins his lane every single time, and delivers in rotations, delivers on tempo, and hoists his team on his shoulders. Like, this is the kind of performance you want out of your mid laner. This is the kind of stability you want out of your mid laner. And Talon really brought their experience to the table in this game 3, in this chaotic, super team fighty, super all over the place late game scenarios. This is when experienced SEA teams thrive, and they really proved that.
Yeah, comparing this to the previous mega team fight match they played yesterday against Liquid, they just executed this one really, really well, especially in the late game. Just simple things like tossing back the guy sieging into a Doom leads enough separation and makes the team fight easier. So, I don't know, they just did such a good job with layering their spells. Yeah, sure, he whipped a Chrono once or twice, but
hey,
they
miss every one that you don't use, and it doesn't just go for hooks, goes for Chronos as well.
That's why you get Refresher Shard, so you can miss one more.
But even the ability to temper yourself after a missed Chrono and just disengage and make the call to go back is really impressive, because at that point, maybe a lesser experienced team would have choked and freaked out and taken the fight anyway, but Talon composed themselves, and even after they missed a big spell, just reset.
Yeah, it seemed like, especially those long fights, Talon was just on the same page with what they wanted to do, and that means that we have our longest STC play analysis ever to be seen at Riyadh Masters, because this was the pivotal fight. Purge highlighted in the highlights just earlier as well. And Faith Beyond, we have to highlight this because you called this fight ugly. You did say that.
Because it's such a long fight, it's not clear, it's not clean.
Yeah, it really wasn't clean, but it was a lot of fun to watch. And I mean, just teams throwing buybacks at each other, the terribly getting focused correctly by Talon. And you have Q this entire fight from the start, just trying to disrupt people, trying to have a toss in time, maybe failing at some points, but still helping his team in the way that it mattered. And it was so hard to follow, honestly.
Yeah, this the first part of the fight was mostly very ugly. The reason why we then still decided that we wanted to analyze this fight was because of the latter half of this fight where maybe Quest just took it a little bit too far, because from this point onward, Talon actually is starting to realize, wait a second, they can get some stuff done, and they'll make a turnaround and a comeback in a little bit. This is actually the very longest fight. It must have been crazy communication in this fight. Are they not gonna? I believe they were gonna go back. Yeah, they're not done. They're gonna go back in. There you go. Sticking around too long sometimes just costs you a little bit. It was still a very close fight, but this was the fight where it was clear that these fights were fights that Talon could win, and they would not shy away from taking them as well.
I think the Terrorblade dying right here is also instrumental, because this is after his buyback, and I believe it was the second Doom by Jabs. Did he have his refresher at this point? I think that he might have, because I think Terrorblade died to a Doom initially as well, and that's when he had to buy back and use the Metamorphosis. So Jabs did a really excellent job at controlling this Terrorblade at later stages of the game.
Yeah, that's true. He did play really good this game.
Yeah.
Jabs had an excellent match.
Yeah, the fight here is a little bit salvaged by the Hex coming out of Malik, who just makes sure that with the Terrorblade dead for close to 2 minutes, Talon can't do anything with it. But it was, yeah, it was a great one. This was only like the start, I believe, of the close end game to this series that we have seen, and Talon coming out ahead on that. I don't think a lot of people would have been surprised because of their history of going late game purge.
Yeah, they've been doing quite well. I mean, this is another really solid tournament run for them, where maybe they can still win for sure. But I think they're definitely a really solid team if they can consistently get this many like top sixes throughout a year of Dota tournaments.
Yeah, this is their first upper bracket land win. Now, and they did get very far within the Lima major, but they went through the lower bracket FE. So upper bracket here, I must be in a good confidence boost as well.
For sure, like you have the comfort of potentially losing a series, and you also have the financial security of winning this game. I believe we said it was a $500,000 difference between a win and a loss here. So that's definitely a confidence boost on top of a happiness boost, you know? But with all of that being said, I want to give Quest their flowers and give them their kudos, because they are still a new and inexperienced team, and for them to bring a series of this caliber to the upper bracket in their first ever international showing is really impressive.
It's super impressive, and they did very well, and I'm sure that we're going to see them wreak havoc in that lower bracket. Although their opponents, I believe it's going to be PSG LGD, might have something to say about that, but that's not going to be until later. We want to highlight our Quidia MVP, and 3 games in a row, his hero was first phase picked. 3 games in a row, he crushed with it. Faith Beyond, Mikoto on the Snapfire is our MVP.
Yeah, of course, definitely. He play every game. He's so stable. He can win the lane and he can do the good rotation. Like game 1, if he didn't do that well, maybe they got crushed.
Mikoto has gotten horrifically good at Dota so quickly, because this year really felt like his debut as one of the top tier offlaners of all the Dota Tier 1 teams. In the Lima Major, he was top 3 of all the mid laners there. In this tournament, he's top 3 of all the mid laners here. And it feels like, I don't know where this came from, because a couple of years ago, he was not this impressive, but hats off to him for this.
Hats off to him. I'm sure that there's going to be teams that have to maybe start worrying a little bit about this first phase Snapfire. I know it's a common ban and a common pick, but for Talon, it hadn't been that much on the radar until this very series. And of course, with the extra $500,000, total of top 6 is $800,000. So yeah, Talon must be very chuffed with that win, and Mikoto especially so, by being such an instrumental player in this series. But at the end of the day, I mean, we have to say it was a team effort. Everybody played their part. It was a close MVP choosing potentially as well, Effie?
Yeah, because I think he played a great game too. His Tiny was really impressive. The tossbacks were great. He broke some smokes. He did some disruptive plays where he was able to blink in, avalanche a multitude of heroes and walk out and extend the fights for even longer. So he deserves praise.
He deserves praise. 23 Savage deserves praise for the Chronospheres. You cannot underestimate the amount of pressure that is on you as a Faceless Void in a game like this, and a couple of missed Chronospheres is fine as long as the ones that count still are correct, and that was the case. So that was clutch. The global silences, the positioning of Ollie has been top tier as well, and I think we cannot forget Jabs Purge, we know Jabs of being the greedy player, and I think Doom is probably a standout for that one.
Yeah, it fits him very well.
Yeah.
His team fight has always been very strong on the player, and his item build is like so clear cut that he can't make any wild decisions that where he's like, I'm gonna be creative. It's like, no, it's very obvious. You go Midas, you go Blink Dagger, you go BKB, you go Octarine. So it makes it work. He did a really good job, but I just want to focus a tiny bit more on Ollie, I think.
Yeah.
Like, we thought that he was gonna get dived and die all the time. It did not happen. He was like 4, 2, and 15, that ratio KDA for the entire game. So
Yeah.
I think he did a really good job, and he was in like all those fights, but he was not a target because he positioned so well.
Yep. Legends in the making. That's what some would say. Of course, Riyadh Masters is where legends are made, but only one team can claim that honor, and that's the team that ends up in those grand finals. Talon have made the first step in this upper bracket, one step closer there, and they are awaiting their opponents. And guess what? Those will be decided in our upcoming series. Team Liquid and Gaming Gladiators, not unfamiliar with one another, having played the most games against each other this year versus any other team out there in officials. And it is going to be our first round of the upper bracket. We're getting treated right here. So this is one to watch, and this is one to get your snacks in order for. And you've got only a little bit of time to do so, because as you see, everybody's on their way. Everybody's making their way to the stage, making their way to the arena, and we are gonna prepare for this series as well. So we're gonna take a quick break, but when we're back, Team Liquid and Gaming Gladiators at Riyadh Masters.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Super Tuesday here at Riyadh Masters, and that is because we have 4 best of 3 series. Every single one in the upper bracket, round 1 of our big playoff bracket that features 12 teams total. And the reason is not just super because there's so many games possibly played today, but it's also super because every single series today has got $500,000 prize pool riding on it, and that raises the stakes even more so. For our upcoming series, our best of 3 is between 2 teams very familiar. Team Liquid and G.Gladiators. The team, they have met already 31 times this year, just 2023 alone. 31 games have they played in officials against each other, with an overwhelmingly positive win rate for G.Gladiator, who won 21 out of that. So we're gonna see if Team Liquid can beat the odds in this best of 3, and see maybe if G.Gladiator is just gonna continue where they left off, which, by the way, was with a crushing victory in the grand finals of the Bali Major with, well, it was a 3-1, but every grand final between them is a 3-1, and it goes the same way every single time. So very curious to see how this series will play itself out. I'm joined by Faith Beyond, by Effie, and by Purge. Purge, this series, best of 3 in the upper bracket, this is unusual to see them facing off this early.
It is, and that's actually what makes me most excited about it, is that it's like the low stakes version of them playing each other. So like no matter what happens here, that means if they, let's say the worst thing happens if they rematch again, it's like after one of them goes through a crazy lower bracket run, so there's like, it's like grudge match at that point. So I'm excited to watch it for that reason. I'm happy they're playing here instead of later on in the tournament.
Yeah, this is nice. I think a lot of people may have, have a bit of a relief realizing this is not the grand finals, Effie, because they met there so many times.
Yeah, and Liquid always seem to fall short. It just feels like GG have their number, and maybe this is a great thing for Liquid. In a best of 3, they always take a game off of them in a grand finals. Maybe they can manage to take 2 games off of them here. Who knows?
Why do you think, Faith Beyond, G.Gladiators always gets the better of Team Liquid? What's the biggest reason you can think of that that's the case?
I think maybe gaming, just they are too resilient. Like they will get better and better in the game, even they fall behind a lot, and they can still make a comeback.
I also feel like Liquid have depended a lot on crushing their lanes as their predominant playstyle this year, and Gaming are just too good at lanes to fall victim to that kind of strategy.
With that said though, Liquid did win slightly more games in their group stage. Gladiators doesn't tend to lose a lot of matches in playoff brackets to get to the grand finals, so there's maybe a window here where their meta isn't quite defined yet. Maybe Liquid can strike that right now, knock them in a lower bracket, and someone else will take care of them.
Well, if you're talking about someone else, the bracket that both of these 2 teams find themselves in, just to skip ahead a tiny bit, whoever loses here goes up against Tundra, so the Western European run continues for whoever drops down. Of course, Talon, already winning our previous match against Quest, makes sure that at least there's going to be a different region opposing one of Western European's finest in the upper bracket semifinals. But that is for later. You know what? We're not even going to have upper bracket semifinals for another like 2 days or so. So we're focusing on these upper bracket quarterfinals, if you will. And I want to focus first on Team Liquid. This is a team that started the group stages, Effie, very slowly, and then since then has started to ramp up pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like both Liquid and Gaming during the group stages played a little bit more experimentally with their drafts, which I think is a good sign because both of these teams just came out of the Bali Major. They were both in the grand finals, and had they stomped through the group stages again, I feel like they would have revealed a little bit too much after this patch. So I think that there was a lot of trying new things going on, trying the Enigma combos potentially, seeing how far the Brood can take you, and today we're going to see their best Dodo.
Keep in mind as well that Team Liquid had to play the play-ins, so they've had even more matches under the belt. They played 10 more matches even before group stage started, so they've been here a while grinding games. They've got the varied strategy, and they've found some stuff that works for them pretty well.
Yeah, we've seen Team Liquid with more games under their belt at the International 2022 fairly recently, going through the lower bracket, last chance qualifiers and lower bracket as well, actually. They did get more games and they leveled up the more they played. So that might be the case here as well. Very curious to see what kind of spirits Team Liquid is in before their series, and that's why we had Jenkins. Check them out.
I got you. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Hello.
For the content. Anything for content.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Team Liquid, Insania. You're playing against G.Gladiators. Is there anything special you do to prep your mind to play against the Gladiators?
I had tofu for breakfast, and last night I, put on all the games that we've lost to them throughout the year, and I just went through them and like let the pain take over, and now I will overcome that pain today.
Some of them were very, very close, I will say. It was. You've gone the distance in a lot of these grand finals.
I don't think any of them have been close. I think we've been getting clapped. I mean, some games have been close, but none of the series have been close.
Yeah, the games matter. You know, they add up and make the whole series here, ladies and gentlemen.
If that's how it works, then we've beat them like more than 3 times, so we should have at least 1 grand final victory, I feel like.
Isn't your match record really good against them? It's just that when it's grand final...
No.
I didn't do my research. Okay, what are you going to pick in the first phase?
What am I going to pick in the first phase? I'm going to pick Zai as my drafter.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this has been Insania from Team Liquid. Thank you so much for joining me here, and good luck in your match, my brother.
Yeah, Zai is the captain and drafter of Team Liquid at the moment. Of course, he took that role after TI 2022, TI 12, that was 11, definitely 11.
11.
Yeah.
It used to be so easy to remember.
It used to be so easy.
The year matched up with the number, and ever since then I've been destroyed.
Yeah.
It was like the one safe thing in my life, and it's gone.
Isn't it just -1 now?
I haven't thought that far. Please, Effie.
No, but Zai has really stepped it up, and he is, he kind of was put in the captain's role. I don't know how voluntary it was, but he did do great. He stepped it up, and the team has been flourishing, of course, together with him and Blitz preparing the draft. And let's focus a little bit on G.Gladiators, because when you're talking about, on one side you got Coach Blitz, on the other side you got Coach CY. And there's not a single coach in the world, as far as I'm aware, that is having a 100% LAN win rate. 100%. First, that means you can't lose. That's no lie.
Look, normally
That's
we
how
bring
it
this
works.
up when like Thompson wins the first big LAN that he goes to, and then we joke and he does it the next time. But this one's actually insane because it has been so many tournaments in a row. It's been a very good performance for him. So he definitely joined the team at the right time, or the team got him at the right time, and that's why they're doing well.
I think that's the way we should definitely treat it.
Why not both?
One or both, or both. I like both as well.
And Quinn.
And Quinn, sure, add that to the mix as well. This team has been on fire, and I'm sure that they are in good spirits as well. But let's see if Jenkins got a hold of them at all.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Porter, CEO of G.Gladiators. You guys are about to play. How's the team feeling? How are you feeling?
Feeling good. We're ready to go out and smash it.
We recorded an interview before, but I screwed up, and it didn't air. I want to apologize to you for that.
No worries, bud.
He was also the Canadian guy. I've been using it for a lot of content. Quinn is chilling over there. He's got his headset on. What do you know about his pre-game ritual? What does he listen to?
I don't know. His playlist is all over the place, man. But I think he likes oldies. Like he gets pretty hype. But yeah, he's more on the oldie side, I think, when he does the pregame.
Well, it's working out for him. He's doing a lot of winning. So are you guys. Very nice. Pick up a team 1.5 years later. All of a sudden they win everything. But you guys are playing against Team Liquid. Is there anything different you do against this team, or do you go into it and just think, we beat them before, we'll just do it again, run it back?
No, we respect Team Liquid a lot. We go into every game knowing that they're going to come with everything they have at us. So we like to prepare really, really hard against them. And yeah, we respect them. We're going to go into this game knowing that they're going to come at us really strong, and we're going to have to fight back.
Fighting back indeed, Shiver, or whoever the host is. Thank you for the interview, Porter. Great to see you. Again, my Canadian brother. Back to you at the panel.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. Yes, I am indeed the host for this series. And we got to talk to Porter because all of the players were doing their pre-game ritual. I know Quinn likes to sit with his headphones on. Sometimes you see him lounging about, or well, it looks like he's lounging around because he's wearing his headphones listening to music. To get into the zone, that's where players want to be. Faith Beyond, did you have a pre-game, pre-match ritual you did before any official match, like Quinn has with his headphone?
You mean like every game, before every game I will do something?
Yeah.
Before I drink some hot water.
Why? Why hot water? Why not cold water or room temperature?
Hot water make me feel better.
And why not tea? Flavored hot water.
Just hot water. Hot water
Just
is fine.
just hot water?
Yeah, just hot water.
That's very specific. But yeah, every player does something specific. In the case of Quinn, it's the headphones. And in the case of the rest of Gaming Gladiators players, it's not giving interviews to Jenkins, which can also be very good for your preparation on the series. Going into the series, though, I want to talk about the playstyle of these two teams, Effie, because we are in a fresher patch since the last time we have seen them play in the best of 5 grand finals, and surely this time around, surely Team Liquid has learned something to be able to make the series more even.
I'm sure they always learn something from Gaming Gladiators, but these two teams are so similar in their hero pools, the way that they play, their drafts, their strategies, their tempo. Like, it just feels like Gaming Gladiators is a more complete version of Liquid right now.
Ooh. Don't let them hear you say it. I believe, Faith Beyond, you just showed me some numbers about heroes and hero pools. There's one big difference, right?
Yeah, I want to point out in this tournament, Liquid have tried so many different heroes. In their team, the play very left heroes is Zai, and he only play 9 heroes.
Only 9.
Yeah, but for GG, their Duracho is their most different hero pool, and it's also 9 heroes. So Liquid have so many different strategy in this tournament, and I think they have a better understanding on this tournament.
All right, well, let's find out which one of the strategies will come to light here in this upper bracket quarterfinals. We're heading over to the stage to get the players online.
Welcome everyone to an El Clasico here in the Western European region. These two teams have faced off time and time again. And guys, it's time for the grand finals of Riyadh Masters.
أعزائنا المشاهدين, هذا الجيم بيكون الجراند فاين. Are you sure? I mean, are you sure this is the grand final?
Fancy, if there's one thing I know about Pro Dota this year, it's that every time Liquid and Gaimin face off, it's in the upper bracket quarterfinals here at Riyadh Masters 2023.
الجيم اللي راح نشهده الآن أعزائنا المشاهدين بيكون هو الأبر براكت في الجولة الأولى معنا في رياض ماسترز. بيكون هو الكلاسيكو اللي احنا نعرفه في عالم دوتا. ما راح يكون النهائي، بنشوفه إن شاء الله ممكن بعدين، لكن ما أتوقع أن هذا اللي بيصير.
All right, yes, for what it's worth, Liquid has had their demons with Gaming Gladiators, at least on LAN. But Liquid is also the only team to ever knock Gaimin down to lower bracket. This was in Dream League Season 19. It was an online tournament, but it still counts.
I think so too. صراحة يعني المنافسة اللي ما بين فريق جي جي وفريق تيم ليكويد كلنا يتكلم عنها، كلنا يعرف وين وصلت، وكلنا يعرف انه في كل مرة يتواجهون فيها جي جي هو اللي يكون الافضل، لكن تيم ليكويد هالمرة جايين يردون لهم الصعب صحيحين. وعدونا بالشيء هذا كثير، بس خلينا نشوف إذا الشيء هذا بيصير ولا لا.
The thing is that the equation may change on LAN because, as we heard from the English panel, their coach has a 100% win rate when it comes to a stage, when it comes to zero latency in the game. Online, things are different, so it's going to be an uphill battle for Team Liquid.
اللي ما يدري أيضاً أعزائنا المشاهدين إنه هذا الفريق حتى اللحظة هذه صار عندهم 100% الوين ريت في كل بطولات اللان اللي حصلت هذه السنة. مجرد ما إنه دخل معاهم الكوتش، مجرد ما شفنا الروستر الجديد اللي تغير مع كوين، مجرد ما إنه دخل معاهم أيضاً ما عمرنا شفناهم خسروا أبداً. فالشيء هذا ممكن يتكرر اليوم، ممكن تيم ليكويد يكون عندهم رد ثاني.
Well then, without further ado, let's get it started.
F1 is not professional.
Team Liquid! these teams are kind of middle of the pack in this group stage, which is kind of rare to see from Gaimin, but Liquid are no strangers to it. This is very similar to their Berlin major trajectory just a few months ago.
حرفيا المباراة اللي حنا على وشك اننا نشهدها اعزائنا المشاهدين، هذه هي الكلاسيكو حق عالم دوتا بالكامل. هذه هي المباراة اللي شاهدناها في كل ميجر، في كل نهائي وفي كل جراند فاينل كان الفريقين ضد بعض، وكل مرة فريق جيم جلاديترز هو اللي يفوز. لكن تيم ليكويد الان عندهم فرصة انهم يواجهونهم من بدري، فخلونا نشوف اذا يقدرون يوقفونهم عند حدهم ولا لا. بس قبل كذا لازم نرحب بالفريق الثاني. أفضل فريق في العالم G Gladiators. أفضل فريق في العالم، الكلمة هذه ما هي بسيطة ولا تنقال لأي فريق، ولا صار عندنا في الفترة الأخيرة في العالم في دوتا سين إنه يكون عندنا فريق في هالجودة وفي هالقوة. نتكلم عن كل المياجر اللي حصلت، سواء كان في الليما ميجر أو حتى في البرلين ميجر أو حتى في البالي ميجر، دائما هم المركز الأول، ودائما خصمهم هم تيم ليكويد، ودائما يخسرون تيم ليكويد. فالفريق هذا عارف ايش قاعد يسوي، لكن لا ننسى ان كل الفرق مجهزه انها تلعب ضدهم.
The undisputed best team in the world right now. Even when it seems like they're relaxing, they're still beating everyone. And on land, they're a different beast. If they can continue that trend, magic is bound to happen.
اللي ما يذكر اعزائنا المشاهدين، في دريم ليج مره واحده فقط تيم ليكويد استطاع انه ياخذ الفوز على جيم جلاديترز، لكن في اللان تورنمنت في المسارح ولا مره قدر ياخذ منه اي سيريس حتى اللحظه هذه من سنه كامله. الشيء اللي بنشاهده الان بيكون حرفيا من التاريخ، فخلونا نشوف من اللي يمكن يكون هو الفريق الافضل.
Well, you guys are no stranger to what happens next, so let's get you into your computers, get you into the lobby, and get this game number 1 underway.
الكل منتظر اللحظة هذه من زمان. على طول نروح مع الاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم عن درافت الجيم الأول.
You heard Fancy and Tsunami say it, it's El Clasico. That's right. We have got a new El Clasico, and this is no surprise that it's Team Liquid and G Gladiators. One best of 3 to decide who's top 6 here at Riyadh Masters and makes the first step towards claiming their almost rightful place in those grand finals. But of course, one game at a time here, so let's focus on that game. Let's focus on some Dota 2 that we are about to witness. We are going to head into that draft very, very soon. And I want to know what my panel is going to look towards. Is there any matchups, Faith Bian, that you are specifically keeping your eye on when watching Team Liquid and G Gladiators play?
Yeah, I think Team Liquid, they perform better in recently because earlier in group stage they not did very well, but at the last 2 days of group stage they didn't lost a single game, and looks like they found some like right strategy for the patch, and now they pick a lot of snipe fire, and so I really looking forward what Nisha can do today.
I'm mostly curious to see how the Broodmother plays out in this tournament or in this match. It is still a popular hero at this tournament, but especially for these two teams, they're pretty much grabbing it. At least Liquid's case, Gladiators too in a lot of cases. It's pretty much either banned or in the match in the first phase. So, and Gladiators have been playing it very heavily in safe lane as well, slightly more safe lane than off lane. So I think this is going to be one of the key heroes in the match. And past that, yeah, both teams are playing pretty much similar support pools.
There's also the Io that we haven't talked about. Both teams run these Io strategies, right? Io plus Storm or Io plus Lush. There's also the Enchantress plus Beastmaster strats, especially from Gaimin, that you have to fear. And Ace's tremendous offlane hero pool. I feel like Gaimin have some kind of strategy to build around every one of Ace's signature heroes, who all happen to be very good in this meta.
Yeah, I want to talk a tiny bit about the Meepo because it is a risk when you're playing against G Gladiators. But at which stage of the draft do you have to be worried about? Because I don't think for now. It is a first pick material hero, but when do you need to basically put it on your radar, Purge, if you are Team Liquid?
I mean, I see it often banned in the last phase, so when it does get banned, it's often picked there or at the end of the second phase. Both teams have only played it one time so far. Both teams lost with it. With that said, when G.Gladiators played it, it looked solid. That was the one where they had that glorious black hole catching, you know, 10 heroes, including Olympios. So definitely could be a hero that is scary to play against.
The hero scary to play against, that is basically G.Gladiators, and in particular Ace's MO. He has got a lot of those up his arsenal. Personally, I'm looking forward to the carry matchup. I feel like on the side of Team Liquid, Mickey is incredibly versatile, and we see Team Liquid using that versatility. I feel more this event so far than we have seen throughout the year with rotating the hero pool a little bit. But on the other side, I want to talk about Dairatcho before we head into the draft, because Dairatcho has been criticized. I think of all the G.Gladiators players, Dairatcho is the most criticized player. Is that fair to say, Effie?
Yeah, I think people have the most to say about him for sure, but the criticism doesn't really apply when they win every single grand finals they're ever in. It's just people looking for something. Like, clearly, Dairatcho's hyper-aggressive playstyle works for this team. If it didn't work for this team, then they wouldn't have won all of these grand finals.
No, I agree. He likes living on the edge, but that is why I like to watch him play, because he's definitely very entertaining, win or lose.
Yeah, the way that it works typically is that he is not afraid to get kills in the lane with some aggressive movements, and then when he gets advantage, his supports often just kind of ditch him, but he still plays aggressively. And by playing aggressively, he's farming closer to the enemy side of the map, which means that there is a better chance that the enemies, when they gank him, that they're successful. But you don't, if your team plays correctly and they don't really know where your supports are, then you don't know if he's like basically baiting by being there. And so if they're playing, if they're pushing their luck basically, and the supports are somewhere else, they're getting so much more out of the map, and that's part of the reason he gets so far ahead.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to die. And actually, I remember reading an interview that Dairatcho did a few months ago, and I think things have definitely changed since that interview, but he mentioned that he thinks that Nightfall's weakness is that he doesn't die enough. And he thinks that dying as a carry can give a lot to your team. I wonder how that'll play out now, since BB team is performing so well, but it was a really interesting take on aggression as a carry.
We are paused, by the way, if that wasn't obvious. Must be a tech issue. They're not trying to figure out what their drafts are going to be at this point, at least for their opening.
Normally, that is well prepared.
Yeah, especially at least the first ban as a first pick. Like, surely you got one ready to go.
There's one thing that's slightly unusual from what we can see, and we've seen, I think, earlier today, almost every time Radiant was first pick and Dire was second pick. This time it's reversed. Team Liquid's Radiant with second pick. Faithbian, do you have any insights on what it is teams prefer about Radiant or second to first pick?
I don't really have. I think it's pretty even. It depends on players' prefer, I think.
Liquid's turn to ban.
Yeah, we saw that earlier, at least for Talon, they preferred second pick mostly because of the overall last pick. Getting the curveball in, but maybe all of that changes depending on what kind of first pick you can get your hands on, which is obviously why you would go for first pick. G.Gladiators, they do remove Nisha's Snapfire, so sorry, Faithbian, you're not going to see that one in action.
Yeah.
And it instantly makes Team Liquid taking time. And they want to die out themselves. I think you have to.
Yeah, so the question is, because GG removed Snapfire, who is the most sought-after hero in this meta, what first pick did they find a bigger priority for themselves? Is it the Enchantress, is it the Broodmother, or is it the Io? The Io gets taken out by Team Liquid, which I honestly think they should, simply because GG just have way too many strategies around it.
You think they'd first face Brood?
They would, yeah. They've done it before.
Well, let's see if them not banning it out means that Team Liquid will be forced to instead, or maybe they have something else on their minds altogether.
They really could, and there's also Enchantress for Celery that they often first face.
All right, so it's pick your poison in the case of Team Liquid. Potentially leave both in, so you get one of the two. Yeah, they ban out the Timbersaw, so now it's up to Gaming to decide which one they prefer, and maybe it's neither. Which heroes do we still have? And we have a lot of Enchantress, Rubik,
Broodmother.
Broodmother, yeah. It will be the Brood in the end.
It was going to be one of those 4 for sure. So that's the flex pick right off the bat that Gaming Gladiators get to play, whether it's going to be off lane or carry. So they're going to be happy with that opener.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Question is, what kind of response do Liquid have planned? Because clearly they know this is coming. GG have first phased or first picked overall Brood, I think at least 5 times this tournament.
It really depends what they think is good against it. We've seen a lot of Undyings, and we often see Undyings countered with Enigma. So if they don't want to give that away, they should pick it up. But then you're stuck with an Enigma Undying opening, and then you're just going to give Rubik away. So this feels very difficult.
I think you're not concerned about Enigma right now, because if you pick this Enigma early for GG, you're kind of ruining your Broodmother flex. But if that's an option they were worried about, this Rubik does defend it.
In the couple games that I'm looking at in the drafts where they were playing against a Brood, their response to it, and this is sometimes first pick, sometimes second pick, it was always like some guy that clears spiders well. They picked Pudge one game, they picked Timbersaw the other. So this is the first time they've gone with a double support opening in response.
5 seconds remaining.
Enchantress is still in the pool. Could also for the Quinn Pangolier.
Yeah.
I mean, one upside to them, maybe they're not worried about playing against Enchantress, but excluding Enchantress, they probably feel like they have the 2 best supports in this patch right now. That isn't banned, I suppose. Because they've got a save late game with Tombstone that's been very effective, and Rubik is going to set them up for a lot of protections in the second phase as well, like against Enigma.
Quinn Pangolier, Effie, you called it. And what do you think about the opening so far, Faith Bian?
I think Gaming, because they are first pick, so they want make sure they can pick the core they want, and Liquid because they are second pick, so they kind of want to hide the cores, so they pick 2 supports here. But I feel it's kind of weird that Rubik and Undying come out at first phase.
Because you already show the lack of disable or lack of BKB piercing disable, which sets up for the only team that is consistently winning with Pangolier to be picked. And now you can just protect it, right? You ban out the Bloodseekers and what have you.
Yeah.
How's Undying laning against Brood? It's not that great, right? I mean, I guess it's a universal healer, so you are lowering some of his damage, but it's not really the most conventional counter, I feel like.
Yeah, Broodmother just too strong at lane.
They should ban Naga outright, just so that they don't have the carry who will fare well against the Broodmother.
Yeah, and on the side of Team Liquid, we're going to see them target the supports quite heavily. Of course, they have got the ones that they wanted, so getting rid of the ones that they do not want to see in the hands of Tofu and Celery makes sense. But the Enchantress being on top of that list, as we already mentioned her a couple times.
We'll see if they ban some core potentially to protect some hero they plan to pick as well. They might give a little tell here with their last couple bans, but I think you're right, it's most likely supports.
Are there ones in particular? Because Enchantress was the obvious one. Are there other ones that come to mind that are some that Celery and Tofu are just too good at?
They like to play Pugna, both of them.
But I feel like Pugna really fell off a cliff this tournament. We're not really seeing him anymore, right?
Yeah.
There's also Team Liquid still has that great win rate with Lycan that we talked about last time they played. They could be planning to pick at second phase here, maybe ban some counters if they really want to. Because it's less likely that Gaimin fit in a Lycan themselves if they want to play it.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to address Ace's hero pool in the second phase too, because yeah, the Broodmother could go offlane, but we've seen it flex to Duraccio on the safe lane, and things like Darkseer would still then be in the pool for GG to pull out on 16-17, which is honestly quite fearsome because Team Liquid's heroes don't address the Darkseer side lanes very well. Undying and Rubik will both struggle.
It does seem like in this the first half of this draft, we are mostly talking about how Liquid is going to stop Gaming Gladiators draft and try to hinder Gaming Gladiators draft, whereas Gaming Gladiators, I feel like they just have the option here to just ban things that they don't want to face. Like, they can focus on themselves within this first half. And Team Liquid does not have that luxury.
It's another downside to starting with these 2 supports also, that you don't really have any clear second phase bans.
And now they also face a problem is what they're gonna pick at 15th pick. I think maybe the okay.
Darkseer gets banned out, as it should. Surprisingly, GG have left Naga in the pool. Maybe they had a response to it in case it does come out here on 15, but instead Team Liquid go for Nisha's Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit's a hero that holds its own versus Pangolier at every stage of the game, scales very well, and can deal with the Broodmother. Yes, another downside to the double support opener would be the inability to go for Spirit Breaker here on Team Liquid as a response to the Brood.
Yeah.
Ember does provide some dive and catch, at least. It's not as good as Spirit Breaker, clearly, but I think it's okay. I mean, they can deal with the spiders a little bit. He can lock down Pango, so it's kind of like a decent pick here. It's something they probably wanted, and it can set up for the cores at least a little.
Yeah. This 15th pick is quite a bad position, so you just have to pick a not bad hero.
That sounds like that's great advice for every pick, Faith Beyond. Don't pick bad heroes. What do you think about the Lion pick coming out?
If you last pick, you have to pick good hero at 18th and 24th. That's different.
Now, what do we think about the Lion? Because it's obviously a great answer towards the Ember Spirit. I guess so is the Skywrath. A lot of damage and an instant silence.
The Lion is the typical Spirit hero counter. Because of Hex, it'll always give you a way to catch the Ember at every stage of the game, and the Skywrath Mage is going to be a way to burst down these nuisancey targets like Undying. It also gives you really strong side lanes, which is something G.Gladiators still hadn't addressed. But because you see the support duo of Team Liquid, you make the Lion and the Sky in both side lanes who can hold their own against either of these heroes.
With that said, though, I feel like they're slightly squishy if the offense comes from the other direction. If they're the ones getting gone on, I feel like they die very easy. It's really hard for them to even play against Tombstone right now. They don't have good tomb hitters outside of maybe Brood. So it's not terrible for Liquid in this position, but if Gaiman Gladiators are being aggressive and they're the ones initiating, Ember's going to die super easy every fight.
There's nothing that goes on these two squishy supports, though, like you mentioned. They could go for Lycan here on Team Liquid, and suddenly Skywrath Mage and Lion have a very sad game, but currently they look pretty safe.
Sorry, go for it.
I mean, I want to say gaming this two pick is very smart because they already can see Liquid, they don't have enough team fight. And so this two hero is very aggressive, but lack of team fight. So they can pick this hero at this point. I think it's very clever.
This Monkey King comes out, and it's most likely the carry. As a BKB timing hero, it's going to be really strong because it's a gap close carry that can kill these two supports that Purge mentioned were very squishy in the fights. And it's also something that can lane against Broodmother, which is very important. But, I mean, you can just dodge the lane versus the Monkey King on the Broodmother and just pick a superior core-to-core matchup. It doesn't feel like it pincered Gaming Gladiators in the draft or puts them in a bad position. Like, you could just flex it to safe lane. I don't feel like a Brood safe lane here is threatened.
Yeah, and also they have to pick some team fight here, and Monkey King is definitely very good at team fight because you don't want to play like skirmish or some small fight to against Lion, Sky Mage, such heroes.
So Naga went completely ignored this draft. And we're not going to see her at all now, simply because you have the carry and the Monkey King.
Yeah, we are looking for an offlane hero on the side of Team Liquid. And for Gaming Gladiators, it really depends on where they're going to put this Brood, and they will not have to reveal this until they pick their hero. Of course, they either play the Broodmother on the offlane or on the safe lane.
I wonder why they prioritize this Monkey King over the Lycan, actually, because GG do take it out, and it would have been a really great solution to their two supports, and it would have given them the team fight that they also needed on Liquid. Or maybe it's just scrim. Go ahead.
Because Lycan, maybe you will have a bad lane, and also if you can't win team fight, it's actually not so easy to kill these two supports with Lycan. I mean, if like sometimes Lycan is very hard to charge in.
So you think that if Lycan showed right now, GG would have just picked something to punish Lycan on lane?
I mean, if you pick Lycan right now, you will lost Monkey King. and I think Monkey King is the better hero.
Okay, good to know.
They ban out Beastmaster on the side of Team Liquid. Of course, that would have given a lot of, especially vision to Gaming Gladiators, which is one thing they potentially lack. But of course, that would have helped finding the Monkey King, who they want to protect a little bit more.
Yeah, or the Ember. It would have really
Or the Ember.
facilitated Lion and Sky's game. And even Pango's a bit. Find him the right team fight to go in, so.
Is there any offlaner that can do the same? I mean, when we're talking about Skywrath, I feel like I have to mention, is Legion Commander still an issue here? And are there any other heroes that do the same thing Beastmaster does in regards to giving Sky and Lion?
Spectre and Zeus.
No.
Meepo.
Pick a Meepo.
Not a joke, Meepo's good here.
Okay.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Why not?
It could be a more difficult lane versus Monkey King, but he can easily catch up, and Mega Meepo owns, and the supports on Team Liquid will die to it.
Yeah,
It could be something they're looking at.
And you can chain net Ember as well. Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Ooh, they ban out the Faceless Void.
Ace's most played is Underlord. I don't think I got banned, right? So yeah,
No.
he's got to either play Meepo, Underlord, or a new hero.
Or Brood.
Or Brood.
Would be maybe a little bit less exciting.
10 seconds.
But we could still be looking at a Dairatcho hero for this overall last pick.
We could be, but it would be a very difficult lane for Brood if she went up against Undying and Monkey King.
They'll go for the Slark.
Okay. His first of this tournament, but not a hero he's unfamiliar with. I mean, there aren't like the most obvious counters. It's nice for Team Liquid that they can pick their offlaner, knowing that that's going to be against the Slark, but so many are banned.
5 seconds.
I think maybe they can pick Visage or Mars just to play as a ball.
How do you think Visage does in lane against Slark?
Not bad, especially now Visage is a universal hero. Very strong on lane.
So what would your personal preference of the two be?
Yeah, and also Visage, it's very easy to kill this two support, so it's a good choice.
Yeah, that's a good point. They're very weak to armor. You just hit them with the Sleight of Fist, with the Orb of Corrosion, and they're just going to die to birds.
Yeah.
Yep, and I think Pango is the only one that can kind of kill birds with a swashbuckle, right? That's it?
Yeah, but if you are very, like, if you hold it as a ball and you're very strong, Pango cannot do too much.
Okay, well, it will be the session called. Do you think that's enough for Team Liquid to have the favorable draft here?
I think this game depends on how lane's going. And we can't say too much now because it very depends on how you play it. If lane going well for Liquid, I think they kind of easy win here because they can control Roche and they have team fight and they have physical damage, they have magical damage. I think they have everything.
I worry about the Broodmother just because I feel like the Monkey King Undying lane is very difficult because I feel if Brood had a better lane, it gives so much more space on the map for a Gammon, but the Brood can be punished a lot on this lane, and because of that, I feel like Visage will probably hit a timing where Brood has to start dealing with him when she's not ready to. So I slightly favor Liquid.
Slightly. All right.
The only downside, one of the downsides though, is that if Brood gets ahead by winning the lane, they don't necessarily have the best punishers. They don't necessarily have like a Mars ulti or a Disruptor or something to guarantee that Ace gets killed. So maybe Ace can somehow win the lane and run away with it, and then it's the opposite thing. They're like, okay, how do we deal with this Brood? We have Sleight of Fist and Boundless Strike, and hopefully that's enough to like clear spiders.
So there's a lot of pressure coming out from these lanes in terms of who gets ahead, because whoever gets ahead should, on paper, win. Is that fair to say, Faith Beyond?
Yeah, yeah, it very depends on lane, and I a little bit prefer Liquid's draft. I think it's more structure. I think Gaming's draft is too aggressive. Yeah.
Overall, we did start talking about the Broodmother the moment we started talking about this draft in particular, Effie. And a team that has the Broodmother, with that in mind, does not have the edge in this case, purely because of the lane matchup?
Yeah, the lane for Brood is going to go very poorly, unfortunately. So Gamon's entry into the game is going to be slower than it normally would with their Brood.
Okay, we're going to find out how the first game of this best of 3 will go down. Will Ace get a good game on his Broodmother? I feel like that's the question we are going to see answered within the first couple of minutes. So stay tuned. Make sure you watch every second of Cap and SVG.
Liquid versus G.Gladiators, a matchup that seems to be fated to repeat time and time again throughout this season. We're going to go once more in the first round of the upper bracket playoffs. Now, these two teams have matched up against each other in 4 different grand finals appearances, Avery. And I think what's very interesting is if you match up in the first round of the playoff upper bracket, that is the position where you are least likely to face each other again in the grand finals. In fact, when it comes to TI level competitions, I've only found 2 other instances where this has happened. Can you guess those?
Ooh, that's a tough one. The first round of an upper bracket TI ends up being the grand final?
Yes. The reason this would be hard is because it requires very differing positions when it comes to your group stage matchups, and it means the team has to get, one of the teams has to get knocked down to lower bracket, regain all their momentum, go all the way through the lower bracket to meet back up against the people who put them down. It's a very tough position. Pretty much never happens, but it's happened at 2 different TIs.
Who was... I don't think it was the Spirit LGD one.
Spirit LGD was not. It's actually
No,
much
it's gotta be
older than
earlier.
that. The first one that
It's
came
like
up.
Whoever Alliance played. I don't even remember who they played. But it's probably that. How do I not remember who
So
they
this is
Navi?
a trick. I'll give you the first one
No.
that's a bit of a curveball.
Oh, it's the TI4.
TI4
Yeah.
was because Newbie came
Newbie
through
came,
the weird
yes.
bubble bracket.
They
and
sucked early.
Yeah,
and-
they ended up matching up against
Okay.
VG Gaming. That one's a weird one because it's a smaller upper bracket. You're automatically slotted in top 6 if you get into that position. So that's a little bit cheating.
I don't remember any others unless it's like TI1.
No, it is when a North American team was in the finals.
TI5?
No.
On your belly and crawl.
The only other time a North
Are you
American
sure this is
team
a
has
TI?
been in the grand finals of a TI was
Never. What are you smoking?
TI6. Digital Chaos versus...
Oh, well, okay. I mean, that's a European team, bro. Oh, my God. Come on. How many NA players did that team have on it?
They were coming from the North American region, so...
forgot
Anyway,
about
yes,
that, TI.
Digital Chaos versus Wings actually occurred
Yeah.
in the first round of the upper bracket.
Yeah, they got 2-0'd.
They got 2-1'd.
Oh, never
Good
mind.
try.
I don't remember anything about that event.
And
For good
Digital
reason.
Chaos then managed to climb back and went through LGD, TNC, eHome, Fnatic, EG, just to get to Wings and run out of steam and get 3-1.
So is
well,
your point
did they
that
run out of steam?
we're going to get a different grand final than the last 5 tournaments? Is that what you're trying to hype up right now?
I think if it does happen, then it truly is fate. Let's put it that way.
True.
I can't.
It's also been a rough road and very likely means Liquid, who are a bit of lower bracket kings. I mean, this organization is known to be lower bracket kings going all the way back to TI7, where very famously, Miracle stated upper bracket is for bitches. Liquid made a very strong run through lower bracket, actually won the whole damn thing. This Liquid squad has also managed to do some great lower bracket runs, and they are very likely to be heading into that lower bracket. At least history would support that because they are combined. You ready for the combined game score? This year.
Wait, can I guess it?
Yeah.
In everything? Including DPC regionals or no?
Including DPC regionals, yes.
It's got to be like 15-3 or something.
21-10.
Okay, that's not as, actually that's not as bad as mine.
Yes, if you took away the DPC regionals, you would actually be way closer because the DPC regionals is actually where Team Liquid has gotten series wins over Gladiators.
Well, maybe they should stop doing that. That's what I'm learning.
Yeah,
Maybe you should stop giving this team a good practice run in regionals and beat them on land for once.
You know, speaking of practice runs, I actually ran into Quinn before the series. He was putting on the headphones. I interrupted.
Why'd you do that?
Well, because I got to give Liquid a little bit better of a chance.
Yeah, I mean, I ran into Boxy earlier, too, and tripped him on the stairs. What are you doing out there, man?
So I asked Quinn. I said, hey, we already know the storyline. You guys dumpster Liquid all the time. They, maybe they win some online stuff. But is it any closer in scrims? And he said, well, I can't really tell you that because we haven't scrimmed against Liquid in a long time. Their schedules haven't really synced up. There was a time where Liquid wasn't scrimming. There was a time where Gladiators couldn't scrim.
Sounds like fear to me.
I mean, if I was Gladiators, I wouldn't scrim Liquid either. I'd be like, we have the advantage over them, guys. Let's not teach them anything more.
Yeah, but that's literally every team for gaming.
Yes, but Liquid's the team that you've met over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, I get it. It's a bit of a, why would we, if we have the edge, why would we give them a chance to fix it?
Sure.
I gotta believe in that. In this game, it's another Monkey Ember lineup for Liquid. This is something we've seen them run a couple times. It can be very explosive. If you snowball off the lanes, you get these matchups working for you. Suddenly you just run around the map, combine all the cores. Mikke has looked like one of the best Monkey King players at this tournament. It's a very difficult hero to execute, I think, sometimes. Like, people tend to look at Monkey and feel he's straightforward because, you just smack people and throw the ult. But there's a lot that can go wrong for the heroes in the fights. There's a lot that can go wrong off these rotations. If they don't pan out for you, you fall really far behind. You need to make sure you buy the right items, use them in the right way, and join the fights at the right point. And you need to win your lane with this hero. So a lot of emphasis for me is on Mikke on this Monkey. How does he pop off? And that last pick, Visage. Can you get on the backline on these weak supports in the line and the Skywrath and just take it to him with the birds plus some Sleight of Fist and a Boundless Strike? These two supports for gaming are very susceptible, and I guess so is Dyrachyo, as some Soul Assumption will claim his soul and assume it. As Zai is off to a fast start here with the Visage. That is a very good sign for Liquid, as if he gets fast Auras here, fast Drum, fast Solar Crest, you're going to be blazing through these objectives. And what is the objective defense for gaming in this lineup? Pango, that's it, I'll tell you the answer.
Pango, yeah, you're right. I was like looking at it, it's Swashbuckle.
To me, this is a very weird draft for Game, and I think it's missing a lot of the things they usually have, which is a hero and ace that can control the objectives. I mean, they play Brood a lot, but Brood is usually a hero where he's just scaling Vine Pipe, and they have another hero to fill that role. They don't really have it unless the Pango's off to a crazy start, which the Ember matchup is something Liquid have picked before and are very confident that Nisha will do well at. So I actually feel like Gaming might just get run over this game. I think this is one of the weaker drafts I've seen from them in a long time. Not that it's bad, but that it's susceptible to how Liquid likes to play. If Liquid get what they want out of the first 10 minutes here, they could be in some danger.
And we do know a lot about Gaming Gladiators, not just because we have the most footage of them as they're in every grand finals, but also because they're a team that has a relatively small hero pool. For a team that is usually playing some of the most matches in a given event, this one, for example, they actually are the team with the 4th least. In fact, they have, of the teams actually here, they have the smallest hero pool. They've only picked 44 heroes.
Well, yeah, you have a mid spammer who only plays 3, so you got to kind of work around that. Mikke gonna
Tofu, that is going to be a second kill. Liquid getting a pick off on both their side lanes here. Pretty good start to offset the 3 bounty rune pickup that Gaming Gladiators had from the get-go.
Do you think Quinn knows there's heroes in Dota outside of Pango, Lishrak, Ember? Or do you think every time it gets picked for him?
Dude, of course he does. He knows one more hero at least. Which is if they take his Ember, he picks Huskar.
Oh, well. Yeah, the no fun pick.
He's like, oh, you want to block pick my Ember, huh? I'll show you. Huskar.
This guy really is disgusting. Forgot about that. Either way, Liquid will take a pretty decent lead here in all 3 lanes. The first blood top, the kill bottom for the Monkey, and Nisha is winning mid straight up against Quinn, taking advantage of this matchup. In fact, winning it quite hard, 23-5 to 10.
Yeah, highest amount of last hits at 3 minutes of any hero. Super impressive stuff from
basically
Nisha.
Perfect, right? He's only missed 1.
Yeah, and you added 6 to 9 on top of that. That is insane.
Okay, I mean, I think he had a rough, middle of the year, but he's pulling it back, getting into TI form, showing us the good stuff here. I remember they played this matchup too at some of those other majors, and it was not this one-sided. I even remember, I think Quinn killed him in one of those lanes.
Yeah, he did.
With the Pango Ember.
Yeah.
So this is what I think Liquid have wanted out of this matchup all year. He's gotten enough practice in all of those regionals, all those majors. It's adding up here, Cap. And finally, someone can tell Quinn to suck it.
Maybe. We'll see Quinn fight for the water rune. Who outclicks who? Quinn gets the water rune.
Okay, well, I mean, not everything can go your way.
And it means the other water rune is also his if he wants it.
That's a pretty big swing. A lot of extra regen to push through these Sleight of Fist spams. see how Liquid can transition some of these early advantages and perhaps some more kills. They have some kill possibilities on these lanes with their cores. A lot of early damage that can come out, especially if you get Jingu stacks down here. Maybe not on the Brood, but on the Skywrath, on the Lion. You want to kill these supports as many times in this game as you can if you're Liquid, and continue to push them farther and farther back. The more they're behind, the more they're going to feed in the fights, and then you're just cruising into the support levels. Nice little Ravage.
Two-man impale, pretty good.
These next 5 minutes are the point where Liquid can really ramp up the pressure, because you need to get to level 6 on Slark, you need to get to level 6 on Brood. Both these side lanes, you need to not feed away kills on Gaimin so that they don't pull ahead on the levels in Liquid and can punish you even harder. And early gate rotation from Celery. He will dodge Roshan in the nick of time. He does not have boots for this play.
They're going to go on to Tofu here right as the rotation is coming from the Lion. Is he going to get here in time? They get the Jingu stacks. He's already used the Boundless Strike, and he can't really go toe-to-toe against the Broodmother. That's just too much sustain. Celery, he's closing in. The Blood Grenade, it lands, slows him down, and Mickey is dead.
It didn't drop Tombstone for that off the Mango.
And Insania, three-man decay, never mind. He's very, very healthy.
All right, I mean, he ends up saving his own life, but I feel like that was a attempt where you either all commit or you don't. And there's a little split decision between Liquid, ends up costing Mickey's life with the rotation from the no boots line that ends up connecting somehow. Didn't think that was going to be doable, but it is.
Yeah, Blood Grenade is a crazy item.
Blood Grenade's a hell of a drug.
It's true. The 6-minute power run's very important. We got the rotation coming from the Rubik on the top side here to try and stop him, and he denies the haste rune. Boxy wasn't close enough to pick it up, so a wise decision to deny it instead.
That is a very good rune to take away from the Pangolier here. We'll have 6 before anything worse happens to him. He'll even TP in for the bottle refill as Quinn has made the call. I need more regen. I need more ganks. I need more heroes.
More! Give me more!
And as 3 heroes clash for game in mid, this has kind of been their MO a lot of the year.
Yep.
However, here it's not yielding too much. Ember Spear was too far ahead and proving elusive. And Celery is running for the Wisdom Rune. I don't know if you're going to make this one, son.
Not going to make it. Not if Zai has anything to say about it. They don't even need... Oh, there we go.
Seems like Liquid are a bit more ready this game than some of the past matches. They are shutting down the game in supports, which is the first key to beating this team. Not an easy task, however. Again, one I think is more doable with the Skywrath Lion than some of their other support duos that include like the Undying or the Enchantress. Are just very tough to combat on the map. These are supports you can fight here. You can just kill them. Deny them area control. And
I mean, if I was Liquid,
bit on the defensive.
before this tournament started, I would have been studying gaming Gladiators replays like they were my finals.
Well, you heard Insania talking about watching them all.
X in his stun, Rolling Thunder. Swashbuckle isn't quite enough. He gets off the slide. A two-man's chains, and Nisha turns it around. He gets the kill on Celery, and Quinn is going to get run down as well here. Double pickup for Nisha off the big turnaround. Mickey knows how important that was. Tips Nisha for the play.
Man, Liquid are definitely ready. They have gone through the ringer versus this team, and they know their moves by now. Just not enough burst on that jump. You need the Skywrath Mage here too, and then you get that Ember kill, and it's a big turn. Tofu not able to join this game.
And a Fairy Fire.
Yeah, and that's that little lane advantage Nisha created, right? If this was the other way around, you're not getting this turnaround with only Boxy joining instead. Huge advantage for Liquid off this mid lane. The Visage is continuing to free farm top and has kicked Dyrachyo out of there before level 6, so this Slark is jungling the hard way right now.
Yeah, that is really rough. He might not even be able to fight these ogres.
And
Celery
are going to
be run down by the zombie. Nisha cleans him up like Dyrachyo, maybe. Fighting for his life out here, and that's still not level 6. Oh, man.
This is a large level disparity between the supports right now. You got 2 level 5s on Liquid versus level 3 and 4 for Tofu and Celery over here. And these are not single target supports you kind of want to be behind on, because the actual skirmishes are going to be difficult for you. When these birds come in, when the tombstone gets dropped, you're getting slighted. It's a lot of zone control you have to enter with these squishy backliners.
Dyrachyo heads to mid, knowing that that safe lane is no longer a lane he wants to play in, especially since the Monkey King has vacated bottom.
This is very aggressive.
Big stun, follow-up silence. Nisha, though, is going to be healed, and that's enough. Gaming Gladiators They had a small little window to put some damage on Anisha, but they know it's not going to be enough.
This was a lot of space for Ace.
Yes.
While all this was going on, he took bottom tower. He is top net worth in the game. He's invaded Liquid's jungle. The downside of their draft is outside of the Monkey King and Ember. Their heroes don't interact too well with the Brood, and they have really big issues trying to catch him. So Liquid want to continue to fight away from where Ace is. Try and capitalize on the weak support duo right now, especially with this Searing Chains build from Nisha not going for more points in the Flame Guard. Makes him a bit squishier. Also means he can set a lot more up for the Rubik Undying to close the gap and get decays and Fate Bolts off.
Insania trying to get some vision down, but is going to be caught here. So very likely to be killed, and that's going to give Dyrachyo an important amount of experience and a first stack of agility for him.
Very deep ward he got out. Will cost him his life. And that is about how fast Celery's going to die this game.
His health gone in one slight.
Yeah, Solar Crest already up for Zai. Managed to take his own tower, and D-Ward will go Dyrachyo's way, so that invasion from Insania doesn't yield too much here.
It actually feeds a lot to the Slark.
Dyrachyo very happy about that one. Better than the neutral creeps he was having issue with earlier.
Yeah, certainly.
Catapult waves back up. This is where, if you're Liquid, you want to crash mid right here, take away this mid tower, limit the power runes away from Quinn, and really shove the map control into your favor. Not much to stop this if you're gaming. Again, the tower defense pretty weak here. It's swashbuckle, that's it.
It's crazy how they have such a similar strategy from their offlaners. They both want to be able to get ahead, get their ultimates, and then claim the safe lane tower and then push into mid. That's a Broodmother play for sure, but it's the Visage who is
the thing is, Zai left this push. Their catapult died. Maybe they were afraid of the Brood backstab here?
Yeah, could be.
I don't know. I feel like that's a fight where maybe the DD was dissuading. I think that was a window where Liquid, ideally, they get that fight going, because now you're giving the space to Ace to come in from the back. This is debilitating for
Insania
Insania.
dying so quickly. They're going to deal with the Tombstone first. It actually saves Insania's life. Not that Ace is too sad about it.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's Dire Catapult up now, and you gave a lot of the river control
wait,
of
if
the
we can
game.
kill Anisha even better. They burst him. Oh, Liquid things falling apart after a really good start in the laning phase. They may just lose their mid tower for this go, though I guess not very many spiders left, so.
I think they're happier with the Ember kill in that tower, to be honest.
Yeah,
I don't think
could
Gaimin needed this early, whereas Liquid could have used the space a lot better. Something about that move was awkward. It got called off, but not everyone was on the same page. And you have to really be careful about how you commit in this mid lane versus the Broodmother, because the backstab is exactly what Ace wants to do here. Every time he sees you push up, he's going to be thinking about it. Gaimin are going to be thinking about it. Fighting in that river spot is also pretty nice for the Pangolier. And Mickey he's not in a position where he can join the fights this easily. He's going for Midas, in fact. So this is going to be a slow scaling Monkey King, not a Echo first or Maelstrom joining the fights Monkey King. I mean, I'm kind of okay with it in one hand, because I think the Monkey can scale really hard this game. I think he has pretty good matchups, especially if Liquid just abuse Roche control. On the flip side, it's not going to be some super fast Monkey Ember combination that we saw in some of those other games that looks pretty damn good for Liquid.
Yeah. Well, Liquid do finally make that move to take the mid tower, but G.Gladiators had already vacated the area, so nobody gets caught trying to defend it. They give up the tower cleanly. Are they going to read this smoke move, though? Looks like it's going to be too late. They're going to be caught by something here. Visage Familiars, it's going to be Tofu who falls.
This is a nice move. You kick the Brood out of your jungle. You're going to shove this lane in with the Monkey King. A lot of space for Mickey. Mid lane has to be dealt with by a Lion right now, so it's not getting shoved out that fast after that tier 1 dies. You get a decent amount of map control. You get to invade triangle. Liquid ramping up the pressure. They'll even move the Monkey top to take advantage of this lane that got shoved in by Dyrachyo, so very efficient right now for them. Especially with the fact that Ace got forced back to the Ancients. Though I guess that is a place Ace is very comfortable being. I don't think I've seen an offlane player farm as many Ancients in the world as this guy.
Meanwhile, Zai forsaking Ancient Farm for more tower pressure, but that does put him in a position to be caught here. He's just going to try and help him out. There's Dyrachyo, first sign of him trying to be active. Runs into too many heroes of Liquid, though.
They brought everybody back down here. They TP'd the Monkey, Nisha Remnants back. They were ready for this counter attempt by Gaimin. They'd say, no, this tower is ours. They got the Slark TP. Maybe that was the signal to commit to the fight. They're tier 1 down at 14 minutes here. Well, if your game plan was to kill tier 1s and take space away from Gaimin, step 1 has been completed. Step 2 might be more difficult, though, as this team has been difficult to close out on the map.
Yeah, and they've got heroes that are difficult to close out on the map, right? Slark, Broodmother, those are heroes that operate pretty cleanly without the protection of towers. Pango, too.
And the question is, can you catch them?
Yeah.
Like, what's your catch look like on the Brood? What does your catch look like on the Slark? It's not amazing. You can kind of run at them and force them out of areas. It's just they're going to farm their way back, and you're not building a huge lead here.
Want to go for Quinn. If they have the telekinesis, maybe, but at the same time, the Visage is going to die. A big bound. The Shrike goes out, tries to follow it up with Wukong's command, but there was no follow-up. Disables. Pango is going to die, though. A core-for-core trade-off. Nisha's going to push for more. Chasing after Tofu. Should be able to get that kill. Now, Duracio's fighting in the middle of all these heroes. Finger of Death put on to Boxy, and Duraccio will use his Shadow Dance to make sure they get a support in return. Trade for trade. Celery, a desperate TP away. That doesn't work. The Visage Familiars land in time. A third kill goes the way of Liquid.
I was like, Liquid are pretty happy with that exchange. They got a lot of the Ember and the Monkeys. Zai goes down, but Zai is rich enough in this game already that I don't think it matters too much. You blew the finger out from Gaimin for a support. You get a finger charge, not the core kill you're looking for. And Stolen Ancient Seal did some serious work here on Quinn. It's why he just can't get ult off in this fight. The first time, you get chains canceled, and then Stolen Ancient Seal gets thrown straight back on him. Did not expect that one. That's a very clutch steal by Boxy. Like, there's not a lot of other spells that you get there. At that point in the fight, you're able to shut down the Pangolier. That's why this fight just goes as bad as it does for Gaimin. Still able to recover it a little bit at the end with another stack on the Slark and the Lion. And of course, Ace takes that bounty before leaving. His greed goes unpunished here.
That is nice. Zai really can't afford another death here, but he's in no danger from Duraccio. If he keeps the familiars on him, Duraccio might have been in some trouble if Mickey could have caught up, but lose sight of him. Duraccio gets the full heal and dashes away into the trees. And with his nighttime vision, might be able to spot some of these heroes here as well.
You also have to keep in mind, that was a fight that this Mightiest Monkey King went to with no other item, right?
Yeah.
Like, if Mickey gets to join a fight, get a couple assists, repel Gaimin, help his team out on the map, and he's doing this without a real item right now, that feels nice as well, because you're getting this monkey back in a position where he's going to be top net worth in the next 5 minutes if everything goes according to plan.
Oh, an early Roshan here, but they have the heroes to do it, I guess.
Yeah, it's the power of this Visage pick. It's going to open up all the objectives for you guaranteed. They're going to fall pretty damn fast as Sleight of Fist takes a Millennium to clear through these spiders. Arcane Rune helping out a bit as well. Gaimin just going to let it go. Technically, they hold the gold lead right now. Most of it feels like it's on this Brood.
Yes.
With an early BKB for Ace, he is just gearing up to carry this game. It's going to be triple right click from Gaimin with two single target supports that kind of need individual items. I mean, you have a Pavis for Tofu who's going solar. This is going to be a very low utility lineup from Gaimin. Not something we're used to seeing from them, right? It's usually big auras from Ace's hero, and then Force Staff, Glimmers, Drums, whatever it is from the supports, especially Celery. This is going to be a lot of single target focus with 3 right clickers plus 2 jumpers with single target ults. You get some utility up on Liquid, I think you're in a very good spot for those 5-on-5s. Force Staffs, Glimmer Capes, any of this thing that can kite out the BKB duration or the ultimates, you're really happy after that exchange. So if I'm Gaimin, I'm thinking about how we start these fights, who we start them on, and that burst has to be instant. Like, you go in with the Slark or the Brood, you harpoon someone into you, you land a pounce, you throw a finger, you throw that Skyroth ult, you get that kill as fast as you can. If it goes bad, you probably need to get the hell out.
Some of these fights are going to be pretty crazy when it comes to the saves. We saw that Insania is he's going to purchase a shard. So that means the shard, he's not only going to have grab ally, but it means either, very likely, the Rubik or maybe the Visage is going to be able to get a shard as well, which is another form of saves. We've got the Slark, who has Shadow Dance, but also eventually he's going to get a Depth Shroud to help with the Wukong's command, which is a pretty interesting one. So there's going to be some crazy back and forth in these team fights, and it's all going to come down to who's clicking their spells faster sometimes.
Or maybe which carry can stand in the fight longer between this Monkey and the Brood. They're going to try and burst him. No save online yet. And they'll claim an Aegis.
Okay, free Aegis, or is it free? Are they going to be able to catch up to anybody? It looks like Celery may be in trouble here.
Man, those birds are so fast with the drum.
Now
Doesn't
they are
get
going to
him,
be able
though.
to clean through the Visage super quickly. Celery doesn't even die for that one. Mickey's back into play. Wukong's command goes down. Quinn getting off the Rolling Thunder here, and Ace can't really be touched once he's got his BKB up. G.Gladiators have the advantage, and they know it too. They're going to keep chasing after the heroes, but
Double
maybe
kill off the
Celery
slight.
shouldn't have gone for it. Both supports will die here. Nisha and Mickey will stay up. The only reason this fight was at all okay, well, it wasn't even okay, but it could have been so much worse. That double slight kill was so important.
Did so much damage to that Visage in a single second there off a stun.
Yeah, I mean, they burst through his shield with the spiders, and then the Mystic Flare comes in.
It's a lot. It's a lot for Zai to deal with. That fight was looking better for Liquid than it ended up being. It's just Ace with the positioning is way too good here. It just cuts off the backline. Sure, you get both supports with the slight, but they've done their job by that point with their ultimates already going out. Pretty decent exchange for his first BKB here as well as he continues to power up. And yeah, like you said, these saves are pivotal for Liquid because so much of it is going to be one hero at a time from the gaming lineup. Grab ally, you have a grab ally there on a Visage or that monkey on the Aegis, changes the whole fight, right?
Yeah.
You also have Rubik Shard, which could save somebody in this game, and you have the Visage Shard, which can maybe buy time for Zai in the fight.
Yeah,
You have
Visage
three
unfortunately
really
is
good
not in
soulmates.
contention for the shard. Mickey is going to be the one who gets it.
That's not the one you wanted here.
Yeah,
this early in the
definitely
game.
not. I mean, it's another kind of save potentially, depending how he
That
uses
is
the
true.
Balance Strike.
It is also another gap close. Like maybe you can just balance strike the line, go in and kill him. It's not the worst shard. I think they really were looking for the Rubik and the Visage one here, though.
For sure.
And it's something that gaming are going to have to think about as well. You go on these heroes, they get pulled in, they're gone. What does that team fight look like? That's where this 5-man ball lineup is really going to shine in the next 10 minutes here when all these saves come online. You can just play around the Monkey King, prevent the burst. Gaming really want the long... They want a hero to die at the start, and then they kind of want the long fight in a way. Slark going in and out, Brood going in and out. Ace is just going to claim a free tier 2 bottom.
The supports are going to have a rough time, though. With the Monkey King getting that shard and having a Desolator, he could pretty much one-shot some poor support by instantly getting on top of them. And Zai is making a move to go for Aghanim Scepter. So he's going to try, go invis, use his familiars to get on top of the Lion and the Skyrim Mage, kill them at the start of every fight.
So much of this game feels like it's coming down to, do the game and support stay alive to get their spells off, or do Liquid find them first?
Yeah.
This is a very glass cannon Monkey King build. Like Midas into Deso.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
One impale and a Mystic Flare,
I don't know.
you're dead.
This is terrifying in this game, right? You get stunned, you're just dead. I don't even know if you have enough. Also, I feel like when you have saves, HP becomes better.
Yeah.
Because it frees up more time for your saves to go to work. This is not a lot of HP on the Monkey. Something goes wrong, it's going to go very wrong.
Yeah, this is Liquid definitely operating on the edge of a knife here, and their smoke is going to break as the Slark moves on forward here. Quinn gets the roll off, Rolling Thunder off, but Boxy stole it. A big steal because now he's stunned up Dyrachyo, who has to use the Shadow Dance to protect himself, but he's going to be stunned over and over and over again. If he could have changed it, it would have been beautiful. The Nisha jumps away to his Ember Spirit as he was hexed up at the time, but he managed to get away. Oh, he got a slight chains onto Dyrachyo, who's still low and doesn't have that save anymore. He needs the regen to go out. Mystic Flare going to be tanked up by Boxy as the squishy Monkey King is kept alive through the assault of the supports, and they're going to clean up here. They're going to be able to get both of the supports killed and still might be able to get more. Quinn, roll up, but this time doesn't have a Rolling Thunder, and he's going to die to physical damage, and Dyrachyo's dead, and Ace is joined into a fight he can't win. 5-0. Liquid was beginning to lose a little bit of control of this game, but a beautiful team fight turns it all around.
Stolen Impale from Boxy was really helping out on the backside of that fight, but the damage is all Nisha here. Just slights for days. No answer to this Ember Spirit, who finished up Maelstrom and Kai Assange there. Hits his level 15 talent as well. Really, this might just come down to the stolen Rolling Thunder, though.
Yeah.
It stalled Dyrachyo for so damn long. He can't get anything done in this ult. Really nice Delta split by Gaming here to kite out this Wukong. Basically yielded nothing for Mickey. I thought at this point maybe it looks a little sketch, but another two-man chains from Nisha, another Remnant in, and then Boxy, not only does he get the Impale steal, he tanks the Skywrath ult to help Mickey out. And at this point, you're just trying to catch anybody you can. A nice turn attempt. It does not go Gaiman's way. Another Rolling Thunder fight.
Quinn gets off the Rolling Thunder. A chain stun. Nope, Tombstone.
See you later.
Buys him a bit of time here. Nisha gonna pop back out, try and go for Tofu, go for those squishy supports. He will get one and dance away from the Mystic Flare.
Oh, Ace turning on the Insatiable. He wants to man fight this out for the monkey.
And he almost could have done it, but unfortunately he's running out of time. He's going to have to run away.
He gets
Zombies
out.
are going to chase after him. They can't get away from these heroes. Sriracha with his Shadow Dance. Aghanim Scepter knows he has to pounce away from this fight. Another good fight for Liquid.
And another crap ton of damage dealt by this Ember. Gaming cannot find the answer for Nisha in this game, and it is not the Brood with the BKB as Ace faces a second death here during what is really his early mid-game power spike, right? I mean, maybe if this game goes to 60 minutes, this Brood is going to turn into a beast again, but these two fights felt like it was his time to take the game over, and he got shut down hard.
BKB, I mean, you gotta get some big kills out of that. You're supposed to be able to just take on a core, kill them, because they can't outdo you when it comes to lifesteal factor.
And I think the itemization for Liquid just been on point, because Mickey went for this super high damage build. Liquid built up some auras to help him out, right? The Solar Drums and Vlad's on Zai. It does so much for this Monkey King in the early game. Then you throw on an Undying with Soul Rip, which is being leveled up by Insane here. Holy Locket as well.
The Aghanim Scepter is about to catch Quinn, which there's a big difference in the impact of these two mid laners. Quinn dies again, where Nisha's having big impact in fights like this.
This is such a fast Visage Ags. It's going to tear Gaimin apart. Now you have to spend detection between these two supports. There's too many angles to cover. And of course, the Desolator helps on these single target slap bursts with the Visage as well.
So yeah, it's a good point.
You get Deso hit, you get hit by the Orb of Corrosion off a Slight, and one bird stun, you're probably just gone. And that's a lot of burst that comes out of the fog. You're not even going to see it here. Charges starting to build up for Mickey. Also went for a Grove Bow on the melee hero, which is not common, but the attack speed and the extra spell amp off a hit doesn't seem too bad here, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, when you're sliding, you're getting Orb of Corrosion on all these heroes. You're Boundless Strike, you're getting Deso and Magic Amp. The Visage is popping out with the extra 25% damage off the familiars.
The tower's just gone.
Yeah, it dies so damn quickly, and they're not even really having to commit much for it.
No, this is just sending the birds in with an Ember that I don't think Gaimin can burst, especially with the saves starting to come up for Liquid, and Boxy's going to need a quick pause to think about what's happening in this game. Well, what's happening is pretty good. I think Liquid are confused. This game's going too well.
Wait a minute. Hold on, guys. Check the script. I think we're supposed to lose to G.Gladiators.
Are we sure this is their base we're pushing? It's not ours, right?
Did we just dunk on ourselves? No, indeed, you are just about to take a range barracks. The G.Gladiators have to throw spells at familiars.
This is where their lineup just suffers, man. Especially these supports. They don't do anything in these base defense situations. Like, you're throwing out an Impale and a concussive shot. Congratulations, right? Meanwhile, you drop a Tombstone, you get those birds going in with the aura. Everybody's online. You're just slapping kids. A lot comes down to how much Quinn can get done. And so far in these fights, it's been a struggle. The Rolling Thunder steal, some of the silences and stuns being thrown around with Boxy into him. And the Pango's damage isn't crazy right now because he had to go back for a shard as well as Manta style next to try and get some defensive capability up to stay in those fights. This is limiting what the Pango's doing in terms of damage, which pushes it more and more towards the Slark and the Brood. Okay, you have your items up on Slark and Brood. You need to start finding the backline and committing on these kills, especially during Ace's BKB duration. So far, that has been combated very well here. Like, are you happy if you trade the BKB on the Brood for a Wukong? Normally, I'd say you're very happy with that. In this game, I don't know. I feel like if I'm Liquid and I throw my Wukong and it makes Ace run away during Insatiable and BKB, I mean, what do you do afterwards if you're Gaimin? I feel like you're happy with that trade. So I don't even think these Wukongs need to get insane value here for Liquid. It just needs to protect the backline when the Slark and the Brood commit.
It makes me think about the Shard is still a way that he can help Ace commit on the Slark. Right? If you could Depth Shroud Ace and allow him to just keep laying into the Monkey King, maybe, but then there's the Tombstone save, and you don't have the fastest way to kill that Tombstone.
No. That's the Undying's so annoying for them in this game. Because I agree, if you could just man up on the Monkey with the Brood and the Slark and just fight through the Wukong with the Depth Shroud, he doesn't get the Jingu because he can't see anybody to hit. That sounds like a decent recipe here.
We're having a quick headset swap out here, so hopefully it won't take too much longer. 5,000 net worth lead. This is Liquid being able to perhaps get a series lead over Gaming Gladiators. I mean, we talked about in the past how they have struggled against Gaming Gladiators. Everyone knows that story, and it's not terribly surprising, but it is worth noting that they very rarely ever get a series lead on this team either. Most of their finals have always been behind. I believe maybe the one Dream League that we cast together, the one that went 3-2, I think was the one time that Liquid maybe had a game lead in a series against Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know if there's any team in the world outside of BB Team that has actually won maps against Gaming.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much that's on Liquid, right? It's not like anybody else has done better.
That's true. Yeah.
It's just, I also say it's like, is getting second at 3 majors bad? It's
Well,
still
it depends
pretty
on who
damn
you're
good.
asking. You're asking the players themselves.
I mean,
probably
who
hard on
was
themselves.
number 1 in DPC points? Liquid. Who was number 1 before Lima Major? Liquid. Who is number 1 in the hearts of the people?
I've heard much louder Liquid chants usually at
Trick
line
question,
events,
it's Enigma. Gotcha again.
True.
You gotta
Can we
keep up
start
with these
the
quizzes.
chants?
They're real fast. They're real fast. You gotta keep up here. Who was number 1 in TI7's group stage? Group B. Go Cat. 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
J-Storm.
I know. That was TI8. I'm talking TI7.
I don't know what you guys were that.
I wasn't there. I don't remember.
You
what
weren't there. Oh no.
I don't remember who topped Group B at that. Wait, that was the tournament Liquid won over Newbie.
Yeah.
I think Liquid topped one of. I think they topped their group, and I think the other group.
Hold on, my power of memory is coming back to me.
A Chinese team, I think.
I'm going through my Mind Palace right now.
Yeah.
Group B,
LFY.
of course, that was when LFY was on the
Damn, I did
come up.
pretty
They
good.
did very well for themselves. Ended
That's
up
some
placing
old.
third.
TI7's a weird tournament, man. Not a lot of people remember the group stage from that, but it was Chinese dominated. You had LFY, LGD, and Newbie in the top 4 out of those groups. And Newbie even made it to the finals. LFY with the early stages of Monet's career looking pretty good.
That was the
There's
last
some history
time.
lesson for all you scrubs at home, but history is being made here as we are back in the game, and Liquid are pushing high ground. That is a free range, Drax. You pause, and it's gone. Got him. See you later, nerds.
All right. They back away after that one barracks. They don't push for more. That is a courier with a TP
Okay, I thought that had his next item on it, but no,
it didn't.
I got a little overexcited there.
You did.
Wow!
He has to kill it. He will.
Has to kill the courier.
Wow.
Are scanning.
Shout out to the legend himself, LD.
No, Liquid in a pretty
setting up
good
for Roshan.
position to defend this Roshan. This is a very tough fight for Gaiman if you just sit around the pit. And Ag's done for Nisha. Holy crap, this Ember is big and he is deadly. He's going to shred your backline here, man.
Duraccio is going to start trying to get some hits in.
That's an early tombstone.
Early tombstone used like that. Not too bad.
Yeah, Gaming are just going to wait this out now. They
They'll
have
lose a
nighttime.
ward for it, though.
That's
So
true. But
they
they
didn't
have
get much of a
nighttime
game
vision with
for it.
Clark. So I don't know if they care too much.
Trying to take away some of these spiders. The push is coming in. Duraccio pushing forward. Gets the
Zai
bounce.
on the
He's
back.
going to be bound the struck. And Zai is going for the supports almost immediately, but he is going to be missing Flare Finger Death, and he didn't even finish him off. The Slight does manage to get it. Nisha jumping in, but immediately hexed up. A great reaction for Celery here, but bouncing around with that Aghanim Scepter.
He's out of
Slight
Remnants.
Going out. Yeah, he's out of Remnants. That Aghanim Scepter, he went too deep for it. The team wasn't able to follow him up. They were so far away. Now he's pulled his supports into a bad position. A TP away from Box. He's denied. Insania comes in with the heal. What are you even doing there? You think they're going to run out of damage? You've just killed yourself as well, Insania. Oh, Liquid crumble. In a time where they needed it the most, they had the advantage. They had an opportunity to take Roshan. They had the opportunity to take this game by the horns.
How did that go so bad? Where was the synchronization on the jump? Zai found the backline. Where was the Monkey Boundless? Where was the Ember Remnanting in? These 3 cores were not on the same page at all. We didn't even get a Wukong or a Monkey BKB in that fight. I don't know what the hell happened to Mickey. Something bad happened to him.
He was focused on Duraccio.
Yeah, this is just too split, right? I mean, I understand what Zai's doing. I think he just commits too far with his hero.
Yeah.
Pays a big price, and now you're just in Gaiman's territory. The Monkey and the Undying are chased in the back. They're not even contested here. They just backed off.
And even then, I think it still might have been okay if Zai and Nisha went in together. They kill this guy on the base before he gets off Mystic Flare.
I don't think that fight necessarily looks that bad if all the cores are together. Duracio's poking you. Okay, sure, you got that tombstone out earlier. Liquid not on the same page. You got the first racks in this game, but you did not get that second Roshan, and that is a big one to give away. Cheese onto the Pango, Aegis on Duracio, so now this Slark can play hyper-aggressive, especially during the nighttime. He's got that shard up. He's got Harpoon finished. Oh, Liquid, what have you done in this game?
This was an opportunity for Liquid to, I mean, maybe change the narrative here against Gaming Gladiators, getting a first game series lead over Gaming Gladiators, maybe even being able to win this series, but also just like the mental block that has to be there when you keep on losing to a team over and over again.
And I think that was their fight to win.
Yeah, it was.
I think the poke there, I don't think you drop Tombstone like that. I think it just set up the fight very awkwardly. Like, you just force him out or just tank some of the hits, right? Make him commit a bit longer. I guess you're afraid of getting blink hexed. Like, that's what Insania is thinking, right?
Sure.
I get poked. If I get blink hexed here, I just get all in. Still, you should have this Rubik who's ready to bail you out with that Force Staff, and you'd be saving that Tombstone. Either way, you take that Roche fight with Wukong Tombstone, that should be your fight to win. Instead, today just going into the hands of Gaming, who are struggling in this game, but have found a foothold now, and they're getting some big items up. A lot of extra control and damage. Nullifier for Ace is going to help find these supports, kill some of the save utility. That Manta for Quinn gives them more survivability on top of the cheese. And of course, Duracio powering into this Scotty. If he gets there, he is going to be a force to be reckoned with, because he's just going to go in and start poking you, and you're not going to have the ability to deal with it. None of these cores from Liquid want to sit there and fight the Slark back. That's why this pick is very strong right now. Oh, he's hunting some wards too.
Oh, almost got it. Man, what a series of events that would have been for Duracio.
That was a crazy pounce angle.
Now, we do have the Aghanim Scepter almost done for the Monkey King, but yeah, that's still, like, even the Monkey King doesn't really want to stand there and let the Slark hit him, even if he's got his statues next to him.
He also just can't see him for a lot of the fight.
Yeah.
He's not going to be able to do much. This is a game where Liquid need to continue to find that backline. That was what was working for them. They had the tools to do it. You have a Monkey King plus that shard on him. You have the Ags on the Ember, and you have this Ags on the Visage. All three of your cores can start on the supports from Gaming if you can find them and you get the good angle, and then you get a numbers advantage.
Gaming Gladiators so good at putting the pressure on. They put the pressure on to Liquid in that Roshan fight. Liquid mess up as a result. A forced error around the pit. Now a tier 3 down to half health already. As Liquid scramble to put up a defense.
That smoke got wasted as well from Liquid. These are costly smokes when you're in a base defense situation like this, and you know Gaming are just taking everything off the map.
Aggressively force staff him in. Impale goes out, and dying Tombstone. Oh, he's trying to get it. He gets it off.
Okay, that's a really deep bait. That's what you want here.
Insania pops out. Nisha goes inside instead. Don't think that's what they intended there.
I mean, Slark used ult and shard here. This is not the worst fight for Liquid if Gaming commit to it. I don't think they will.
Yeah, they're just afraid of fighting into that Aegis.
Zai's going to scout here, Invisible Birds.
He keeps on scouting this area, but if he runs into Duracio in the wrong area, it could be very bad. He's still holding on to that gem.
Some of the instant lockdowns hurting Liquid here. They don't have good ways to start on the Slark or control this Brood when Ace extends into the fight. I mean, your best stun is a lift here. That's pretty much it. Probably need a Hex at some point. You just need a lot more items to help fight the Slark as well. Another deep go by Duracio.
He does not have the Tombstone to save him this time around. Duracio is fighting in so damn deep. He is actually caught by a stolen pounce. He's not going to be able to get very far away, but he does still have that Aegis for another 20 seconds. So once again, Liquid unsure if they want to commit too much.
There is Ags up for the Monkey, so you get some extra base defense now. Something was lacking a little bit. Birds will bonk Ace here, but no real damage. And Ags done for Quinn. Pango damage is starting to ramp up.
Rachio back in again. He's stealing a lot of stats. It's building up, but the telekinesis pulls Ace out of position. He has to use BKB, and they got the Rolling Thunder out of him. If
Shard
they can
goes
stay
off.
alive here with the Visage protecting himself with the stone form, that was a lot committed. Oh, an instant impale, and it's silence. Nisha's dead. He thought this was an opportunity. Mickey, he gets off the Wukong's command.
Can't see anything.
Shroud's not gonna last long enough. Sorry, Tofu. Oh, and a misbound strike. Uh-oh. Telekinesis goes out. The Visage Familiar stunning 3 different heroes. Once again, the Tombstone's going to be laid out. They have to clear through the Tombstone to get to this hero inside. Mickey pops out, kills Dyrachio. They thought they had this, but now without their carry, Gaming Gladiators, eats the cheese, Quinn. Is he going to be able to swashbuckle his way out of this one? They're still in okay fighting shape here.
They bought the Slark for this. Gaming just want to commit and try and end the game here or something? This is a very aggressive buyback. Used your cheese, you used your Aegis. Ace flies in a butterfly, so maybe he just feels like he's a god right now, and no Wukong. Do you have the capability to defend your base? Should get a Rax out of this.
Yeah, Liquid gonna have to give up one for sure.
Nice Psychic Headband, recreate the gap, found the strike on 3.
Stun, that's pretty good. Zai into his stone form. 10 more seconds till Nisha's back up, but Mickey, he died so damn quickly. Ace is pumping out the damage now, the nullifier onto the Visage. He said as well, they bought back on Monkey King, but they can't actually take a fight.
Nisha's back up. You gotta get something off this if you're Liquid. Dyrachio got way too much value out of this buyback that I don't think was in a position to do that.
He's got 100 agility stolen.
Yeah, he has a lot of stacks here. He has that level 20 Talon cooking, and they're just continuing to push. Man, Gaming are leaning on Liquid's neck right now. They want this game to just get closed. No comeback available if they get multiple lanes here.
Depth Shroud on cooldown, Shadow Dance about to come back up though. He's gonna let Ace put the damage out.
I mean, you can poke here, but at some point you're gonna have to commit into the cores. This Brood is taking your buildings, taking them fast. You have
got
pretty
the
much
shard,
everything up.
so now, aggressive force snap. Mickey, I don't think he can stand toe-to-toe here. Pops BKB, they get him inside the Tombstone. Tombstone's gonna die fast, but the supports die faster, man. Nisha got on top of them, wiped those two out, and that is Gaming Gladiators overextending themselves now.
Can they get anything else? Does not look like it, as the spell immunity will get Quinn out of there. That cost you a Visage buyback as well. You find Ace, but that's pretty much it. And they got another melee Rax on top of everything. Man, the damage numbers are there for Liquid. These fights are just getting so weird. Really nice aggressive force staff play to set this up though, because you needed some way to force the engagement and grab ally right on time as well. Suddenly you're stuck in Wukong and Nisha just cleans you up with the remnants through.
Yeah.
I mean, if one thing has been going well for Liquid, it is this Tombstone. Insania has been putting in work. And another stolen Impale by Boxy as well. This is a huge spell right now. Earth Spike with the cooldown that Rubik can put out.
Oh, an aggressive move. Catches Quinn, perhaps. Oh, big stun. Mystic Flare gonna be bailed out by the Tombstone. Sport's gonna be kept alive on both sides. Nisha committing. Oh no, we can't finish him off. The Glimmer Cape is gonna keep him alive. Nisha has to jump back to the Remnant. He committed his BKB for a kill he wasn't able to claim. Celery able to limp back to the base, and this, I think, kills the push of Team Liquid. They wanted to take advantage of Ace being dead, but they will not get any objectives during this time. And Roshan just respawned.
They did at least get this melee Rax topped in the middle of all of that fighting. That wave from the ranged Rax going down earlier eventually pushes in and cleans up that lane. So you did trade some buildings out here, but man, did those buybacks hurt you on the Monkey and the Visage. And you gotta be thinking about this next Roche fight. Who has them up? It's only supports right now. There are no cores in this game with buyback. So dire side advantage for Gaming, not doing a whole lot for them if Liquid can find the right angle. These backline jumps have just been hit or miss. Sometimes Nisha cleans them up, sometimes you're getting glimmered and he can't see anything. It's very iffy. Zai, Human Ward.
A lot of vision from Gaming Gladiators out right now. Two different sides of the entrances to this Roshan area.
And look at the spiders.
They have spiders everywhere. They have a floor deep inside your base.
Double obs committed from Gaming just to see the entry points on the Radiant side for this Roshan.
Really, the only advantage for Liquid right now is Zai is pushing in mid constantly with his familiars.
Yeah, he's taking
He is
Rax.
taking the tier 3. He's taking a range barracks.
This is really good pressure. It's going to make Gaming think about what's happening. I mean, this Roche is uncontested by Liquid. I think It's very hard to do this in the nighttime when you don't have good deep wards of your own. So I don't blame him for giving that up. At least you're getting something out of these birds in the meantime. Butterfly done for Mickey. Okay, this is something that can help you stand your ground, especially in that Wukong. He needs his saves to bail him out.
Gonna push into the high ground telekinesis, but Duracio's not afraid. He dives right on in. Depth Shroud immediately harpoon to pull in Nisha. He has to use BKB, and Mickey, he needs to kind of get out of here. I think this is a dangerous point. He pops his own BKB.
This is getting awkward.
Duraccio just keeps on pushing forward. Insania's going to be targeted. Gets off the tombstone.
Well,
but
damage.
Duraccio might just lose his life. No, he gets off the Shadow Dance. He still has Depth
He's
Shroud
just
to work with.
1v5.
He is doing so much right now, but he will finally, no, maybe the AoE damage. He loses his Aegis.
He doesn't have anything.
Where is Zai? Zai has been keeping all the rest of the heroes at bay. He cost him his life, though, and he's now dead for 95 seconds.
I think Zai and Duraccio were both wondering where their collective teams were.
Yeah.
As they dealt with 4 heroes solo. Unfortunately, that is Zai's dieback here, so one of those is not like the other.
And the question is, what was the game plan there? If you're holding that high ground, you started off the initiation of Duraccio, but there was no follow-up.
I mean, you can't just Wukong him there, right?
Yeah. No.
And if you can't Wukong him, then no one's sitting there trading with him. Duracio's aggressiveness has paid off here for Gaiman. He has absolutely no fear versus team. Perhaps for good reason, as he's straight back in again. A super deep harpoon.
After it. He has to do another remnant to be able to get away.
That's his last ult. This is your window to try and get something here.
They gotta get Duraccio before he resets. Ooh. Not gonna stop him. And they have this window. 40 seconds to try and go for Megas. Liquid, what are you gonna do? There's another push coming from G.Gladiators.
Another Duraccio poke that they don't have an answer for.
Just
slap
let
him back.
do the damage onto the building.
They're just getting Megas here.
Duraccio is keeping all the heroes at bay. A range barracks is left. Ace is gonna go for it. He's got it.
This is your chance. Get core kills.
Oh no,
this game might just be impossible.
Monkey King got knocked out.
Double impale.
He got impaled as well. No Wukong's command. No buyback from him either.
And they're against Megas, as Ace just said, good job, Duraccio. I'll take advantage of that space you've created and be the real carry in this game. This Slark just came out of nowhere, and there's absolutely no answer for it in the fights. They could not get to the late game lockdown. A single slip-up cost a Roshan, and that single Roshan cost Liquid so much in this game 1. Time to put the finishing touches on it here if you're Gaiman and Duraccio. He might not have level 25. I don't think he gives a damn.
No, Duraccio's been aggressive this entire game, and he's going to keep it up here. They're not going to let Liquid get a breather. He's going to keep it going. Zai with this stone form trying to keep the heroes back. Celery's low. They do manage to finish him off. The Mystic Flare going to work onto the Visage. Not quite enough damage. A buyback immediately out of Celery. Once again, trying to keep this going. Boxy jumps forward a little bit too far forward. Tombstone buys him a little bit of window of time. Duraccio keeps himself up with the Depth Shroud. But again, the 3-man of Liquid is holding. 45 seconds left on the Monkey King.
45 seconds is an eternity here. And that's like 3 more goes from Duraccio at this rate. I don't know if there's anywhere to hide. He is straight back in after healing, straight back into the harpoon.
Force snap. Oh, the blocks! It's just enough.
Fountain will not save you.
BKB. The physical damage isn't enough either. They're diving in so deep for Nisha, but he still managed to keep himself alive. Ace, meanwhile, buildings. He's going half health right now. 18 seconds left until the Monkey King's back up. Quinn diving over to the side. He's going to finish off the buildings in style. And G.Gladiators make the comeback. They will continue to keep their goddamn foots on Liquid's throats. They're not letting them get anything out of them in any of these series.
Man, that was one of the most aggressive 10 minutes from a Slark player I've ever seen.
Insane.
He was just 1v4ing, 1v5ing, absolutely no cares in the world. Plays those cooldowns. He even took the Spell Prism for lower cooldown on his ult and the shard so he can go and poke, get out at a higher rate. And Ace just cleans up the buildings from the human shield that is Duraccio. I mean, the scoreline does not reflect his impact in that game. A single Roche fight that gets botched by Liquid just collapses their momentum. They never got anything going after that other than a couple racks off some birds and some split push. There is something about this matchup that is incredibly frustrating for them, because if you're not winning that game with that style and that start where Nisha's 9-1, 10-1, just styling on kids, wins the mid matchup, Quinn is so far behind, it's just like none of it seems to matter.
They slip up when it mattered most. And it comes back down to, I think, that mental block that they have against this team. And that mental block only gets harder to get over the more this is cemented.
Something about that Roche fight was off between the three cores, right?
Yeah.
Like, you had Zai going in, the Ember and the Monkey can go in with him, but they don't. It cost you a lot. It cost you game one. We'll see if they can bounce back in game two. That is the only question that remains.
All right, a lot of questions that the panel has to answer. We're going to head to them before we go to a game two.
All right, well, we're going to find out if Team Liquid can make a comeback. But game number one went the way of Gaming Gladiators. There's a lot to break down because for a long period in this game, we thought Team Liquid was having the upper hand. I'm joined by Purge, by Effie, by Faith Beyond. And Faith Beyond, this game, what do you make of it?
I think Liquid, they have a better draft, but Gaming, they just play better. And we can see Liquid have a huge lead at 10 minutes, but Gaming, they just make every right move and they force you to make some mistakes in team fight. They win team fight without team fight skill and heroes. They are just too good.
They're just too good. Is that really just it? Is it that simple, Mira?
I mean, they're so good, honestly. I thought that this game was over after the start that Nisha had on the mid lane and after Broodmother was countered on lane, but Gaming Gladiators, they just do it every time. I don't know how. You know, Ace has no business being this good because he is way too dependable. He's just way too solid because I feel like if there is a hurdle to cross as a Broodmother, it would be a Monkey King Undying lane. And yeah, he was still topping the net worth charts the entire game, but at a slower pace than he normally would, but that's not even something that you would expect out of this Broodmother. And as Broodmother bought them so much space and so much entry points into this game, the Lion and the Sky were able to get some very key pickoffs, take away the Aegis from the Monkey King when Liquid did have it, and then when Slark got his items up, Slark functioned so well as a chaos factor in the fights. Like in that fight near Roshan where Nisha got, where Ace got an ultra kill, it was because Slark had isolated the Monkey King. Slark forced the BKB out of the Monkey King, so Monkey King couldn't really join the fight with his BKB Wukong, and Ace just gets an ultra kill. Afterwards, he isolates, when he gets an Aegis on Duraccio, he isolates 4 heroes from Liquid while the rest of Game-In are killing the Visage. Like, it is just unbelievable how they pulled this off.
I can't even believe that his KDA on Slark was like 4, 3, and 10. Like, his impact was super insane. Like, he was tanking the whole team. So many team fights. It felt annoying to watch. It's like 4 heroes around Slark. You're like, oh, they'll get him with a stun here and they'll layer a chain stun. It just wasn't possible. They didn't have enough disables, especially ground disables that would set up things for them. So he just lived all the time and kept stealing stats, did way too much damage.
Yeah, I love the last fight, or semi-last fight, I guess, that we saw after the Roshan was taken. It looked like Duraccio was just basically on a crusade by himself. But instead, he was creating space, he had the Aegis to back him off, and it looked fantastic. There were a lot of fights during that game, and we have chosen one to analyze in our STC play analysis. Let's take a look. This was a pivotal moment in the game where this fight, it was a fight where Team Liquid was just not on the same page, Faith Beyond. We heard our commentator say it as well. Gaming Gladiators, obviously, they came out on top of this fight, but this was maybe the showing of the mental block.
Yeah, I mean, Gaming, they're just too good at like some micro Dota. Every time they can go in with a perfect position and they force you make some mistake or bad moves. Every time this Slark just going in and make some crazy moves, they are just too good at this Dota.
And as we saw in this fight, Duraccio on the Slark went in on the Ember Spirit and the Monkey King, forcing the Monkey King's BKB and pouncing on the Ember Spirit, so he was leashed and couldn't rejoin the fight where Visage was dying. So I feel like Visage was such a key factor in Liquid's early game tempo, and he was a really key factor in controlling the Roche area, but they isolated Visage so well at a certain point of the game. It felt like he couldn't get any backup from his teammates. He was just getting burst by the Mystic Flare and the Finger, while the rest of his team was getting chased around by a little fish.
Yeah, and he provided auras, and his familiars got a lot of AoE stuns, even against Slark. That stuff was pretty good. And he even like used his shard effectively. He would get gone on, he would turn into stone, but there wasn't anything to follow up on it necessarily. There wasn't necessarily enough team fight to like overwhelm the counter initiation. So him just buying 5 seconds just meant delaying his death.
Yeah, I know there was. My panel thought that Liquid had a slight edge. It was mostly a slight edge in the draft. But while watching the game, Faithbjorn, you wanted to have seen something different from Team Liquid. They picked the Monkey King as their 4th pick, and you would have liked to seen a Lycan. Would that have changed a lot of the game? Was that not the case?
He said that the Monkey King was higher priority than the Lycan.
Yeah, I think after watching this game, I still feel you have to pick Monkey King.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's a way to win the game. If you pick Lycan, like you will isolate by yourself.
So it would have gone worse for them.
Yeah.
Even so. Well, then there's definitely still a lot to work on. Maybe not so much on the drafting side, but maybe a little bit on the mental side on the side of Team Liquid before going into game number 2. There's a lot of pressure on this game. It's a lot of pride for Team Liquid for this match to try and get the chip off their shoulder in this game in Gladiator, but it's also $500,000. Let's see how they deal with that pressure as we come back after a break with game number 2 of the series.
I would say my signature hero, as it is right now, is Disruptor. Disruptor is kind of support who can do a lot of stuff without net wars, but also he scales if you get some money. You can buy Axe, you can buy Blink, some support items, etc. So basically he can do a lot. It's definitely Fishman who basically showed me a new way to look at supports, or like a new way to look at the laning stage. Disruptor is, at least back then, he was like most anti-meta hero to carry players or like to core players, because playing against Glimpse, ulti, basically this, you know, control that provides Disruptor and teamfights is insane, and it felt good to play Disruptor back then. And then he kind of dropped out of the meta, and I would say Fishman brought him back into the meta with new way of playing Disruptor on lane with Glimpse instead of Q. And because of it, I kind of got back to it.
I think my signature hero is Morpling and Naga. But Morpling sucks now. Yeah, maybe Naga.
No way. Once again! Shanks
No
is
way.
the Bacchus killer! He has his number, his Instagram, his Facebook, his MySpace at this rate.
I think their mobility.
If his carry dies, Panda feels the need to die too.
And like controlling the illusion with Naga. I'm good with it.
Maybe signature hero of the years, Enigma. I think it's always been on and off for me, but there are times where, yeah, like I started out playing a lot of Enigma, and then it's kind of just always came back at some point in all my teams. I think at some point it's coming back.
They have the Batrider one, and the Enigma one is 100 off, but 100 off is not here.
Pressuring Zai, managed to get the black hole off, but he's slowly burning to the sun rate right now.
Nice
Now the
egg
Supernova's
position.
going to be used, and they use the Fiend's
Still
Grip, but
alive.
the last one, Uragi. He's in trouble, and he's going to die.
What I enjoy most about Enigma is just the all the mind games that go into black hole. Like for example, for me, I like to not use this spell so much, and play around like other aspects of the hero. Like for me, if I play Enigma and someone like ends up picking like Ruvik or Soundstare or something against me, instead of like trying to brute force my way to use black hole, I would rather like just play on my minions or something and just go RS and do stuff like this.
Some of the most taxing comebacks are Mega Creep comebacks, especially at the International. Zai has been a part of every single Mega Creep comeback at the International, so if anybody were to bounce back, it would be him. On top of that, we know and we have seen Team Liquid bounce back from the most crazy games, from the most high-pressure situations on the biggest of stages. So surely, a best of 3 in a upper bracket series, no elimination on the line, upper bracket series, Purge. Walk in the park.
Yeah. I mean, they're a very talented team, but there's so much history here that I think losing game 1 is going to hurt the morale a little bit. I can't help but assume. In the same vein, they're not eliminated if they lose this series, and they were really close. Like, they genuinely were really close at winning that game, which has kind of been the story consistently. So I don't know. It kind of depends how they're feeling right now, because they were within striking distance of like closing the game out. But yeah, I hope their mental state is still good, because I would love another close game.
Me too.
Yeah, I wonder if what Cap and SVG were saying about a mental block when it comes to facing gaming is a real thing for them. I mean, you do go up versus them a lot and you lose versus them, and at some point do you start to feel more discouraged every time you lose? Because if there was a game for Liquid to win, it would have been in that one. They were in a very favorable situation to take over that game, and they just couldn't do it. So I actually worry about them in this game too.
Yeah.
You too, Faith, yeah?
Yeah, and also for Liquid, they will think like, we already win the mid lane so well, and we picked the hero we want, and but we didn't execute it very well. So it will feel like upset, and will disturb how they draft in game 2.
At the same time, this was, of course, one of those games where they let the Broodmother through, who has been a dominant force for Gaming Gladiators, and they thought they had a plan against it, and it failed. And that happens sometimes. Be that because it was the Brood or Daracho playing crazy good in his Slark. Whatever the reason was, they did know that they were going to have a tough game against that draft from Gaming Gladiators, so perhaps this time around they'll remove the Brood and play a different game altogether. I do want to emphasize what Faithian said, this mid lane. Nisha versus Quinn. And I know Ember is on paper supposed to win against Pango, so we knew that Nisha had a little bit of an edge, but Quinn very, very frequently, regardless of the matchup, still has Nisha's number. This is one of the few times, I'd say, in all the games that we watched them play over 2023, that we saw Nisha come out ahead big time in that mid lane. So that must have been, regardless of the loss, still a confident boost on that side of things. It's going to be interesting seeing the changes in game number 2. We got Team Liquid on the Dire side this time around. They get first pick. Gaming Gladiators second pick with a Radiant. That means that everything is just completely swapped. That means that Team Liquid gets priority out of this banning phase, and that has been quite the, I want to say, dance of different heroes and which are let through and which aren't. We already have the IO removed that Team Liquid and Gaming Gladiators have been so successful on. We got Timber and Broodmother removed. So in the pool, gotta consider, we got Enchantress, we got Snapfire, we got a Storm Spirit in first phase banned out previous game as well, I believe. Which other heroes am I forgetting, Purge, that in that first?
I mean, then there's your support stuff that sometimes gets first picked, like Rubik and Undying.
Yeah.
It's possible opening as well.
Yep, they'll end up going for the Rubik as the opening pick, so there's that one.
Yeah, because gaming, they always opening with Rubik. When they last pick, they like to opening with Rubik Underlord or Rubik Timbers or Rubik Beastmaster. So I think Liquid still the Rubik is a very good choice.
5 seconds remaining.
Then what will be the answer of Gaming Gladiators? Any of the heroes we just mentioned are in high contention. They gotta consider Team Liquid potentially wanting to pick up the Enigma together with the Rubik, which they sometimes like. But then you don't want to pick Enigma against the Rubik either, because then you get your Black Hole stolen. So potentially you want to pick something that can already deal with the, this is like mind games galore, Effie. It hurts my brain.
Yeah, they're still Undying and Enchantress for Gaming. If they have a second pick, they could choose to open with 2 of their support heroes. I don't necessarily like it too much if they pick both, but Undying itself is good enough. There's also the Ace Underlord that's still in the pool that they're comfortable to play around too.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Undying will be that first one. Enchantress is, of course, I mean, Enchantress is Celery's best hero, but he also plays the Undying. So, and we said previous game that not often do we see a team opening with 2 supports, even though obviously previous game we did see Team Liquid do the exact thing that we talked about, and they do open with 2 supports, but it's the techies.
It's a little bit more flexible in what it accomplishes, I guess. It seems teams aren't scared to pick techies against Rubik. We've seen it quite a few times the last couple days. And sometimes they do open this as a response. They actually did this response against 9pandas 2 days ago. 9pandas open Rubik. They pick, I'm sorry, they did enchant techies instead of undying techies, but slightly similar.
I can understand this techies though, because of all the supports that you can pick at this stage of the game, this probably is one of the more comfortable ones versus Enigma. Since when you have this Rubik, you have to think about the Enigma that could potentially come out in 8, and you don't really have a solution to if you pick a different support that doesn't have the kind of stun that techies has or the lane presence versus him.
I'm quite amazed that Liquid didn't pick Enigma here because they like to play this hero, and it's also a counter to Undying on lane. Maybe they found this hero as another trash hero, I don't know.
I think they're more comfortable with Darkseer's success rate this tournament compared to Enigma's. Also because there's no Enchantress coming out of Gaimin, they feel like Darkseer is set up for a better lane than he normally would against this team, who default to heroes like Enchantress with their Dispel versus Darkseer.
Got the Bloodseeker ban coming out. Is Bloodseeker is obviously a protective ban towards the Darkseer. Should we still be worried about Quinn's Pango? Because it is such a comfort for him as well that potentially you might still want to just straight up remove it from the pool.
I think it'll depend honestly, because Gaimin have second picks, so they can close out their next 2 banning phases with Quinn's hero, and they don't have to pick it early enough. Pango is a great hero for Quinn when they want to pick their mid laner early, when they're in a situation like their first pick, and they can close it out on 8th pick overall, it looks good. But at times like this, you can wait for other things, right? You could wait for potentially a Leshrac or a Storm Sphere or an Ember.
Ember out.
Aren't these bans on Team Liquid? They're also like anti-Pango heroes though, and they're not going to get the first pick out of the phase. But I mean, maybe they just are also good against Darkseer, but doesn't this just set up Gladiators for a perfect Pango pick?
But that's why the Team Liquid should ban it in their next ban. No?
They could.
The thing about Pango is that when you have second phase, you don't want to pick your mid hero on 15 because you can just set yourself up for a much better one on 18. Like Pango looked so good in the last draft because it enabled them to draft around Ace and draft around Dyrachio Slark later on because they dealt with their mid pick so early.
10 seconds remaining.
So that's a good point. If they do skip banning it, it gets grabbed, Team Liquid gets double response. If Gladiators doesn't pick it, Team Liquid could pick it themselves, so it's decent position for Liquid, I guess.
It puts them in a position where they can tailor the draft the way they want, which is a position of power. Whether or not it is a good Pango layer game, it will give the wheel of the draft to Team Liquid, and they can dictate where it goes from there.
I mean, on the other hand, if they ban out a lot of heroes, Gaimin may just consider taking Pango for themselves on 15 simply to not give it away to Liquid. Because if you think about the Ion Shell plus Pango combo for Liquid itself, then you may consider it as a deny pick as opposed to a counter pick on lane. If that makes sense.
Yeah, they ban out Faces Void. Well, that should lead into a fast Primal Beast ban and a fast Pango pick. I don't think... So, obviously, we saw that coming from a mile away. We have to assume Team Liquid did as well, so they have to have a plan against it. What is a good plan against a Pango, Faithbian?
Bloodseeker, Ember Spirit.
No! It can't be those. Surely there's more to it.
I think Silencer plus 1 stun is really nice to kill Pango early on.
Oh, this is a good solution.
Don't you just get Beast Mastered by Gaimin on 18 if you go for TA here?
Beastmaster?
For Gaming Gladiators.
But TA is mid, I think. So maybe you can pick another hero to counter the Beastmaster.
5 seconds remaining.
What kind of hero do you think that would be? Or do you think that Gaimin are looking at a different offlaner?
For gaming, I think they have to see this another pick.
Maybe they go for their 5 here on the Team Liquid side. CM provides a route, which is kind of good against Pango. It's one of his most picked heroes. I was banned ET maybe, but it's not. I mean, it's pretty good with like Darkseer. It can be kind of good with TA as well. Help protect the TA from some high armor agility hero pick. Bat is still in the pool too, actually.
Bat Rider is still in the pool. Well, Team Liquid, they are taking their time. They must have tailored this way, so I'm assuming they have a plan. Otherwise, well, otherwise they've got bigger problems than just one game. They go for Spirit Breaker here.
Potentially Liquid honestly might have wanted that Pangolier here, which is why it took them some time to think about it, and Gaming just stole it away. But they needed a melee hero to play with the Darkseer. They needed something to take advantage of Ion Shell, because none of the other two heroes were complementary to it. And the Spirit Breaker will provide them that ganking early game force, and also a means to dive tower with Ion Shell.
Morphling.
Okay, so that should be the Retcho's hero right there. And knowing that it will be Quinn on the Pango means we are looking for an ace hero on the side of Gaming Gladiators. So my question is, A, does Meepo stand a chance in this game? On the side of Team Liquid, it seems like we should be looking towards a hero for, well, depending on where they do the Templar Assassin, but either Mickey or Nisha. So first things first. Space Beyond Meepo, yay or nay? No, never mind, banned.
Okay. I think Gaming pick Morphling here is quite weird because they don't have too much offlaner to pick here. And also you can't pick Underlord against Rubik. So if they ban like Meepo, Beastmaster, there's no hero for Ace right now.
Can you explain why you can't pick Underlord against Rubik?
Still the Firestorm. I mean, both skill is very good.
So you think that the hero gives away too much?
Yeah.
I mean, Beastmaster is still available for Gaming Gladiators if Liquid don't address it.
Yeah, I mean, Beastmaster maybe gonna be buying out in this ban.
5 seconds remaining.
Nope, Storm's banned. Dragonite, Queen of Pain. Let's see. Is Primal Beast gone? Primal Beast is gone. Wind Ranger's still in the pool for possible mids for Team Liquid.
Or a potential carry as well.
Yeah. Lycan, did I say Lycan? No, they
Lycan
could.
is more likely for Gaming than it is for Liquid.
In this tournament, the Ace only play 6 heroes, and only left hero in this game is Underlord and Lycan. And I don't think these are good heroes in this game. Maybe Lycan is okay.
There's not a lot of catch for the Lycan.
Yeah.
Of course, you'll get the luxury of seeing what Team Liquid picks before making a decision either way. We got Gaming Gladiators already banning out the Drow Ranger, now also the Terrorblade.
This Terrorblade ban looks like they won't pick Lycan.
And with that in mind, what could Team Liquid pick here to make their choice of Lycan be more awkward, more painful?
Slark?
5 seconds remaining.
Still in the pool.
It would be less good than last game when Gladiators played it because they're still Techies AoE, but and they'll go Monkey. Okay.
Another Monkey King.
I think Monkey King is a pretty solid hero versus Morphling because it can play a really early tempo. It also takes advantage of Darkseer spells. And I guess it's something that can defeat Lycan on lane, so maybe this is just their way of addressing the preemptive Lycan.
It makes his ulti a lot better too. Vacuum is like Monkey ulti is one of those spells that can be amazing, but a lot of times your enemies will force stuff out, that kind of thing. Vacuum and Wall can really keep them globbed up in the center of it a lot longer. So, and that paired with the fact that they're going to be very good at diving on the Team Liquid draft, I think Monkey does fit the direction of the rest of the lineup pretty well, while also protecting their offlane matchups.
What about Tide or Pudge?
Oh, Reader.
This is not Tide or Pudge. That's
Just think
sad.
about this hero.
I can hear Jenkins screaming Pudge, I'm sure.
I think this Reader is a very good pick here.
Why?
You can play on lane and you can counter TA in mid game, and
Monkey King.
yeah.
Both cores are countered by a static link.
They're a little weak on Disable on Team Liquid as well, so he should be able to run around kind of as he wants. I mean, maybe a wall of replica is a little scary, but you know, he'll just be able to like continuously nuke and stick in his lane a long time.
Gaming are also quite weak on Disable outside of the Pangolier, but I feel like their lanes are stronger overall, so I mean, the Razor could be a very great pick for them, or it could be something that gimps them because they lack team fights, because that's something Gaming doesn't really have.
I'm a little worried for Team Liquid here, the way we are all talking about this on the panel. Faith Beyond, give some hope to all the Team Liquid fans out there.
Actually, I think Monkey King have a chance to punish Razor on lane, because when Razor is level quite low,
yeah,
it's not that powerful, and you can call your support, go through the gate and kill it together. I think if they can punish it on lane and they have a good team fight, maybe they can make it through. Yeah.
But don't you think that Gaming's supports are also good at backing up the Razor if they were to bring more heroes?
Yeah.
They have Undying and Techies.
Yeah, that's true. So it's another like rotation compete. Yeah.
And the one thing that I am worried about for Razor is that he's very often paired with IO at this tournament. Typically what happens if some team abuses a combo like that and then it's just not there, the hero usually feels a lot more mediocre. Lesh is the best example. So it might work, but it might also look a little mediocre.
But does that apply if your static link counters both cores on the enemy
that's a good
team?
point. It gives you an upper hand for sure.
Normally Razor comes out when it's only countering one core, and that's when the IO feels really good. But if you're a solution to both of the team's win conditions, then that changes things for Razor.
All right, so there's a lot of pressure once again on the early game, and especially keep an eye on Ace's Razor. We're finding out how Game 2 is going to play itself out. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Cap and SVG.
True to his name, the Ace of Spades has been one of the most high-value players this year. A big part of why G.Gladiators has had so much success in playoffs and grand finals. In this game, though, he's going to be put onto a hero that he hasn't played in quite some time. In fact, it's been a full year since the last time he played Razor, and going all the way back to really when he was playing carry on Team Secret when he played it a lot. So Ace, who has provided so much consistency for G.Gladiators, maybe part of that has been the consistent picks that have been revolved around him in the draft. Liquid do manage to make him pick up something a little bit different, but it does seem to lead to a draft advantage for G.Gladiators. At least that's what our panel believes anyway. Avery, do you hold the same sentiments?
I think it's a little closer. I mean, this is another draft where I feel like you did force Gaming a bit out of their comfort zone, right? There's no massive aura buyer here between the three cores, which I think is kind of a win. Like, you have to take the downside somewhere against this team. They're way too consistent, way too good. And I feel like this series, I feel the drafts have been the most interesting I've seen from Liquid in trying to push Gaming a little out of that 5-man ball zone and make it favorable for them. Okay, that first game, it didn't go your way. You know, that ball crumbled at a certain point, but I feel like it was more execution than the draft.
Sure.
And I think in this game, too, I like their chances. I'm not saying they outdrafted Gaming or anything here. I think the last pick, Razor, definitely has a chance to just beat this monkey up on the lane and run away with the game. At the same time, you have some decent tools to deal with him in the fights, especially if you can get utility on later in the form of Lotus Orbs. Like, Lotus Force Staff are still extremely good versus Razor when he doesn't have the IO to boost him up in the fights or help him reclose the gap. On top of that, you have Surge. And on top of the Surge, you have a Breaker and a Rubik, two heroes, at least one of which goes through the BKB, and the Rubik Shard can lift throw someone away. There's a lot of tools in this game that Liquid can use to break the links. And the second that happens, Razor tends to be a little lackluster of a hero.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I kind of like what Liquid have going for them. On the flip side, I do think if you look at these three gaming cores, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of just right-click going into the monkey in the TA, where Breaker and Rubik are not necessarily going to help you swing that for a long time in this game. So you kind of have to just build some momentum through the Breaker Darkseer here, in my opinion, and get that massive team fight in the charges, the shells, the Surge going for you, and really kite out the Razor and the Morphling.
Now, another interesting part that happened in the draft is that Liquid, in some ways, forced G.Gladiators to take this Pangolier because they actually banned some of the better counters to the Pango, and forced Game of Gladiators to, okay, in this second phase, you're going to have to pick up this Pango right away. And their idea as a response was Templar Assassin, who I feel like is very middle of the road against this hero, and then the Spirit Breaker, which does have some answers. But there must be a little bit more to this in the matchup that I'm expecting. And a lot of it, I suppose, has to come down to laning phase. I mean, this Templar Assassin, Nisha, big part of their game one win, or excuse me, their game one attempted win, and the way they got the lead was the fact that Nisha was able to win the laning phase pretty hard against Quinn.
And he's winning it here again. Really trying to abuse this early level advantage he has and the early region advantage. Bottle comes out way faster here for Nisha than Quinn, and he pushed him off the wave even on those early exchanges. I don't think Quinn's too happy with how these early meld exchanges went.
No.
This is where you can build that advantage and then just abuse region to the point where you're significantly ahead, especially if you get ancient stacks to back it up. I think it's something we didn't see in some of these other TA Pango matchups where the TA didn't gain enough of a lead where you also had ancient stacks and you could play the fast game.
Go for it.
And
hits
one
level
more hit.
3 first, and I think he's just going to leave him. Maybe the Spirit Breaker's coming in with the charge, but
Yeah,
because of the
very
bottle,
far.
they stop it.
Too much region to commit an unlock kill. You don't want to throw something away here.
Sure.
He's going to drag the breaker off the lane, which means Zai is going to get zoned off bottom versus an Undying Morphling lane, a pretty damn tough lane.
But they get
find
first
it.
blood on the other side.
Yeah, Monkey King able to put level 2 Tree Dance to work earlier on this lane and connect for the kill. Pretty much an uncommon build for Monkey, but pretty nice when you're getting your damage stolen by Link anyway.
Well,
nice little
that
pickup for
support
Mickey.
death does help out Quinn because he certainly needs the refill on the bottle with the way that Nisha is establishing some dominance in this laning phase. So he'll get a refill there and a better chance to contest Nisha.
The thing about Pango is that I think it's a hero, when you pick it, you're almost happy if that lane is your roughest lane. Because it's just Pango. Like, this hero can always play from behind, it can always catch up. Now, I don't think it's looked that good at this tournament from that position, at least compared to some of those Pango patches, which you could sacrifice it more. Still, this is going to be one of those games where, you pick this Pango third, you know it's going to have a rough lane, it's going to have a counter pick. You're just making it elsewhere on the side lanes and going to let Quinn come back off of some team fighting.
Oh, we got him with the side blades!
I saw that lining up in my mind, and
it came into reality.
Nisha hits him perfectly. He has been on point with the side blades on this lane the entire time. And that is very frustrating. I can tell you I can tell you a lot of things about Quinn.
Okay.
Not a lot of them are pretty, but I'll tell you one thing. He hates playing against the side blade spammers. It's one of those things he goes on his 10-minute rant tirades about these TA players that just go and they don't lane properly. They just go to try and hit you with the side blade every time instead of just hitting the CS or the deny. It's so annoying. That's basically the rant right there.
And that really was what Nisha was doing. He was
Yes.
ignoring so much of the CS early to be able to hit him with melt strikes or line up side blades hit.
And did a damn
eventually
good job.
paid off. He got the kill.
Yep. So some extra mental frustration for Quinn there was my ultimate point in that rant.
I mean, Liquid kind of need to apply that mental frustration because I'm sure they're experiencing their own mental frustration after the breakdown in Game 1.
And this is a huge level advantage on mid, too. You have a level 6 TA to a level 4 Pango here. If you can get the power rune on Denisha, get some Ancient Stacks for him, he might just take this game over. You got to remember, that Game 1 was still very dominant from him. He was 9-1, 10-1. He won mid lane. He killed Quinn as well in that lane. Nisha putting on some moves here. A nice skirmish in the river. I don't know who this is very favorable for Zai, but he will get out at least.
Yeah, Duraccio doing a really good job. I think this is one of Duraccio's aggressiveness is a double-edged sword for sure. Zai is gonna kill himself on neutrals apparently. The double-edged, right? His aggression. But it really pays out in games like that Slark in the Game 1 we see, but it also really pays out in the laning phase very often, where he really helps his support win some of those matchups. Him playing into that river area with the Morphling helps out significantly. 6-minute power rune is coming up. Game of Gladiators and Liquid both setting up for it here, though the extra
Trap
hero is going to
advantage.
be on the Game of Gladiator side. The Techies is well-placed top lane.
And you don't have Rolling Thunder for this fight. This is so greedy by Quinn.
He's going to be slowed up a little bit here.
I can't
Boxy
believe he
is
gets
not
that.
healthy enough to be able to charge in.
That is not a rune Quinn should be getting versus a breaker that can get shelled up, and versus Nisha with the full level advantage in traps versus no Rolling Thunder. Risky move pays off for Quinn. He snatches the arcane away, and these two supports not connecting in the way Liquid wanted them to around mid. And Zai has just kind of been left to the wolves down here. This is not a good matchup for Darkseer. You just get out CS. Morphling can always regen burst the shells, and then he's not found a lot of CS. 11 for Zai. Dyrachyo has 13 deny, so...
Do we have stacks up or anything? Is there any way for this Darkseer to recover?
I mean, he'll eventually recover when the heroes start moving around. Stacks-wise, no, there's nothing up for Liquid yet.
I mean, is Morphling a hero to move around, though? I think he might be stuck in this matchup for a long time.
Yeah, Gaming do not have much incentive to make this game chaotic. I think they're very happy playing the lane matchups outside of maybe Quinn, who might try and, you know, gank a side lane or something.
Mickey gonna be caught by the gank. The rotation from the supports with the tombstone out. There is no response from Liquid here.
And this is what this draft is designed to do. Make the static lanes in favor of their two side laners who are just gonna out CS and pummel Liquid's cores with the levels here. Level 5 for Ace, way too much for Mickey to handle. And their supports are not good at turning around these ganks right now. Like the Rubik Breaker really want their ults. They really want more levels on the Darkseer to power up the Breaker as well. A lot of that is just missing right now, so Gaming taking full advantage of these two matchups. Pretty much only Nisha is getting what he wants out of this early game. See if he can pay it back with some fast fighting items.
Boy, this is just terrible. They have to put a support in, an extra support in that top lane to kind of like push back against the Razor aggression. But it frees up supports elsewhere. It means that Gaming Gladiators may have an advantage. Oh, gets bumped over to the other side of this cliff area here. Nisha gonna be hit a couple more times perhaps. Quinn is gonna go for the support kill instead, lining it up on the Rubik. Dyrachyo joining in on this fight. Still not quite enough, but the swashbuckle will finish him off thanks to that Arcane Rune.
As Arcane Rune's doing mad work. Did not get the shield rune though.
Zai coming in through the
steals
side.
it.
He gets the vacuum onto a lot of heroes with the ion shells, but he did come into this fight half health. Look at Mickey. He has tree danced his way all the way across the map to join in this engagement. Everybody coming mid lane, both carries, and it will be Gaming Gladiators who end up with the kill lost there. Liquid get it 2 for 3.
That's well worth it for Mickey. I don't think he wanted to sit top, and now he's at least going to get a kill and create some pressure bottom, force some TPs back here on both supports for Gaming. A little bit of an overreaction maybe, as it's going to free up a lot of space on mid. And Quinn, I think Quinn was just using the Arcane Rune rolling almost a zone for the next Power Rune, and just didn't expect Zai to come in and steal it, because that was a shield rune that he could have taken. Instead committed for the skirmish.
Boxy getting the charge away.
Okay,
Does hit Tofu midway through his blast off.
That was very nice timing.
It is one of those matchups that's always kind of hard for the techies to play around.
I think this is a good Spirit Breaker game too. I mean, this is a hero that every time we see it, it seems like it just wins. At least for the last year. It's been a good Spirit Breaker meta. It's kind of a hero that gets forgotten about every now and then, but when you get it in a game like this where there's very limited stun, no hard dispel, you get to later levels on this hero with a Breaker, Surge, and Shell, and he's going to do some damage. He's going to mess with you.
Wukong's command going to be using the top lane with the charge already set up onto Ace. They get him. They even brought Nisha over here. You could see Liquid trying to bring numbers to any fights because they know it's Gaming Gladiators' MO to do the same.
It's a good heads-up play. I still think Liquid's read of gaming has been better in this series than in a lot of the ones we've seen in the past.
Sure.
Even if it's not necessarily going their way. And they have the two top net worth cores, one of those being the Monkey, who had to lane versus that Razor Techies lane. Very tough lane.
Yeah, really surprised. It must have been the fights that they just had. The mid fight, Mickey
Well, he got first blood,
kill.
too.
Oh, he got first blood? Yeah,
so a lot of little things went Mickey's way. I honestly don't think the Monkey Razor matchup is that bad compared to most melee carries. As weird as that is to say. Like, I don't view it as a troll or a Sven or something where I feel like you have almost no counterplay. You can still throw down the Wukong. You can be really tanky with the bonus armor. If there's Lotus Orbs or Force Staffs that come out, it helps you a bit more. And then, you know, if you get Jingu off someone, you still have a lot of bonus damage before the Link really debilitates you. I'm not saying this matchup is good for Mickey, but I'm saying the position he's in, you can do some serious work in this game, especially with the TA. You're only going to link one of these. So if you go in together, minus armor the Razor or the Morphling, and just chase him down, can make some really good stuff happen, and it will be the Midas build-up again for the Monkey King here. Another interesting choice. We didn't really see Mickey go for these.
Is he trying to bait something here? They're going to try and surprise Dyrachyo with the double ion shells, and they almost got him. Got him a little bit low, but ultimately Dyrachyo will be the one to respond with force.
Another adaptive.
Almost killing Zion. He got him with the adaptive strike, and they might even be able to get Boxy as well, as he can't charge out of this one. That was a very risky move, and it clearly does not pay off. Another adaptive strike coming up. Boxy going to disappear up to the high ground. Gets it off, but even if that didn't kill him, Quinn was on the other side of things. So a very awkward attempted gank that would have been really cool if it worked, but the chances of it working was very low.
Dyrachio's just owning this series, man. He really pulled that game 1 back. That was a very good Slark game. There was little control. This is another pretty good Morphling game where Liquid don't have a lot to control the Morphling in the fights if he gets to play the game he wants to. Outside of maybe the Darkseer Ags later on, and if you land like a clutch meld charge on him with the Boundless or something.
Yeah, I would also say I think the Templar Assassin Shard is actually a lot of value in this game.
It's very good, yes. I honestly think that Shard is just good every game at this point.
That's true.
I don't know if there's a game where it's bad. The thing always feels nice, and Nisha is still having a very free game on the Templar Assassin, almost level 12 at the 12-minute mark, and this is pretty much without Ancients. That is a crazy amount of XP to have without that acceleration. He is 3 levels ahead of the next closest core on gaming right now. Again, I go to this Templar Assassin is going to be really big. I want Liquid to use it, though, because last time, okay, Nisha had a really good first 20 minutes, and then just nothing translated after that.
Yeah.
You can't slip up first gaming right now. This team will punish you immensely
Wukong's
hard.
command again. The charge is going to be a bit later this time, but he only needs to do a finishing blow here. One more hit, a second hit, in fact, needed, but Ace does die. The blast off lands. Meanwhile, Boxy trying to get away from the mines, and he's dead. Quinn is going to respond now with an extra kill. Oh, shield crash stolen. Not the Rolling Thunder he was hoping for. Insania will die as a result as well. So, core for 2 supports.
Still, Liquid finding the big Razor kill with their Monkey. This is the Midas Monkey getting involved again and taking it to the Razor. That's, again, where that matchup is, it's not super straightforward, right? It's a lot about who starts on who, or just who has more net worth, I guess.
Yeah.
And in this case, Mickey taking advantage of it, shutting Ace down, 2 deaths in the early game. That's pretty nice on a hero that relies on how much damage he can inflict into you. This isn't one of those Underlord Tides where the Razor's going to be able to do huge Ancient stacks, catch up, buy an Aura, and then have an insane impact. It's a hero that generally wants to have a good laning phase. Yeah, I mean, he's still doing way better than Zai here, who's at the roughest end of this bargain.
Yeah. He's got no support to play with most of the time. It does seem like Liquid, maybe off of the good momentum and the laning dominance that Nisha had in Game 1, it feels like they're playing a little bit more for Nisha to carry the game.
Not a bad idea. If you're going to pick a player in the world to try and carry you.
Look at, they're just trying to keep Dyrachio in this
he's in
wall.
trouble.
It might actually work here. The charge is going to come through, and that's enough. Wow. Dyrachio.
Okay.
His aggression plays against him here as he did not respect what Liquid could have done there.
No, not at all. That wall illusion did some work, and he just got stuck in the wall forever. A throwdown from the telekinesis keeps him in there even longer. Vacuum charge comes through. Took about 3,000 damage, but Liquid able to produce it across 4 heroes, and suddenly that Darkseer's game is not too bad anymore. This is also a game where the Darkseer doesn't need some crazy aura timing. I think as long as your other 2 cores are finding damage, you just get to a pipe and you take a good fight off that, plus whatever Nisha has. Surge the breaker in with some shells.
It is definitely an enabling Darkseer game, right? Like, he is not trying to carry off of the wall, but he's trying to carry off of giving Ion Shell to Monkey King and Spirit Breaker. He's trying to get a vacuum inside of the Wukong's command. Maybe a charge, vacuum with the charge is a nice combination as well. Good pickup, though. Zai will die. Again, his game continues to be rough.
4th death for the pointed head man here. It is rough indeed. He'll have to catch up in the team fights, which can easily happen here. It's definitely not out of the question, especially since he can buy the aura and call when and where that goes down. Yeah. Diffusal for Quinn is going to be his time to try and pick up the pace. Mana Burn's also going to be pretty solid in this game, as well as these lucky shots. You land some disarms on the TA and the Monkey, might just win you a team fight.
All right, Avery, if somebody calls GG right now, it'll be the shortest game of the tournament.
It will also be the biggest inquiry we've ever seen in Dota.
Oh, a TA trap on the high ground is going to be able to spot Celery as well. He's going to get a tombstone out on the high ground. They are not going to be able to save that Undying. Nisha's going to take some damage in the turnaround, but Boxy and the Monkey King is here as well. They're going for the kill on Dyrachio, and they have him as well. Damn. Liquid, once again, coming off of a laning phase and immediately start getting some wins.
It's a huge pickup for them. 2nd death on this Morphling in a game where you didn't really expect them to die. And 6 charges on that Deso already for Nisha. Walks into a haste room.
Ace, you got to be careful. Oh, they're going to go for Tofu instead. Tofu can't get the taser off in time to protect himself against the physical damage. And again, they need to be careful of this. Hasted up to get a disarm onto the Templar Assassin, but there's too many other heroes of Liquid here. Okay,
Boxy
sacrifices this one. They get off the Rolling Thunder. He gives his life in order to win yet another little skirmish for Liquid.
Oh, Nisha is feeling like a god right now. He just got 12 extra stacks on this Desolator off that fight. And you got 4 full plasma fields off from the stolen plasma field on Insania. That's huge, right? This is a max plasma field. It's one of the best spells you can steal in the early portion of this game. I also like the fact that Liquid are just playing very aggressive with this lineup and not feeling like, okay, we lost game 1, let's play scared, right?
Sure,
just go the hell in, man. Like, you know this TA is way stronger than everybody else. They're bringing numbers, they're playing very fast. The fact Boxy goes in here, gives his life for his cores, the true job of a support, and then, yeah, you can roll up, man, but you're not going anywhere.
And this pushes the Templar Assassin over 10,000 net worth at 17 minutes.
He is gigantic.
Yeah, this has got to be one of the higher net worths at this time.
I was like, it's one of the higher experience. Like, he's almost level 16.
What?
It's just ridiculous the levels Nisha's found in this game without a lot of ancient stacks. That's what I go back to. Normally when a core is this high level, it's because they went and did some 8 and 9 ancient stacks off the 2 camps. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, he has a lot of neutral keeps, but man, he's been involved in a lot of kills. That solo kill in the solo kill in the lane, plus all the solo XP he got. This is level 16 efficiently here.
Yeah, for context, everybody, it's usually like a good game is keeping level 10 by 10 minutes. That's like, wow, this guy's insane. To be able to keep that pace a level per minute, you have to be having some insane performance on not just farming up, you know, being able to get ancient experience, but also being a part of kills, which Nisha has constantly.
Yeah, 10 at 10, you're having a good game. 15 at 15, you're an absolute god.
Yeah.
16 at like the 17, that's pretty damn beastly. Dragonlance, Deso, Shard completed on this Templar Assassin, plus a Grove Bow. What? What? It's not reasonable, man. This is not reasonable.
Gwyn, he might be baited by the fact that Boxy cancels his charge and won't be expecting more heroes to be here. TV get off the Rolling Thunder. Tofu's going to try and clear some way. They have a stolen charge out from Dyrachyo. He morphs into the Spirit Breaker, and they do manage to get that Spirit Breaker kill. And Nisha is struggling to put damage onto a single hero. Gets disarmed by the Pango. Something he's going to have to deal with all game long because he's also going Heaven's Halberd.
Stolen charge, going to commit onto the Darks here.
Turn around, can't even get off a vacuum there, and Mickey gets off the Wukong's command with nobody inside of it. Now he's stuck here, and Liquid are being corralled around.
Meld hit. That's a lot with the monkeys.
Oh, it is a lot with the Boundless Strike landing as well. The telekinesis is going to allow Mickey to be able to get into the trees. Nisha has refraction, so he should be kind of fine here. Or maybe not. Celery, they're going to keep chasing after him. Nisha into the trees, turns around. Oh, that was going to be a bit of a whip there. And Tofu to deliver the final blow.
All that TA strength, you get a Quinn Pangolier out of it, and that's all. And then you end up losing that streak to Ace, who just recovers so much gold off that fight. That's 1,000 gold kill. All that XP going back into the game in cores. Liquid just so awkward on that engagement. They threw out a wall, they threw out a Spirit Break gold, but they didn't want to commit in with the blink on the Templar Assassin, probably for good reason, because you're doing it into a Tombstone and a Techie's counter initiation. It's just, where's the follow-up? These meld hits hurt. You just gotta be able to commit into the fight, and the fact that Zai just gets 100 to 0 here is pretty ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Even through a pipe.
And this is a matchup problem here. Morphling combining against a Spirit Breaker, turning into him, getting Bulldoze on a Morphling, whose status resistance is crazy good on this hero, being able to charge on in, just like he did in Game 1 to turn that game around with the Slark. He is going to lead the charge for Gaming Gladiators, and Liquid may not have the tools to respond.
I mean, that is the biggest upside of the very aggressive carry gameplay that you see from some of these guys over time. Okay, it might throw you a couple of games here or there, but I feel like it wins you way more games from a behind position than almost any other play style. Because when you're behind, you need to find numbers advantages. You need everybody to come in and burst big core targets down to get everybody re-involved, and that means you need your carry player at those fights. The carries that play AFK are very passive. I don't think you win those games where you fall behind in this meta.
Sure.
And I think that's one of the things that has been Gaming strength all year. Like, this is a game they're down 7K, 8K, 9K, and they bring everybody to the fight at the right points in time to find these big recovery kills. And that's something Dyrachyo will always give you. It's a reason they tend to come back more than almost any other team. Something that gets overlooked a bit. And it's being put to use here in this series as they recover some of the levels, and they'll recover some gold off the Tormentor, cut this lead down by a couple thousand in the last few minutes. Still,
both of the support shards are pretty powerful here,
Yeah, they're
but
good.
I think they would have preferred Grab Ally over the Taser being used.
I mean, there is only one Grab Ally.
Yeah, not much counters, not much is going to be stronger than that. Liquid are going to be able to take Roshan for themselves at its advantage of having a Templar Assassin and a TA who is the highest net worth in the game.
That's a good Aegis to get to, because now it means Nisha can go in with this Blink aggressively, even into a Tombstone or something, and maybe help commit on a big core while the stuns are out. You also have Mech and Pipe done for Zai, so he's recovering pretty decently here. And you also have Shadowblade on Boxy, so some of this initiation power, you shell him up, you surge him in, he just finds a target planar pocket on top of it for maybe some sort of Morpholt or whatever. Some decent value coming out. Also, keep in mind, this Rubik is playing versus a Morphling, which means Insania gets to pump up his HP numbers here a little bit, over 2K.
Yeah, 2100 HP.
For the mage in the back with the golden cape, which means he should be able to live pretty damn long and get some good spells off in this fight. The Plasma Field has been there. Tombstone is an option. Even... yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay.
I mean, you get mines off techies, it's pretty good. But I'll be honest.
Yeah, if you get Rolling Thunder, that probably shouldn't happen either.
Yeah. If you get some of these ults, you're going to be really happy. But you in theory, isn't getting anything crazy, but either one of those will be very nice. Little dust action. Can they catch him is the question.
And Dust fades away, trying to land the blast off, but Boxy is ahead of them here. He goes for TP out. They spot him, but the Adaptive Strike cannot come fast enough. So, creates a little bit of space here.
He gets a charge on bottom, too. This is a charge Liquid could commit to.
The mine does kind of give Celery a heads up here.
I mean, they know the chances of getting on
beat
TP
here. In. Once again, Boxy just making a little move that forces a reaction out of Gaming Gladiators.
These little things are nice. It means you have to play a bit more scared on the lanes. Gaming, if a fight breaks out or Liquid want to smoke, that engagement's just free. TP's missing on the Razor and the Morphling right now.
It's maybe a good time to force something in the top lane.
Yeah, you still have this Aegis. 3 minutes left for Nisha here, as he was debating between the crit and the BKB, but I think earlier BKBs are pretty damn nice here. You're just going with the back wall charge. Pump your 2 cores into that fight with BKBs. One's already done on Mikke here. And then you pretty much have to get good links here to
Yeah,
deal
but
with
I could see a world where the burst damage, especially when you have the Aegis, could be more important, right? Like you have these defensive abilities from these supports and you have a Morphling. A lot of this time, you want to kill a hero in those first 1 or 2 punches.
A little Wukong for Tofu.
Yeah, just to make sure they get it.
I think maybe they feel they're not going to get that straight 5-on-5 during this Aegis period, so you kind of have to build for the next team fight after that or for this game going a bit longer.
Okay.
You're not finding too much in terms of pickoffs on the map right now. Even though you do have this Spear Breaker, and in theory, your pickoff is pretty good. Yeah, 4 Gossamers will also not help your Meld Strike capabilities here.
It's honestly, Templar Assassin, I think, would be seen so much more if it wasn't. That neutral item didn't exist. It kills so much of this window of time.
It kind of just sucks for Nisha here. That's some good RNG for GG here. It's also pretty nice versus the Monkey, too.
Yeah.
You cannot miss the normal punch, though, right? So, if you get there.
BKB is now done. So Nisha agrees with your assessment. Better to get that team fight item, so when the Aegis expires, they are still strong.
And some defensive items coming out for Gaming. You have this Halberd on the Razor. This item goes both ways, but generally it's a bit more defensive to finish it. And Hurricane Pike,
they're going to try and burst down the Pango. They got him. The Taser could not save him. The BKB helping Nisha. Able to clear through that debuff pretty quickly. And they stole mines.
That is a very good steal here. You're going to start throwing them out along with some traps. It's a lot of area control. That's the type of jump Liquid are looking for. And it's going to be a problem for Gaming this game. As I said, it's a very solid Spear Breaker game. You don't have a lot.
Oh, Mikke's going to be caught here. He does have BKB. He's going to get off the Wukong's command. Try and run his way backwards. Ace, he wants to commit with the vacuum wall is beautiful. Brings the heroes away from the Monkey King, puts 2 of them inside of it. Now they're not strong enough to be able to chase after Gaming Gladiators, but bailing out their carry certainly going to help. Nisha lurking in the side here. Dyrachyo, what he may not expect is a Monkey King in the trees, who's going to jump onto Nisha. 35 seconds left on that Aegis, so Nisha, he's probably going to die here, but his team needs to get to help. Here to help Insania, great saves. Minkay found the strike, but the Aegis does go down, and Quinn's going to line it up now. They know no BKB for some of these heroes for this fight. This Templar Assassin is dead, and there's nothing Liquid can do about it.
No BKB, no escape. Once more, Dyrachyo looking for the plays, just sets it up beautifully for his team. Just goes in with Manta. Scotty understands there is no counterplay in this matchup. Boxy will get a tier 1 top and get that lane in. Some recovery gold for Liquid as they wait for their Templar Assassin to respawn. The downside of him being so high level in this game is when you die, you are dead for a long time. That is a level 20 Templar Assassin. Big clock put on Nisha right here, and Liquid will just split the map and farm it up while they wait for their carry to be back online.
Dyrachyo is going to force as many objectives as quickly as he can. Backdoor the bottom tier 1 and take over this ancient area. Maybe go for the Wisdom Rune as well. That's going to spawn in just 15 seconds. Very efficient.
Yeah, he's having a very good game here. And outside of those 2 deaths early, it's been pretty smooth for him. He has very good matchups in the TA. And, I mean, the Monkey King one definitely goes both ways. Generally, though, with the recent Ags, it's been favorable. Maybe the Ags nerf helps it a bit more.
When you can turn into the Spirit Breaker, though.
Yeah, that definitely is pretty damn nice.
And that's why Boxy is trying to build towards the Lincolns. He knows how important this matchup is, because if you get Ags, Spirit Breaker, or I'm not sure if you want to use that because of the stat steal aspect of it, but being able to have the Ags charge is pretty crazy on Morphling.
It's definitely a good steal. Dyrachyo's going to be thinking about this game. I still think he can just steal TA or Monkey. They're both pretty good. I mean, the stat steal is nice, but getting a refraction on this hero, pretty damn good. Maybe not versus the Ion Shells, but versus the rest of it. And also just stealing Monkey King, being able to hop around.
Yeah, if you steal the stats from one hero, steal the damage from the other with the Razor static length, you are neutering their carries.
Gaming are just gearing up for the physical man fight here. All those Gossamer capes, the Hurricane Pike, the Halberd, the Taser on Techies. It's a lot of disarm and slow, even Elven Tunic on Dyrachyo. Everything is just aimed at fighting this one-on-one physical battle between Monkey TA and their cores.
Oh no, again, Quinn caught here because he had an Invis Rune, thought he was fine to be able to scout, but a high ground ward and a sentry linked with it means that they will lose not only him, but possibly Tofu as well. Boy, that was the first.
Mine stolen from Insania again as well, so he's gonna put a bunch more of these out. Man, that ward was all from Boxy pushing in that top lane earlier while Nisha died. Killing that tier 1 top, opening up this space. Gets rewarded later on. 13k gold lead here for Liquid. A lot of it on their 2 big cores, but also a lot of it on those supports who are going to continue to scale pretty nicely in this game. I like the fact that Insania went for this 4-staff shard on top of the Aether Lens, because now you have a lot of disjoint in the fight versus the Link, versus the Morphling. If you can reset some of these goes from the gaming lineup and then reinitiate, as long as it's not your TA getting the one stuck in all the goo, I think you should be pretty happy in the fight. And it's something that their 2 supports can do very well. Of course, Boxy going in with the Bulldoze, you don't have a Purge for him. So, sure, maybe you're trying to steal the Breaker. You're not shutting down the Breaker. This could become a kitey fight for Ace and Dyrachyo, which means they need more stick, more damage, maybe more Roshans in this game. They're looking for AC and Butterfly, so still gearing up for that physical man fight. If you get there, it's going to be tough. These are going to be tough, tanky heroes to bring down.
And there is no other source of damage, really, for Liquid. No. Maybe the Spirit Breaker can pick things up a little bit in that magic department.
I mean, there is the Zai Darkseer Axe, right? It is one of those things that skews this Morphling Darkseer matchup a lot, because you get the wall illusion, then you normal punch him, you get 2 Morphlings in the fight.
Yeah.
That is a significant amount of damage, and it's something we've seen burst these Morphlings sometimes out of a surprise factor. However, Dyrachyo's been playing on pretty high HP this entire game. Level 20 talent online for him, and they're smoking to contest this Roshan.
Liquid don't have all their heroes here just yet. The Monkey King's going to be wrapping through the scan area. They're going to catch him, perhaps. The Plasma Field spots him out. The Rolling Thunder. They go for Zai instead. Zai in the middle of all these heroes gets off a vacuum. Can he get off the wall? No! The the Wukong's command a little bit late. They cannot take advantage of the vacuum setup. He immediately buys back. Him and Boxy both need to get here for this fight. But Duraccio is already scouting them out.
They're
They want to
looking
catch
for him.
these heroes. They want to catch these two while
what
they're
a
alone.
read.
Bounce him into the wall. Boxy does that much for them. Mickey is going to jump in desperately. He's got the nullifier onto Ace, trying to focus him. He's getting away from that static link, though. Meanwhile, Quinn's going to die to the damage of the Templar Assassin, who TP'd back here. Meanwhile, Insania tossing away Tofu. Boxy's going to help him out with that one. He does have some mines to be able to lay down here. Ace chasing after Mickey. Mickey going to be stuck. Bound the strike onto two. Can he jump into the trees? Gaming Gladiators not going to
Nisha
pursue
committing.
because they know they have to be scared of Nisha, who's coming in, vacuum back in onto the two of them with the charge on top of that one, lining up things nicely. They finish off Ace. Now they chase for more. Mickey wants as much as possible out of this one.
Oh,
Turns
nice
around,
stun.
stops the TP away from Tofu. They'll collect the Undying support as well. Both of these supports will go down, unable to get away. And even Boxy is just not going to let Duraccio get away for free. His team is not going to follow him, but he is going to kick him out.
Double buyback for Liquid to take that fight there. It's going to be one on Zai, one on the support here from Insania, but well worth it. That was an awkward start for them. They used Wukong and the back on nothing. Didn't even land the wall. You got to come back in that fight. And the heads-up play from Duraccio to look for Zai at the start of this. If they found Darkseer up there, that might just be Roshan, right? And you might turn this game. Liquid able to recompose themselves, find some footing in this fight. Insania wastes so much of their time, steals more of a game, becomes even tankier, and a nice two-man Boundless buys the time for the rest of the lineup to come back in here and chase Ace down. You just don't have the link to fight back at this point. You can't even get it off. And this is where those BKBs that Nisha held for a long time rewards him heavily.
Great stun there for Mickey. Head on a swivel, ready to go. Sees the opportunity to stop the stun instead of going for Duraccio, who very likely would have gotten away anyway.
That's an Aegis Liquid need in this game. If you lose that fight, you're giving so many lives to these right-clickers that can just go in and aggressively abuse you. Instead, you buy a lot of time for your damage to come online. That's going to be Daedalus finished for the Templar Assassin on top of that Aegis. And of course, Scotty for Mickey on this Monkey King. They are becoming tanky. Again, you can only link one of these, right? And that link is not guaranteed with the Surge, with the Force Staves, the Telekinesis. You might get hit by a random charge. There's a Lincoln Sphere and a Planar Pocket that can both interfere with it on any of the two cores.
Yeah, we haven't seen that. I haven't seen the Planar Pocket do anything big yet in these fights, but it is possible.
And Quinn has just fallen behind in this game. He went for the Halberd to give some utility here. That's about all he's providing, as he is below Boxy. This is about as good as a position you are going to get versus Gaming, right? You can't ask for anything better right now. You're up 20K. You debilitated their mid. Your mid is popping off. Surely.
You could be a range barracks up on them.
Surely this is a game Liquid will take. Damn your range racks. Of course, Insania is continuing to become tankier and tankier. He morphed even more to strength, and now he's stolen decay. He thinks he's playing Primal Beast here with his strength gain.
A strength game in the game, you know?
Gaming. They are the ones who have to look for answers now. That Morphling Ags was not a big enough boost to jumpstart that fight, and the Ags is done for Zai on the other side. So now you get to start to use this Morphling against himself here. Also, Normal Punch is another thing that can just disjoint Ace sticking on a hero.
Sure.
Like, that spells a significant knockback and stun. I feel like it's hard for him to go on a target and remain on it without a
double
BKB.
damage on Nisha. That's going to be some damage. Now they run into the tankiest hero on the side of the Gaming Gladiators. Ace goes down to about half health before he gets away. Boxy pursues, so does Mickey. Mickey opting to go for Duraccio.
Duraccio's
Here trying
in
to pull him
trouble.
in. He's getting knocked around like a pinball. Harpoon back in, normal punched up in the air, and he's dead. Celery, who chased after him, trying to save his carry. He's going to fall right alongside, joins him in the same grave.
The aggression did not work for Duraccio in that fight. Sure, you steal Templar Assassin stats, you get some Refraction, but Refraction cannot walk you out of Wukong, Nullifier, Vac back into the punch. His Darkseer has caught up, he's online, and he's ready to take some names. A slow start for Zai, but it's starting to pick up here. And all of a sudden, this game is just exploding out of control as Gaming are looking for any sort of teamfight presence.
I want you to know, Avery, the last time you said that about Zai, he did immediately die.
What was that?
That was like 18 minutes in.
Yeah.
Darkster's not in too bad of a place, beginning to catch back up.
Yeah, well, I believe in not caster Kirstein people.
Insania catches Ace. Again, the tankiest hero, but they're going to go for him anyway. Convinced that with Dyrachyo gone, they can maybe get the kill, but no. They do manage to reset away from the Rolling Thunder. Not too bad. Quinn is taking a ton of damage. Bounced back by the Spirit Breaker. Still not quite enough unless the side blade hits. No! One of those shots missed, and as a result, Quinn lives to see another day, and they will live long enough for Dyrachyo to come back and save the day, perhaps.
And look at the range on this Templar assassin, man. He's outranging a tower. Is this fair?
Is this balanced?
He's almost level 25, too. This is a huge talent to hit. The refraction charges are good this game, right? What is breaking it? Another vac into the stun, into the harpoon.
Harpoon pulling back in. Dyrachyo has to use the waveform to jump away while Ace jumped into the fight. Wukong's command is going to force both of them backwards, but the Spirit Breaker manages to knock him back into that. Now the normal punch. Boom, 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 and Dyrachyo dies again. He cannot stop these chain stuns. And once again, Celery diving after him will also fall.
Once you're locked in that arena, man, it's really hard to get out. Boxy is just having a free-for-all with these charges in the Lincoln Sphere. There's no control for the Breaker. This Undying Techie support duo feels useless in these fights as Liquid are just running him down with HP out of control, stuns out of control, and you don't have BKBs on gaming. You still don't have them, so you can't stand your ground.
Keeps on finding the
Just
openings
gone.
here. The buyback now from Dyrachyo. This must pay out some dividends, but Dyrachyo immediately has to. Oh, and he got back
Just
out of that
can't
wave.
run,
Pull
man.
back in, and he's dead again. A dieback for Dyrachyo. Liquid have halted the Dyrachyo aggression, then they will let nobody leave. Ace struggling to get back to his fountain. Liquid say, hold up, guys, wait a minute. We're getting a little bit close. Let's not throw this. And back to the second lane of barracks, which they will claim. There is still a tier 2 up at the top part of the map, but Liquid may just want to go through the tier 4s and straight for the Ancient. A buyback now on Quinn.
That is a swift blink Templar assassin right here. He's going to take your buildings very fast. Last team fight, you don't have your Morphling for it. You don't have a Tombstone, and you might not have a Razor.
Pulled back in with a vacuum charge. Beautiful setup.
Disintegration.
Ace, he cannot get out of the Wukong's command this time because it's a level 25 Monkey King. The extra big range allows them to be able to zone out Gaming Gladiators. A buyback on Ace. They're sticking on to Mickey. Kid of 4 staff turns around and looks like the damage is overwhelming. He may have stolen the damage away from Mickey, but there's still the Templar Assassin. The shot's coming in. Ace, nowhere to run to and nowhere to hide. Team Liquid will even out the series and give themselves a chance at redemption against Gaming Gladiators.
Ooh, this is going to be a spicy game 3 right here because you know Liquid, they have some confidence right now. They have some momentum. They have been looking for the wins against this team all year long, and finally, it seems like they're figuring some stuff out because, again, I feel like in both these drafts, they took gaming off some of the things they rely on, which is like the big auras from Ace and a support duo that can pick up the slack. Some of the utility just feels a little off right now, and that's a window to win some of these fights, as well as Nisha just popping off in both games, right? Against this Pangolier, it is an opening. You can take advantage of this hero, you can win the matchup, you can abuse him, you can have a really fat mid, which Liquid had in both games. The first one you throw it, the second one, some sus deaths on the TA in that mid game, but still able to pull through and just deliver the massive meld hips, even through the 4 Gossamer capes. Nothing can protect you. And damn, what a good Spirit Breaker game from Boxy, man. That felt like the nail in the coffin. Like, you just can't win these fights when this Breaker is getting 3 or 4 charges off and bouncing people back into the Wukong into a normal punch. See you later.
Mentality could make the difference here in this series for Team Liquid. Do they go into this game 3 and fall under the trap of the mental block that they struggle to close out series against Gaming Gladiators time and time again? Or do they go into this with confidence that they maybe should have won game 1 and they did win game 2 and they can push through? For that, we'll have to wait and see. So we'll get some commentary from our analysts.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Captain SPG. Can they take the series? That's the main question. We're going to answer it in game 3, but let's focus on this second game first because a lot of things happened. I'm joined by Purge, by Effie, and Faith Beyond. Faith Beyond, at the end of that draft, I asked you, like, what does Liquid need to do in order to have a shot this game, as it looked like it was going to be a good game for Game of Gladiators. But you said all they need to do is this Razor. This Razor needs to die. And he did exactly that.
Yeah, and also Liquid, they show their teamfight power. And also Nisha punished the mid lane again. He solo kill Queen, and he keeps leading the net worth and dealing so much damage in teamfight. And also I think gaming in this game, they put themselves into a difficult situation, which is no hero for Ace. And like Effie said in draft, they should pick Beastmaster.
And they didn't, Effie. They didn't listen.
Yeah, I mean, they had an idea with the Razor that I can really respect because it did look like a good Razor game in terms of core-to-core matchups, but he wasn't enabled enough, I suppose. The odd thing is, I feel like Morphling had a really great lane, so there were a couple of deaths on Morphling's side that kind of threw away the really great lane that they gave him. We even had BSJ saying in the green room, like, Durachio's lane went so well, he doesn't know what to do with himself. Because I feel like a lot of the skirmishes that happened early on, probably they didn't need Morphling there, right? He could have just farmed up a little bit more. That's one point that I want to make.
Yeah, all I need to do was farm a little bit more. I feel like I got before we talk about anything else, I just got to set some expectations. Of course, these two teams played a lot, and the two most recent LAN Grand Finals, which were Berlin Major, Bali Major. Game 1 taken by Gaming Gladiators, Game 2 taken by Team Liquid, Game 3 taken by Gaming Gladiators, and the rest of the finals also by Gaming Gladiators. So it is a little bit of a tough situation. Liquid has been here before. The question is, can they break the curse? I think Game 2 set themselves up for definitely a lot of success. They baited that Pango out. They knew how to deal with it. We saw Nisha crush 2 games in a row now, Purge. And overall, the chances for Team Liquid looking good this time around.
They are. I mostly looked at the how the Darkseer lane went, because it went so bad, actually, net worth wise for Zai for a long time. It was just like perfect play on the other side.
Yeah, he definitely got a little bit of a behind at the start of the game. And for our STC play, I think Purge has decided to tell you exactly why that was the case.
I wasn't sure if we could, but
yeah, we could.
I have some things that we could show you. Yeah, that was the lane. That was like the biggest net worth discrepancy that I could see there. What was cool was that it's Morphling plus Undying. So Undying focused all of his effort on Zai. If you watch him in this clip, he's taking Ion Shell damage, he's taking creep damage, he just does not care. So he's just zoning the Darkseer and getting him behind. And this is obviously Team Liquid wins in the end, but this is really impactful because what this means is that Darkseer has to play from behind for quite a while. It makes it harder for their mid-game timing to hit, and Durachio has such a good early game as a result. He basically just consistently was pulling the creep waves together, making this really difficult. Durachio is getting lots of last hits ahead. Zai basically was sitting at, let's check the last hits. He's got 0 last hits here.
Yikes.
Minute and 13 in, constantly being contested by these two heroes. So basically this is just Celery and the power of the Undying constantly abusing this. They go to pull more creep waves. Oh, the other cool thing about Celery contesting Zai was that Boxy had boots, so like trying to match the creep wave or fight him there wasn't always even that valuable. So again, he just decays and runs at Zai, the Darkseer, who's a universal hero, so that actually does lower his base damage now. He just isn't able to be competitive at all in terms of last hitting. So yeah, this continues going. They pull more creep waves together, and ultimately, let's take a look at the net worth differences. This is at 6 minutes here, and there is Darkseer down at the bottom. He's struggling a little bit compared to the Morphling. So.
A little bit.
So yeah, basically, it's cool because Liquid basically took this hero, this Darkseer, they laned it against a terrible matchup, and they still won the game. I thought that was pretty cool. So good plays by Gaming Gladiators, but yeah, Liquid's draft was just too good.
I get punched, Zai, in that one, but he got his revenge at the end of the day. Credit a lot to Nisha and the Semper Assassin. I think that the draft was definitely, Faith Beyond, don't you feel like the draft was very calculated by Team Liquid to dictate what Gaming Gladiators should pick? For example, when the Pango.
Yeah, and also Liquid just, they won't go to team fight. And also, yeah, I think it's calculated because at last pick, they banned 2 offlane hero, Meepo and Beastmaster.
Yeah.
And they know there's no hero for Ace. And maybe they also know they will pick Ace for something like Razor to play on lane, and they will win the team fight. Yeah.
How much, Effie, do you think this is based on first pick going the way of Team Liquid? We saw both teams that had first pick being victorious here. How much of a part does that play?
I think that, honestly, Gaimin were in a good position in this draft to pick what they needed because they had second pick and a lot of their heroes still in the pool. They prioritized Morphling in their draft on 18 over the Beastmaster, which I think was really great given all the heroes that were shown because they valued how hard the Morphling would crush the Darkseer. But unfortunately, like looking back at this game, it turned out to be a wrong call, so maybe in Game 3 they'll shift more priority onto securing Ace's hero early on. Another thing is I feel like Gaming Gladiators after this game should respect that Nisha is in top form.
Yeah.
Like he has been in top form this series. He crushed the lane in Game 1, even though they lost, and he crushed the lane in Game 2, and he counterpicked the Pango with a TA. So picking the Pango on 15 when they could have, in theory, drafted something for Quinn on 18 or 24 is also something that they're most likely going to adjust in Game 3.
I'm going to be curious to see what that is. I'm also very curious to see what Jenkins has been up to, because I have no clue.
Hello, I'm here from the stage. I was going to be a reporter and follow Team Liquid, but they went to do some Liquid. They went to the bathroom. They did win. They did win. Although they didn't look too happy about it, I will say. I would believe because they're against Gaming Gladiators. This series has not been easy for them. They probably feel like they should have won Game 1. But that's Gaming Gladiators for you. They can kind of always take the game. Anyway, here we have the beautiful stage from this angle. Team Liquid won. They're going to be getting set up on their computers in just a second here. And we get to see a Game 3 between arguably the two best teams in the world. So let's get into it. Back to the panel.
Let's get into it indeed. There's a lot of talks that need to be happening right now. Both teams actually need to be talking quite a bit to decide what's going to happen in this third game because pressure is high, prize money difference is high. Winning here just to make sure people are aware. Of course, both of these teams in the upper bracket of Riyadh Masters, so they're guaranteed top 12, just like everybody else in the playoff brackets. But winning here will guarantee top 6. And the difference in prize money between top 12, which is, by the way, if you got top 12, everybody already secured $300,000. But if you go to top 6, you get $800,000. Yes, that's a $500,000 difference on one game of Dota 2. So pressure there. We already established that's not what the players should be thinking about, or at least they should try to not think about it as much as that is possible. And they should really think about who is what they're going to do in game number 3 draft-wise, because it seems like that is what it is going to come down to. I think at this point, Purge, the mental aspects, can we put those aside? Do we feel like Liquid has proven that they can break through the block, or does the block start here, considering this is where they've been before in Grand Finals, and this is where they've lost every time in the third game?
I mean, breaking through the block in terms of like win-loss is very difficult, but I think what's really cool about what they did is they allowed the losing matchup, it went bad, and they still won anyways. Like that's a really good draft advantage that you can take, knowing like, okay, maybe this hero might get counterpicked later, but we can save the bans for someone else because Zai's so good at coming back, because he's so good at playing with low net worth that he can use his impact despite having a rough lane. That's a big draft advantage, and that could really help Liquid's mentality, at least for Zai.
Yeah, you see them here on the other side. Gaming Gladiators making their way back to their seats. So Team Liquid has made adjustments, Faith Beyond. What do you want to see Gaming Gladiators do in this game? Assuming, I mean, we don't know for sure, but assuming they get first pick?
Yeah, I think first point, like Effie said, they maybe need to try to get Ace hero first.
Yep.
And also I think they need to focus on a little bit more focus on team fight, because Liquid obviously Liquid very focused on team fight in this series. And before, I think because they will pick Ace, pick hero like Underlord or Beastmaster for Ace, and you have some team fight. So I think maybe they should pick hero like this earlier in draft.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but also the point that I mentioned earlier about maybe a more favorable mid matchup for Quinn, because it's going to add up. If Liquid are playing like this and drafting like this, picking Pango into unfavorable matchups is going to bite you in the rear end.
So out with the Pango. You want to see something different?
Not necessarily. Like, if your first pick, I think picking Pango on 8 is not a bad idea and protecting him with 3 bans, but picking him on 15 where you got T8 on 16, maybe not something that they're going to repeat.
Yeah, and previous game, of course, I mean, not previous, but the first game, we saw Pango counterpicked by an Ember Spirit as well. So, yeah, both games, it seemed like Quinn maybe a little bit too confident. Let's go with that one. A little bit too confident in the matchup. To be honest, in that second game especially, it did start to look like a very good Pango game. Of course, didn't turn out to be the case. But I would imagine that all these things that we say that Gaming Gladiators should adapt for, this whole series has been mind games upon mind games. So Team Liquid is gonna predict what Gaming Gladiators is gonna adapt, Purge, and then they're gonna pre-adapt.
That's 2 levels deep for me.
That's okay. Well, we're just gonna have to see it played out, and we have the draft on our screens very soon. This countdown will take us to that third and deciding game of the series. Winner will go up against Talon in the upper bracket semifinals. Loser will drop to the lower bracket, where Tundra is already waiting in the wings to try and claim a slot further in those lower brackets. And as we heard Cap and SVG say, it's very, very, very unique to have 2 teams that face in the upper bracket also end up in the grand finals. So if that is still going to be an option here, doesn't seem very likely. So this is going to be our Liquid Gaming Gladiators matchup of Riyadh. There's a high chance that they won't face each other again after this. So let's see who moves forward, and let's see what both of these teams will opt to go for. We have today only seen IO on the ban side of things. I think that will remain the case. And then there's going to be some choices needing to be made. Some choices involving Broodmother, involving Rubik, involving Snapfire, and it is a little bit of a dance of the devil to see who gets ahead and who gets one of those most coveted heroes, as both teams have a very similar hero pool in that regard, Fitbjorn. It seems like both teams very comfortable picking all of the meta heroes that we have with us at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, these heroes are very popular in this patch. So if you is a good team, you have to know how to play this.
Yes, this is why these 2 teams are in the upper bracket. We have some eliminated teams that might have been a little bit too far behind on the more popular picks. But yeah, you have to be able to play everything under the sun and everything that is very good in this meta, especially. As we are waiting for the draft to come on our screens. There are some lobby issues, as there always are. It's all good. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. I want to talk about these team fights because we said that Liquid is seemingly focusing a little bit more on teamfight heroes, and we see Enigma ignored a little bit. I mean, there's been Rubik's on both teams, of course, to try and prevent the Enigmas, but we hear Zai talk about Enigma in one of our interviews, and he said, Purge, that he feels when he plays Enigma, he doesn't play it for the black hole, so then Rubik shouldn't count as a counter, correct?
If you can play it like him, yeah. I'm a little surprised to not see Enigma that much yet, but it does kind of prevent your team from playing as high tempo. It's a strong laning hero right now. The flex potential is there, but teams are just prioritizing instead to play your Undyings, your Rubiks, or your Enchantresses to basically stomp lane control and accelerate the game without having to worry about like trying to get value out of the hero by landing a black hole. It's just a little bit more straightforward in draft flexibility.
All right, we got Ioban, surprise. First pick going the way of Game Gladiators, second pick for Liquid, who's Radiant. Snapfire removed as well. And I feel like Liquid should probably consider banning out the Broodmother, and that will leave the choice right now for Gaming Gladiators is, will they ban Rubik or will they want to pick it up?
The issue Liquid have right now is that they have to choose between Timbersaw or Broodmother for this banning phase.
Gaming changed the ban. The first game, they banned Storm when they first pick. Also, Liquid changed the Timbersaw ban to Broodmother. I think it's very reasonable.
Well, we are full of anticipation to see what G.Gladiators have concocted up, because I mean, we talk about this a lot, that these opening sequences, you can run them with your teammates, you can cycle through them, prepare for them, and with this one, it is Timbersaw that comes to light. But Faithbion, you said this was the right choice? If you're Team Liquid, you prefer to face a Timber versus a Broodmother?
Yeah, of course. And also, I think Liquid now, they have Storm Spirit. They can just go for Silencer plus Storm, this combo pick. Also a very good choice to against Timbersaw.
But if they don't go Rubik here, then I think they just give it away to Gaming. So they have to go for Rubik.
Yeah.
So Rubik and Storm then? Or is that a bad idea?
I might prefer Rubik plus Batrider if Liquid are looking at it.
Yeah, Batrider got banned second phase of the first game, but it got ignored last game.
5 seconds remaining.
Last time they banned, they picked up Rubik Darkseer when they had the Rubik in the first pick.
And Gladiators also picked both their supports right away, so
That's true.
lower chance it gets banned that game.
Yeah.
It's too early to Darkseer for Liquid because Gaming will just pick Ench. Darkseer came out when they had 8th pick overall.
True.
Wow.
They really like this Monkey King, huh? I mean, they've played Monkey King both games so far, obviously 1 win, 1 loss. Did I miss the memo? Is this hero now really good, Faithbion?
I think this hero is generally good at every patch because it's very rare that you can offer team fights with carry hero, with carry position. And also, everybody wants to play tanky offlane, so generally Monkey King is a good choice. But Liquid obviously very prefer this hero in this series. Maybe this is their preparation for this series.
I do have to ask, because in the past we have seen Monkey Kings also as support. Is that still a thing? Or can we kind of write that off?
It can be. The flex potential for this Monkey King is still available, which is a really positive thing for Liquid, especially if they're going to look at this Darkseer later on, if it makes it through the second phase.
Okay, so we got two cores picked up. Now we've said before, we do like a carry picked up here because you get to defend it with your bans.
Yeah, but this is not standard for Gaming in this tournament. When they have first pick, they will almost always close out with Quinn on Pango on 8th pick, but they might have lost a little bit of faith in it after the last couple of matches.
Yeah.
Honestly, I do like this Terrorblade. I feel like it's easily protected now. You take out the Darkseer, you know that you have a good matchup versus a Monkey King if it is going to be played on core, and you have Durachio's best hero already picked up, while still maintaining the flex potential of the Timbersaw.
They actually opened a similar thing against Team Liquid in Bali Matra. Actually, Team Liquid went IO Lesh to open, so they're not completely foreign from the concept, but it does look really solid here. I like it with the protecting. The thing about Monkey King in this position is basically you need one core that's going to have a bad game, pretty much no matter what, in a lot of cases. And picking Monkey for that position when he's flexible in terms of lanes just feels like the safest thing to do by far. So if they do have some TV solutions available to pick later, they could just, I'd really like to maybe see more the Monkey go for and just pick some counter.
I really like these two teams opening because it's all kind of surprised and we can see a lot of back and forth here. Like for Team Liquid, the normal pick is maybe Rubik plus Darkseer or plus Storm Spirit, but they chose to pick a Monkey King. It's a little bit uncommon pick here, and Gaming, they also have a different solution to pick Terrorblade, and also for Gaming, they are first pick, so they pick the 2 cores first is kind of the things they like. So I really like both teams opening here. And also, I think Monkey King flags is a very interesting thing here. Maybe they can pick a a counter pick to Terrorblade on carry position.
Is it because now the bans for Gaming Gladiators, they have to protect their Terrorblade? Does that mean that Team Liquid is a little bit in a more flexible position because they can have a wider array of bans?
Yeah, very true. And also the second pick, so yeah, they're definitely more flexible.
Also, picking the TB discourages Lycan on Team Liquid as well, so they almost just don't have to worry about that now. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm wondering what Liquid's approach to Enchantress is going to be, because I feel like they want to expand more bans that are protective of the Monkey King, but if they give away this Enchantress to Gaming Gladiators, then they're in a really strong position where their safe lane is going to be very hard to take out, especially because the 3 offlaners that would have stood a chance against Terrorblade are out of the pool.
It shows here on Dodobuff that Axe is very good against Terrorblade if you want to win the early game and then lose later.
I don't like the sound of that for Liquid. I just don't think of an Axe team when I visualize them, right? I feel like that's something Team Spirit does in Game 3s, but not necessarily Team Liquid.
What about from the support position with a Shadow Demon? Does that sound good?
You mean against Terrorblade?
Yeah.
Support position, that must be ET power.
That's true.
Yeah.
ET plus Monkey King.
But then you give away your Monkey King flex if you pick your Shadow Demon now, which I don't think Liquid should do if they have second pick.
Well, that means they have to go for a core. So they either have to reveal their mid laner, which will basically make Gaming Gladiators have a guaranteed counter pick to whatever Nisha will play, which is a position that they probably do not want to be in. Or they have to pick up their offlaner, which is fair enough because you already know you're going to go up against Terrorblade with most likely an Enchantress. So that should be the conclusion. And as Purge said, Axe very good, but they'll go for Legion Commander instead for the offlane.
Cool.
Cool. Very cool.
Why is that very cool?
Illusions, very cool.
It kills illusions so fast.
Yeah.
And Blade Mail Duel is a great way to stop Asunder from going off.
Yeah.
You just need damage on top of it, so it's basically good against the TB matchup. Clears the illusions, lanes well. You can dual Timber as well. It really is pretty sick actually. It's a heavy disable from the off lane without having to pick Doom basically.
I feel like Enchantress still looks solid for gaming here.
And why not? What would be the reason to not do it?
They could be worried about a Sky or a Lion coming out of Liquid as the burst damage to follow up on LC's duel, because that's what they're lacking right now.
Lion is at least banned, so just a Skywrath of those two to still be in.
So maybe they're discussing the potential of taking away the support that would have enabled this LC the most.
Or they could defensive support on Gaiman too. Shadow Demon would be good. Ulti against Monkey King if it's a core. Disruption could work.
A save in general, we've seen how powerful those can be. We have had quite a few tombstone saves today.
That's true. Why pick Shadow Demon?
I'm scared.
It is bad. Oh, they go. Okay, so Keeper of the Light actually, as far as heroes go, I believe everybody with a laptop in front of them can see that Keeper of the Light's got a massive win rate at the moment. He's doing really well for himself.
It's not quite good enough to pick blindly, but with combos like this, it works really fantastic. We saw PSG LGD use it with Pango off lane. Using it with Storm is fantastic because most of the other giving Storm mana ways are banned or not good like they used to be. So yeah, this will be kind of interesting. It's not the worst to play Monkey King against Coddle as a 4 because you can dodge the damage, but it definitely can work decent since you play more Blinding Light right now anyways.
Yeah. That also makes it so that Skywrath is a good pick though, because great with instant silence on the Storm. Does remove the flex from the Monkey King. As position 4 should, barring any kind of weird plays, be the core.
But anyway, you know it's Timbersaw offlane, so doesn't matter. But I'm surprised they didn't pick Wind Ranger here. It looks like a free game for Wind Ranger.
For a Liquid?
Yeah.
Why?
Because you can win lane against Storm and super easy to kill Timbersaw, and you can focus on TB during team fight.
I think this is just a case of Liquid prioritizing their LC combo because we saw it coming before it came out. So Gaiman prepared for it themselves with just picking a jump hero that can seek out the Sky first. So maybe they thought that the LC would be in too susceptible of a position if the lane goes slightly wrong to a Storm gank, and then there's nothing to secure the dual damage, because Monkey King's going to be farming early on. The Rubik isn't the best hero to secure dual damage, and they didn't want it banned out in the second phase.
Yeah.
Maybe the only other substitution could have been like a Techies or something, like a lot of damage from a support. So I definitely agree. I think Sky here is just safer, even though the Wind Ranger could definitely work well.
Yeah, what I like about Coddle here that I didn't really get to talk about was when you're playing with Timbersaw, who was revealed to be the offlaner after the Storm, you don't necessarily have to lane with him, right? He needs level 3, and then you can just go do whatever. You can make stacks if you want, you can secure runes, you can play with the Storm Spirit later on in the game, and that's really the nice thing about having such a self-sustaining offlaner. So it enables the Storm Spirit combo even more, and it's going to make the Terrorblade stronger once he takes those stacks in the triangle.
A lot more freedom also means that Coddle can rotate to the top lane through that portal, the gate, maybe help out the Terrorblade a little bit. I'm curious to find out which support he is gonna be supporting with, though, as we have Enchantress already banned. Gaming Gladiators, unusual for them, but they have their overall last pick be the position 5. Seems like, anyway, assuming that Tofu will be the one playing the Keeper of the Light, which is, for now, what we are assuming.
They kind of need disables really badly, I feel like. Enchantress would have been fine, too, because of the pressure that it puts on the map, but all of his played heroes are kind of gone, except for, like, Chen or Pugna.
On Liquid or Gaimin?
I'm thinking Gaimin supports.
Well, Chen now also gone.
Maybe they can still play, still pick Silencer.
Yeah. Still in the pool. Doesn't give any disable, but will stop initiations from Team Liquid and will provide cover for Storm if he wants to do anything fancy.
SD is still in the pool that we talked about earlier, too, as a save versus the duel.
5 seconds
Kind of like that.
remaining.
The question for Liquid is, what hero are they picking for Nisha? Are they going to... Oracle's a save, too.
Yep.
It's a nice way to play against the duel, but it makes it a little bit scarier if Liquid go for some backline jumping.
I think for Liquid, they can pick Wind Ranger or Meepo.
Yeah, both look solid.
I think Oracle's pretty good against Wind Ranger, though. Like, I've always liked Oracle versus Wind Ranger because he can dispel her, and he can dispel a Shackle Shot, and he can purge her Wind Run, so it feels like they'd have solutions.
So what about a Templar Assassin?
Oh, it looks weird, actually, because Terrorblade is super counter to Templar Assassin.
Yeah, I was thinking about it because of the silence on traps as a way to play into Storm and Oracle, but I assumed that they would be dissuaded by the Terrorblade pick too, because it feels like this Terrorblade is quite well enabled at the moment. He's going to have a lot of stacks to farm, and he has a solid lane. It's nothing too scary for him since they banned out the 3 offlaners that would excel.
Yeah.
But maybe they think that Nisha's just going to stop mid again because, I mean, historically, TA has always won lane versus Storm Spirit, so maybe they think they just give him another lane-dominant hero, he gets the shard on the TA, and they can snowball off of that.
Yeah. And maybe they think they have enough disables against Storm that he won't be too much of an issue, and then it's going to be like 2 to 3 cores beating on a Terrorblade, and then they just don't care. They're like, oh, we can beat you with 2 carries.
It's also good versus Timbersaw, but I feel that it puts Liquid in a one-dimensional drafting situation, right? Because basically what it's saying is that our TA will win mid, and then we will win off of that. But if TA is put in a situation where she goes even with Quinn pops off with his Coddle combination, with his support Oracle behind him, then this TA can fall off very, very quickly.
Well, I saw a lot of smiles there on the side of Team Liquid, so they're looking forward to this one. What do you think, Faith Beyond? Final thoughts on the draft here?
I think the idea of shard on TA is very smart. I can see maybe they can buy shard on TA fast and play it as a mid-game like fighting point, not a farm point, and they can let the Monkey King carry the game. I could see this way to win. Yeah.
I think it also gives them Roche, which they lacked before, which is probably why they chose to go for the TA over something like a DK, which would have made more sense for Liquid, because it would have comboed better and laned and given them a solution to Storm. So I can understand why they did it, but I still favor GG's draft here.
Purge, you favor GG's draft?
I don't know, the more we talk about it, I feel like Team Liquid's going to be able to adapt to the shard from TA and pick off backline heroes and do other things that their draft didn't do before. So I think I'm favoring Team Liquid.
It sounds like an even draft, though. It sounds like both drafts have their merits, and that's what we like to see. A third deciding back and forth competitive game for $500,000. Take it away, Cap and SVG.
And we'll be taking it into a Game 3 where we've got some serious things to discuss here as Liquid have a chance to be able to break the curse, and it seems like they have come closer to it than they have in the past. Avery, you've been, oh, hold up, Tofu. That's going to be an early first blood for Liquid, so they're going to be very comfortable as long as they get this final hit in. And Insania is forced to take it. They're not able to give it to one of their cores. Avery, you said that you think Liquid, from a draft perspective, has put Gaming Gladiators in a more awkward position than they ever have. Do you feel that here in Game 3 as well?
A little for one factor.
Okay.
Only one.
What is that single factor?
They have no stuns.
Yeah, they don't really have many stuns. It's just Quinn.
It's just Quinn, man.
Quinn, and then you can kind of call Fortune's End, disable of sorts. It's not the greatest, but
I'm not going to count it here. Especially, the thing is, they have a Vortex and there's a press the attack. So those cancel out. So basically, you're back to 0.
Yeah.
I think if Nisha wins mid, this is very bad for Liquid, though.
Yeah, Nisha is just going to be limping along into the lane here in a matchup that he desperately needs to win, a matchup that he has been winning.
They did get 3 runes, though.
Yeah.
That is why he's low. So I guess that kind of evens out as well. But what I was saying is, you're really dependent on Quinn to go in and set stuff up with the single Vortex you have, especially to press the attack. And you're in a lineup where you have Terrorblade, Timbersaw, 2 side lane cores, again, not necessarily buying you any utility. They are damage-oriented cores, similar to the last game in the Morphling and the Razor, that want things to set up their damage for them. These are traditionally cores where you want things like a Mars Arena or a Shackle Shot or a Clockwork going in. You have Oracle Coddle here. It's a lot of sustain, a lot of save, a lot of turnaround on the duel. Like, I don't think you can aggressively duel this game. If you pull ahead, though, and you put the Storm Spirit in a position where he's not strong enough to jump in, because remember, the Storm also has to jump into a Skywrath instant silence, a Rubik instant lift, a Boundless Strike, the press attack on whoever he goes on, and then there's potentially a dual turnaround, the Shard on the TA. You kind of need BKB on Storm in this game. It's a lot of weight on the Storm Spirit shoulders to make up the ground and set the fight up for his other 2 cores. And therefore, I feel like Liquid's draft is kind of easier to execute, as much as I like the power level on gaming. It's like the power level is definitely there, right? Timbersaw, Terrorblade in great games, and you have an Oracle behind him that can save versus the Legion duels and the Skywrath ult. All that looks amazing for me. I don't think there's all their heroes serve a purpose here. I just wonder if some of these fights are going to get very awkward if you run into that problem, which is, well, how do you hold heroes in areas for you to hit them?
Particularly in a matchup where if they are so dependent on Storm Spirit, Quinn has lost 2 different laning phases against Nisha, and a third loss could be at the nail in the coffin.
Well, he's winning this one, so that crisis has been averted as the problem has been fixed. Even against the 3 runes, he's going pretty even here on the early waves.
Well, you're speaking a little soon here. I feel like it doesn't this matchup get worse for the Storm Spirit?
Yeah,
as you get closer to level 4 and 5.
The 3 to 5 is not great. I think you don't really have kill threat on the TA a lot because she just stays way higher regen than you. But hey, he's not losing it early on.
That's true. He's not losing it just yet. I would say another factor has been Ace. You talked about the fact that he's been pushed away from some of these aura buyers, and in that last series, or in that last game rather, he picked up Razor, a hero that he hadn't played in quite some time, and got shut down really, really hard. Team Liquid made a concerted effort to be able to kick his game out the window as early as possible. And in this game, he's going to be playing Timbersaw, a hero that he hasn't played very often for Gaming Gladiators, hasn't played it once this tournament, just like the Razor. And one final thing about that, as Quinn almost dies to the side blades, one final thing about that is the last time they actually played Timbersaw was the Bali Major Grand Finals, where they did win that series, but they lost. The only game that they lost was actually the Timbersaw game for Ace.
I mean, I'm telling you, you put Ace in this position where suddenly he's just another damage dealer and you don't have the utility to back it up, and it's where gaming fall a little short compared to when they're just incredibly dominant, which is still very dominant. You know, it's not much here. This time around, they have two supports that offer a lot of utility, though. Both the Oracle and the Kalo are going to buy a lot of the utility items, and a lot of their spells help you in the fight. So this time around, I'm not as concerned about it compared to the Razor game, for example.
Okay.
I think they have that part of it covered. It's just, again, a question of, can you go into these fights and start stuff? What does that look like? I also think there's roam potential for Liquid. Just to discuss the last point of this draft, like, you can roam this Skywrath and potentially even the Rubik to mid, because your side lane matchups aren't terrible here with the Monkey Legion. And if you can get a gank on this Storm before 6, that really opens up the game. I think that is the biggest thing that could happen for Liquid in the first 5 to 6 minutes here, if they can line it up, particularly that 6-minute power rune. If you can stop the Storm getting to ult, and Nisha is opening up a little bit of a level advantage here.
Yeah, it's beginning to grow, and also that off lane is not faring so well for Ace. Least CS by far. He's actually got half the CS of the person who's right above him in that chart in the Legion Commander. So this matchup, which is not terribly surprising, Monkey King is a very good laning matchup against the Timbersaw, especially if you're enabled by a support. But it may be another game where Ace is not super comfortable with the way his early game goes.
Mickey has gotten full advantage out of these early waves while they're waiting for the Coddle to power up here. I mean, you can give this Timbersaw mana, it's just not doing much for him into 2 points Jingu. A lot of denies onto Mickey as well. 19 for the Monkey King down there. That is a lot of XP gone from your Timbersaw. This is another reason I think that gank can go towards mid. You have some independent side lanes here, or at least you have the ability to move your supports around and leave Mickey bottom. He's not going to get exposed, right? Maybe he doesn't dominate as hard, but you have 2 supports top. All of a sudden, Dyrachyo in trouble.
Yep, they moved Boxy into mid, but then somebody made the call, let's gank Dyrachyo instead.
It was a good call. That is a value kill. As Insane can go straight back through the gate towards bottom. And, I mean, Mickey's bullying in the 1v2 here.
That's not what you want to see.
This is why I feel like this draft is... It's not that unfavorable, because I think Liquid have things, again, going for them that have been problems in this game and matchup in terms of the supports, right? Like, you're in a position now where you're bullying game and supports, and you can crash the mid runes. You can take those power runes away from Kin. You can create the hero advantage around that middle lane that has been problematic for you all year. That's what I expect Liquid to do here, and it's what they're doing. 3 heroes on both sides of the river. This will guarantee the rune does not go to the Storm Spirit, and it was a regen, so that is a valuable one to take away. Things
Funny note, they, not only just the supports, but even the wards. G.Gladiators have laid 2 different observer wards in this lane. Both have been countered. Now, they managed to deny both of them, but it goes to show that Liquid are putting a lot of insistence onto this lane. De-warding both to be able to keep the traps alive, but also to be able to keep the vision advantage for Liquid.
It's a very solid early game Liquid is playing here. They have won 3 lanes, denied the power runes, and killed the vision, as you said. This is about as good as it's going to get. I feel like we've been saying that a lot, but Liquid has shown up today, and they're looking smooth. Large waves on both of these side lanes pushing in right now. Means you can create some pressure points.
Going to be used. Zai forced away, but they're going to turn around and fight because they have the supports coming in once again. A big burst of damage. Celery only doing more harm than good in this situation. He just adds another body to the level 3 overwhelming odds.
Betrayed his carry in a sense, as now you're just going to get this top tower for free, I think. There was double Lotus on Zai. The side laners here for Liquid playing super well in this early laning phase, shoving the waves in, playing independent of their supports, and still winning the attrition war. Just setting everything up on a plate. Ace is going to have to recover, and it means even more room to operate. While you have 2 carry-oriented side laners who are going to need time to get the damage online. The levels are going to be there for the Liquid supports as well, as they have 5 on basically both here. I mean, you can pick and choose where you want to go.
And I think you kind of expect G.Gladiators to make a move towards bottom eventually, to both help Ace in a matchup that he's not having a ton of fun in, but also shut down Mickey. Quinn. Uh-oh. That is a level 5 Skywrath Mage who is looking to get the kill, a solo one on Quinn. It's going to be a close call. Mickey's here with the Boundless Strike, and he dies. Oh, what a disaster for Quinn, who needs to be able to lead the game by force here because he's got a Coddle behind him too.
And the
he
range
needs
drop.
to get an advantage. They will manage to get a counter kill, but it just means another kill for Nisha instead with the double damage rune.
And look what they're invading. They're looking at these stacks in the triangle. not going to go super deep here. They will not see this Ancient camp. Maybe lucky for Gaimin as that DD on Nisha would have made quick work of it here.
Yeah, they need to get level 6 soon on this Timbersaw so they can clear through that Ancients and not give Nisha the chance to take it.
This is going to be another very strong Templar Assassin game. Doesn't have the stacks to really fall back on his own, as Liquid have prioritized playing out on the map with their supports. And hey, anytime you can do that, I think it pays off a lot more. So I don't think Nisha's too sad about this. He's going to be very high level again. He's going to get the own stack for himself here. He's going to be cruising. All 3 cores are going to be in a good position. Early Blade Mail will come out for Zai, and it looks like Echo Saber for Mickey. So fighting items for all 3 cores here on the Liquid side.
Chasing after him? No. Level 6 picked up. So diving into the Chakram is probably an ill-advised affair. Team Liquid, though, in Game 3, very crucial one for probably their mental state against G.Gladiators for the rest of the year, are up 4,000 net worth.
The tanky Legion, he's got full stick range drop.
Not an easy kill, especially with the dual combo. Oh, they tried to get aggressive with the Storms here, and once again he's rebuked by the Skywrath Mage in the most deadliest fashions. Insania is now going to be able to catch Tofu as well. And look at this, G.Gladiators again. They bring all 5 heroes to join in these fights. Dyrachyo is going to have to get up a crazy Sunder, and even then, it probably wouldn't have been enough. 3 dead on the side of Gaimin.
This is definitely the best we've seen Liquid perform conceptually against what Gaimin are doing. We've seen it time and time again, right? Crashing the runes, making sure the draft is a little less optimal in terms of the auras, and then they're bringing the numbers to all these fights. I don't think we've seen Liquid collapse this fast, this early in any of those other series. It's just catching Gaimin off guard. This is a humongous lead at 10 minutes, 6,000 gold. Has Gaimin ever been this far behind at 10 minutes in the history of this team? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably have for some of those BBT games.
Yeah, that's probably where it happened.
But not in this matchup. Liquid getting everything they want out of this early game and more, and now they can just start to run over the map. Traps. Another duel, no save in sight. You can prevent the magic damage, but you cannot prevent the physical right clicks here, as your Oracle is still level 5. And those Ancients that were the recovery for Ace, he didn't get any of the big ones. Double Ancient Thunder Hides. Zai is going to be happy to clean all this XP up. Everything clicking here for Liquid. And they'll even find Celery again. Or will they?
Whoa. Fortune's End. Oh, Insania with the Timber Chain, still rocking that one and putting it to good use to once again catch an extra hero for G.Gladiators. As you can see, their TP scrolls are on cooldowns because they're being pushed and pulled around the map by Team Liquid and their constant aggression.
This support duo has been abused so hard in the first 10 minutes here. It's sometimes the issue with these defensive duos in the Oracle and the Coddle. Like, you have like kind of a double save, double utility lineup here. Your fighting power is very limited. Your early game damage can be very limited, and the Rubik Skywrath have just outpaced you tremendously here. It's going to be a very long recovery game for Gaming, down 8K at 12 minutes here. You're going to need to push these lanes out on the sides, get some stacks going, make some space, delay the push that will come through, and it's not going to be a Midas for Mickey this time. He feels this game is going fast enough that Maelstrom will be his item of choice. Probably a pretty decent option here versus the Timber and the Terrorblade in terms of scale anyway. And not going to have to recover at all this game. And these tier 1s are going to remain up for a while, so Liquid can keep fighting around these while they look aggressively for their own kills. Very solid position. And of course, you're still missing level 6 on both these gaming supports as Dyrachyo gets dueled again.
Yeah, when you're talking about level 6s on supports and then Boxy is level 8, that early pickup of Mystic Flare resulting in a kill on the Storm Spirits,
and this is
his
free
high
blink.
levels resulting in 3 different kills so far.
That's just Tumbler Toy.
And Tumbler Toy is a
hell of a drug.
It's a hell of an item, that's
very
for sure.
true.
Insania does have a Luminant Blast. And you always got to be careful of that boundless strength from the trees. Quinn has to respect the turnaround power of Team Liquid and their instant disables.
There's just not a lot to play with the Storm. I mean, you could Chakra Magic him. It's a level 2 Chakra. So 160 mana.
Would you say this is
what else helps him kill people here?
Is this the worst of the gas stations where Storm Spirit to play with? We saw Pugna was a massive one for a long period of time.
I wouldn't say it's the worst. It just depends on how the Coddle's game goes. But sometimes the Coddle wants to do too many things. It's not the most
Tofu knows what's coming.
dependable.
It's going to be a dual win. Another one for Zai. 48 damage in 13 minutes.
He is so massive already.
He just picked up the Blade Mail. He's going to have a Blink Dagger in a minute.
And he's just invading the Ancients here.
Oh, hit him midway through the Timber Chain. Ace is going to be low. Now he has another Timber Chain, but he knows he has to go the other direction because all of Liquid are diving past the Tier 1 tower here. Ace has to go for a TP out, and he does manage to make it.
Instant TP to the other side, trying to deny the 14-minute Wisdom Rune. Super heads-up play by Boxy.
He might still be able to get it, though. The Wisdom Rune, he picks it up before he dies.
That is honestly probably worth it given their position right now.
Yeah.
It's still going to be more XP going the way of Liquid. I'm sure they're not sad about it, as they'll clean up another Tier 1. All 3 down in 14 minutes. The net worth is stabilized a bit, mainly off what Quinn is finding on the map. Still searching for the first item between all of these cores, by the way, on that Witchblade. Very rough spot. Deso finished for Nisha as well. Blink Deso, incredibly fat. Not as high level as he was last time, which I guess tells you how high level he was in that game, considering he's 5-0 here. And that'll be the blink for the Legion. So the pickoff is completely online for Liquid. Their capability to get into the fight with all 3 cores is instantaneous between the 2 blinks and the tree dance. Gaimin in a tough spot, very defensive map position for them. I don't think you can even contest this Roshan, which Liquid have set up for and are waiting for him to show.
The fact that you could do it so efficiently with this Templar Assassin, because you're not afraid of Gaming Gladiators contesting, that's the worst part. They don't even need Mickey here. He's going to be farming that other side of the map. They're keeping all of their towers up. The scan is successful. Maybe Gaming Gladiators. Are they going to do something about this?
Blind jump?
Are you that desperate already?
For him. I don't think there's a play here. I think you just got to farm. You've got to push this game very late with TV Illusions, Coddle, split pushing the map, eventually find some big pickoff with the Storm, and then collapse off of that. I mean, you got to remember, Gaming are a tremendous comeback team, right? We have seen them come back from some massive deficits. Maybe not this early in the game off of a terrible laning stage, but nonetheless off of some very rough positions. And you just picked up an Arcane Rune for your Witchblade Storm Spirit.
Radiant's middle tower
This is a good opportunity here. If you can find some isolated heroes, start the fight with a favorable numbers advantage. This is an Aegis Nisha, though.
An Arcane Rune Storm Spirit. That's what they're going to bank on here. Quinn trying to get the jump onto Insani. He's got to be careful. These disables, though. A Blastio comes in. Perfect timing, though. And now Quinn can keep pushing forward. They do have the little bit of a heal on him, stopping some of that magic damage so they can catch Nisha. Now, this is the Aegis hero. He's already turned around. He blew up Ace. And Zai is right in the middle of it, too. He killed the Oracle, so no false promise at the same time.
On the back.
And now the Wukong's man claims another 2 lives. It's a 5-0 wipe.
Gaimin are struck down in their place right now as Liquid find an opening in this game and take everything from Gaming on that comeback fight with the Witchblade Arcane Rune. Nisha says, no, not even the Aegis will you get.
That is insane. The damage turnaround there was intense. This initial setup was, I think, pretty nicely set up at Gaming Gladiators, but Liquid really didn't bite.
And you have Zai just waiting, right? Zai just waiting to see who he wants to duel here. Boxy holds his ult. So when you go in, you find this Oracle. That is basically the best target. Take the save out of the fight. No false promise. Even Sunder used to try and bail Celery out. That is why that Terrorblade cannot fight Mickey once he finds him on the backside. And that is
they walk into the Stone Soldiers on their retreat. That is rough.
Very well positioned fight by Liquid. Get him on both flanks. A fight that Gaimin needed to get back into this game. Now they will have to continue to split push.
One more crazy stat about this series.
All right, hit me with it.
In playoff LAN series, the match record is 11-2.
Oh, the Stolen Storm.
That is beautiful. Jump, the false promise is going to be able to bail him out, though. This is not going to be a dual win, but it is going to be a Storm Spirit kill. And Tofu, he took a lot of damage there. He will survive for now, but it's the Timbersaw who can't survive. Once again, Ace cannot get in an engagement and stay alive. This Timber Saw is not tanky at all. They're tearing through him like paper.
I mean, this Timber Saw is nothing, man. Ace is 0-2-0. Have we ever seen him not have impact in the first 20 minutes of the game?
I mean, a lot of people have been talking about Ace as one of the best players of the year. He has had MVP performances time and time again, and this is maybe what it looks like when Gaming Gladiators cannot rely on him to have an output. As Liquid have shut him out of this game. They're shutting Celery out of the map, not letting him get anywhere out there before he's immediately punished. Boxy might die for this one, though. Oh, a Chakram off the mark. Ace not able to land it. It's up to Quinn with the long zip in to help catch and burst down at least one of these heroes. Side's going to try and turn around with the Blade Mail duel. Won't be able to get that much, but with those two is still a lingering shot from Nisha that will claim the Timber Saw.
I mean, at least Gaming gets something on the map. That Legion kill is worth a lot here.
They get a kill, but they can't stay out of the map.
Sunder.
Sunder goes out. Nisha, he's going to use his Aegis trying to blow up Dyrachyo up with the Blinding Light. It might just save Dyrachyo. The final shots from Nisha can't seem to do the damage, and they take away that life. They kill Insania. A turn, perhaps. Nisha, is he going to chase after him?
Mickey here, he wants
Dyrachyo. He's
Dyrachyo.
going for Dyrachyo. He's committing. He gets off the Wukong's command, but he can't get the hits in. The disarm. Oh, the body blocking. It's so
You've gone
good.
too far.
What a play
We got
from
him.
the supports, but somehow the shot still comes in. How did the damage? Nisha somehow with a side blade hit finishes off the Terror Blade.
Who did he even side blade off of? Is it like a Storm Jump or the Coddle?
I think he hit the Storm Spirit and it popped over to him. We'll maybe see that one in the replay here. Is look at this body blocking, so damn good.
This is such a good bait by Gaming.
Oh my god.
Turn.
It was the TA trap. He did the TA trap.
No way, dude.
He did the TA trap trick to be able to kill the Terror Blade. Oh, it's so good.
That is one of the most disgusting things we've seen in a long time. Nisha, we asked where was this man in recent months? Where is his 100%? Well, he's bringing it out here as just every trick in the book.
Immediate silence. What? A use of the Fortune's End. That was a cool play. They preemptively casted it on Quinn, so when he got silenced, uh-oh. Well, a cute play like that still does not result in a clean win for Gaming Gladiators. Fortunately, Mickey was not able to get the Boundless Strike off in time. They still trade out supports, but now he's found Ace.
Double
Ace
silence.
who used the Lotus Orb, but there was a second TA trap there for a second silence against the Timber. This man can't find a win anywhere, Avery.
I don't know, Nisha's just way too good right now. He's actually just way too good. These are some nice comeback moves from Gaming, though.
Mickey's in deep here. Mickey is all by himself here. A Boundless Strike that hits 3, but he couldn't get the Chico stacks in time. Liquid are slipping up a little bit here. Don't get me wrong, they have a huge lead, but they're giving more to Gladiators than they should.
Definitely a little overextensions here on the big chorus heroes. The upside for Liquid is even if you end up trading here, you are finding Deso charges on the TA, and you're finding a lot of dual damage on this Legion.
Yeah, they are
a lot of dual damage. He's up to 94 already, so even if it's not 100% optimal, you still got to feel good trading out and just continuing to scale with the LC here, who's already finished BKB on Zai. That's insane, because now you just go and you BKB duel anybody. If the Oracle Silence are taken out of the fight, it's a guaranteed core kill. Nobody is surviving this on the map right now.
Yeah.
You have trap vision to set yourselves up preemptively to find out where these heroes from Gaming are going, and a quick 3-man smoke with that item flying in for Zai. Gem already purchased as well on Insania. So they're going to control the vision with all these traps and wards and just route Gaming out of the last area of the map they're in. If you ever find the Oracle first, it's a free fight.
Are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ace barely gonna get out of here. He might still get dueled.
He gets gonna be dueled. Now he's gonna be Mystic Flare. They do not have Celery here in time. He TP'd as soon as the initiation started, but it's just the damage is too damn fast. Another duel win. Dyrachyo trying to get away with this Manta. Very scary, that damage in Celery. Just to make sure, uses the false promise early, because he cannot risk his carry dying again.
Surprised Liquid didn't go for the Tormentor steal. I think Nisha is thinking about it here. Can he do it solo? Yeah, I guess he can. Power of TA. It'll be a nice little Scion armor shard for Boxy. A little more tankiness to go with everything else here. Gaming keeping this lead stable for now. They found another Arcane Rune for Quinn, and the Terrorblade Illusions are splitting out this map.
Spot Mickey. Another pick off on the carry of Team Liquid.
I think you cannot afford to give too many of these away. These are some bad deaths on the Monkey King. Zai's gonna find another duel win, so.
I mean, he's got 2 other carries, I guess, so maybe Monkey King isn't the be-all, end-all, as at this point, Zai is actually much bigger than him with 150 damage and 1,000 net worth lead on the Monkey King.
150 damage. That is a ridiculous amount of damage at 23 minutes here. So yeah, you do have 2 other carries. It's just you're giving these cores and gaming away back in the game, right? You look at this Storm net worth. Should he be here? The answer is no, but he is. And you have a Terrorblade not close behind. I mean, there's potential to win some team fights here on gaming if you get the right jump and you pull him into some Terrorblade damage. Blinding Light and Oracle, 2 saves for this duel. I mean, the Blinding Light's not so useful now into the BKB, but it's still something that can prolong those engagements, maybe turn it around, guarantee a Sunder here. This game is not won yet by any means. Quinn is still looking aggressively.
Long zip in with the Glimmer Cape.
Did have a shield room.
Up. Do they have any follow-up stuns? Not quite.
That's all his mana.
All of his mana. He's going to get a bit of a help from the Chakra Magic. They're going to try and play around this ward. Mickey's going for it, though. Nisha follows him up on this one, too, but I think Mickey is nervous about giving away too much like he's done before. They're still going to chase.
Boundless in 1. They're looking for the duel.
Zai closing in. He's going to get the duel on the Terrorblade. It's a false promise. It barely goes off. He has a chance to be able to get off a good Sunder, but do they have the staying power in this fight?
No Sunder target.
Away from Duraccio. They don't give him the chance to get off a Sunder. Oh, man. That was the closest of saves, and it's still not enough.
That Boundless Strike was way too good to turn that fight. Just hits the Oracle and the TB. The Oracle almost just died flat out to it. I mean, Nisha finishes him off quickly. I don't even know if you, I mean, even if you get Sunder off there, I don't think it changes anything, right? You're still stuck in a Wukong. All the heroes from Liquid are full. Very clutch Force Staff to get Celery out of there in the first place. Again, gaming are playing about as well as you can play from this position.
Oh, that Sunder almost went off, but the telekinesis from Insania stopped it.
And the issue is all of the cores from Liquid are online, so all of these separate damage threats are very difficult to deal with when you have these single target focus saves.
Yeah.
Gaming want a type of situation where you try to all-in somebody in this duel, you save that hero, you turn the fight. Here it's you duel somebody, Nisha's killing somebody else, Mickey's in a tree slapping somebody else. Oh yeah, there's Boxy running down another one of your supports. Way too many damage sources right now for gaming to deal with. They don't have that aura buy either. It's a single Lotus on the Timbersaw, so you're not even going to get a Pipe or a Crimson in this game. And second Roshan, because that first one went down pretty damn fast. 26 minutes, it's going to be Aegis and Cheese for a Templar Assassin that is 11-0 and not looked back once. He already has BKB done on top of level 20 here. Give this man an Aegis. He deserves it.
He certainly does. He's put on one hell of a performance in this series. Won the laning phase 3 different times against one of the best mid laners in the world, and managed to carry through in Game 2 with Templar Assassin, and looking like he might be able to do it here in Game 3 as well.
Are scanning.
If nothing else, it's given Liquid the best chance to beat this team that we've seen.
Zai doesn't have much vision to operate with here. Gaming Gladiators, they're the ones with the high ground ward. They actually are going to spot...
I mean, he has Cheese, Halberd.
Yeah, he's not an easy kill.
This Legion punches hard, and he is hard back in terms of what are you going to do to him?
BKB now done for the Monkey King. Blink Dagger? Really? That's going to be our choice? Can I see that right for the Timbersaw?
Yeah. You saw that correct. It's
why?
It gets the damage in very fast off a Storm Jump. I feel like this goes back to the problem I pointed out with their draft, which is you have one stun, it's a Vortex. If you don't kill someone in the Vortex, what are you doing in these fights?
Yeah, I guess so, but that does leave the Timbersaw to be very, very squishy. As many other heroes are very squishy in this game. Another 28 damage for Zai, up to 178 now on the dual damage.
I mean, he's going to be squishy no matter what.
That is true.
That is just a reality right now. When you have this much bonus damage, this many Deso charges on a Enchanted Quiver Templar Assassin that is out of control. I don't know if there's an item you buy that is going to help you stay alive outside of Ghost Scepter or Halberd. Those don't sound too appealing right now. So I guess you just blink in, try and burst a target off the Vortex. Maybe find the Skywrath Mage, maybe start on the Legion. I don't know if you can kill Zai. If you can, you're going to be super happy with that fight.
Oh, goodness. Good thing he didn't have duel. Quinn putting himself right in front of Zai, but duel is on cooldown for 10 seconds. Now up, though.
And the BKBs are finished for Liquid here. All 3 cores. Spell immunity going into this lineup, pretty damn nice when pretty much all you have to worry about is Terrorblade. And a double damage? Why not, my friend?
This is a 2-shot on a support somewhere.
This is a 1-shot. You don't have anything else in there. You're just gone.
And the dangerous part, just like game 2, is Templar Assassin way out ahead. Is using that advantage to chip away at your tier 3 tower. G.Gladiators are going to be forced to jump into this.
Did you just press the attack here to get tower damage?
Commander try and burst him, but BKB goes off. He managed to get the duel onto the Timbersaw. That might be a double win, but he gets off the false promise.
It's a double
and
loss.
Timbersaw, who managed to win the fight as a result. And Mickey, he's going to be in a bit of trouble here. Slowed down by the Scotty, but unfortunately the Force Staff gets him away. Nisha, he's going to be the one who needs help here. Meld, Dispel, turn around, bound the strike, almost finishing him off. A side hit, not quite enough, but he backs away to the high ground. Quinn, who used all of his mana to be able to jump in, walks away. Liquid will do the same, because that initiation goes wrong. Celery comes in the clutch with a false promise to turn it.
Buyback's going to cost him maybe in the next high ground defense. Still, you are very happy with that high ground hold here against a double damage Legion. I'm surprised that Zai went up to hit it. I guess he feels like he's way too tanky to die. He didn't pop the cheese before the duel, though.
If he pops the cheese, they both live through this.
Just kept them in there long enough that you can wear through. The Timber ends up living as well. That's a Lotus duel win for the Timber. I don't know if that matters too much, but technically
68 damage, let's go.
He got a free Sacred Relic off it, so congratulations to Ace here, as I guess that Defiant Shell is going to start putting in some work.
Does Defiant Shell work when you're disarmed?
I think so.
Like, it's a curious pickup if he's always disarmed by using Chakram. Is he still getting hits back?
I think he just automatically throws the attack no matter what.
That's kind of crazy.
This item's weird. Because like you hit people in Chrono and stuff too.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I feel like this attack goes through anything. It is an attack from a higher power. Cannot stop the turtle shell. I guess it's not even a turtle.
You're losing your mind.
I'm doing great.
Boxy blind jumping in real quick.
That is a bold move.
Wow.
Nobody was home, so it goes unpunished. You still have Aegis cheese here. Aegis out in 10 seconds. Terrorblade Illusions pushing in mid. Did finish up this Scotty on Thrashio. Also bought out a Talisman of Evasion for some extra potential misses on the Meld Strike or some of the TA hits. You've got some firepower here on Gaimin. You really do. There's some damage coming online. You have double save supports that can make this fight very awkward, as well as double Ghost Scepter between the two of them.
Radiant's middle tower
This duel is not so straightforward in a 5-on-5. You kind of have to lock down the Oracle, either with control or find him first. Otherwise, I think you just get locked in a position that you're not too happy about. It works against you. You're sitting there stunned forever on this Legion while Terrorblade is going to be pounding into you.
Yeah. Do you think that means that
in a hex
he could only go on Oracle, or what do you do?
I mean, you either find the Oracle, or this Blink on Boxy is designed to go in and silence up Celery off of a dual jump. I think that's a fine approach as well.
Okay. Yeah.
If you have the vision, it makes it a lot easier. I think that's why Boxy was looking for the aggressive obs.
I mean, that's some high performance play, though, that you're trying to enact. Boxy is going to have to blink into the enemy, and if he doesn't get the silence fast enough, he might just be killing himself for nothing.
This is a high performance game. You're going to have to step it up a notch. Gaimin not out of this one yet. They are smoking up, and they got a full Hex on that Stormer Spirit. This is the lockdown that this lineup wanted desperately the entire game. They finally got there. On top of that level 20 talent for a little extra Vortex duration. Might sound like an irrelevant talent here, but when you are working with a single stun, your stun duration basically just went up by 15%.
True, yeah, true.
So It might make the difference here. You have
I mean, you combine it with the scythe, and your disables have gone up like 100%.
That's like 5 seconds of stun. God damn, I'm impressed.
Well, then one of them is still taken away by press the attack, so
yeah,
still
that's
left
true.
with 3 seconds of stun.
But if you jump the Legion,
there you go.
Then he's only going to get Shard Telekinesis away.
Yes.
As that is also out for Insignia on the Rubik here. Of course, Liquid still controlling this game with overwhelming amounts of damage. The dual damage on Zai, the butterfly finish for Nisha, and full Mjolnir Harpoon done for Mickey. If you get stuck in this Wukong, you are going to be in a world of pain.
Okay, butterfly pickups for the 2 different carries. Nisha has his, but so does the Terrorblade. And those misses could be critical for living long enough to get the false promise off or get off the Sunder.
It's actually crazy how much net worth this Terrorblade has for 8 deaths. It doesn't feel like it. He is right up there. I mean, Ace is definitely the one suffering here. It's basically a Lotus and a Blink. Not a position maybe Gaming are used to, but one that they have played around pretty decently here as they're holding the lead, bringing it down a little bit, controlling some portions of this map.
It is starting to build up that they're still in this.
Yeah, I thought this game was going to be over 10 minutes ago. It's getting stalled. And next Roshan, let's say you can contest that if you're Gaming. Like we saw in game 1, Liquid threw that Roshan pit fight pretty tremendously. Not to lay any curses out here, but that is an area in Dota where a lot can go wrong very fast.
And you've got a lot of time to let the nerves get to you because Roshan, it's going to be a late one. He's going to wait the full 3 minutes to finally show himself. So another 2 before we see him.
It's going to be a long 3 minutes. Especially if you're not continuing to find the dual damage. You might be feeling like this game has stalled out a bit for you because, I mean, Zai got so much at the start. It's been a little bit. These Oracle saves are really annoying on the map, as well as the split push. Gaming managed to get some deep obs out, and these Terrorblade illusions have just been cutting waves at very good angles.
One note about the Roshan fight, though, I think it's been easier for Gaming Gladiators to be able to limit the areas of attack that Liquid have when they're playing defensively, right? When they're sitting inside their base, Celery really can't get jumped on. He's guaranteed to get a false promise. It probably means there's only one person getting jumped at a time. When you go out of your base to play for that Roshan fight, it is where they are most exposed against Liquid.
That is absolutely true. And you have 3 cores that can all jump somebody with high independent damage like we saw in those early game fights. You are correct. That area in the open is a way different matter. Celery is way more exposed. The lack of his mobility really hurts Gaming because they have to kind of protect the Oracle, which means you have to clump more. And then all of a sudden, the angles become way more open for Liquid to approach.
Better chances of burst damage, like overwhelming odds. Nisha poking up the high ground once again, doing some serious damage to this melee barracks. They're going to have to formulate a response here for that instant silence. Oh, fortunately, the limited disable, Zai couldn't get there for the duel because Celery was a bit late. Fortunately, they still have a glyph, so they will keep the melee barracks alive. With the Wukong's command being used, Liquid, are they going to be comfortable jumping here? They actually do not finish up the melee barracks. They're going to be jumped here, but the telekinesis gets them away. And a second jump, but a second time the save comes through. The Lotus Orb without the false promise, I should note. Celery stopping that one last second. They did lose the range barracks. The melee barracks will hold, though.
End up committing that meta because they thought Nisha was just going to run up the hill and commit for the racks.
Which means they no longer have an ability to contest Roshan, I think.
Yeah, I think it's just gone. Timings are not going to align for that cooldown to come back up. You did manage to get an Ags on Ace, by the way. Which, I mean, the fact he has anything in this game is ridiculous in itself. That is going to be a nice frontline item. I don't think there are any Dispels out here for Liquid, right? Yeah, 0.
It makes the Blink Dagger a lot stronger, right? Because you can get into the middle of Liquid where that means that Shields charges up a lot faster.
It's a very heads-up pickup because normally I think you get this item when you're snowballing on Timber before Dispels can come out. This is kind of a position where you're very far behind. It just so happens there is no Dispel built on Liquid and they don't have one naturally.
Yeah.
So this Axe is untouchable here. It means Ace is going to be a lot stronger than he appears when he goes in.
It also means he might regret his 15 talents because, you know, getting the maxed out reactive armor stacks and getting as much value out of that is pretty good against all this physical damage. but understandably, that was at a point where they was looking to be able to get burst kills off the Storm Sphere jump. Way back in, this melee barracks didn't heal very much. G.Gladiators not in a position to defend. Nisha will chip away and take another building.
That was just a freebie. You're not going to fight that without meta. I don't think you care about one lane here. The fight is far more important. You also have this Storm Spirit buyback and fountain jumps to play with here. It's a very good high ground defense hero. Liquid are going to have to be careful about how deep they commit into these fights. And you have MKB for Dyrachyo. So the single target physical burst coming out off of that Hex, off of Vortex, it's building up here.
Yeah, the carries are matching each other in that regard because the MKB is done for the Templar Assassin as well. So Butterfly for Butterfly, MKB for MKB. Nisha and a Dyrachyo going toe-to-toe in items, but there are other factors.
There's also an MKB on mid-game plus this Refresher Shard, so you have double Wukong, double BKB here. That should win you the fight if you play it right.
Scythe of Ice, immediate press the attack going to be used. Mystic Flare bursting down Ace, but they have to use the False Promise. So Timbersaw will stay alive, but it means no more saves.
Did not get a chance to pop that Ags on that jump. These Boundless Strikes in Ancient Seals have been instant from Liquid.
And I mean, you said it is so hard for Storm Spirit to jump in. You said that was going to be a problem at the very start of the game, and it's continuing here as his Scythe of Ice is instantly getting countered every time. G.Gladiators jumping in and out, just trying to get spells out of Liquid.
Just trying to waste this Aegis duration. It feels like they're playing for the full 3 minutes.
Yeah. Look at how many TA traps are set up here. I mean, Quinn, that's the area he wants to be jumping.
I mean, they want to make Nisha go up the hill here. That's what they're looking for. They have one Force Staff on Tofu. I mean, there's aggressive Force Staff potential.
Telekinesis, they got duel on him.
He needs a save.
Mystic Flare, no False Promise. Remember, it was used earlier. So, again, no save and no immediate buyback or play off of this one. So Liquid will have plenty of time to strategize and set up for that buyback as it comes in. A blast pushes him in, but again, not trying to jump. Nisha, they're just trying to chip away and take away this Aegis.
There's the meta.
Almost do it. The meta going to be used, but they do not get the Aegis away from him. The telekinesis threw him down the ground, and Nisha may be given some heals here. He could swap in one of those Aegis, they've got two of them, and consume that.
If I'm Liquid, I respect this meta, but then I'm going again. And especially with this Aegis 2 minutes left, you have a decent period where this is going to be ticking and that meta is going to be running out.
Yeah.
Half gone for Dyrachyo here. The Storm still down for 30 as well. You got to push it. You got to claim as much as you can. AC done for Zai. That physical ramping up. He looked for the duel, but the Blinding Light too fast here. Very hard to get on these supports when they are by their tier 4s.
There's going to be a window of time where G.Gladiators are going to have to deal with Aegis, but no meta.
The time is now. A minute left for Nisha to siege here.
Man, he's almost up to level 25 too. The refractions have been bailing him out of a lot of grief here. Scythe of Ice, press the attack is the response. Once again, Ace jumping in, but he's going to be caught this time.
He's tanky.
Silenced up, he is tanky thanks to that Aghanim Scepter helping him out. He's dodging some of the magic damage. The Wukong Spin, the first one's going to be used here. Another silence placed out onto the Storm Spirit, quickly cleansed off with Fortune's End. And Nisha just throwing around the damage. At this point, 45 seconds left on the Aegis. He's willing to die right now. And Ace will oblige him, blowing him up. He gets low though.
The Oracle.
Oh, and they got the jump on the Salary. He's dead. The duel lands. Now they have to try and punish as best they can off the buyback.
No save
but
for Storm.
Because he fought back, he couldn't get there in time. The False Promise couldn't save the Storm Spirit. Has to use it on Dyrachyo instead. And Dyrachyo, he's fighting up against both the Templar Assassin and the Monkey King. And he just takes too much damage. He dies in an instant. They are running out of buybacks. They have one last chance. 4 heroes are left to be able to push back against the full Liquid 5. See if they can finish off the Legion Commander, but a telekinesis away. A last second Thunder. It's going to be low, and they manage to get him. Dyrachyo staying alive. No, the damage comes in. Nisha, now the buybacks from Liquid in turn. They know this is their opportunity. This is the chance to change their fate. This is their chance to be able to turn the curtain. They've done it. they have managed to finally bring down Gaming Gladiators, who have been undefeated in this series in playoff matches. They have gone a total of 13-2 in LAN series against Team Liquid. But in this one series, Liquid have doubled their wins against Gaming Gladiators on the biggest stage, making it a 14-4 record between the two.
And in a single win, they have earned more prize money than those 3 majors. As this, you're gonna strike, this is the time to do it, right? On the biggest stage, where the stakes are highest and the pressure's on, they find a way to outdraft in a certain sense some of the capabilities Gaming have shown all year. They put them in a weird position on the supports, on the utility. I go to the mid lane. Nisha stepped the hell up today. Just took it to Quinn 3 games in a row with some clutch picks, some clutch gameplay. I go to that that hit on the side blade off the trap. That tells you everything about how in the zone this team was for this series. They have been working for this for a long time, and finally they reap the reward as Nisha with a perfect game 3, 13-0 and 16 for the Templar Assassin. They were not able to find him once.
Amazing performance by him. Zai, 10-2 and 25. I don't even know how much dual damage he had at the end of the game, but it was a lot. And I almost feel like it's not so much happy games and fun and joy from Liquid, but maybe more sigh of relief.
Yeah, that they close that out.
Got the monkey off their back.
I mean, curses are there. Curses are also meant to be broken.
That's true. Gaming Gladiators gonna have to be able to figure out what they do next in the lower bracket, but it's Team Liquid who are victorious. We've got Tsunami and Zai on stage.
That's right, Zai of Team Liquid finally making this achievement a possibility. Congratulations on this win. You had a lot of material to look over for this series, I imagine. Obviously, this tournament's group stage, but also many, many matches in the past. What were you sticking your analysis towards? Was it primarily matches from here, or were you even going back to Bali, Berlin?
No, I mean, we're obviously progressing throughout this tournament, and I think we're getting better, and we're learning more and more about ourselves, and just trying to stick to our guns, I think, especially in this series. I think before, when we played them, we kind of messed that part up, so I think now we just play some good shit that we like, and it worked out better. Yeah.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائنا المشاهدين معنا زاي في المسرح بعد ما قدروا انهم واخيرا يفوزون على فريق جيم جلاديترز 2-1. كانت جدا كلوز، لكن قدروا يسوونها في لان. الشيء هذا ما قد صار ابدا. لكن السؤال هنا سالنا زاي انه وش الماتيريال اللي انتم مشيتوا عليه عشان تقدرون انكم تراجعون كل الخطط اللي موجوده عند جيم جلاديترز، خصوصا انه كان في بطولات كثيره الفتره هذه، او خصوصا يعني في الميجرز الاخيره انه تواجهتوا ضد بعض. كان الجواب انه لا، صراحه احنا شفنا انه ركزنا احنا على المباريات اللي مرينا فيها في الجروب ستيج في البطوله هذه، لكن برضه حتى المباريات اللي احنا كنا فيها اول ركزنا عليها وعرفنا وش ممكن نسوي، واحنا دائما كنا عارفين وش نسوي، بس كنا لازم اننا نحاول نسوي الشيء الصح عشان نقدر نفوز.
You're playing things that you like, but this whole series was a roller coaster. I'm sure I could pick your brain about it for hours, but if I had to pick one thing, you guys were banning the Timbersaw pretty consistently in Game 1 and Game 2, finally let it go in Game 3. What was the motivation behind that?
I mean, I think Ace Brood is just like, I don't know. And so we're just debating between, because we know it's between Brood and Timber pretty much. And after Game 1, we're just like, no. That's pretty much it.
سألنا السؤال الثاني، الزاين يتكلم عن تمبرسا انه في الجيم الاول والجيم الثاني كان دائما باند الهيرو، لكن يوم جينا في الجيم الثالث خلوه على طول مفتوح، وكان هو الفيرست بيك من جيم جلاديترز. وش كان السبب اللي خلى تمبرسا انه يمشي عند البيك؟ يقول صراحه يعني هو كان خيارين، يا اما بروت يا اما انه تمبرسا هو اللي دائما بنسوي له بان، بس مجرد ما انه يعني سوينا بان التمبرسا والجيمين قلنا الجيم الثالث خلهم ياخذونه عادي.
You finally conquered your demon side, but are you satisfied at this point?
No, I mean, of course not. It's we have this thing where we've beaten them before in best of threes as well, but best of fives is another test. So, you know, who knows? We might end up seeing them again in a best of five, and who knows?
آخر سؤال الزاي في المقابلة سألنا عن موضوع إنه صحيح انكم انتم فزتوا على جيم جلاديترز، بس هل انتم راضيين عن الفوز هذا؟ قال لا ابدا، احنا ما احنا راضيين عن الفوز هذا، ونبغى نواجههم في البست اوف 5 عشان نقدر اننا نكون راضيين وقتها. ممكن يواجهون بعض في الجراند فاينل في البطوله هذه، بس ما يدرون اذا هم بيسوون الشيء هذا ولا لا.
Well, congratulations, Zai, on this victory. Well deserved. And we're looking forward to your progress in the rest of the tournament as you can go ahead and join your team.
Thank you so much.
But as exciting as it is for Liquid conquering their demons, their next opponent is Talon, Fancy. So if trends are going to continue,
I don't think that it's going to be an easy match for either teams, but either way, Talon can conquer their demons just like Liquid did just now. So أعزائنا المشاهدين احنا ما ندري إذا فريق ليكويد بيستمر على الفوزات هذه. صحيح إنه فاز على أكثر فريق احنا دائما نقول إنه لازم يفوز عليه G.Gladiators، لكن تالون ممكن إنهم هم يهزمون تيم ليكويد. ممكن نشوف مباراة ثانية في اللور براكت. أنا we should talk about this actually because honestly we were able to see them like in the upper bracket, G.Gladiators and Team Liquid. We might see a rematch in the lower bracket in case Talon were able to get the win.
Yeah, or maybe even grand finals. But that's an issue for 2 days from now and onwards. Yes. For right now, we still got to get through day number 1 of these playoffs, so we'll send it back to the studio.
باقي عندنا اشياء كثيره ممكن نتكلم عنها اعزائنا المشاهدين، فخلونا نروح على طول للاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم اكثر عن هذه المباراه العظيمه.
Thank you very much, Tsunami, and thank you very much, Fancy, and of course, Zai, for that winner's interview. Oh, there's a lot to talk about with this one. Team Liquid, they do it on the main stage here. In the upper bracket, they knock Team G.Gladiators down, and G.Gladiators has not yet been at a LAN event in the lower bracket, so that will be something to behold for sure. But let's break down this game because we had our reservations on how this draft was going to play out by Team Liquid, but we thought, okay, Team Liquid has a plan. They're just banking on Nisha crushing the lane. Effie, what will you have? They do exactly that. And it wasn't just crushing the lane, it was crushing the game.
Every single match in this series, Nisha exceeded expectations, which are already very high for this player, but man oh man, he is in TI form. That was just beautiful. He, outside of winning the lane and hitting every single timing and imposing his strength on the enemies, he was doing some really cool plays, like the trick shot on the Psionic Trap where he denied it and got a kill off on Timbersaw off of that. I don't know, he's ready for TI. That was the sight to behold.
And he played like a perfect game too. Like he made so few mistakes. Mickey made a couple, but Nisha himself just played spectacularly in all the games.
Yeah, I mean he takes every role. He win the lane and he go bring dagger at first item, go lead the fight and also carry the game and late game. It's just amazing in this game.
It was something to behold for sure.
And the Shard was just so good versus Gaming's draft. It really had an impact very early on. You often saw these 3-man silences coming out of it. And outside of that, speaking of silences, Boxy this game, he was a thorn in Quinn's side. I feel like this game would have looked a little bit differently for Gaming if Storm Spirit were actually able to rotate early on. But Boxy had his number. He was silencing him and killing him throughout the entire game.
Yeah, and let's not forget Zai's play as well with the jewels. He managed to get them going, Purge, very early on.
Yeah, he did. It really helped that they stomped all their lanes, basically. Everybody in Liquid played like flawlessly for the first 20 minutes or so. They just had a huge advantage. So Zai's getting these jewels off right in front of Heroes. Oracle standing there like, I wish I could ulti, but I'm still level 5. And I just felt so bad for him in that moment because when you get that much of an advantage, Oracle's supposed to offset Zai snowballing, but he got so much dual damage early, it just made the Oracle feel way less impactful.
Yeah, I think Ace got a couple of jewels to his name as well. By the end of the game, he had like 68 plus damage or something like that, but it's a Timbersaw, he doesn't right-click. We had a lot of fights, a lot of pickups at the start, but a couple of good fights later on as well. We want to highlight in our STC play analysis a fight that happened very early, around the 16-minute mark. And at this point, Fabian, G.Gladiators only have 1 kill, and they actually are the aggressors here. They try to make a play on Team Liquid.
Yeah, this is the part I want to talk about is Gaming. They start this game with so far behind, but they never give up, and they actually did everything right, and so they always have chance to make it come back. So, and also they can at this situation to start the team fight, even they lost because they fall behind a lot. But it shows Gaming like they have a strong team. They can always do the right things. I think if Team Liquid is a younger team, they probably will lose this game. Yeah.
Yeah, we had a couple of comeback fights from Gaming, also in the high ground defenses. that Gaming had. Some of them looked very scary, Purge, for Team Liquid.
They did, and I think what was so cool about it is it set the stage so well that they picked off Mickey so many times in the bottom half of the map. Those kills got them back in the game, and they added so much tenseness to the match because you're like, okay, Team Liquid's supposed to win this one. They're so far ahead. And then they threw just enough, and all the pressure of all the series wins or series losses that they had, it made that high ground just amazing to watch because they were still ahead, but not as much, not where so much that it looked one-sided. So the fact that they played it flawlessly afterwards was really fun.
There was a really impressive recovery from Gaimin after the Nightmare laning stage for all 3 cores. Quinn and Coddle on Tofu, like they were able to make many plays around the map, right? They were setting up aggressive vision. They were trying to cut waves. You had the Chakra Magic on the Storm who was finding picks on the Monkey King, and that helped Gaimin stay in the lane for a long time, but still, it was a losing battle because in order for Gaimin to have won this game, they needed Terrorblade to come online. And for Terrorblade to be able to fight, he needed Oracle to be able to protect him safely. But it's so difficult when the enemy team is leading in net worth and Oracle has to worry about his positioning and duels and silences and all of these things. So the fact that Gaimin were able to withstand it for that long is really impressive.
Incredibly impressive. Mostly this game was impressive from the side of Nisha. We have to give him the Quidia MVP. I don't think anybody was doubting this for even over a second. There's been 3 games in this series, and yes, Team Liquid lost one of them, but every single game Nisha won his lane. He crushed it, even in matchups that we thought maybe were comfort for Quinn on his Pango. Nisha still was able to take it home, and it has been a while since we've seen him this consistently dominant with this performance in game number 3 here to top it all off. Purge, a very obvious MVP from our part.
Yeah, he did. Played different heroes, got that 3-man melt strike in the last fight, followed up with a double hit. He played so good. He died 0 times in this super close game. It was crazy.
I just think it speaks to Liquid's confidence in him as a player that they just last pick him this TA in a situation where it may have been exploited by Gaimin if it were a weaker team. And to see Nisha in this form, to see him carrying games like this, just like it were TI-11, is honestly really exciting because it looks like any team that Liquid are going to face in this upper bracket now, with Nisha in this form, are in for a rocky road.
Yeah, Faith Beyond, the MVP also didn't come as a surprise to you with Nisha.
Yeah, of course. Nisha just amazing in this series.
And big smiles all around, not just from Nisha, but from his entire squad. You could tell, I'm not sure how much of it was relief versus happiness, because you could tell that this win meant a lot to them, not just money-wise, not just tournament placement-wise, but just getting over that hurdle of playing them on stage. Although we also heard from Zai that they would not mind facing them again in a best-of-5 grand finals. But to do that, they, like Gaming Gladiators, have to take a long road, because they are now in round 1 of the lower bracket, and whereas Team Liquid is guaranteed top 6 at Riyadh Masters. And we already know their opponents as well. We already know when they're gonna play, which is not tomorrow, by the way. Just wanna, lower expectations a little bit. You're gonna have to wait a little bit for that. Both teams will get a lot of rest because both Talon and Liquid, they've had a very long series here today. It's been a long day so far already. I believe we can take a look at the brackets and see where we're at, because it's Super Tuesday. It's a Tuesday where we have potential to be here for another 8 hours. I hope you're ready for that. I hope you don't have any obligations that you need to do. We are full-on upper bracket today. We started off with Quest versus Talon. That was a 2-1 in favor of Talon, dropping Quest down to the lower bracket where they'll face PSG LGD tomorrow. With this win, Team Liquid will earn themselves a place against Talon in the upper bracket semifinals. Gaming Gladiators will drop down to the lower bracket where it is Tundra that awaits them in their lower bracket match, another elimination match that will happen tomorrow. And as you can see, there's 2 more upper bracket quarterfinals that need to be played out. We're gonna have BB Team versus 9 Pandas. We're gonna have Team Spirit versus Aster. I believe, Effie, I mean, you're not on the panel for that one, but this is one that you are gonna sit back, watch, and relax, because that's the one you were most hyped about today.
Yeah, Spirit versus Aster to me is very exciting because after LGD's last couple of days, I feel like Aster is the most solid representation of the China region right now, and they're leveling up with every game that they play. Whereas Spirit, I think that this team changes when they're on stage. in these LAN environments. They're just in the zone. They become different. I feel like their macro play becomes so clean, and I'm really curious to see how Sumail as a player fares against the macro team fighting, you know, split push style that Spirit plays on LANs.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that one. We're going to have to wait a little bit, only a little bit, hopefully. So we are going to take a break. We are going to swap things around, swap teams out. We're going to get Spirit, we're going to get Aster, both of them on that stage, and we're going to swap the panel out as well for a fresh one. So that's only the half of the day here at Riyadh Masters. Stick around for more Dota 2 coming your way after a break.
I think my signature hero would be Morphling. I think I have the most games on it in my career and highest win rate among those heroes. So I think Morphling.
Tomato, full HP, full strength, and incredibly tanky.
I like the idea of humans trying to achieve perfection but never achieving it and still striving for it. I think Morphling really embodies that, where you'll never be the best morph. There's so many good morphs. And I have like 1,000 morph games, and I still have to keep practicing the hero. I don't remember my first Morphling game. I remember against 9 Pandas, Dream League this year.
They got him, Morphling. Dragged down to half HP
He's
straight
shifting.
up, but he's shifting, he's BKB'd, and he's into Magnus mode, skewers across 2 heroes, Ramsey's Kiyotaki intro.
I feel like the game was really hard. My team wasn't doing so well after lanes, and they had this counter pick on me, which was Avarong at the time. I told my team, guys, I'm gonna kill them all. And then I just like 3v1 them, 1v4 them. I was just very confident. Anything I do with Morphling. I guess we're both kind of chill. You know, we kind of flow, go with the flow of the water. We're also able to morph into the situation that we're in.
My signature hero. That's not a easy one since I switched roles so many times. I did have a lot of fun with Wind Ranger. Maybe I keep doing Ranger. I specifically enjoyed the skill shots about Wind Ranger. I feel like you could look at like a failure, like a non-factor, or you could look like the best hero in the team fight. If I think of like performances on Wind Ranger in the Stockholm Major, I think our first stage game, if I remember, was against Thunder Awaken. They were very strong.
See if they can turn for more. Uragi, he's in straight away on top of Panda as the Pugner has to run. Shackle,
Pakazi's tackled.
The Gale Force as well, blowing back Pakaz over towards Uragi. He'll get the stun in. Rift as well, dragging him back there in onto the void. Whooping forward, tackle again, Step, locking them down. Thunder Awaken, everybody's dead.
This was the first stage game, so I was like, finally. And I played Wind Ranger, and I felt like I played really, really well this series. Had a lot of impact. And then it got me going. So I remember that series in particular close to my heart. Yeah.
Okay, my signature here would easily be Invoker. What I really like about Invoker is just basically the entire skill set, the entire concept that you mix your own spells and that he just basically has more spells than other heroes. It seemed super, super cool, and it seemed really, really complex. So basically in the beginning, he has a big advantage. Oh, he has 10 spells.
Got him. This is huge. This is everything. Second round disarm. Tries to keep him alive, but not gonna happen. Did not have his BKB out and ready, and losing those two OEG.
And I've always played like spellcasters in video games, so everything came together.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
I need warriors. Take everything, leave them with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself Tsunami means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunami.
Paradise through dirt and all.
Now Gaming Gladiators, the last remaining two of them, Duracho and Topo completely outnumbered. Zai again able to line up a fantastic two-man stun as they take the ages out of Duracho. Duracho is able to blink out. Topo will get focused out by Mickey and Insania. He's up on the cliff. They know where he's at. GG is called as Liquid, they'll take to 76.
Actually going for Duracho, but it's so hard to put physical damage on him. Get to the other side, pop the Manta, still not enough. The hook shot, oh no!
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Welcome back one and all here to the Riyadh Masters as we continue the first day of the playoffs. It is indeed Super Tuesday and we've now reached the halfway mark, which means we need some more best of 3 action. The next matchup is truly going to be a blockbuster experience as we have Team Spirit taking on the side of Team Aster. The teams are arriving, they're about to get themselves set up. So that means we have to set up the action we're going to be witnessing here today. My name is Sneh, I'm joined on panel by BSJ, Fear and Lacoste. BSJ, the last time that these two teams met was in 2022 in the upper bracket at Arlington. Well, they met this year before, right? But in a playoff situation like this, It was Team Spirit that came away with the W that time. But what's interesting to me is that neither of these teams have gotten an upper bracket win in 2023. So it's pretty high stakes for this one and a lot of cash on the line.
I'd say both these teams are kind of coming into form finally. Whether it's Aster adding Sumail and now Kaka over Baboka, or it's Laurel settling into his new roster. I feel like both these teams are slowly but surely establishing an identity and learning to basically say what works for us moving on with the roster that we have.
Speaking of Laurel, actually, Fear, a lot of people have given this guy, to be fair, a lot of slack, right? Taking him a little bit of time to come into his own. But at this tournament, especially on his signature heroes, I think the arguments are starting to recede a little bit as to whether or not he deserves a spot on this team.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think right now when you get to big tournaments like the Riyadh Masters, like some players just turn up. Whether the other teams are a bit more nervous and he plays on a steady rate, sometimes you just like pop off on these big stage tournaments. And Laurel, he's been doing a lot better. And I was one of those people like, Laurel, live or die by this guy. Either he has a good game, Spirit wins. He has a bad game, Spirit loses. Still somewhat the case, but he's not having many of those bad games anymore.
Yep, he's really having a lot of good performances. One of the changes that we've also seen being made by Team Aster, BSJ already mentioned the inclusion of Sumail, but Kaka, the inclusion of Kaka, any Chinese fan knows you get this guy into the team, it immediately upgrades you. But Lacoste, right? Let me just tell you how much high variance Kaka can give you. In his professional career, Kaka has only come top 8 4 times. It's either he's bottom 6, right? 14 times bottom 6, or he gives you top 6 almost guaranteed. This guy really is a game changer.
Yeah, most definitely. But I think this is a true test because I checked some of the stats, and Team Aster, they did not win a single best of 3 in their last 12 series, which is pretty nuts to think about. So this one, you know, on paper should belong to Team Spirit, but yeah, a lot on the lines, like a lot on the shoulders of Kaka to actually carry the team. Sumail did talk about Kaka in an interview in one of those games at the main stage, because he's like, how does this communication now work? They're so vocal, especially since Kaka joined. There's like non-stop talking, and I don't know if that's too good, because, you know, some players do need to have a bit of a peace of mind while they're playing Dota. Doesn't need to be too chaotic, but seems like everybody is talking a lot, which could also be a really good thing.
I mean, though, speaking of communication, that's one of the positive aspects of Team Spirit, right? You have players like Mipushko, who's been renowned and known for just being able to communicate very clearly. You have a carry player like Yotoro as well, who has an outsized voice in this team. He hasn't been playing as diverse a hero pool as we normally are accustomed to him doing, but he's been very good on the heroes that he has been playing here, BSJ. He is second most in loss hits in the entire tournament at this point, 4th highest loss hits per minute. In terms of a carry performance, a carry player, what have you thought about him in this tournament so far?
I just want to say, you know how to sweet talk me with all those beautiful carry stats, but I always like watching Yotaro. He just has his own view of the game. Let's just say it that. We've talked about, I remember Faith Beyond mentioning on panel, like, this guy and the rest of Team Spirit, they're tryhards in the sense that, like, when they're losing, they always have an idea in mind of exactly how they're going to win. And I think a lot of, like, the win condition and exactly closing out either a lead or coming back from behind falls in the hands of the carry player, whether it's his item timings, whether it's the objectives he wants to take. And Yotaro is definitely an instrumental part of that for this team.
Well, Team Spirit have been utilizing Yotaro to very good effect to get themselves into the upper bracket of the Riyadh Masters. Let's find out more directly from Team Spirit themselves, how they feel about their journey into the playoffs.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here again. I don't know if this is airing before or after the other interview, but I'm here with Silent, coach of Team Spirit, of course. They just said that they would do a gentleman's ban on Timbersaw. Would you take that ban? Do you believe that they wouldn't pick it?
We might play it. We already played it before in group stage, I saw, and its success was beyond owning, like beyond godlike, something like this. So maybe we're lying.
Okay, revealing some potential strategies. Maybe we don't want to put this one on the air, but is there any cheese picks that came out in this tournament that you were surprised by?
Cheese picks. I think every pick of 9 pandas is cheese pick, and you get surprised, but mostly because of flex, because you really don't know which hero gonna choose what role.
Yeah. So you don't like playing against the flex picks. All right, final question. For your cheese picks, is there anything that you could pull out in this series that maybe you won't, but something that would really surprise the audience that's cheesy?
If you're gonna pick what hero, what would surprise enemy? Or maybe Brood. I think we don't expect Broodmother from us, but I not think we're gonna pick it, but small chance it might happen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, some collapse Broodmother, or maybe not collapse.
Who knows?
Who knows? Anyway, thank you for the interview. Good luck, my friend. And back to you, Shiver. Or Snare, I don't know, somebody.
Thank you, Jenkins. That is, of course, Silent, coach of Team Spirit, TI winning coach of Team Spirit. And Broodmother is one of these heroes that they do not pick, unlike any other team at this tournament. They've only played it once and they lost that game, so unlikely we see Team Spirit busted out. And Fear, you know, Silent used to be a carry player himself, and BSJ was mentioning, I was sweet-talking him about carry stats. You know which carry has impressed me the most at this tournament? It has to be Monet, right? Because check this out, hear me out. Okay. Second highest kills, second highest KDA, second fewest deaths, fourth highest tower damage per minute, right? Fifth highest in the XPM department, fourth highest courier kills, and the longest duration of a kill streak in the entire tournament. What the hell is going on? This guy just seems unstoppable right now.
Well, second place is the first loser, as they say, but he doesn't have any first place stats there. But no, that's very impressive all across the board there to have those type of stats. Monet's always been incredibly stable. He does usually like farming a lot and playing those hard carries, but it sounds like he's getting a lot more active to maybe compensate for Sumail sometimes being not the most active mid laner. And it kind of shows like how this team is playing right now, especially with the addition of Kaka. This guy loves to go and find kills. Everything for Team Aster right now is really coming together, and it makes every individual performance just look better.
Because you've been watching Kaka and Team Aster in general for a long time, this is definitely the strongest iteration we've seen of them since TI, basically, right?
Yeah, pretty much, because they did struggle, especially at the start of the DPC season. XWI seems like things were not clicking, and with the addition of Sumail, it's been, they've been looking, that they've been looking for a really good mid laner, and seems like things really clicked with Sumail because they know how to play around him. They know how to utilize Sumail because they're using his advantages, some of his strengths to great advantage. And I think the unsung hero of this whole squad is Pichu. He's been on point. He's so stable at the laning. They're also one of the better teams overall at Riyadh Masters at the dewarding and also placing down just vision game. You know that it's going to be hard. Same goes for Team Spirit because both of these teams are really up there when it comes down to dewarding and keeping their wards on the map.
I mean, Pichu is actually first in the entire tournament in terms of dewarding stats here at BSJ. Talk to us. You're a carry player, right? How much easier does it make it when your support is that good at denying the enemy vision and ensuring that you can see every tail on the map?
While I may not be as excited about that particular stat, the vision game's huge. Whether or not I'm on the map and I'm feeling safe to farm a next camp, a lot of times Dota's a lot about process of elimination. If you do see them, that tells you where else you can be, especially on the map right now. In the old map, if you didn't see anybody, you could basically assume they're either here or here. But now there's so many different spots that they could be that not seeing them for X amount of time basically means you're getting almost guaranteed to be ganked, which means you have to stop farming. And as a carry player, telling me not to go for that last jungle camp, don't even try.
Well, we're going to be seeing whether or not they'll have the fortitude and the presence of mind to avoid the very dangerous camp. You know that one last hit that gets you killed? Monet never does that. Of course, to find out more about how Team Aster feel about this upcoming matchup, we have Jenkins on the sidelines to give us the lowdown.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this interview with Mad, the coach of Team Aster. Also, We'll Wreck While Whistling alumni. NA Dota fans will get that. First question. Of course, how are you guys feeling about this upcoming match?
I feel so excited and I really enjoy this vibe.
Okay, and we did this interview before, so I'm going to ask you again. Are there any surprise picks when it comes to the offlane meepos and stuff like that you've seen in this tournament so far?
I can't come up with that much. I think offlane meepo is not scary. Everyone picks offlane meepo against us, it's a auto lose. So yeah, no cheese picks.
What do you think is better right now? First pick or second pick?
I mean, second pick. I feel like second pick is better because it's always easy to draft. First pick, you need to show to me, first pick is you need to attack. You need to pressure them with your first two picks. Then it's easier.
If you did a gentleman's ban with Team Spirit, you're just okay, no Timbersaw. Number one, what hero would it be? And number two, would you believe them that they wouldn't pick it?
Could I say it right now?
That's probably good not to say it, actually. But would you believe them if they did it? If they said they were going to gentleman's ban Timbersaw or something like that, would you believe that they banned it?
Maybe, but they started to play Timbersaw recently. They used to not play as heroes, so I don't know.
Okay, great answer to a very specific question. I'm sorry about that. Great to talk to you. Free match. Good luck, my friend. And back to you on the panel, Shiver.
Thank you very much, Jenkins and Mad. I feel like the rise of Team Aster in these last couple of months has also coincided with the rise of Mad as a coach, right? Everybody knows Team Aster being coached by Lanem, then being coached by ROTK. Both of them, as they were shoved to the wayside, the team made a unanimous decision. Don't bring in another ex-pro, don't bring in another big guy. Mad is the way to go forward.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea whatsoever, having someone to do more analytical work for them, because they probably have a lot of voices on the team, but having someone that can dive into the replays and do all the stuff that, let's be honest, a lot of players don't want to do, having someone to do that for you is really beneficial.
Yeah, probably helps a lot of course that he also does the translation for Sumail as well, you know, ensuring that there's no language barrier between himself and the rest of the team. Right now, as we are about to get into the game, Team Aster and Team Spirit, both of them looking for their first upper bracket win in 2023. Let's find out which one of them what it takes to get that W as we bring the teams onto the stage.
There's been a lot of hours of Dota played today, but we're only at the halfway point as we're continuing playoffs of the upper bracket here at Riyadh Masters.
المتعة وصلت إلى حدها أعزائي المشاهدين. الآن راح نبدأ الجيم الثالث في البلاي أوفز بس 3 نكمل فيها مصيرة كل الفرق اللي موجودة معنا. زي الحين زي ما تشوفون النتائج ما حد يقدر يتوقعها بعد ما تيم ليكود فاز على جيم Gladiators.
And for here, we got Eastern Europe going up against China right now. And these two teams actually have a little bit of history on the main stage because it was Aster that eliminated Team Spirit out of the Berlin Major back in May.
اللي ما يتذكر على طول نذكركم على السريع في البرلين ميجر تواجهوا أستر وسبيريت ضد بعض. سبيريت هو اللي فاز عليهم وقدروا لا أستر هو اللي فاز عليهم، لكن الشيء الحلو في الموضوع إنه كل مرة يتواجهون فيها دائما تكون 50-50 أو دائما تكون السيريز متعادلة. حتى يوم تواجهوا مع بعض في البالي ميجر برضه كانت 1-1، ما حد كان يدري مين بيكون الفائز، لكن المرة هذه بيكون عندنا فرصة أن نشهدهم في best of 3 معنا في البلاي أوفز.
There's also a contrast in the amount of representation that both these regions have in the upper bracket. Eastern Europe has got 3 teams. We're bringing 1 out now, but 2 are going to show up a little bit later. And China, they only have Aster in the upper bracket for right now.
بالضبط زي ما تشوفون الجيم هذا مو بس في تاريخ كثير، مو بس في اشياء كثيره اون ستيك، يعني حتى خسارتهم معناته بينزلون لور براكت، واللور براكت حاليا جدا جدا صعب التعامل معاه. فكل حالتين فريق الصين اللي يعتبر الافضل حاليا، كلنا عارفين اللاعبين اللي معاهم، وايضا بيكون عندنا الفريق الثاني اللي يعتبر من الافضل الفرق في شرق اوروبا. المباراه بتكون جدا حماسيه.
So if you're a fan of Eastern European Dota, next few hours are going to be very, very entertaining for you. So let's get it started. Team Spirit! Spirit has quietly been doing work in this tournament. I hear all this middle of the pack, this average performance, that. They scooped up a 2nd place finish in their group without anyone even noticing, it seems.
ما حد لاحظ ايش الاداء اللي قدمه تيم سبيريت معنا في البطوله الا يوم وصلنا في نهايه الجروب ستيج. في البدايه كانوا دائما في منتصف النتائج، لكن في النهايه قدروا انهم يكونون من اوائل التيم اللي يتاهلون في جروبهم. تيم سبيريت جاي عشان يفوز البطوله، لكن خصمه زي ما قلنا خصم ابدا مو بسهل. كلنا نعرف مين اللاعبين اللي موجودين معهم، خصوصا 2 منهم يعتبرون من افضل اللاعبين المتواجدين في انحاء العالم. خلونا نرحب فيهم. تيم أستر. الفريق الوحيد اللي من الصين متواجد الآن في الأبر براكت الأفضل في مكانهم حاليا. من مجرد ما احنا شفنا سميل يدخل مع الروستر أدائهم تغير بشكل جذري، حتى كاكا بعد تواجده في مبارياتهم الأخيرة في المياجر الأخيرة اللي شاركوا فيها أدائهم صار جدا 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 عظيم. لكن دائما يتكلمون عن مشاكل الكوميونيكيشن اللي موجودة عندهم، لكن حلوها وشفنا وش اللي ممكن يقدمونه من ناحية الأداء.
Now I say it's Chinese representation in this upper bracket. There's a little bit of North America there as well. Although now it's kind of tough to say. Sumail has been very, very quickly adopted by these Chinese fans. Seems like they're one of his own.
Exactly. So زي ما انتم عارفين يوم كنا نسوي مقابلة مع سميل في المسرح كان قاعد يقول انه وصلنا لمرحلة انه الكل جالس يتكلم ونص الكلام انا ما افهمه اصلا لانه عندنا مشاكل بالكوميونيكيشن، بس لسبب من الاسباب احنا دائما على نفس الصفحة وحنا دائما نقدر اننا نتفاهم بافضل صورة ممكنة.
Wow, they're very eager, Fancy.
They just went for the
They just went for it. All right, well, our services are no longer needed, it seems. So let's go back to the panel for game number 1.
على طول نروح لسيد التحليل أعزائنا المشاهدين. اللاعبين متحمسين مرة راحة ولا انتظرونا نقول لهم تفضلوا، فخلونا نشوف وش ممكن يصير في هذا الجيم.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and Fancy. And indeed, we are about to get into this incredible matchup here. And Lacoste, earlier on, you were speaking about the importance of warding, how good Pick is at it, but Miposhka also really, really good at it. So are there any heroes that stand out to you that might be able to assist both teams in ensuring they have the maximal vision on the map?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team Spirit, they have been using some of these vision heroes from the offlane. You'll have Beastmaster, you'll have maybe like a Lycan as well. We've seen, like, I think there's been a good round of Snapfire plus Lycan or Snapfire Visage, like all of these heroes. Snapfire, one of the most contested heroes throughout the tournament because you can TP, like one of the few heroes that does get early boots of travel after getting Road of Athos, and then you have like global presence. You can TP to a wolf, TP to a bird, any kind of a summon. So that's going to be another option for Team Spirit to look into.
Yep, that feels like that's going to be definitely the hero of this particular matchup. Both Law as well as Sumail have done incredible things on Snapfire here, and I'm anticipating that that has to be banned, right? If you don't have first pick, you surely have to ban Snapfire here.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I think this is going to be a series where it needs to go. Because like if you look at Aster, they have 3 favorite hero pools, pairs, sorry. One of them is Faceless Void with a Snapfire, Tidehunter with a Snapfire, Clockwork with a Snapfire, almost all those close to 100% win rate. So you don't want to give Aster specifically this hero, but this hero's just been a menace for the entire tournament. Just goes mid lane, owns in the early game, wins its lane, scales through the mid game, then come late game, all of a sudden you're a right-click carry. There's nothing to not like about this hero right now.
Yep, another hero that we know that is not only close to 100% BSJ, it actually is 100% for Team Aster, the Kaka Lion, a genuine classic, 7-0 at this tournament right now.
Yeah, I love Lion as a concept. Not as a carry player, but when I watch it, like it just offers so much to the draft and just makes it so that you have a lot more versatility with what you can do with your offlaner. Your offlaner can be a utility guy, can be a team fight guy, can be a summons guy. It just doesn't really matter in regards to, you can focus more on your lane matchup and more about like what items your team may need.
Well, we're going to be finding out exactly the priority Lion has in this game as we are getting into it. Team Aster versus Team Spirit, game 1. Of course, Io removed by Team Spirit. They have Radiant first pick. They take out the Io and the Storm Spirit. Sumail is not going to play that hero. And Team Aster removing the Timbersaw. So now the decision comes here, Lacoste. Snapfire, do you ban this out? Do you decide to leave it in? Do we maybe leave in the Clockwork, which has been very good for Team Spirit? Okay, thank God. No Snap.
I think that's what needed to be done, because Snapfire, like even in some of these matchups that she was supposed to lose on paper, the hero tends to do well, especially with the right hands. I was watching Nisha multiple times play the hero, and it's just insanely good, like what you can do with it. So now Team Spirit, they have a couple of options left. Most of the time they've been opening up with Larl's hero in the first phase. He does not get priority when it comes down to just like that. That's one of the options, because most of the time it's Collapse last pick, and sometimes it is Miposhka. So one of the few teams that also leave the last pick open for their position 5.
That is a very, very bold play, especially because you're going against the king of the mid lane, Sumail. He is not afraid to punish you in any way, shape, or form if you pick a first pick Ember Spirit. And the carry Ember has not really been very popular in this patch, a little too weak in the laning, seemed not very survivable. So I do expect Sumail to be looking at this and being like, all right, the world is my oyster. I can pick whatever I want to punish this right now. Maybe they'll save it for next pick if they want to go down the Huskar route, but maybe he'll bring out his Shadow Fiend or something like this that can really punish an Ember in the laning stage.
Yeah, there's so many heroes left in the pool that can punish this hero. Like the position 4 that I'm mostly looking into is Skywrath Mage. I feel like you are forcing, especially if Ember Spirit, like if you pick something that is good in the lane against him, and then you also pick Skywrath Mage, so you're like kind of forcing him. Never mind, it's just gonna be Lion. Like we're theory crafting, but in the end, you know, we tried.
Yes, yeah, you've always been a fan, and I think you feel strongly about them picking Sumail's hero in the first phase whenever possible. So if you're in their shoes right now, what hero would you be picking for him to counter the lane and to function well with the Lion?
I mean, to be honest, I would leave the Ember B for now in this one particular case, because a second pick, you still have 2 picks later on in the draft to counter lanes. So if you want to pick your off-lane duo, I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't think Team Spirit has any flex potential with this Ember Spirit, so you're going to see it for the rest of the draft. There's no new information that's going to be coming out. And there's also, if you're going to pick a hero that purely lane counters Ember, you also want it to have a good game. And since you have so many options, as the rest of our panel was talking about here, why force it now? So I like that they went for the Broodmother.
So this would be a perfect time here, I feel, for an Undying, even though they haven't necessarily played it all that often. They haven't played it at all in this tournament, actually, for the side of Team Spirit. But we've also seen that hero just do amazing wonders, and it kind of feels like they do need some kind of save to ensure that LoL doesn't die in these team fights.
They could do that, but one of the heroes that is a save that they prioritize a bit more is the Silencer. That's something that Naposhka really likes to go for. And if you're playing Lion, you know, you blink in, you Hex, pop the global, you're not going to get that perfect chain stun. Maybe it could help him get out. It's not going to help you a lot in the laning stage against the Broodmother, so they have a difficult choice to make. Do we want a hero that is best for us, or do we want to pick something to maybe scare away this Broodmother? There's also Disruptor, I do like a lot against Broodmother. Was popular for some time. Being able to see him through the trees, glimpse him back, and get kills.
Yeah, just any vision hero, I'm down for it. Or like Spirit Breaker, Clockwork, what you just mentioned. I like Clockwork a lot because of Lion as well. If you manage, because this is Kaka, it's all about blink stun pretty much. That's going to be his first item on Lion, so if you can stop him from doing that, I think you're in a really good spot. But when it comes down to lanes, Lion plus Broodmother, this is a strong lane. Broodmother needs some kind of a setup, something that can stop the aggression from going on to her, especially at the early level, so I don't mind it too much. That's an interesting one. There was a game when they played against another Chinese team, Extreme Gaming, and it was last pick Ancient Apparition. It was also against the Broodmother, against Doom and Lycan, some of these heroes who have like a lot of built-in region, but most specifically Broodmother. Her insatiable hunger is very difficult to deal with.
I believe they're the only team that have played AA, and they're 1-1 with it at this tournament so far. Now that it's out here, I guess we have to ban Faceless Void for Aster?
Absolutely. You have to ban the stunning carries. So you look at Faceless Void, you're looking at Sven that they've picked twice, you're looking at potentially something like Wraith King or CK, but these are mostly like maybe not good enough heroes to ban, but they're on your radar because that's what you want to pick with AA. As a support who's off meta, he's not going to win the lane for you. You have to enable him to have some sort of impact in the lane. That's why this hero is traditionally not picked very much right now. A lot of the Undyings of the sort are there to secure your lane for you. Naga would have been a good example as well. I like the Lion pick because it also dissuades all these illusion carries that are good against Brood, and a lot of these carries do get picked on 8, and that's probably why, now that we look at it, that they chose Lion over something else like a Sky.
Yeah, for sure, and it's going to be very interesting because the illusion carries are going to be pretty good for, not for Spirit, but yeah, for Aster as well, because AA doesn't like playing with those. There's a lot of carries that can bully, and traditionally I would say as well, Brood bullies AA for the most part. There is that one specific interaction though where if you get the Ice Blast on top of them, Insatiable Hunger will no longer lifesteal. Is that a good enough reason to pick AA against Brood? Really hard to say. As BSJ was mentioning, a lot of heroes like Undying, for example, they give you the ability to play any carry you want to. But AA does the opposite. It shrinks the amount of heroes that you can play, and that's normally not a good feeling as a carry player.
I don't mind it too much. I think it's a very bold opening from Team Spirit. Like usually you're not gonna see like Nether Ember. Specific teams do play it, but Ancient Apparition, he's just not out there for a good reason.
10 seconds remaining.
But we've also seen Broodmothers being like the real carriers ever since she became Universal Hero, especially like the way some of these like G.Gladiators, the way they play Ace, he is the true carry of the team, and sometimes he plays Broodmother. We've seen it earlier today, so not too surprised that they try to find an option how to punish Broodmother.
I like these bans from Team Spirit. It's interesting. You're protecting a Ancient Apparition, clearly. Usually it's a core in that slot, but Medusa doesn't lose HP until she's literally dead already, so AA has no impact there. Terrorblade Sunder, one of the few abilities in Dota that's considered health swap, not heal, so you can gain health through it. And I'm curious what they go for Void themselves.
Time Walk ban, okay, that makes sense, right?
Time Walk doesn't technically work on AA, but it's really hard to hit Void with it.
Yeah, just like keep avoiding him.
Yeah, exactly. Any mobile jump around guys are usually pretty good against AA.
Does that mean that Aster's gonna be trying to angle towards some Slark or something maybe?
Slark specifically is tough because he doesn't burst supports like heroes like Void do, because you know if Void jumps you, you're getting chronoed and dead. As Slark, you're pushing your ulti and the AA can actually hit you with everything, so it's not nearly as good as the others. Also, Slark relies on his ulti to heal. So in this, Lycan?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lycan's good. I'd be liking that.
We can just bring out some, good one. We can bring out some, just the universal party. Bring out a bunch of Mantas and hasted heroes. AA really hates playing against that. He has no mobility. You just throw some summons, some Mantas on him. He's going to be forced to throw his ult somewhere. He can't really defend himself from that. And it's the reason why this hero isn't picked very much. I am super interested to see what direction they're going with this AA, because it's such an off-meta pick. Especially in the first phase.
If they pick Lycan here, they'd open themselves up to the Sven, so I imagine they would wait till...
Yeah, take your time.
You'll need some kind of a setup, I think, for this Ancient Apparition. Like, in the lane and for the game, Searing Chains is okay. It's not the best one, considering you're playing into Broodmother. She builds into Manta style as well, so... Some kind of a stunner, some kind of a low cooldown initiator. I'm just having Axe in my mind because, you know, it's a collapse Axe, great against the Broodmother, Blade Mail buyer, but they can also go for a different route. I think any Zoo heroes here are good, especially against Lion Rubik. You pretty similar to what Fear was talking about the Ancient Apparition, where you don't have a way of defending yourself. Sure, there's a stun, lift, but are these the targets you want to go for?
Yeah, you could even do like a Beastmaster Sven type lineup. I would like that a lot right now too. Just, I only saying Sven because it works so well with AA, and Team Spirit has picked it twice.
And it's Yatoro, so.
Yeah.
He's played Monkey King as well, and we saw Liquid play it in the previous series. That hero
Monkey King would be fine. Has
stun. Has a stun, good versus Brood. I could see the appeal for that. Choice is theirs, really.
Let's see what they go for here. Team Aster, we've been seeing more and more of these 5-position Rubik throughout the tournament, not necessarily being prioritized as a 4, so makes sense. Also, it secures their lane. No matter what they do, right, they're going to have strong lanes on the side of Team Aster. That's always good to see.
Is there clockwork in the game?
There still is, yeah.
That could be, so they're just going to be Viator overall last pick, even though he most likely sees his name. We can flex the Brood, let's not forget about that, but when I see Aster, I really do not see Monet playing that hero too much, but it is a possibility.
I think they're going to take Yatoro's hero here, to be honest.
Think so?
Yeah, I think, like, I said Beastmaster Sven because even if you're going to pick a hero like Sven, he's not going to see his carry-to-carry matchup. You want to buff him up. Otherwise, he's just not going to carry you. That's why I suggested the Beastmaster. But okay, I'll put my foot in my mouth real quick as they go for the Coddle. That's basically enabling the Beast, I would say, because that's going to chakra him in lane, and then you can chakra the Ember later. You're going to stack all the camps. I think that's got to be on Aster's radar. They don't really have good supports for invading. They don't have an Undying. They don't have an Enchantress. Some hero that just walks into your triangle, scouts it out, maybe plops down a Sentry or soaks the XP. So I think they should have a pretty reliable game plan unless Aster goes for a carry that can shut that down.
Okay,
is that one of them?
Yeah, not revealing anything yet. You know,
Yeah, that hero doesn't really care about Ancient Apparition, right? The traps are super annoying to play against. If you do get found as A, you die in a couple hits. The only concern I have right now for Team Spirit right now is you have these two supports who are really enabled by your cores. And you're picking two cores that don't see their lane matchup. So they might potentially have a bad laning stage, and if you have two supports that need to be enabled by cores and those two cores aren't having good lane, you're not setting yourself up for success in that regard here. So we'll have to see how they can pull these lanes off. Of course, Beastmaster, Coddle, very hard to lose that lane as you just like continuously spam over and over again. Bit worried for not only the AA +1 lane, but the Ember mid.
Would you prefer to see the TA mid or off lane? Or sorry, safe lane?
Both are fine, I think. But I'm probably mid. I think giving Sumel TA mid against Ember, super comfort. He's probably going to win that matchup with early points and Meld Strike. But I don't think it would be too bad as well against the Coddle, because you can kind of deal with the Axe spam with Refraction.
Because there's Templar Assassin in the game, you can still go for something greedier, I would say, because she does provide you with tower damage building into Deso, so I'm down for some Wind Ranger, you know, against Ancient Apparition, Coddle. They're already going to struggle against Templar Assassin, against Broodmother. These, like, because they don't have any kind of ways of escaping. Sure, you can build into items, but there's Blinding Light. But all I see is these two heroes getting two-shotted by Templar Assassin right now.
I also see them having very big difficulties dealing with Refraction at this moment in time, so I want to see something more from Team Spirit in that regard. What intrigues me greatly as well is that this is the first game that Team Aster have deployed the Templar Assassin in, so clearly they've been looking at the other games, preparing some strats, and have something ready for Team Spirit here.
Is this just straight disrespect if they don't ban Sven? Like, not necessarily the Yatoro, just the hero as a whole. Because I also think these bans are protecting Sven. I hate playing Sven into Puck. I also hate playing it into Bloodseeker. So
I will say, though, as a Sven player, TA is one of my most hated matchups to play into.
Even with the Warcry?
But it's like a debate. Like, it's not about the Warcry, it's not about the minus armor, it's about the refraction. And eventually, at some point in this game, you have so many refraction charges that Sven can never get through them.
Okay.
And then you have to buy like some Manta on Sven, which just feels terrible. So,
that sounds
like,
hype.
Yeah, this is like a matchup where the later it goes, it just gets on. How do you get through like 13 refractions as a Sven? You just don't.
Okay, so which heroes do stand out to you that can get through it? Because they still are lacking that particular tech right now.
5 seconds.
Slar Control.
Slarks looks really good.
Yeah, they just banned those, that's why I was...
Control looked fine. I mean, CK is kind of a dead hero, but that could work here. It's pretty good for most heroes, as Lion can't really destroy those illusions specifically.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
baby. I believe this is the first one that we've seen in the tournament. I think it's been banned once, but I don't think we've seen a Bristleback pick just yet. This feels good. I love to see it. New hero coming in from Team Spirit, obviously going to be the Yatoro hero. Does it inspire confidence in you, Lacoste, when you see this hero come out on the 23?
I was talking to Fear like yesterday or a day ago that this hero, you know, if it's a good game for it, I could see it happening. Like, what are these heroes going to do to Bristleback? Like, he's going to hit the big timing, and look at the... Like, you have one of the better heroes in the game to stack with, especially the triangle, and Bristle is going to clear that. So,
yeah.
In terms of, like, timing that they're going to go for... Oh, hello, Fear.
Hello.
And,
nice to see you.
yeah, so... Helm of the Overlord plus Bristleback, 1-2 item on Ember Spirit. This seems like a really strong lineup, and now they need to figure out like what counters Bristle. Viper has not been picked a single time throughout this tournament. If they want to shift things around, is OD an option?
Yeah, it definitely is, but I was thinking might be crazy. All right, never mind. I was going to say Legion, but Clinks.
Is that a mid or an off? Okay, it's a safe lane Clinks.
Safe lane, yeah.
Against the Beastmaster, makes sense. They're not really worrying about the Bristleback too much, and they probably shouldn't, right? This hero isn't very popular for many, many reasons. One of them being just the fact that he doesn't really outscale most heroes. Kind of feels like he's on a timer in a lot of cases, and when you're playing versus a tri-core lineup, I would definitely agree with that. But they don't have a reliable way to like turn the Bristleback around and face them to you, so you have that going for you, but you potentially do have 2 Silver Edge carriers in the Broodmother and the TA.
Yeah, I was never a big fan when like 2 of your cores, 1 and 2, are dealing physical damage, and now you have 3 of them. This is Broodmother, so it's very easy to itemize in this game. I think going for items like early items like Solar Crest on your supports, Pavis as well. Maybe you get some kind of a Crimson Guard as well, AC later on. So it feels very easy to itemize against the physical damage. I don't know. I'm feeling this Bristleback. I think I'm gonna go with him.
BSG, I spam this Bristleback hero quite a lot, and I look at this draft, and what I see that there's no one to really help me outside of Primal Roll to lock heroes down long enough that I can kill them. I see 3 fairly mobile cores on the enemy side of the map. How do they deal with this? What does Team Spirit need to do to enable Yatoro to play this game well?
They need to basically snowball the first Roshan to the second Roshan to just walking down a lane. Because right now, I don't see much recovery potential from this lineup at all on the side of Team Spirit, and I think what the point of the Clinks pick is to assassinate your supports in the back. They didn't really have a way to reliably jump them. TA didn't want to do that. She just wants to be hitting the Bristle. Brood wants to come in from the front as well. So I think the overall game plan for Aster seems more straightforward, and I like it. But if Team Spirit gets off to a slightly early lead, that those objectives will fall, and they will fall fast.
Make a call, Spirit?
Oh, I'm still going for Aster.
All right, Aster, Fia, your final read on the game before we get into it?
I'm definitely looking at their lineups as well and being like, they can't really punish Summel in this game. The Broodmother is going to be a problem. Yatoro is going to have to stay there most of the time. The supports don't really rotate too well, and I think if you have a bad game on Laurel here, things are going to get pretty weird. They're going to delay the game, and it's going to be very hard for Team Spirit to win this game past the 30-plus minute mark, I think, if the game is even.
Well, when they asked us to pick heroes that they wanted to create for us in terms of the talent announcement, I picked Bristleback, but I don't believe in this hero anymore. So I think Team Aster probably have an easier road of it. However, Team Spirit have knocked them out of the upper bracket before. So let's find out if they will be able to do so again. As we send it to our casters, we have Sunsfan, we have Kezu, we've got some Dota 2. Bring us the hype, gentlemen.
Oh my goodness, we got some juicy heroes today. Sunsfan here with Kezu. We have a Bristle, we have an AA, we have a Clinksy. What do you think about all this?
We've got a lot of different stuff. We also have an AA who we don't see too often.
I did say AA. Thank you for listening, Cinder.
Didn't hear that. Yeah, I'm just cosplaying our little replacement here. As I'm a fan of AA. I feel like also into Brood, you make it harder for Brood to be a carry. So Aster gonna play it offlane with a Klings carry into the Beastmaster, which traditionally has been very good. You can eat the boar, but it's a Beast Coddle lane. I feel like they can spam you, and that should be pretty annoying.
That's right. And then when you get to the mid game, you have Chakra with the Quill Sprays. Like, there's a lot of synergy here. The AA kind of random, I won't lie, but we'll see how it works out for Spirit. They always pick some interesting stuff.
What did he stun there with Lion?
It's a good question. Just making sure that works.
Miposhka tips him, doesn't he? Like, kind of give away, we saw that you did it.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's the play.
Maybe.
Truly.
They dewarded the wrong side, though. Easy game from Miposhka.
Truly genius. As we're going to get started here in this upper bracket best of 3 matchup. And coming into this, did you have a favorite? Like before the drafts? Like, are either of these teams, like they had similar records, but they had, like the groups were very different.
Yeah. So far in this tournament, Spirit have been the China Slayers. They won 2-0 versus LGD, 2-0 versus Extreme, but is Aster really a full Chinese team? I don't think they are. They've got the man, the myth, the legend, Sumail in mid, as Laurel's getting himself a little free D ward. Easy gold, easy XP.
Yep, that's pretty big. Of course, Sumail will eventually get the other one, I'm sure, but this matchup here, Laurel versus Sumail, I think Laurel has gotten a lot of flack, I want to say, throughout the last few months. Maybe not playing to the potential that people think he could. Playing against one of the best mids of all time, of course. Like, what does this matchup look like, the Ember versus TA? Because you do have the refraction breaking.
Yeah, it's a very skill-heavy matchup, but it is TA favored. As Lara so far is doing a pretty good job. He had some good trades. Of course, he hit level 2 before with the Observer Ward that he got to kill. He can look to dodge some of the hits, which we did just see. So overall, I think Lara is off to a good start. As most Dota teams right now, you try to play through your mid hero, and with Ember, Coddle, AA supports. If you can help Laurel have a good game and then transition into the mid game, Spirit, they might just have a very good early game.
Okay, and I agree with, I believe it was Lacoste talking about the fact that Aster, their 3 cores are kind of right-clicky in nature. Do you think that this is potentially a game that we see XXS go for an Aura Broodmother, which we haven't really seen recently?
I don't know, Auras aren't like particularly that good, I think, against Bristleback. Like, he doesn't care too much. I mean, maybe, I guess you can go Pipe and you're good against everything else, as Miposhka.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble because he's playing Ancient Apparition. Kaka gets the first blood on his patented Lion. So Aster already off to a good start. Okay, talk to me about Bristle. We're going to probably talk about this for 10 minutes. Okay. Brace yourselves. Why is this hero considered not good, aka this is being the first pick in the tournament?
I do think that Bristle has a lot of like counterplay. Like, he can get kited if you have lockdowns where you make him face you, and I think there's a lot of item counters as well with like overall minus armor, which honestly Aster do have. I think Klings can be annoying. You have TA, of course, with the meld, with the Deso. I think you just like to have a lot better carries, as the Lambs just taking a bit of a beating. Like most other carries, I think they just have better matchups. They farm faster in the jungle as well, and Bristle's just it's a very timing-heavy carry, so you need to execute.
I assume it's going to be the Aghanim Scepter type build, and I feel like that's the last time I saw Bristle being played a decent amount, as that was essentially the power spike for him.
I mean, there could be something like you go Vanguard into SNY AC, or maybe he wants like a Halberd against these couple range heroes. I haven't seen too much Bristle lately. I think the Ags are still very good, but overall what they're going to have to look through is to play fast with your cores. You have Beastmaster who's going to buff him up as well. You get all the stacks on your Toro, and he can kind of go rampant because Aster lineup, they do have some overlap with the cores, right? 3 single target physical cores, so if you can get, I don't know, Crimson Guard, Bucklers, and all that stuff going on. As right now, I'm just looking at Laurel. This guy is doing very well in the mid lane.
Yeah, he's got a 7 CS advantage already. I mean, that ward actually did make quite a bit of difference. Definitely cannot underestimate that. And then lastly, let's talk about AA, because this is also a hero that just is never picked. And I mean, back when it was kind of picked, it's, you know, a hard counter to like the Alchemist types or whoever the case may be. Or it's, I mean, the big reason that it's not picked is because it can be confused in lanes. But if you get like some wombo combo with the Ice Blast late, they don't have any of that though. Like this is a kind of a strange line to have AA on paper.
I mean, they're very good at playing this hero, and I think there's a lot of small things that this hero does that is overlooked. I think actually AA, Bristle, Caudle in the mid game is really annoying to play into. There's like all these ice vortexes on the ground. You know, you have like all this knots coming out from your bristleback, so it's very annoying to play into. And they do have chains and roar to kind of play around, so on Aster it's gonna be heavy on them, like some 4 stats maybe you can save with Rubik. As Yotoro, this is another reason why they ended up picking this bristleback. It is so annoying for Brood, at least early on, to play into.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. He's diving the tower now, keeping it at bay, so XXS can only leech the XP at the current moment in time. And Yotaro about to finish his Vanguard here, so a 4.5-minute Vanguard, not too shabby. Yeah, and we'll see what kind of build he ends up going here in the next few minutes.
Probably, I would say this bristleback is untouchable until like way later in the game. Unless they bring 3-4 heroes, he's not really going to die to anyone. As TA, you don't want to move. Your Kling's carry, you're not going to want to move from your lane either, so I would say this already helps. Like Team Spirit as a whole, maybe Maposha can start moving mid, which he's already kind of angling for. They're stacking their triangle as well with the Beast, which is another synergy between Beast, Bristle. Maybe he takes it himself, but also the Aura. Just overall very good.
Maposha going for some D-ward action as Yotaro left to his own. But I mean, that's the other thing about a lot of these position ones we've been seeing are kind of fragile early on, where Bristle, you can just leave him alone. He can get that solo XP. Collapse, getting triple teamed. Mira is here. The Blinding Light completely misses, it looks like, and Collapse will likely fall as a result. But Kaka, you can see the rotation coming from Maposhka. They're going to lose Collapse, and that looks like that'll be the end of the fight.
Well, Blinding Light was a little off the mark. I think it only hits Kaka's Lion, maybe, as I'm pretty sure Aster are 7-0 when Kaka is playing Lion, so you know, he's kind of putting it to good use. They got the first one bottom, he moves top, makes it look easy. Now they both go into mid because they know this first rune for Laurel is incredibly important, who's already having a very good start in this game.
Indeed. 5 seconds away. Searing Shades is there onto Sumail. Kaka showing with the Hex. Can they actually turn this around on a kill? Nope, the Remnants are still up for Laurel, being that level 6 now. And you can see Maposhka has to snag the DD himself. Effectively denies it from Sumail.
Well, still a good move from Aster, making sure Ember does not get it, as Kaka didn't quite get the stun up, but that's okay. As with some different skill builds, Brood can be annoying to Yotoro, as we do see with the 3-1-1 build. I think XXS definitely understanding the situation. You know, you don't just play around with maxing your web. Every time he has Q, he can trade into Yotoro. As Kaka's also around, and they have a new Insatiable Hunger in a couple seconds.
Yeah, Kaka with the Impale. Doing a good job of keeping his back to them, but XXS doing so much damage with the Insatiable Hunger, but Yotaro will end up living. I believe that was a Lotus being consumed as well. Now has a Soul Ring, and it will be the Phase Boots into the Agnum Scepter, so basically first big item as the Ags.
I mean, even though you don't kill Yotoro here, putting him on low HP is actually very annoying, because what you want from this matchup is your Bristle to push the lane forward. And honestly, I kind of misread that situation a little bit. I think XXS with this item build of the Treads Rush, Bracer, into the max Q, he's the one applying pressure in this lane, not the other way around.
And you see the net worth basically even between Yotaro and XXS, so like you said, Aster probably pretty happy with the state of affairs here, with that 1K lead right now. Of course, First Blood does have a lot to do with that. And one of the heroes we haven't really talked about is the Clinks. Monet, we've watched him, I don't know if we've done it this tournament, but I've cast in the past a couple games of him on this Clinks, and it's pretty dirty. Going for likely the Deso, and it looks like it will be that.
I wonder if are they gonna go double Deso as hold that? Yotoro just taking a beating again.
Another Hex comes out, Maposhka is there with the Ice Vortex, and Fade Bolt from the Rubik coming from the south side, but won't turn into any actual kills.
It's okay, just even more pressure on Yotoro, just making sure he has to kind of think about what he's doing. So Monet is going to queue up the Deso. Going to, of course, be very good. He'll have a very good timing on that. I just wonder if is Sumail also going to go it? Are they going to do more of the SCA build, where you go some Dragonlance, Chrysalis, Blink Dagger on the TA? Maybe that allows him to be more active early on in the game. I'm not sure.
And I assume Sumail is the hero that will be buying the eventual Silver Edge, as they're going to try to get this kill, and they finally will. Yotaro outnumbered. It's because they left 3 here from Aster's side.
Oh, this is a big deal for Aster with what they're doing at the moment in this early game. Like, Collapse up top, he's not getting to pressure Monet. He's just chilling on his own, whereas his two supports, they just move. They do have very nice stacks in the triangle, but until these supports have ults on Spirit, I don't think they have any playability on the map, actually. Like, legit zero.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to lose this tower. Although, Yatoro wants to try to contest. About half HP right now for this tier 1.
Yeah, he definitely has to go here and hold this once more. If Aster want to pressure him, at least they need to bring like 3-4 heroes. And he is level 7 now with max out Cool Spray as over and mid.
Sumail getting pushed out. Nice damage onto this tier 1 as well. Pichu is here though. Gets off the lift into the Impale from Kaka, which will eventually lead to the kill onto the AA.
The XP a little bit struggling for Spirit at the moment. Sure, you can give Mirror the top lane now, as Collapse can maybe do some stuff in the triangle, but the most important level 6 for them is going to be Miposhka, who I believe he's not even level 5 yet, so they're going to have to help him get a lane as Lara's queuing up a Radiance. I don't know how much I like that idea, because it's going to have like a very slow build-up, and I think your lineup is the one that's supposed to try and push forward, even if you're maybe a little bit behind, which obviously they are in this game.
Yeah, that is very interesting. And I mean, maybe it's supposed to line up with the Aghanim Scepter, with this big item timing where they all have 5-man, with the Helm of the Overlord eventually coming from Collapse, which I think he has the, he has the Dom now. So Vlad's into the upgraded Helm.
The Mr. Overlord, which then at least nobody can eat in the game. As for now, yeah, I mean, Aster is just very happy with the state of the game. I would say for Team Spirit, it's all about getting Miposhka to level 6 and looking for a smoke to open up the map. Like, you gotta go mid, get some chains into Ice Blast or go top to Collapse where he gets to roar the Klings, get him killed, take the tier 1 tower, because right now Aster's net worth lead just keeps going up.
Yeah, Spirit not really showing too many signs of wanting to do anything, but that's in part because you have a Coddle AA. Like, what exactly are you doing? And I think the panel also discussed, like, when you pick AA, the old school lineups have a stun, right? The cold feet into some sort of stun. They don't have anything like that.
Yeah.
So it feels like Miposhka is just not playing a hero yet, but we'll see how it comes together a little bit later on. But like I said, even from before, the Ice Blast, they don't really have the obvious setup, like the Beastmaster Roar, but there's no like huge AoE combo on top of the Ice Blast.
I do like the smoke from Aster, just going down bottom with Kaka Finger and also Sumail being around in the smoke. They have a nice ward on the high ground. I don't know if they can fully execute. Let's see. Oh yeah, it looks like they definitely will be.
Yatoro looking on. As Yatoro going to take a meld strike. Kaka's here as well, and he is deleted. Finger of Death being used as well. And that's more than enough to take out the position. One bristle. Miposhka melts. And so far, all Aster in this game number 1.
I mean, they're just owning the way they're moving around the map, giving the right heroes the right lanes. Even Monet showing up to this fight, who's close to a Desolator at this stage in the game already. It's going to be some 12-13 minute Deso for him. And Yatoro on this Bristleback, you're supposed to be like top net worth, push it forward, but that is just not the case at all. You're below all 3 cores from Aster.
Yeah. And one thing Aster's not going to have trouble with is taking Roche, taking buildings. Like, they have a very high physical damage lineup. And I would assume a Crimson needs to come out on somebody from Spirit's side.
Collapse is like kind of the best choice at doing so, I think. But with him going to Overlord, obviously he's gonna go that first. You know, maybe if this was Eternal Envy Bristleback, we could see it come out on him, but don't think we have the same mindset here on Yatoro. He's gonna be going for the, well, he's got the Axe queued up, which of course will take a long time, and the Halberd after. Don't blame him for that, but his team is gonna have to help him out in the armor department against these dire heroes for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure a Solar Crest will be coming out on somebody at some point, but obviously it's so early on, and Spirit struggling so much in this early stage that it's not going to be anytime soon. And Aster just continues to snowball right now. Despite it only being 6 kills, it just feels like they've dominated every lane effectively.
Yeah, we haven't seen much yet from Spirit. Of course, as you know, Miposhka didn't have his levels. He does now have level 6, so there's a high chance that they're going to look to push out some waves, maybe smoke up, and because I think you need to take over one area of the map, like either smoke into your own jungle, kill this Brood, or go up top, kick them out, and take the top tier 1. Because if this game stays this way, in like 2-3 minutes, Aster will just really take this Roche in the top area.
Yeah. Deso now online for Monet, and like you talked about, Sumail not opting to go for Deso himself. It will be a Blink Dagger first, so we'll see if that's... I mean, they don't even have to initiate anything, I feel like. They are perfectly fine just farming and defending the lanes.
Yeah, they're kind of fine chilling until they, you know, potentially can look at a Roche. But both teams are hitting some item timing, so you're about to have a double blink on Aster. You have Team Spirit who are nearly completed with the Helm of Overlord, which is definitely what Collapse wants in this game, to kind of overtake the top area and kind of play there. So it's very likely that in 1 to 2 minutes time we're gonna see both teams like smoke up and try to take a fight, because Collapse's net worth, you know, he's slowly but silently getting up there.
Yeah, and that's what the stacks will do for a Beastmaster, because he did not do particularly well in lane. As Yatoro goes through the gate, is greeted by the newly picked up Desolator from Monet.
That's a lot of damage.
He's gonna turn into a double piggy now, apparently. We'll be fine. Aster's still waiting on the wings.
As Laurel's gonna get the haste runes snagged away from him. As yeah, okay, so he is gonna go for the Radiance build, I guess. If the game does slow down this much, you know, if there's one good fight, you get that. The evasion is pretty good, and you know, the burn stuff too. I thought he would want to play a bit different, but if he does get it in okay timing, seems good to me. But he's gotta be careful. 7-0 Kaka line with the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, he is in the vicinity, gets off the Hex, and
see you
you
later.
See the burst is just unreal from Aster. And that's a second charge for that finger for Kaka. As this tier 1 tower is going to go down as well.
So just a clean mid-tier 1. And Spirit are at least smoked up top. I would say that they're okay trading the mid-tier 1 actually for this safe lane tier 1 of Aster. Simply because the next objective in this game has got to be Roche in the next couple of minutes. So opening up this top tier 1, maybe taking over the area and forcing it yourself is a very big way for Spirit to kind of get their way back into this game. As Aster are scanning it. But of course, Yatoro did TP bottom to defend that tier 2.
The skin does go off, so of course Aster only has information that somebody is standing there, and they will be attempting this Roche.
I mean,
this is gonna be pretty slow without the bristle.
Maybe it's a super fake. You show Yatoro bottom, they're like, huh, these guys will never do it. But as you said, the scan did hit, so if a fight breaks out up here without Yatoro being there, I believe that Spirit are gonna get annihilated if Aster make it there in time.
Monet showing himself, and like you said, Yatoro still sticking around in that bot lane.
Well, they just got it for free.
They will eventually get it, so a nice steal basically from Spirit. They get the Aegis, they TP out. The Triceratops just chilling. As Laurel does not have TP for another. If they're gonna actually all the way
just
back
hide it up,
here,
bro. Don't worry.
Yeah, the Triceratops does drop to the deck along with the boar, so the pet's taking a downfall here.
I mean, the fact that Spirit get to take the Aegis while being 5k down with 0 kills is honestly... This is the type of play that makes losing teams be able to actually win games. Like, if you just back nothing, Aster will take this Aegis, they're going to kill all your towers, but being able to do this while keeping your Toro farming is on it. Like, this S-tier play.
Let's see what they're able to do with it. And they could just use it as a delay tactic, I guess. Right? It's not like Aster's going to want to try to go high ground, even with this sort of an advantage without the Aegis. So
yeah, I think
at the very least it'll give Yatoro some time to get that Aghanim Scepter and
yeah, like
+1.
Even with the state of the game and you being 5k down, like sometimes you just hit these item timings where you fight back. I like that Spirit are giving up this tower. I also think Aster are doing a lot of right things in this game, but with this Bristleback Aghanims and, you know, Collapse slowly working on his AC, he has a Buckler now, Lawless getting his stuff done too, he's got the Sacred Relic. Like, when they get this Aghanim Scepter on Yatoro, I think even though the, you know, the network says you're 6k down, they're still very strong if they get to fight.
They have to defend at some point. As Yataro's spotted, he's going to get stunned and completely surrounded. TPs are coming, his back is to the enemy, so he will survive.
Oh, he's just too good. Bristleback turns his back and he's good.
Very good, as Pichu, this might be the first kill in the game for Spirit. And they'll take it. They'll take anything they can get.
Oh, most certainly, as you know, Yatoro just casually tanks 3 heroes in the bottom lane. Nearly gonna have his Ag Scepter. You talked about the Solar Crest earlier. Would definitely love if someone will be able to get their hands on that. Not sure who will do that. As for now, I don't really see that being queued up. And I think Aster they're gonna be out for vengeance. They're still up 5k gold. Sure, you have this Aegis, but you can try to ignore Laurel a little bit. Try to get on these supports and just easily kill them. Like, Klinks is so damn good at doing that.
They have a lot to worry about, that's for sure. As XXS, he has the Echo Saber now, and Kaka not actually, well, there's going to be a smoke up actually from Team Spirit as the Aghanim Scepter officially on. We've been talking about for seemingly forever.
Not on them, bro.
He finally gets it, and that's the first power spike for this Bristle. Yeah. Let's see how much of a difference it actually makes, or if they even feel comfortable in fighting it. I mean, they do have that Aegis still intact, and the Radiance not quite there for Laurel. Still needs to finish it up.
Aster do make a good move here, or a good read rather, just knowing that Spirit are coming around and they want to kick them out, so they're gonna freely dodge the smoke, but it's honestly really annoying to fight into Spirit right now, even though you're ahead, because there's all this random like AoE garbage that's like on the ground, right? You're getting snotted, you're getting chained, there's these ice vortexes on the ground, there's some hogs and boars, so for Aster, I think it's still really important for them to choose their fights properly and like try to find the right target on the side.
The first Gossamer Cape picked up by Team Spirit. That's a very important item against the TA, of course, but we did mention the fact that there are 3 right-clickers on Aster, so we'll see how much difference that actually makes as well. As the Tier 1 tower looks to be uncontested, so Spirit will take that. And they're actually in an interesting position here around the 19-minute mark to maybe go for
the Tormentor.
Sort of a, you know where my mind is at all the time.
Of course I do.
Radiant's online now for Laurel, as Yatoro wants to continue this push, knowing that they have, I feel like, some sort of a window with this lineup.
Get in there, Yatoro.
Going really deep. Wants to get the second kill onto Pichu of the game. Flash is coming and will fly right off the map. So they have no idea that it happened. They actually got silenced up by Sumail, who has that shard now. But they're going to lose the Tier 2 tower. And Spirit, I mean, 20 seconds from Tormentor, Kezu.
Stick around, bros.
Yeah, maybe.
Ah, they're leaving.
Too bad.
Another Gossamer Cave. I was about to call it Gossamer. As you know, this Netref lead, it's just kind of fake. Like when you can read these item timings, and I think Aster can, they know that they're not strong enough to just straight up 5-on-5 into Spirit, because we've touched on all this random annoying stuff that's around. At least the Aegis is expiring, and Monet was able to get his hands on the BKB, which will definitely help their team fight in this game.
Yeah, for sure. Collapse TPing out, so this bottom lane no longer a concern for them because they have all the outer towers.
Can he find a creep? Nope, he can't. 250 gold to XXS, he'll take that. He's got the man to complete it, but we're seeing a little bit of this Aster's lineup overlap, right? All 3 heroes. Just hold that for a moment. Good silence.
Yeah,
another one.
Is expiring in 13 seconds, so I don't think Lara will mind dying here, which he will.
Yep. He'll be A-okay. As these traps still being very annoying. Like you see Miposhka on top of one mirror as well. Looks like they may even want to... No, looks like they were potentially posturing for a smoke. It looks like Miposhka realized we don't have one, so he's flying it out now.
Goes to show how fragile Laurel is, though, at the current point in time.
Even with all the evasion and the Gossamer Cape to like try and even help him through all this damage.
Oh, they want their torn. Okay. Who's going to get it? Miposhka?
Miposhka, baby. This shard is good.
All right, we're going to get the recall.
Recall is also still pretty good. Sure, you already have Ember with the map play, but this allows Yatoro to like go back and defend, because I mean, Aster's pickoff is very, very scary. If you're alone and Kaka gets on you with Klink's follow-up, I think Yatoro's the only one that can stand his ground there and not die.
How do you sit like that, honestly? That looks painful. Tier 2 tower does go down as Aster gaining more map control by the minute, but like you said, this network lead maybe not feeling as bad as originally thought from Spirit's side. I mean, what's the next power spike for them? There's going to be a Halberd relatively soon on Yatoro, which, again, 3 right clickers on the other team is going to be an incredible pickup.
I would say the next, like, 5 to 10 minutes have got to be Team Spirit favored. He has the Dragon Scale as well, another great item as hold that, Yatoro in mid.
They're going to try to go on the old Bristleback. He's got his back to him this whole time. The Finger of Death is there as well, but Yatoro will live. Monet even popping his BKB. Mira using the Horsey to get some distance. So they lose the AA, and that's it. That's for a BKB charge. I think Spirit actually just takes that.
I think they'll definitely take it, like the fresh BKB from Monet there. Next couple items for Team Spirit are definitely this Halberd for Yatoro. You have the AC coming out on Collapse. Honestly, a sick item in this game against this Aster draft. And for Aster, I think you need to find a win condition in a way where you get to either go around and kill the supports or burst the Bristle in the front. And I think that's what they're itemizing for right now. You have the Silver Edge being queued up, you have a Nullifier queued up on Monet as well, and a Hex on XXS. These are like 3 of the kind of GG item timings when you need to help yourself itemize in order to teamfight.
Kaka with the Shard. So the Mana Drain action. Actually, Mana Drain against the likes of Bristle is pretty damn good.
Very annoying.
Obviously, there is a Chakra Magic on the other side, and Yatoro not opting for a BKB quite yet. Does just finish the Halberd, though, so maybe he'll go for that next. But then again, if you're against 3 of these types of cores, actually, do you want to go BKB this game?
He probably wants to skip it. I think you just try to...
Every core wants to skip BKB.
Yeah, of course, but it's more like... I think he can skip it. Maybe there's like something where, oh, when they get Hex, I kind of needed to run in, but I would assume he just wants to tank up a little bit more. As I mean, Aster, you know, even we feel like, sure, it's been kind of Spirit who are stronger in the last couple of minutes, but Aster just not just holding on, but they've grown their net worth lead by quite a bit over the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, a decent amount for sure.
Another KP cape.
Roche, it's a fast one. 35-second respawn timer. Yotaro showing up in the top lane. You can see the rest
all
of
ganging
Spirit
up on
in the
Yotaro
pit.
here.
Yeah, as Aster trying to find an angle to initiate onto Yotaro so that his back is not turned to them, because there's no silver edge or anything like that. Getting recalled now, and he's going to be fine.
I'm just saying, I think Yotaro is in TI form. The amount of times I see this guy, you know, dodge these smokes and like do some insane plays is off the charts, as Roche is respawning. And I would say Aster, this time around, they need to contest. They should want to contest this Roche.
There's no way to... Oh, did they scout it with
Ice
Ice
Vortex?
I guess so.
They saw it.
Does that get vision?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, maybe no one really looked because it's just this little mini dot, but they should have seen that it's spawning, as looks like they're TPing top. Maybe they want to get ready for... I mean, it is going into the Dire side soon, so, you know, swapping up there, of course, is also a good play for Spirit, as they're now down 8,000 gold. Just keeps going up.
Yeah,
Laurel.
The Hex onto Laurel. We talked about how fragile he is. He just dies just like that. The BKB is forced from Monet, and he's going to be the trade. So at the very least, Spirit gets something out of this. A roar was stolen, though, for the likes of Pichu.
Okay, so
to
far,
be careful with that.
1-for-1 trade, but having Roar for the next fight, I would say Aster will definitely take that trade. As long as Roche doesn't like fall during this downtime, I think they're gonna be a-okay with that. As yeah, there's no 4-staffs on this Radiant draft right now. Meposhka and Mira, they both have Ghost Scepter, so they're kind of worrying about themselves. You know, team play, who cares? Mira's gonna look for the 4-staff next. So kind of close.
And the first Roche off of the game is probably upon us, as Roche made his way over to the Dire side. And both cores effectively respawning at the same time. And the question is, do they know that Roar was stolen? They probably have a good idea.
They must know because he used it, right? So unless they're blind
did he use it?
or deaf.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And the guy who got Roar didn't close his eyes, then they should know.
Well, he's going to have it again in 20 seconds, so he likely will just hold on to that.
Are we looking? No, we're not. Okay, Silver Edge is not being built anymore by Sumail. A lot of these big items, like Aster have the net worth lead, but they have a lot of dead net worth. Like the Nullifier is barely not completed. The Hex is barely not completed. So like all this net worth you're not really using.
Fighters.
Spirit. Roche half
Scout
HP.
the pit. Roche is getting pretty low. Aster's going to have to do something here unless they want to give up another Roche.
Okay, Kaka with the stun.
From the sideline. Collapse, ready to go as well, but they're just going to get it for free. So Yotaro with the Aegis and the cheese. Laurel gets deleted again at the start of the fight. And just like that, it's a 5v4, but with the Aegis on the side of Yotaro.
Ice Blast on Monet.
Ice Blast onto one. Monet pops the BKB, but the control is there for Yotaro for the time being. Trying to finish off Kaka. They will do so relatively easily. As Sumail kind of isolated here. Collapse is going to pop the cheese, but Sumail all alone. And Yotaro Company should be able to finish him off in a 4v1 situation.
Yeah, they got him.
The rest of Aster have gotten the hell out of here.
Oh, damn, even with bursting Laurel there, like, he had a buyback, but he held onto it very well. Yotaro just kind of running in there, and Sumail, I think, maybe overestimating his strength there a little bit. Maybe not on the same page about how they truly want to go in, but we can just see, like, cheese being put to use. Yotaro has a moon shard now.
What in God's name?
Yo, this Bristle is strong as hell, bro.
A moon shard, okay.
He skipped the AC as Collapse has it, so his attack speed is through the roof right now.
Damn, and they have AC, like you said, so being able to take these towers even faster as we see this replay of the Roche fight.
I mean, Collapse is just very tanky. Sure, they do get Laurel there. I think maybe that was even the stolen Roar at the start of the fight that got Laurel there. But yeah, just look at the front. And here Sumail goes in, but as we touched on, you know, there's a lot of networks that they're not fully using. So yeah, you're up 6k gold, but like, are you really?
And in situations like this, like, it's impossible to know, but Sumail all alone there, is there miscommunication? Obviously, we talked about it time and time again, with him being an English speaker on a Chinese team, there's going to be situations like this that could arise, as Yotaro now knocking on the front door very aggressively, just like Americans are used to when the cops show up, and 4k lead for Aster. Let's see if they can hold this.
I mean, also, like, just the lifesteal aura, like, look at him. He hits for 480. when he's hitting these creeps, he heals for like 10% each.
Oh, he's
nice
gonna get lifted
live.
back into the base, and that's the Aegis just like that. Nice job from Aster. He's got to turn his back. He's gonna get Hex. AA Blast coming
Ice
in,
Blast
gonna
from
connect
downtown.
onto 2. Now, Spirit likely will reset because remember they used that cheese in the last engagement as well, so everything from Roche is now gone.
Okay, Aster get to breathe a little more. I like that the XXS swapped up his item build. He went for an AC instead of the Hex that he did have queued up, but with the, I would say the next item times where we need to see Aster fight back is the Silver Edge plus Nullifier that's also been completed by Monet. Like now, at least then, you have the options to all in whatever target you have and take a decisive fight. Because for now, the last 15 minutes, it's basically all been Spirit.
Yeah, for sure.
Shield Room, baby. If he gets to pop it, I don't really see them killing him through a stun.
Well, I would hope so. Because he's been melting in these fights.
That is true.
He has been like the bait, I feel like, for Spirit. Aster kills him really easily, and then Spirit wins the fight somehow.
Yeah, Toro just gets free reign after, so Lara is just kind of the meat shield.
But there is a huge item on the horizon for Aster, and that is the Silver Edge for Sumail, which not quite enough money yet to get it. Have to mind the buyback situation as well.
Yeah, they will have to play through that, but there's still, even when you break this bristle, like with some of these items, right, he's got the armor from the Dragon Scale, he's got the evasion, you have halberds and blinding lights, like also against Sumail, who doesn't have a BKB, so, you know, he might just get pushed away, you can roar the Clinks and still save, but that is what Aster have to do. So I like that they're playing for it, but they'll have to execute it to near damn perfection.
All right, Sumail actually buys out, so he does not have buyback, still needs the recipe for the Silver Edge, but if they can make that kind of a surprise pickup to use onto Yatoro, that could be a huge difference maker in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I like that choice. You gotta buy out here. You gotta go for the big plays. At this point, saving buyback on your TA, not the right mindset. So Sumail knows what he's gotta do. Spirit are trying to be aggressive here. Don't really find anything.
Now Sumail, 200 gold away. I think they might just give up this tier 2 tower, knowing that this crucial item is just so close.
They have to wait. Still, the last 18 minutes, they've just had to wait until they find a good moment.
All right, Laurel now opting for the Shivas, so that will help him survive a little bit. That's a little bit more of a usual pickup onto the Ember Spirit.
Well, any more tankiness, it just works so well against the Dire Draft because we've said it a few times now, but they're all physical. So getting this armor, getting these HP pulls up is very important, but here are the most important item timings for Aster. These win condition items that can help you kill this juicy Yatoro Bristleback. You gotta get him out of this game.
And he's working on a nullifier for himself as well. I keep looking at that moon shard. I'm like, is that real? Monet, he's going to be spotted
Very
initially.
aggressive.
The roar is there. Ice Blast is coming,
Nice
but a nice
force.
Force Staff saving him. Yatoro, he does have his back.
There's the break.
He's going to get destroyed. Down goes the Bristleback. Kaka, he's the one lowest on Aster's side, and Laurel able to finish him up at the very least, and now XXS kind of stuck in a difficult position. So Aster lose 2, as Pichu did steal the remnants and will likely get away as a result. So it's a 2-for-1, but the big kill, of course, going the way of Aster. And now they've kind of shown that Silver Edge.
Well, definitely showcasing that they can kill. There's a very nice force step here onto Monet from, I guess, one of the supports, or maybe even Sumail. So very nice save there as they just keep the fight going. But we still see that Team Spirit, they don't really run out of steam. There's all this random stuff that's going around. Some Radiant Spirit that's back in the game. Hello, Sumail.
Well, he melts to try to hide a bit, but they had the vision, and he's just going to get chased down.
Okay.
And Laurel, he's just going to finish off a support as well as Monet BKB TP. He'll get out this time, but Aster kind of sticking around a little bit too long. And Spirit able to punish that.
Yeah, I don't even know how that happened. I mean, I guess they were under this high ground ward and sentry on this triangle, so just making use of that. As also in 10 seconds when they respawn, they've got recall. They can get their team straight back into this fight and push, and Sumail is no buyback.
Yeah, and now the barracks exposed.
Recall me, recall me.
Team Spirit gonna force out the fortification. Like you said, Sumail 40 seconds away, so even if Pichu was able to buy back here, which he is, 15 seconds away from the respawn time, they're probably just gonna give this up. And they will do just that, but now,
it might just go
Spirit,
mid.
No reason to stop yet. You got that moon shard, put it to work. Yatoro gets recalled, and here we go. Hex from Kaka. Trying to delay as much
Look
as
at his
possible.
attack speed. I barely see him hit. That's Kaka.
Kaka force staff to safety, and now the building's continuing to melt. And this is going to be a melee rack at the very least, although Team Spirit backing up a bit. Telekinesis onto the bristleback. Look at that damage on the Kaka, my goodness!
See ya.
Roar comes out as well. Kaka's going to buy back immediately. They get the melee racks, and now Spirit trying to run away. Remnants for Laurel are up, and they get away with murder here. They get
God.
2 sets of racks, they force a buyback, and Team Spirit, what execution that was.
My God, just instant recall, get the double racks, now you back off, spend your gold, and honestly, it's Team Spirit in all these games where we just watched them. It doesn't matter what the net worth is, at some point they just know exactly what they need to do.
Look at the damage on Yotaro. He's like one-shotting creeps.
It's disgusting.
Absolutely absurd. He's gonna have a nullifier here in just a moment.
Oh my God, he's about to hit level 20, it's gonna be even stronger, he's got the nullifier coming out. Oh boy.
Why is this hero not picked again?
Yeah, I don't want to ask you,
They're
I don't know.
making it look really good. He has a shield
Yeah.
move now. Good luck killing him.
Still holding on to the Dragon Scale. I guess there's not that many tier 3 items that will give you tankiness. I guess he did an RNG, the Defiant Shell on that one.
True, true.
So he will stick to that. Definitely very good.
Smoke from both sides. Roche could be up in terms of what they have information on. It's going to be another minute, though, that we can see. Yotaro is going to get nullified. The roar coming out from Collapse onto Monet. He gets off the BKB. The Ice Blast is coming as well. There's a nice disarm onto the TA. Can't really participate in this fight.
Sumail's dead too.
Gets melted. Sumail is next. No buyback for either. And the rest of Aster now have to hightail away. XXS attempting the TP. No stun. Pichu's going to be fine as well. And I'm not sure if they're aware of the buyback situation on Sumail, but we can see he's only 200 gold away. Not sure if Aster can pick up any bounty runes. Might not even be enough at this stage. Yotaro just walking into the base the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, just give him the mana, keep going. If you feel like there's a buyback coming out, you can probably just back off, walk it off like earlier. So, mid-range racks, probably like 5 hits from Yotaro, and that one's going to be dead.
That's a big chunk right there. Yeah, that looks like 4 to me.
Yep, seems good. On to the 3rd racks.
And Team Spirit looking to get mega creeps in this game number 1.
Yeah, 300 bonus damage. Love it.
It's actually absurd how much damage
Okay,
he's doing. He gets lifted, nullifier as well. He's just going to stick around. He's not afraid to fight a Monet with no BKB to get out of dodge. Does drop to the deck. He buys back instantly. XXS. He has a buyback as well, as only 1 barracks remains for Aster, but they're going to respect the Sumail factor, and Spirit will back away.
Okay, that's a basher completed on Yotaro. They can recall him if they really want to. Of course, Laurel as well. He's playing Ember. He can recall himself into whatever spot he wishes. Roche is up, 36 minutes into the game. Gonna be a dire one, and this has got to be Aster's last hold. Like, they've got to be talking right now, okay, how do we contest this? Do we need to get there now? Everyone has to buy back with their whole family, come back into the fight, make it a 10v5, because these fights are not looking easy. What do you do against this bristleback?
That is a good question.
Yeah.
When he's this farm this fast, it's certainly difficult. They're getting some Hawks out for some vision, knowing that Aster pretty much have to contest this Roche.
Oh, the scan misses, actually. So they're just checking if they're here on the high ground. Okay, but this Roche dies fast, my bros.
Indeed, this is Aegis Cheese and Refresher Shard.
Knock, knock, Aster.
Aster. Monet's invisible next to the pit now, but they're going to get everything. And now Aster forced to run away just a little bit too late. Question is, will Spirit find anything here? Ice Blast giving a little bit of vision. Sumail actually does get hit. Refraction's still active, though.
And
now bottom lane is the last one. They're going to take the gate, and I do believe, Kezu, we're going to see a Tormentor steal here.
Really?
Will they even bother, actually?
They won't. No. Actually, they're not going to torment it. They're just going to go straight on the high ground.
Yeah, you're probably right.
They might even just smoke and sweep across, because they didn't take the gate to go bottom. Looks like Mipushka is a... There's some drawings on the map right now. I'll try to see what they mean. So
can you decipher those, please?
Push in top and then smoke across. Anyone got a smoke? Yo, Mira, brah, you got a smoke? No. So it's going to be push in top and run to bot.
Okay.
Very high skill analysis here.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. As Abyssal Blade is coming out soon.
Yeah. Almost done with the recipe. And Spirit picking a very unconventional lineup. We talked about the weirdness of it all game long. It's really worked out. Still not sure about the AA, but probably could have picked any hero at this rate.
Honestly, these ice vortexes are disgusting. I don't want to get snotted and walk on ice all the time. We have a 100 movement speed, but let's see what you mean.
That's fair, that's fair. I mean, I would love to see A picked more often.
He's got the sound combo. Shiva overwhelming blink.
Okay.
It's the best sound in the game combo. Wait for it.
We will wait for it because he hasn't used it yet.
He will use it.
I hope
man,
so.
use your
He
blink.
did buy some expensive items. Well, you want him to use it in fall?
Well, he can just use blink right now. Look, he's mid. Look, he's connecting.
You never know when you need it. Abyssal Blade
I mean,
now
not
officially
right
online
now.
for Yotaro. Will they go for the Tormentor? That's all
He
I
has
can
a
think
DD
about.
rune.
This poor thing was created by Valve to be taken, and everyone ignores him. The poor cube in the building thingy has feelings, believe it or not, and yeah, they're just going to completely ignore it.
Yeah, who cares?
Bunch of traps here set up for this.
The big black dragon being
last line
donated.
of defense. Yotaro just one-shotting them, of course.
Where's this? There it is!
Yep, the initiation. Monet is going to get 4-step nullifier applied to him right now as Laura pops
Nice
BKB
lift.
as well. And the counter BKB from Monet, but you can see Yotaro just beating away at this melee racks, forcing the last fortification from Aster. Yotaro, just a couple more shots will do it. Another
Nice
nullifier
chains,
applied to him,
good.
searing chains onto several heroes.
Clap jumps and gets off the first roar.
Double roar.
Pressure into another, and down goes Aster. The GGs come out. The Tormentor was not killed in the end.
And Spirit take a 1-0 victory. Very well played.
Even with like a 6 to 8k gold lead, I feel like Aster didn't really know what exactly to do on the map, and at some point, Spirit get their timings and they just make it look easy. It felt like Aster never fought into them, so going into game 2, I think they might look at something, you know, more diverse where they can fight back, because Spirit, when you let them have this, my god, they're gonna destroy you in this game.
And I felt like Aster in the lanes, they got up to a good start.
I don't think they could have done any better in the lanes.
Yeah, I agree with you. You don't need to raise your voice at me.
Yeah, no, I mean, with the fact that they win 3 lanes and it still looks so hard, it just goes to show you that there's
wasn't it 7-0 to start the game?
Yeah, 7-0 with like a 5k gold lead, but it just goes to show you a bit of this, the overlap and Team Spirit's lineup coming together to beat the 7-0 Kaka Lion.
You know what? I'm not rooting for either team, but I'm happy to see Bristle win a game. This is a cool hero to watch. It's got this timing-based strategy around him where he becomes worthless the later the game goes, because you have so many counters in the game, but Yotaro able to absolutely crush this time around. He ends the game 8-3-6 with a ridiculous net worth, as let's see what the panel has to say about the Bristleback and Team Spirit taking a 1-0 start.
And I get to witness a win on the Bristleback. We got to see it live. Team Spirit getting themselves a W here. As Sunsfan mentioned, he ends the game 8-3-6 on Yotaro, and BSJ, most of those deaths happened. One of them happened in the laning phase, one of them happened a little bit later in the game, but for the most part, Bristleback remained relatively untouched this game. What happened?
Yeah, we were all skeptical on the panel about Team Spirit's entire game plan, entire draft. I mean, the fact that they first picked Ember, second picked AA, Bristleback, an unknown hero to this entire patch, but I'm impressed. I feel like what the Bristleback did was it allowed the rest of the team to do whatever they wanted, meaning that the Broodmother was creating pressure, the TA was creating pressure, you have a hero like Klinks. Your goal on the side of Aster is to utilize the map to farm on 3 cores, separate people so that the Lion can pick them off, and Bristleback was just receiving the brunt of all that pressure, but he didn't die enough times, I guess. I just watched this game and eventually it looked like, what do you do if you're Aster?
Yeah, what do you do here, especially with the start that they had? At some point, they're 8k gold up. And you normally, when you have a lead like that in Dota 2 right now, you're able to translate that into a very easy victory.
Yeah, normally you can, but their draft is a little bit unconventional here. They didn't have the cleanest gameplay. Mainly Sumail didn't have his best game ever, for sure. But when you do have cores like a TA, a Broodmother, and a Klinks, you're kind of really relying on Kaka to make every single initiation. And it felt like every time he made that initiation, they would get 1 kill, but then the roar turnaround would happen, the ice blast would happen, then you kind of run out of steam, and then your cores are just dying. And I really liked how Team Spirit itemized as well. They went for 2 halberds early on, and Laurel was kind of flaming his item build at first. Like, what is he going? He's going Radiance first item, but versus a team that is all physical damage, you're picking up the Shivas, you're picking the overwhelming blink and the Radiance, you're slowing their attack speed by a lot, you're also making them miss hits. By the time it finally came online, his build looked really good, actually.
Yeah, again, it's very easy to itemize with some of these drafts. You're going to pick up AC, you know, there were some talks about potential Crimson Guard and everything, but I also want to touch upon Aster's itemization. This is one of the few Templar Assassins that I've seen that are not picking up Deso, because Klinks decided decided to go for it. Klinx has a variety of items that he can pick up. I think there should have been a different choice because it slows down Templar Assassin. What she wants to do in a fight, she wants to jump the target, immediately kill it. It slows her farm as well. So maybe there should have been a bit of a swap because Templar Assassin, he doesn't have that second option, you know. You try to go for a pike, it does slow you down. You want to keep the distance from the Bristleback, Silver Edge. That's the big pickup, but it kind of came in too late, I would say.
Another thing that was somewhat difficult for the Klinx to accomplish in this game, BSJ, is we had a conversation with Aframush, one of the Arabic talent here, and this broodmother from the offlane wasn't being a conventional frontliner, and they were struggling really hard to put somebody on the front line. Very often that was left to Monet. We saw several of his deaths happen where he's the one that has to run in first, but nobody else could really do that job on the team.
Yeah, just the whole idea of starting fights, the initiation, as Fear mentioned, pretty much had to come from Kaka, but like if Monet walks under a sentry, suddenly he's getting blasted and maybe they try to force staff him, but Klink's pretty squishy, doesn't really function in the setting that they were provided with. I think Team Spirit's just such a cool team because we are all looking at the draft, probably individual heroes thinking like, man, this is some wonky ass shit here. But when you see it all come together, there really is a lot of what does Monet do? What does Sumail do? Like, yeah, maybe one or two mistakes and suddenly the game's just completely out of control. So Monet, I like the last pick. It was a cool idea, but probably back to the drawing board against a team like Team Spirit.
Well, Team Spirit came through prepared with some really cool ideas at the end of the draft. An example of how well they played with this draft that they assembled is our STC play from this game. So let's take a quick look again at what ends up happening here. At this point, the game is effectively over. You would imagine that there's some hope here, but one of the big things that struck me about this game, I was very skeptical about whether or not this AA could reliably land these ultimates. But similar to the point you mentioned the other day, Fear, does Boxy need setup for Marana arrows? Apparently, Miposhka does not need setup for these AA blasts.
Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you're that good, but at this point, when you're in the base, you're standing far enough, you can set them up. And what I really liked here was the double roar here by Collapse. That was definitely sealing the game here. It's like, okay, maybe Aster, they can defend this one last barracks, but they're just too farmed. Collapse pops out with a double roar there, and at that point, just seals the game.
Yeah, you see the power of their lineup in the last couple of fights where there's so much damage on the ground, itemization-wise, Bristleback with the Aghanim Scepter, AA, also overwhelming Blink on Ember Spirit. Not the usual item you'll see, so they're moving at the 100 move speed. If you don't have a BKB, you're not going to be able to run away, and Bristleback is going to tear you apart.
Yet another game, though, BSJ, that we see Lal genuinely popping off. Like, these last couple of days, I've been beyond impressed by the kind of play that he's brought forth. Different itemization, different ways of playing the game. And although we might say that, you know, Monet has forced to initiate for his team, Lal was happily doing it for his squad. As soon as he got BKB, it's no longer your Toro Bristleback that's the frontliner, it's the Lal Ember Spirit.
Well, you're talking about all the items he has. I want to talk about how he got him. This guy was first pick overall Ember Spirit, and he won his lane. So, I don't know. Is that on him? Is that on Sumail? I'm not sure, but either way, I'm impressed.
So what do you make of it? You were saying that Sumail didn't necessarily have his best game.
Yeah.
How favorable is the matchup for TA in general, and what could he have done differently in game?
I've seen this matchup go both ways. Most of the time, people are like, yeah, Ember's fine versus TA because you burn their fraction. That's generally true, but sometimes you take Mill Strike after Mill Strike to the face, and then the lane gets hard. I think he just got outplayed this game. Sumail, he just didn't have his best game. Normally, he's known for his laning stage. That is his strongest point as a player, and he lost his lane in a matchup that he got a counter pick. So for Team Aster, that's not good news. They need to be able to fix that in this next game.
Going into the second game, Lacoste, what do you want to see adjustment-wise coming in from Team Aster if they want to make this series competitive?
Yeah, I want to start with the draft. I don't think they should be picking, you know, this Temporary Assassin plus, because it's the first phase Ember, first pick overall Ember Spirit, so it should get punished more. He lost his lane, as Fear mentioned, and also last pick Klinx for them. I was not feeling it. I think this hero is in a really bad state. Maybe as a position 4, he can pretty much do the same job, just slightly slower. And I want to go back again to itemization. Neutral items, a big factor in this game because you've seen Yatoro. He's been holding the Dragon Scale for a really long time. He understands if I just get like a casual extra armor, there's a Gossamer Cape that the supports did have throughout this game, and also Cloak of Flame. So getting a bit of a, you know, luck. It's also like what you tend to choose from the neutral items, but overall good choices from Team Spirit.
Team Spirit making all the correct decisions in order to come away with the victory here in Game 1. They brought out the Bristleback, the first one picked or banned in the entirety of the Riyadh Masters. Team Aster also tried something new with the Klinx TA, but it didn't necessarily work out for them. Let's find out if they have what it takes to make this series competitive as we head on over into Game 2 after a small break.
I would say my signature hero, as it is right now, is Disruptor. Disruptor is kind of support who can do a lot of stuff without net worth, but also his skills if you get some money. You can buy Axe, you can buy Blink, some support items, etc. So basically he can do a lot. It's definitely Fishman who basically showed me a new way to look at supports, or like a new way to look at the laning stage. Disruptor is, at least back then, he was like most anti-meta hero to carry players or like to core players, because playing against Glimpse, ulti, basically this, you know, control that provides Disruptor and teamfights is insane, and it felt good to play Disruptor back then. And then he kind of dropped out of the meta, and I would say Fishman brought him back into the meta with new way of playing Disruptor on lane with Glimpse instead of Q. And because of it, I kind of got back to it.
I think my signature hero is Morpling and Naga. But Morpling sucks now. Yeah, maybe Naga.
No way. Once again! Shanks
No
is
way.
the Buckus killer! He has his number, his Instagram, his Facebook, his MySpace at this rate.
I think their mobility.
This carry dies, Panda feels the need to die too.
And like controlling the illusion with Naga. I'm good with it.
Maybe signature hero of the years, Enigma. I think it's always been on and off for me, but there are times where, yeah, like I started out playing a lot of Enigma, and then it's kind of just always came back at some point. And in all my teams, I think at some point it's coming back.
They have the Batrider one, and the Enigma one is 100 off, but 100 off is not here.
Pressuring Zai, managed to get the black hole off, but he's slowly burning to the sun ray right now.
Nice
Now the
egg
Supernova is
position.
going to be used, and they use the Fiends for
Still alive.
out the last one to Uragi. He's in trouble, and he's going to die.
What I enjoy most about Enigma is just the all the mind games that go into black hole. Like for example, for me, I like to not use this spell so much, and play around like other aspects of the hero. Like for me, if I play Enigma and someone like ends up picking like Rubik or Soundstair or something against me, instead of like trying to brute force my way to use black hole, I would rather like just play on my minions or something and just go RS and do stuff like this.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the Riyadh Masters as we're entering into Game 2 of our upper bracket matchup between Team Aster and Team Spirit. One of these squads will go down into the lower bracket. One of them will proceed into the top 6 and earn a cool $800,000. It's a $500,000 matchup on the line right now, and so far, Team Spirit are in the driver's seat. A bit of an unorthodox draft, but the thing I loved about what they did here, Lacoste, is they demonstrated that when you have a good idea, even if no one else in the tournament is doing it, you just pick it.
It's definitely a statement from Team Spirit. AA plus BB, it means you have no CC in the lane, but overall, just like thinking outside of the box. Something that Brian said while we were on the pause, it's like he lockpick some of these strong heroes against Ember Spirit in the lane, like Huskar, Necro. You know, Necro's not the most popular hero nowadays, but you know, you can see how they're drafting, like they're staying 1, 2, 3 steps ahead. It doesn't make much sense maybe when you see it straight away, but when you see how the game's played out and some of the other bans and picks, it really clicks.
Yeah, really clicked for them, really made sense. At the end of the day though, BSJ, Team Aster also tried something new. They weren't picking Clinks this tournament. They were not picking Temper Assassin. Sure, the Lion, you know, very staple pick for them, but this was a bit of an unorthodox drop from them as well. Should they be going back to what has been winning for them thus far? Just go back to the bread and butter.
That's a tough question to answer, because part of it might be because of how weird Team Spirit's draft was. I have to believe that if you're just picking all this wonky stuff, that it's going to shake you a little bit if you're asked, like, are we supposed to just pick what we came to? Like, we didn't draft prep for first pick Ember into AA and a Bristleback, so I will say that that's a decision they have to make if they see these heroes. They know something weird might be coming that they're unprepared for. What we saw in that game was they were up by 7K, but their overall synergy as a team was lacking. And so if they might want to prioritize that going into Game 2, because as long as you have synergy within your lineup, you can always play from any position in the game.
Yep, one of the things we also saw that Brian is mentioning here, synergy, right? There were so many times, so many fights in this game where it was so apparent the pieces that could come together for Team Spirit, but for Team Aster, you're thinking this has to go right, this has to go right, this has to go right. I want to see them simplify the draft here going into Game 2. So what do you think? Easier draft for them maybe?
Definitely just, if you want to win your lanes, just focus on winning your lanes.
Okay, focus on winning your lanes indeed. Let us find out if they'll take Fear's advice on board as we get into game 2 of this matchup. Game 2 is underway. Team Aster versus Team Spirit. Team Aster this time around will be playing on the Radiant side with the first pick. Team Spirit occupying the Dire second pick. Looks like the bans are going to be relatively similar. We're not going to be having a Snapfire. There's not going to be an IO potentially, but Timbersaw being removed instead right now by Team Aster as their first overall ban. What do we want to see here from the Radiant side, Brian? Given that so far IO is still available in the pool. The last time they went around, they led with Lion. Is that still an option for them?
I wouldn't necessarily like Lion right off the bat. Going off of what Fear said, that's not exactly guaranteeing you to win any lanes. With Snapfire banned out, I'd say IO. IO feels pretty safe. All the other heroes I'm seeing them lead off with in first pick are Clockwork, Coddle. None of those sound particularly appetizing for this series, so I would like to see the IO.
Dusa banned. I wonder if that's signal.
Oh man, this is an inter-series meta if I've ever seen one.
Speaking of statement, Team Aster is like, yeah, seems like this is gonna be the hero of the series. If we go to like game 3, you know that this hero gets banned in the first phase. That's how it usually goes.
Hear me out.
Okay.
What you got?
So, game number 1 here. I think the big problem that Aster did, if they're gonna win their lanes here, is like, they did not counterpick the Ember right away. And this isn't the old patch. This isn't Dusa first pick. This isn't Morph, heroes that are uncounterable. This hero was counterable. They waited really long to counter it. They picked a mediocre counter. It didn't work. Please crush this hero when they show it. When you show this Ember, don't first pick a Brood. That's not really good versus Ember throughout the game. Just pick your mid laner here. Pick some Shadow Fiend for all I care. Something stable. Crush this hero on the laning stage. Make sure he's a burden. And if you need to, last pick your offlaner or your carry, whatever it might be, make sure your lanes win. Because this is the big weakness, I think, of this Ember first pick is it's exploitable in the lane. It is very exploitable. And I just think last game Aster did not do a good job of it. And I think their read of like trying to steal the strategy, it's very bold and I don't think it should work if Spirit have the to hindsight to kind of like figure that one out.
The question that you then have to pose is, you know, you do draft prep for Aster. Does Team Spirit do draft prep for the team that's drafting their own strats against what they
honestly prepped? Sometimes you do. And
okay.
Because that's like, so like you draft versus your coach, right? And
yeah.
I've done this before in many draft preps, and they're like, they just pick the counter because they know what I'm gonna pick. I'm like, but you knew what I was gonna pick. I was like, so I'm like in the lobby with you. Of course I know what you're gonna pick. So at the same time, they kind of know what's good against what they're gonna play. If the coach wants to just win the draft against like the captain, right? He was like, I know what you're gonna pick. I'm gonna counter pick it preemptively. So they probably actually have a good idea of like what they should be doing against this.
Looking at the opening from Team Spirit, this says you cannot pick any of these illusion-based carries. Lion plus Darkseer, they're gonna destroy you. We're gonna kill your illusions. We're gonna make illusions out of you. So that's a no-go for Team Aster. It's also like, I don't think it's the greatest pairing, but for the lane, but I feel like this Lion fixes a lot of problems that Darkseer does have in the lane.
I was really hoping they'd go Ancient Apparition there. I didn't think they would.
I will keep this too.
That'd be a bold statement if I've ever seen one.
Like completely copy their draft, that would have been great.
In this game with this Rubik, one thing that they do have, besides having AA, they still have an abundance of magic damage, and you can steal the Ion Shell, put it on the Ember Spirit, give something extra for Sumail to go into the fights with.
True. We also saw earlier box that you can steal the mana drain and just mana drain the enemy carry if they're reliant on mana. That was one crucial part in killing the Duraccio Slark at a few points. So I'm just being cute a little bit. But the question we have now is, what does like Aster look to do for Monet? Because you talked about a lot of illusion carries are like the reliable carries in regards to the farm they can get from minute 7 to like minute 12 if they lose their lane. So suddenly you're staring at a lane that pretty hard to like fend off unless your 5 is something like an Undying. So I would lean towards Aster giving Monet a babysitting 5 to ensure that he has the start that he needs, because I don't think they're going to pick a hero in the likes of Bristle that wins its lane on its own.
And what I like that Team Spirit did in the previous game is they first faced Ember, but they didn't defend Ember Spirit with not a single ban in the second phase. So they banned TB, they banned Medusa and Faceless Voice because they probably had this Bristle back in the back of their mind that they're gonna pick it. So this time, Aster, they need to protect the Ember Spirit. I'm already seeing Dragonite, one of the matchups the Dragonite is really good against. And then let's see if they're going to pick more, because looking at Lars' hero pool, he has a couple of good heroes left still in the pool that work against Ember Spirit.
His Puck is still here, his Queen of Pain is still here, his Wind Ranger is still here. I imagine one of them is going to be on the minds of Team Spirit. And they have removed away the Mars. This has been a big weapon that whenever Team Aster has their backs against the wall, not just at this tournament, but historically here, they just whip out the XXX Mars.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a bad choice either. With the Ember, you don't necessarily need that type of hero, so it goes back to your point. It's more of like a comfort. Like, you do have your back against the wall, you don't want to lose the series here, go back to like what you think is going to get you the win. And Mars could be that hero for them. And I am always going to be a fan of just targeting comfort over just sometimes the best overall pick, especially in these high pressure situations.
Damn it, I was about to suggest that hero, dude.
This is a big ban. This is one of XXS's better heroes. He played it when the hero was not as strong. But this also feels like he's the, I'm not going to say like the biggest hero of the tournament, but definitely one on the rise, because there are certain teams that they love to play him, like EG, they're undefeated with the hero, and they played across 1, 2, and 3, all 3 roles pretty much, which would be really good against Darkseer. You kill off these illusions, and also against Lion. Having a dispel mechanic, you go into Ember Spirit. We saw a couple of times in the previous game, no real saves against Ember Spirit, and Lard died a couple of times, so this is a really good ban.
I believe right now, Legion Commander, of all heroes with 10 plus games, is now the first highest win rate after the win earlier from Team Liquid. It was sitting at 23 games with 74% win rate earlier. It should be at around 77% right now.
Crazy.
Tied with the Marana.
Yeah. I'll just say that like they're really targeting XSS right now with these bans, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just banned Tide out of respect, because at this point, like that's his most played hero by far this tournament. They've banned out like number 2 through 5 so far, so I'm wondering if that's like a approach they take because they think he's especially good at these heroes, or because they might think he has a hero puddle and that he's worth targeting in that extent.
Yeah, they just beat his Brood. They already took the Darkseer. Timber's banned. The only other hero that's in that he hasn't played is the Tide and Beastmaster, if he does want to go that specific route. And Beast, I think, could be a notable ban too, because you just lost to an Ember plus Beast, right? So you definitely saw some synergy there. So potentially worth taking out, but they're going to leave both of them.
Maybe know thy enemy? Like they know exactly what he's going to pick on 7-8?
I think Slark's going to get contested.
I like Slark a lot.
I'm feeling it for probably like most likely even both of the teams, but I'm liking it for Team Spirit. You know, Ancient Apparition is gone, Faceless Void is gone, no Bloodseeker, so it feels like very good entry for Slark.
I really feel like if they just take Undying here on Team Spirit, it makes their draft so much easier. Like, if I'm Team Aster, I want to babysit Monet. There's not too many other options left in the pool. I know Team Spirit picks it. They go Enchantress. Okay, that's kind of like preventing the counter on themselves, right? Because of the purge onto the Ion Shell. It is. Maybe it's also preemptively countering the Beast, as you mentioned, Fear. That might be why they went that route.
True. And Poshka, this is one of his specialty heroes throughout the time. Back when he was playing on Empire as POS 4, he was like playing this hero every single game, so definitely knows what he's doing with that one. But he doesn't necessarily have the easiest route here. And there goes Slark Io. Io's still in the pool, actually. Slark Io, that could be a good one. Gives you the Sustain versus the Darkseer. Don't really care about the wall illusion too much. And that gives you a hero that can, I mean, if you think of like Lion, you want to assassinate this hero right away. You got Ember plus Slark, great heroes to do it.
I don't love it as much for Aster as I did for Team Spirit, but I think by taking it away, you are taking away one of the premium picks that Spirit would have had right here, so I don't mind it for that reason.
Yeah, no Bloodseeker, no Faceless Void. So that does make his game a bit easier for the Slark. What other heroes do you not like carry-to-carry matchup with the Slark?
Yeah, I'm thinking, out of all the ones Yataro's picked this tournament, none of them are particularly scary. So they might do some like conceptual counter to him where you go like the Sven and you just have an insane team fight.
But remember, Brian, before the prior game, he had not played Bristleback whatsoever, right?
That's
Yataro
true.
sort of made a career out of just picking whatever hero is good.
Oh, that was not on his hero's pick,
exactly.
but Naga owns Slark, absolutely owns Slark throughout the entire course of the game. They do have the lane counter coming up from XSS, but we've talked about, like, they've banned a lot of his heroes already. Almost, now that I think about it, surprising that they left XSS's hero to last because of that reason.
And there aren't many heroes left in the pool that he played so far, so I'm looking at Tidehunter just because of the lane matchup against Naga Siren. Anything beefy that could cause problems for Naga Siren. there's something that would give them more team fight, because I'm looking at Team Spirit. They have overwhelming team fight. Nagasar and Vacuum. It's just like Lion Stun, and we're yet to see Laurel's hero. It has to be something that does well from the mid lane, some kind of a hero that Slark is afraid of. I'm looking at Puck potentially. I don't mind it too much. I think also it's a good Wind Ranger game, because you build into BKB against the Slark. It's not like the best one, and there's the other option that Fear mentioned. Like, there were 2 heroes left in the pool that so far XXS that are not banned, so most likely gonna be 2 of those.
This is a sick Naga pick. I just want to say, I think like the draft's like over.
Yeah, I mean, no, there's still something here, for sure.
What do you think they got?
I mean, I think
Troll.
actually, for who? Who needs a carry?
Never mind. I'm like, yo, it's
Slark off with Mar style.
Amar's not here, so somebody
This is
has to
not
play
Amar,
Slark.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
How about Underlord for the side of Team Aster? It's not a hero he's played at this tournament, but he has utilized it in the past for XXX.
Well, that's my problem right now for if you're looking at Aster's hero pool. I was mainly looking for Team Spirit, cool things they can do. I think Spirit can make their draft a lot better, whereas Team Aster, they kind of need a lot of damage control here to like kind of solve this, because they already have their mid, they already have the carry, and now they need an offlaner that can deal with Naga. Darkseer is gone. Underlord, I do not believe in that hero whatsoever right now. And you go back to like what's left. He could potentially go for the Tide if he wants a free laning stage. Doesn't really deal with Illusions later. And then Legion's gone. There's really not that much left. I can really pressure this Naga, I feel. Maybe a Primal Beast or something?
Yeah, Primal might be good, actually.
I like this ban on Earthshaker as well, because these Eastern European mid laners, they're really good at using Earthshaker, especially if it's a mid melee matchup.
Yeah.
We saw Kiyotaka play it. Okay, this has been like the hero that is...
Oh yeah, Pudge versus Naga's good too.
It really is good.
Yeah. Even if they offlane it, it's still fine.
That's
so
a nice ban.
That is actually a good ban, but that does leave maybe that was probably better than anything I just mentioned. It definitely was better than anything I mentioned. That the runner-up was probably Primal, right? In that situation.
I think they're just gonna slam Tide because that's all they play, but I don't like it that much.
So the offlaners at this tournament, what? There's Tide, there's been some Underlord, there's been some Enigma, hasn't looked that great. Everything else is pretty much gone. What else do we look at outside of the Primal Beast?
That's all I got for now. But
I'm hoping whatever this is, I'm just like, wow.
Yeah, same.
What about some good old Axe in the lane? Just to have Blink Initiator, something tanky, a little bit more frontline, create chaos for Slark.
Yeah, the question is, can you match them for team fight on Team Spirit? I think the answer is no, right? So maybe a pickoff hero like Axe is fine. Maybe a hero that creates pressure on the map. I don't even know what that would be. Like all the summons heroes are bad against Naga.
I still see Primal as the only like thing that could. It's
Get in
tempo, has a good laning stage. Play the game, right? And then for Spirit, it's kind of crazy. Like you first picked Ember, and they're just gonna last pick their mid. They're gonna go with Doom.
How did we forget XXX Doom?
Well, because it's not good for Naga.
Okay, so this is an awkward kind of Doom game here, Lacoste. What do you make of it? I saw your facial expression, fam. Explain yourself.
This hero has been nerfed so many times. He is still money printer, but you know, tends to get broken from time to time. You don't get the full value anymore. I feel like it's a bit on the greedier side. Just Doom, Slark, Ember Spirit, like they need items. They need to get online, and definitely didn't expect this one to come out. You did? Okay,
Yeah.
Lesh without Io doesn't have too good of a win rate, if I'm not mistaken. But
you are against Ember mid, which I've seen this hero do well, and then you're playing versus Slark. So it's between this and maybe SF, but nobody seems to enjoy picking SF mid nowadays. So one of the two options I thought could work really well for them.
Lon hasn't won a single game though with this Leshrac BSJ. This is his third game on the hero. What do you make of it, especially being paired, as they've mentioned, there's no real battery for this hero. It's going to be, there is some frontline though, to make things a little bit easier for him.
I did say the draft was unlosable at the Naga pick. I was not a huge fan of the Lesh pick, in the sense that I thought they lacked single target damage. Like all they've really got going for them is the Lion Finger. Like Naga tends to chip people down. Same with the Darkseer. I think the first game we saw, like we doubted Team Spirit's individual heroes, but their vision of the game was superior, and I think I'm kind of seeing like a similar vibe here. I don't think Aster's team fight's all that great. I feel like they're totally meant to play the map, meaning like split the lanes, look for pickoffs, look for advantageous numbers. And you're doing that against the Naga Siren, and I think Naga Siren is meant to prevent that from happening and provide that for her own team.
Yeah,
so I'm still leaning towards them.
add to my point about not liking this Doom as much, because there are multiple targets you need to Doom. Target's gonna get surged. They have very limited amount of control on side of Team Aster, and also like you have Song, Leshrac. If he gets his ulti off, he gets doomed. He's still gonna be able to deal damage. Song of the Siren Surge. So many things that they need to be careful about. So I feel like they can reset. They have so many problems that they need to focus in a team fight. So I'll go with Team Spirit one more time.
I just don't know who Io's going to play with this game. Because normally the way Io likes to operate is you want to link up with some Razor or Leshrac mid lane for the mid game, then you link with your carry. His cores are Ember and Doom. None of these heroes particularly like, you know, fighting early with some type of just tether. So Monet's going to have a really good game, has to have a really good game, and just have to play a lot around this IO, maybe Diffusal Rush and just get in their face really early and try to make that happen. But it looks very difficult. Yet again, they're running a draft that's kind of hard to pull off.
Well, several times in the past we've seen Monet on Team Spirit, on Team Aster rather, have to pull off impossible games on the slog. And time again, including at this tournament, he has somehow managed to impress. So let's find out if Team Aster has what it takes, or if Team Spirit will once more knock them into the lower bracket. We find out with our illustrious casting duo, the gentlemen of the off lanes, the grab ally duo of Sunsfang and Kezu.
That's right, very illustrious indeed.
The grab ally duo. It's you and me, baby.
That's as illustrious as it gets. Aster versus Spirit, game number 2. The panel absolutely hates Aster's draft. What are your thoughts, Kezu? Do you agree or disagree?
To keep it short, I agree with them. This is a great Lesh game, just on its own, and then he has a Darkseer behind him to give him the auras, and a Naga that can always song him out of any pressure, because Lesh loves playing against slow damage heroes. Slark is a slow damage hero, as is Ember, as is Doom, so I think Laurel haters might just be in shambles after this game.
Oh, wow. He does have a lot of haters, so it seems.
You included?
What do you mean, me included?
I mean, every time we start, Laurel has not been performing.
I mean, that's the narrative. I'm here to tell everybody what the narrative
story
is. I don't have a narrative. I just echo what Reddit says.
You're the Reddit echo. Great.
Yeah, that's right. Reddit's a very important entity in this community, of course.
As one thing that, I don't know if we saw it, but Aster abused something very nerdy, where they smoked Monet into the mid lane with his night vision, so they know where Spirit's mid lane ward is, and Spirit get themselves 3 bounty runes. What a great start.
Yep, very good start for them. And
Your life, much like your head.
well, I had nothing to say after I said "and," so we'll just go with a separate thought entirely. So, from Aster's perspective, you don't like their draft. We've made that very clear. What can they do? Because obviously, any lineup you can win with. We've seen it so many times. What is like the best case scenario for them?
So first of all, do well in lanes, which, yeah, anyone can tell you that. So that's going to be a good start. If you can do well in lanes, try to play around Sumail later, maybe when your Io gets a couple levels. I think Fear was mentioning, like, who does Io play with? I think that is a little strange in this game. I would say eventually you want to leave Monet maybe alone and have Io, like, move to top with the Doom, kick out the Naga. So they need a good early game and get both Sumail and XXS farmed in the game and fight in the mid game. If you don't fight back to Spirit, I don't know how Aster can play this game.
Right, that was your biggest criticism of game 1.
Yeah.
Was the fact that Aster did not fight back in the mid game, despite being ahead in net worth by a pretty juicy margin, I would say. As Pichu links up with Monet to try to harass Mira a bit, as these creeps are kind of all over the place. So the lane in shambles, to use your words, of course.
I'm glad you're using some of my words.
That's right. Thank you for the vocabulary. Very difficult one indeed.
I mean, top lane is going to be pretty chill. I think both Naga and Doom just practically free farm in this one, but what Aster needs to be very careful about is later when, like, Miposhka maybe moves into mid onto this Ember, because Lesh against Ember is, you know, I would say it's a pretty skill-heavy matchup, but I would give a slight favor to Lesh by like 55-45, 60-40, so if you can move there with a support and swing it, that is a huge deal.
Get out of it.
So far in the mid lane, relatively even in terms of CS, so nothing to write home about either way. And I mean, we were talking off camera about Naga and the history of this hero. Carry, support, carry, support. I feel like this is the thing that shocked me the most with our internal conversation. I'm going to out you here.
Okay.
I feel like everyone hates this hero as a spectator.
No.
Throughout all time, and you apparently love one aspect of it.
Support Naga can be incredibly fun to watch. Even a well-used core Naga, the beauty of Naga Siren is Song of the Siren. That spell is actually really incredible if it's not just used to wee see Song and TP out, you know? If it's used to like, you Song half of the team, or you set up the black hole, or you're a support and you Song the people in the back so your team can kill the people in the front, you know, that's good shit. But every of these core players, that's like, I'm farming, oh, they're coming, Song TP, Song TP.
The first 3 or 4 TIs when Naga was picked in literally every game, the crowd would literally boo every time a song went off. That is the correct side to be.
What a timeline, you just boo at someone using their spells.
It's the only time that a Dota crowd has booed, other than when Slacks is on stage. But anyway, 1K lead early on for Team Spirit, as the laning stage seems to be going in their favor just slightly, which is not good news for Aster, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it is at least very early on. I would say that Slark, Io are going to be, you know, just A-okay here. Monet is going to get his farmer, but as a Darkseer, I don't think you mind this lane very much. There's a lot of melee offlaners who hate playing into Io Slark because you just get kind of, you know, clapped down. But as a Darkseer, you can just shell, double shell. You can, hell, you can even fight into this lane once you're level 3 here with Collapse, so I don't think he really cares.
And even though I never thought I'd bring up this hero, but I am interested in your take, Lion was kind of ignored for so much of this patch, and then all of a sudden, I mean, obviously there's a couple people that pick it literally every game, but now we're seeing Spirit pick it up. Like this hero making a resurgence.
Yeah, but both Kaka and also Tofu played it quite a few times in the Grand Finals, I think, of the Bali Major. So just kind of showing when other support heroes get nerfed, or maybe you want a bit more lockdown, because I think there's a lot of Spirits right now being played from the mid lane, as Sumail taking quite a bit of hefty damage. So he's going to go into the bottom water rune. Like whoever, ooh, good vacuum to save Mira. Stun in 1. There it is.
Impale's there. Oh, but they're not going to get the first blood because Pichu gets it on the IO first. But if they can get Monet, which they won't, Collapse, they'll have to just walk away in shame with the Ion Shell to farm. Meanwhile, Yatoro, big one charge there. Blood Grenade right now onto the Rubik, and that's going to be the kill going the way of Spirit, but they're going to lose Yatoro in the process. So again, Aster on both lanes, happy with the exchanges being made.
Ooh, yeah, this mana burn creep up top definitely helping Aster in that lane. As bottom, I think Mira maybe not the best timing on the Blood Grenade, which did give first blood, I think, to Aster down bottom. Sumail gonna get his bottle refilled here, as we just have a lot of pressure in all 3 lanes.
Absolutely.
This little dirty creep just following Pichu here on his IO.
And I would assume Collapse is going to be given a little bit more solo XP, or do you think they continue to actually aggress you for a kill?
Yeah, I would say until now, like, you've set up Collapse for a good game. He's close to Vanguard. It's going to be nighttime plus 6 from the Druid, and you want to play through your mid hero. So I would say both Mira and Miposhka very likely just going to look moving into mid like within the next half minute. But for now, I mean, Collapse is just pressuring them out of the lane.
Yeah, completely pushing them out. You can see the wave all over the place again. That's kind of a Darkseer specialty, as now the Siege is starting to hit this tier 1.
Yeah, any tower damage is very annoying this early on. Like, this tower is potentially dropping to like 60-70% HP, as here comes Miposhka
coming with a Centaur.
The Big Daddy gang.
Monet with the pounce out, but that just means they can try to force this tier 1 tower to die with this Siege being tanked up. The tower being tanked up by the Centaur for the time being. The Siege gets up a few more shots as a result. Now a new wave is coming as well.
Well, I'm a big fan of this play here from Team Spirit, as you know, Yatoro, he just farms the jungle. Like, Aster can't do the same play up top, so you just bring Miposhka down here. Tower already on half HP. Spichu kills the Courier. Well, luckily for Collapse, he already got his Vanguard.
And the Siege continues to stay alive, although it's targeting Monet at the current point in time. Back to the tower. So they get a good 300-400 extra damage on this tower just by making this rotation. Very interesting play. You don't really see that very often.
Yeah. Larl did get himself the DD rune, but Sumail currently doing a good job. He's kind of keeping Larl like not too high on HP, so it's not as easy for them to move into this lane. I don't know for how much longer Spirit really want to keep up this tri lane. I think Collapse would love to have a couple more levels. Like, sure, if you take this tower, it's like cool and all. What the hell is this chicken doing here?
Yep, it's dead in midair still. Monet. We'll get the Dark Pact off, and we'll reset with Pichu's help, of course.
Oh, good pull from Pichu to try and reset the lane here a little bit. Poor
been
donkey.
there since beta, I believe.
Yeah, that's a feature now.
Yeah, I guess so. Yatoro and XXX basically soloing now, so in a 1v1 for all intents and purposes. Do you think that Aster has enough, and I already know your answer to this, but I want you to expand on it maybe, because the panel did touch upon it. Do they have enough answers for this Naga? Is this just an uncountered hero for the most part? Like, Sumail's going to have to get Maelstrom at the very least.
Yeah,
So
like
what else can you go for?
They need farm and levels in order to deal with the Naga. They do have some answers. Like, I wouldn't say Doom is like a one-sided matchup where Naga just owns Doom. I do think Song, of course, is great, and as is the map clear and the map play. But if you can Doom him and like kind of get on the back line, you still have some answers. The only problem is there's also a Darkseer that can like surge out Naga. But if Sumail gets to like some 4/5 item timing, you know, and it gets like later in the game, I think Aster are totally okay with that.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Another courier battle here, but Pichu will not be able to net himself another one. The courier killer of the tournament, just making up that stat in case you're wondering. Definitely don't listen.
Yeah, #1 courier killer confirmed here. Thank you, Shannon.
Which actually makes me miss kind of these bounty hunter type picks where they just sit around.
You hate Naga, but you love bounty.
It's fun to watch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why
okay.
not?
Never mind.
Well, Impale coming in from the sideline. Mira with the Hex to follow. And Kaka gets split earth, so that's going to be a kill going the way of Spirit. And now going to try to turn this around into a tier 1 mid as well. That Diabolic Edict now level 2. And, I mean, there is a TP coming to tier 2, but I think it's going to be too late. This looks to be a freebie for Spirit.
Yeah, this one's a goner, and I think a little similar to game 1. I'm really impressed with how Spirit are using the heroes. You just leave the Naga alone up top, because, I mean, what's the Doom gonna do? It's not some Meteor Hammer stuff that he's gonna take your tower. We have Kaka coming down bottom, but Collapse has a Lotus stick. He's not that weak.
Yeah, they're thinking twice about whether they actually want to try for this.
I mean, his team is coming too.
First. Yeah, like, they are on the way. And Collapse going to the other side now. And Laurel and Mira just waiting for an opening as well, but Laurel just going to farm up the camp and likely just go back mid.
Yeah, I mean, Aster have very good vision here, right? Spirit are literally standing on top of a ward. There's a good lane ward as well, so they're just holding this for now. But there's one thing of, like, when you play Slark with Io, I think you want your Io to kind of, like, go to someone else. Because you want levels on Slark. You want higher levels Pounce, higher levels Essence Shift, so them having to kind of play together, because Io, it's just awkward for you to go with anyone else, right? Like, where do you really go? So your only options are to farm up and then kind of own Spirit when they overplay.
You can see it just in the laning stage, 3k lead for Spirit.
Yeah, they're just chilling.
Darkseer's getting literally every creep in the wave now because they can't contest it. No way to deal with the Ion Shell.
Ooh, 1 to 8 bounties. Hello,
that would
friend.
also help. Yeah, that is actually a bit surprising. I mean, they do have an Enchantress running around, but to get 1 bounty in 10 minutes, that is not good for Aster.
Yeah, it just tells you the state that Aster don't feel too comfortable like running into these kind of jungle spots, right? Like when you run into these open spaces against there's a random edge or random line, you get hex stun and suddenly you just die. You know, Aster, they just kind of need to hold these lanes right now because you don't have too many plays. Maybe if you get some more levels, you can look for some chains or Doom into relocate. But you know, Spirit, they have a Naga, they can just hold the map as they want to.
The tower does help in the net worth, but you can see the lead between, or the discrepancy between Laurel and Sumail's farm is pretty large at the moment. And really the only saving grace for Aster is XXS, who has literally been left alone in this top lane. He has his Midas, and will likely go for some sort of a Blink Initiate.
I mean, the only thing with Doom is, if this hero is your top net worth guy, he will stay there, but he doesn't really help elevate your team in any way until like, what, 10 minutes later from now, where he has a completed BKB and a Blink, because this hero doesn't really want to fight, and he doesn't want to leave his lane. He's going to keep farming, so that's something Aster have to play for. So there's a
relocate of the game. Poshka is the target, though, for Aster.
26 still.
Because he is level 6 and has the Untouchable. They're not going to be able to touch him here. But Poshka
3 seconds on
forcing
reload.
the rest of Aster back. Some TP's coming in from Spirit as well. And Laurel, he's surged up right
Still
now.
level 5.
And he's going to be able to clean up Kaka at the very least. There's a Searing Chains to keep him in place, but that was, I don't know, Aster just doesn't have the damage.
Yeah, like nice skill build from Eposhka, right? The 0-3-3, Fluffy hat, Fairy Fire 26, also has the Seeds of Serenity. Cannot underestimate this item. Like 150 bonus HP on a hero like Ench. That's pretty chill, as now they're stealing stacks.
Oh boy. Aster just getting pummeled in every single way possible, it seems.
12-minute Manta style. This is a freeform Doom who has the same net worth as the Naga Siren.
That is true. Doom, if left alone, should be top net worth,
and
no
he's
questions
not.
asked. That is a bad time for Aster indeed.
This is why also this Naga pick is like incredibly genius. It is amazing against Slark. It is great against Doom and against Io. All these heroes want to do is play the map, and you just help your team.
Second attempt on Mapochka. He gets off the heel with the Seed of Serenity again. And again, Aster can't kill him. And now Monet and company on the run. They have to give up a... that's not a support. That's Sumail. Gets off the Remnant.
Okay.
He's going to be able to get away, it looks like, but just barely. Does cost some TPs from Spirit, though. And Diffusal now online for Monet.
I like the deviation from XXS. So he's going Blink. Monet just picked up his Diffusal Blade. You actually have a timing now with the swap up of your item builds where you can try to fight back if you find the right fight. But if you have problems killing a support Eng, I'm not sure if you can cut through a mid-ledge with a Bloodstone at 13 minutes in a game.
Yeah, I mean, just look at their supports. Like, other than Fadebolt, you don't really have any of this burst damage for the Enchantress.
No, Kaka needs one creep for level 6. My bro is gonna get it soon.
Right, I actually misspoke. Mapochka doesn't even have levels in the ult right now. He is level 7. I thought he definitely had Untouchable, but doesn't even need that to survive. My goodness, level 3 Nature's Attendance is enough.
Yeah, just quick fingers on the heal, Seeds of Serenity, all the heals coming up. Ooh, yeah, we're gonna break some records here on the last hits as Yotaro, you know, with the Occult Bracelet. You never run out of mana. He can skip this Bastion, the Sage Mask, because this item is OP as hell. He is looking into the Orchid, and honestly, that is gonna swing everything. These people can't just split push on the sides anymore. He can just set them up with the Orchid.
So from Spirit side, we can see that the lead is just continuing to go uncontested. Is there a time where they're gonna feel comfortable starting to fight? Are they just happy with the state of affairs and maybe go for an eventual Roche?
I would say...
because the Roche lineup is not the greatest.
Yeah, Spirits can continue doing what they're doing, as perhaps we need to hold that, because Aster is smoking on them. They have a blink on XXS.
He does have Song, but he's going to get stopped. Doom comes out successfully onto the Naga.
Stolen Earth
All
Spike.
5 members of Aster will be here to claim their kill on Yotaro. A much-needed one.
Great move. This is why I love this Blink Dagger change up from XXS. If you just go BKB, you're just slowly bleeding out in the game, but instead with the Blink, you can play aggressive instead of sitting back. So a very, very needed kill here for Aster to try and come back in this game.
Very low kill. 3-3. It's just such a weird game.
Yeah.
As Spirit just...
I mean, Spirit are strong enough to fight whenever they kind of like run in, but I would say their game will really speed up when they get this Boots of Travel on Larl, the Blink on Mira, and this Orchid completed on Yotaro as, Sumail.
Yeah, Sumail gets hexed and destroyed.
Hoppy went to the wrong neighborhood.
Monet and company, they will be able to get the tier 1 top in the meantime, but yeah, losing Sumail again, you can see his network really struggling.
Yeah, it is dropping.
He is not having a good game.
He's kind of the one that later in the game, if Aster want to have a good shot at beating out this Naga Siren, I think he's got to kind of pop off, which of course from this point is incredibly hard. So he's going to have to try and recover. Hopefully him and his team can find some good moves with the relocates and get back in a game with a Maelstrom, which he's not even, he doesn't even have it yet.
Yeah, you talked about both him and XXS being the ones that pretty much have to pop off for Aster to have a decent chance. XXS, like you said,
is doing a good job.
Having a good game. BKB will be, it's actually not that far away, essentially a recipe away.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sumail just has to find some way to come back in this game.
I mean, that will be one of like their next moves as well, right? Every time you have Doom relocate, you can try to go for a play. It is also nighttime now, so you can try to abuse Monet's night vision, but Monet is struggling in levels. Like, I have to touch on it again. Constantly playing with this ball who's just sucking out all this XP from your game.
Yeah.
Like, he's 3 levels below a Naga Siren as
Orchid being revealed by Yotaro. Relocate just a little bit of range away. Actually, I thought he canceled it there, but either way, Monet's going to get away. And Yotaro, I mean, probably didn't even think he was going to get that kill, but either way, he forces them out. And like you said, there's a 3-level advantage between him and Monet.
Yeah, and usually Naga Siren is not the carry that out-levels you, because she kills half the creeps on the map, like not being there.
Yeah, true.
And he's just farming like jungle creeps, so definitely
well, it's
good
not
sign.
often that you can leave your Naga solo against somebody either.
True.
For a very long period of time.
True, as now I think this is a scary timing for Aster to play into as they're looking for similar smoke as before. They're running into Yotaro.
He runs into them. The Orchid comes out again, and XXS with the Doom.
Beautiful play from them.
We've seen this story before. And Aster again.
Oh, that's a
very
huge comeback
valuable
kill. That's like 900 gold shared between the bros here. Sumail needed this kill. He now has the Maelstrom back in the game. I mean, XXS is definitely delivering in this game. Like, this Blink pickup already got them 2 kills on Yotaro. A little bit of a mistake for sure from Yatoro to move so aggressively. I don't think he had any purpose doing that, but you know, Aster, they'll take that.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, he's died twice. He's still top net worth.
Yep, somehow.
How much he was ahead. Sumail.
Well, they got the blink reveal.
Have we seen this story before as well? Right after killing Yatoro, Sumail. Oh, he will get out thanks to the remnants and the save from Pichu. They are going to lose off of those. XXS stuck in the corner. Gets off the Infernal Blade with the hoof stomp as well. Is Monet coming to play as well?
I don't think
his
so.
Target, but Monet's going to think better of it. Pounce away. So XXS does drop. It's a 2-for-1 effectively with Yatoro dying earlier.
Fighting straight up into Team Spirit. Okay, Yatoro's back to the same spot.
He's still not scared.
No, he's gonna be a-okay. As down bottom, we have Sumail in trouble.
Sumail, split earth, and they have the burst this time. So Sumail takes another tumble. That is death number 2.
We're just in a similar story as game 1, where it's incredibly hard for Aster to fight into the Spirit draft. At least at this timing. Sure, you're down 9k gold, but even then, like, there's all these 10k gold now. It just keeps going up.
10k at 18 minutes with only 3 more kills. Very strange.
It's a nice vac, but you can't fight into them. Like, even TPing around to try and help you, I think is not the right call. You need items, you need levels. Like, XXS needs this BKB in the next fight too. He has to put his team on his back.
And Mira has been finding such good openings. And that finger, that's his second charge now. I mean, that's one of the things that we don't really talk about too much from the support side. Just winning your lane so early. Them getting just a little bit more farm than usual and getting like these blink dagger type items, especially on a hero like Lion that just gets the instant X.
Yeah, like you win these lanes.
You can snowball just with that hero, it feels like.
And there's, especially having a Naga and a Darkseer in your draft with an Ench, like you have 3 heroes that just keep pushing waves. X success.
Mira, another Hex into the Impale. Yatoro's there with the Orchid as well. Do they have the
relocate behind though?
XXS, yeah, relocate coming. Song though
nice
from Yatoro.
Song. Stolen Song.
He is gonna TP out. Yeah, can't get in range, obviously. I would have called Bug if he could.
Feature.
That would have been very strange.
We have a Metal Leshra getting in there.
Yeah.
You are not killing this man.
Shield
Run.
Rune. Kaka is just going to get chased into the ends of the earth. Laurel on a wicked 6 spree. He is 7-0. Laurel haters in shambles.
No, they are. I told you before. And they probably all tuned out at this point. We only have fans now at Spirit. They just continue to slay the Chinese region. This could be the 3rd 2-0 in a row from them. As
that is, I mean, yeah, that's true. That's really impressive.
They just look in top form. I don't know, man. The way they're moving around, how they're using their heroes, they're just making Aster look like fools. And this team is good. I mean, Aster is incredibly good.
Did you say that you're the one that picked Spirit to
top
be
top 3, baby? I don't know if top 3 or top 2, but top 2, I think.
Top 2?
I don't know what I was smoking, but it was good. And true, apparently.
Yeah, they're looking very good right now, for sure.
I believe in Yatoro. This man, in TI form, is one of the scariest carry players out there.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, the fact that he's died twice and still has no fear. Because fear is an analyst at this tournament.
Yep, and never mind. I was going to flame him and say he's garbage. I don't know why.
Well, you still did. In the end, into the Roach Pit, Spirit goes. And this is going to be uncontested, and likely Laurel will be the one to grab it since Lesh, well, not only is it an amazing hero to have it on, but he's also on a very big killing spree. So protecting that at all costs is pretty important. Whereas Yataro's died a couple times.
No, he's
much harder to kill in general.
He's kind of chilling. He has the heart coming out soon. I mean, putting this Aegis on Laurel, wherever he's like this roadblock, and the more he comes to you, you just need to dodge him. You can't do anything to this man at this point, so you're down 10k gold. You have a BKB completed on Monet. He's working into the Mage Slayer, but I think you need a triple BKB to fight back, and until then, just play the map, try to get pickups, and delay the game. Because, again, fighting into Spirit, it's just not possible. I don't know what they need to do in order to fight them, but I feel like they just can't.
And we'll see how much Spirit can get with this Aegis. There are still 2 tier 2s remaining in the top and mid lane, so would assume that they get that at the very least. Maybe even a Tormentor.
No. What's a Tormentor, Shannon?
Maybe a Tormentor. As we're going to see, well, slight smoke from Aster.
Solo smoke?
Yeah, might just be for a ward expedition.
Without wards on him?
Okay, well.
So not a ward expedition.
A very strange smoke indeed.
He's smoking to break Spirit smoke. and then die. But they're not there either, so. As Creature might be on the receiving end up here. Mira surged up.
Tower is under attack.
Nope.
Monet quickly a little bit too fast, but the song catches up from Yatoro. He buys the heart midstream as well.
Let's see if they can time it.
Can they?
Got
Impale
one.
is there. The BKB comes out from Monet, so the IO the only casualty thus far.
Oh,
but Mira
they got the Rubik.
taking out the Rubik as well. Gets the Hex into the finger.
Oh,
That's enough.
oh, he got
Monet,
him.
They cancel the TP. Monet? Monet! He could have TP'd so much earlier, and they get that on top of it. Oh my goodness, a 3 for Nada.
I think he
now
waited.
the tier 2.
I think he waited. He waited until the very last second with the vacuum. He didn't cancel the vacuum with the start of it, but the end of when you get sucked into the place. I think only the very last moment actually canceled the TP there. That was incredible.
This was a newly picked up BKB as well.
Okay, hold. Sure, they kill Kaka here.
Yeah,
like, look, he gets sucked in.
Oh my goodness. That's so close.
Collapse a monster.
And now, already high ground for Spirit. They get the tier 3
and
at
the racks.
23 minutes. And I can't see a scenario where Aster holds this. This is against Aegis.
Radiant's middle tower.
Spirit showing up in very good form today.
I mean, they don't have the damage to touch either the Lash or the Naga, I think, at this point. They need, I mean, they still got some cool items if they get there. Shivas and
Diabolic
BKBs.
Edict finally up again. They're going to try to jump Larley.
Stolen Earth Spike, it's a good one.
BKB onto XXS, that's the Aegis.
Can they do more?
Spirit are running a bit low on some spells. He's going to blink out instantly. So Aster do successfully defend the melee racks, which of course is the important one.
Okay, I get to hold. It's time to get out on the map. Get yourself a couple more items and levels because we really need them. This Stolen Earth Spike on Kaka could do a lot. He also has an Aether Lens, of course, the max out Arcane Supremacy because they need every little bit that they can get. You want to get to your next couple of items, maybe the Sumail BKB, smoke around and look for a good fight, but Spirit, they're not giving you any time to breathe. Well, straight to mid, or maybe even straight to top. The double fake.
Yep, they're gonna
Careful.
try for it. Oh. Hex finds Sumail in his base where he should be. Finger Death is there, but a nice stop from XXS. Laurel, though, is there with so much damage. Gets off the illusion rune as well, so not sure who to do. He does get the successful one on the correct hero, but they've already lost 2 cores. Make it 3. This honestly could be good game already, as Spirit will take 4. Rubik forced to go back in his base. And now the buildings will absolutely melt. GG's
GG is
I
called.
can't blame them. This was a, wow, this was a shellacking if I've ever seen one.
This was a shellacking as Spirit. They're just showing up. I mean, this team, I feel like they're just back. You know, they haven't looked as good in the last couple tournaments, but this one, you know, Collapse, he's like, where the haters at? Yo, let's make some noise. Damn, they're just looking good. I love how they're playing. I love how they're moving. And I feel like Aster didn't really show up in the series. Spirit just really have their number.
Spirit, they've been inconsistent, especially since picking up Laurel with Toronto Tokyo leaving of his own accord, but it feels like these tournaments where, hey, $15 million on the line, I guess we'll start playing well now, right?
It's time to show up, guys, at Spirit. They're in pre-TI/TI form, and yeah, these are some of the scariest players when they are in shape, and I don't think they're stopping yet. Top 6, you know, making it look quite easy. Just looking strong, moving forward here.
Yeah, Laurel ends this game 8-0-6. With Maposhka, the second most kills with 5-0, by the way.
He just tanked every
Mira
smoke.
and Collapse have 1 each, and Yatoro, as well as he farmed, 0, 3, and 7. And he played amazingly. I don't know what to say.
Just makes it so easy for his team with like all this wave push. It's such a good Lash pick. I think really with Aster's drafts maybe not the easiest and kind of falling behind, but yeah, man, Spirit just look, they look dominant. I want to see their next games.
Yeah, they're of course going to have to wait for the winner of our next series, and then they're going to have to wait more days to actually play them, so they have a lot of time to prep. But what about Team Aster, Kazu? They've looked really good at this tournament. They've kind of been a bit shaky here and there. It felt like when Sumail first joined their team, they had this huge honeymoon period, if you will, and then they kind of dropped off, and now they started to resurge again. And this showing was, especially in this game too, it just kind of flopped.
Looks a bit disconnected, I feel like, with what they were doing, both draft and gameplay-wise. So they're gonna have to kind of, you know, step it up for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, looks like we're ready for an interview with Tsunami and company. Take it away.
That's right. I'm standing by with Mira of Team Spirit. Which what did you just say to me as this game was ending? It was.
Like this was unexpectedly easy games for us. We respect Aster so much, and but I guess that our draft was much better. So I think that's why we win.
زي ما تشوفون أعزائي المشاهدين موجود معنا ميرا من فريق سبيريت بعد كان فوز جدا قوي ضد أستر اللي كانوا مرشحين بالفوز في هذا الجيم، لكن سألنا السؤال الأول إنه وش اللي خلاكم تفوزون في الجيم؟ وش الشيء اللي تكلمنا عنه قبل ما تبدأ المقابلة أصلاً كنا نسولف معاه قبل شوي وقال لنا إنه أكثر شيء خلانا نفوز الجيم الدرافت حقنا كان جدا كويس أفضل من الفريق الخصم، خصوصاً إنه يعني ما كنا متوقعين إنه بيكون بهالسهولة نقدر ناخذ الدرافت هذا.
I got to say, your development over the year as a team has been interesting to watch. It seemed like Lima Major was your guys' strongest performance, and then some kind of dips and valleys between Berlin and ultimately Bali. What are you most proud of for your team working on this year?
Like on Collapse Hero Pool, I think this is the biggest achievement like over this year. So I think finally we can pick like OP heroes first phase and win. So I think yeah.
زي ما تشوفون أعزائي المشاهدين سؤالنا الثاني إنه وش الشيء اللي أنتم كنتم فخورون فيه أكثر شيء في الفترة الأخيرة، لأنه أدائهم ما كان ثابت في كل المياجر الماضية، حتى في البالي ميجر يعني بالأخير في الأسابيع الماضية شاهدناهم ما كان مستواهم باللي هو إحنا متوقعين منهم، بس كان يتكلم هو فقط عن الدرافت حقه إنه أخيرا إحنا نقدر ناخذ الهيروز اللي إحنا نبي ناخذها، ودائما يكون الشيء هذا من صالحنا، وفي حتى بعض الهيروز اللي دائما يكون هم باند عنهم ما يقدرون ياخذونهم الحين.
Now, normally this is a filler question that I would ask, which is, what opponent would you like to face next? But with an Eastern European showdown, I have to wonder, do you have a preference between BB Team and Nine Pandas if you who you would choose to face off against next?
I guess it's hard to choose because they're both like super skilled teams. But I think I would like to face Pandas again to play like against their Doom one more time and actually try to counter it. Maybe some Meepo Broodmother one game and Tinker. I don't know. They are so cheesy and I would like to beat them like on stage.
السؤال الأخير سألناه البيرة في المقابلة نتكلم عن مين الخصم اللي أنت حابب إنك تواجهه في البطولة، خصوصا إنه يعني الآن حنا في مرحلة البلاي أوفز فالجروب ستيج انتهت فالخصم معروف اوريدي، لكن مين أنت تفضل إنك تواجه بي بي تيم أو ناين بانداز؟ فكان الجواب إنه لا أنا أفضل ناين بانداز إني أواجههم أكثر، خصوصا إنه دائما البيكات حقاتهم من ناحية الهيروز درافت حقهم ولعبهم مرة تشيزي ويكون في أشياء مختلفة عن الشيء اللي احنا نشوفه من بقية اللاعبين.
Well, Mira, we'll see if we can make that happen. And thank you for kind of putting us back on schedule. Today's a long day, so we'll be tuning into this Eastern European showdown, but congratulations on this win.
Thank you. Thank you.
الآن جاء الوقت أعزائي المشاهدين نروح في هذا الاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم أكثر عن وش اللي صار في الجيم هذا وكيف قدروا سبيريت أصلاً إنهم يأخذون الجيم بهالسهولة، وزيادة على كذا آخر بلاي أوفس عندنا آخر جيم الرابع راح يبدأ بعد شوي.
All right, it's 4BO3s. Let's get this night rolling. Back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Tsunami, Fancy, and of course, Mira, support player for Team Spirit. Man, they are just crushing it right now. 2-0 victory over Team Aster. And Lacoste, man, I'm tired of Team Spirit talking trash about the tiny teams. They said LGD was an easy opponent. They said this was unexpectedly easy. What's going on? Why are they just slaying the Chinese region right now?
Yeah, it seems like they have their number, the play style. Like I already mentioned a couple of times that China tried to like maybe copy some of the Western European teams, how they play Dota, especially extreme gaming, but I don't know. I feel like Team Spirit was in their head when it comes down to the drafts. This first draft when they picked Clinks, Temporal Assassin, I don't think that's enough. And same goes for the second game where they, like, I think this is where their draft took a wrong turn, picking up Io, and you don't have a hero that Io plays off well with. And then last pick Doom into so many counters.
Yeah, they felt really